This is a subscription test.
The second thing.
Those on tweets wear their heat, so you're about to get sent to jail.
Help! A student is attacking me!
Wow. You think you know all the things that turn you on, but then you see something like this, and suddenly you're at half mast.
Hello and welcome in. It's me, Joshua Adam, and today we're going to continue and see how many chapters we can get down, and that's the goal. So sit back, relax. I'm glad you're here, and whether you're a chatter or lurker or just stopping in, it's good to see you. Let the song play out, got everything set up, fixed a few more of the chapters up to come. Still, no chapter in the past month got as much attention as chapter 18 did. Yes, but this is the start of the training arc, you could say. Before the characters roll out on their next expedition, they're going to be training in classes that usually they don't use, so a mage will train in combat ranged weaponry and vice versa. Oh yeah, my model is still charging, so he's frozen right now. He's sleeping. He'll wake up soon.
Chapter 21. A not-so-certain scientific flintlock. Luni/Lizyra/20/Y997/6th age, Midsol. D. Dramatically sighing and rolling her eyes, Lizyra groaned in disgust as Osiris continued rambling about the necessity of firearms. The past few days of training in everything except magic had already been exhausting, but this bordered on cruelty. Learning to shoot a bow and crossbow with Aurora was one thing, memorizing ignition systems, calibers, disassembly procedures, and maintenance rituals for weapons that smelled of oil and smoke was another entirely. It was the sort of torment she wouldn't wish on a necromancer who wasn't already proficient. Seated at a long table in the tavern hall, Lizyra let her forehead thunk against the wood and dragged it slightly as if hoping friction alone might erase the lecture from existence. "Why do we even need to know this?" she groaned. "You've had us taking these things apart and putting them back together for hours and we haven't even shot the damn things yet. Plus," she gestured at the spread of weapons laid out before her, "every single one of these needs a different caliber projectile and a different ignition method. I can literally replicate all of this with attack spells or enchantments and get the same outcome." Sitting around the same table were Kitsune, Adele, Gwen, Ifer, Zara, and Vlad, each surrounded by an intimidating assortment of steel, wood, and black powder. Floating lazily beside them as though reclining in an invisible hammock, Adele folded her arms behind her head and drifted in slow circles. "Yeah, I'm with Lizyra on this one. A firearm isn't doing anything I can't already accomplish with magic. And if I really needed something taken care of, I could just summon Rock's and let him reduce the problem to ash." Osiris pressed his fingers into his forehead as though staving off a coming headache. "I'm not doing this out of kindness," he said sternly. "Isaac forced this upon me after Lizyra's little stunt of running her mouth until she got herself shot." He straightened to his full height, while his gaze swept across the table. "Magic will not always be available in every situation. You need to be prepared." Unlike Lizyra and Adele, Kitsune studied the firearms with open curiosity. "I don't know," she said thoughtfully. "I've always wanted to shoot one of these. Even knowing a multitude of attack spells, it would be nice for once not to end the day completely drained from mana exhaustion. And relying on a god to answer prayer isn't exactly reliable when they decide not to answer." Vlad leaned forward and pointed toward the small double-barreled flintlocks resting near Kitsune. "You could probably hide a few of those in your tail. It's so massive and fluffy no one would ever notice." Kitsune shot upright in her seat, her tail snapping rigidly behind her like a banner caught in sudden wind. "My tail is not massive, you twat. It is perfectly proportioned to my body for a fox hume of my height." After a steadying breath, she lowered herself back into her chair and fixed Vlad with a look. "And why are you even here? Last I checked, you already own multiple pistols and were proficiently trained." Vlad rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly embarrassed. "Come on. Have you ever actually seen me hit anything with those things? I figured sitting in with you lot and training properly might increase my odds of survival." Zara leaned toward Lizyra, raising a hand to shield her whisper while pointing discreetly at Vlad. "Pervert," she murmured, then leaned back without ever breaking her steady gaze. Lizyra burst into a fit of laughter. "Z, I'm so glad you tagged along with Morik and the others. You fit right in. And yes, Vlad is absolutely a pervert. There are so many instances I don't even know where to begin. I am not a pervert, Vlad protested. I simply happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Repeatedly. And unintentionally. Ifer's succubus-like tail snapped across the table with a sharp crack. Unintentionally, my arse. Do you know how many times I've caught you staring through the crack of my door during expeditions while I was changing? Or after a bath? Vlad recoiled. What are you talking about? You knew I was there. Every night you left the door open. I thought you were, I don't know, inviting me. I figured we had something going on between us. Are you serious right now? Ifer shot back, incredulously. You're a dagger-wielding thug. I only kept changing because I thought if I were to stop, you'd slit my throat. While they continued snapping at each other, Zara tilted her head slightly, nearly exhaling a smile as she murmured under her breath, Z. Vlad blinked. Why the hells would you leave the door ajar if you didn't want someone looking in? Silence settled for a heartbeat too long. Ifer's shoulders sank. Because I don't like closed doors, she admitted quietly. The sharpness drained from her voice. You don't have to understand. But after being a slave for as long as I was, a door shutting at night feels like a lock clicking into place. Even with Gwen in the bunk above me, it still feels unreal sometimes. Like I'll wake up and this was all a dream. Like I'm back in a cage, waiting to be handed off to the highest bidder. She leaned back in her chair, staring at nothing. Vlad cleared his throat, suddenly subdued. Right. Just to clarify, then there's nothing going on between us. Adele groaned dramatically. Could you two either kiss or fuck already? There's still a mountain of preparation before the next expedition and I refuse to sit through unresolved tension if there isn't going to be something explicit happening. Vlad shot her a glare. Why does everything have to be lewd or about sex with you? And could you put some damn clothes on? You look, he hesitated, then pressed on, like you have the body of a goddamned child. You shouldn't be floating around half naked all the time and talking so salaciously. Adele went very still. Then she rose slowly upright in the air, no longer lounging vertically. How fucking dare you, she said, her voice now razor thin. Not only am I older than everyone in this shit-ass town, but that comment is insulting to every petite woman who shares my physique. As she ascended to eye level with him, faint green-black digital patterns began crawling across her skin like living circuitry, spreading up from her ankles and wrists, subtly concealing more of her form than normal as her composure cracked. I should drop you back into my temporal storage void, she hissed, and see how long it takes you to properly suffocate since you seem to be so resilient. Enough. Osiris' voice cut through the room like a blade striking stone. Vlad, shut the fuck up. Lizyra, stop instigating arguments. Adele, you are a grown-ass woman. Do not let Vlad's foolish words shake you. Me. Lizyra belted out. I didn't instigate anything. All I did was acknowledge Vlad's perversion. The tension barely had time to settle before the tavern's back door slammed open. Aurora burst inside carrying an armful of short and long bows. She strode to the table and dropped them directly atop the carefully arranged firearms. These, she announced brightly, are all I could find. Some have heavier draw weights than others, so you might need to rotate if your arms give out. Osiris stared at the growing pile of weapons. I wasn't even finished explaining. Well, Aurora cut in, you're clearly losing them. They've been in here over an hour. Time to actually shoot something. Osiris muttered under his breath. Whatever you say. Gwen, who had been silent through the entire exchange, calmly picked up two of the long-barreled flintlock pistols. Each was nearly the length of her forearm. These are light, she observed. I could probably dual-wield them. Extending one experimentally out in front of herself, the shift in balance caused the barrel to dip. With an instinctive corrective motion, she tried to straighten its alignment. And squeezed the trigger. The pistol ignited in her hand with a thunderous crack. The recoil snapped her wrist back, sending the weapon flying free from her grasp as a small lead ball screamed across the table toward Vlad. Moving before instinct could even form a thought, Vlad launched out of his chair and hit the floor in a roll, scrambling across the tavern planks. In that same instant, Lizyra thrust out her hand. Sublimatum, she howled. The projectile flashed white-hot midair. The lead liquefied, glowed molten, then vaporized into shimmering particles before it could finish crossing the table. Vlad stared up from the floor, wide-eyed. "What the fuck, Gwen?" he shouted. "Why are you trying to kill me? At least let us share a perverted escapade before resorting to premeditated revenge." Gwen winced, picking up the smoking pistol from the floor. "I didn't know that would happen. It felt so light at first." With a half-crooked smile, Adele floated above the table. "Oh, relax. Kitsune was right there. If your head had exploded, she probably could have glued you back together." Kitsune tilted her head thoughtfully. "Actually, if his head had exploded, I'm not entirely sure I could have healed or revived him. Losing your head in that manner tends to be rather final. And relying on a miracle from the gods that could supersede that isn't always likely." Vlad paused mid-rise. "Well, that's good to know," he muttered darkly as he pushed himself up off the floor. Kitsune watched him with open curiosity. "How did you move that quickly? The projectile hadn't even cleared the table. That may have been the fastest I've ever seen a human react." Osiris finally snapped. "These are not fucking toys," he roared, striding forward and wrenching both pistols from Gwen's hands. "You almost killed a man." The tavern felt suddenly smaller under his fury. "Everyone outside," he barked. "Now. I'll bring the equipment. Just go stand in the fucking courtyard and try not to murder anything else." No one argued. They filed out the back door in silence. As she passed Vlad, Lizyra murmured dryly, "You're welcome." He exhaled. "Yeah. Sorry. Thanks, Liz." Outside, the sun strained weakly through a ceiling of low, unmoving clouds. The courtyard behind the tavern had been arranged with wooden tables sitting side by side and facing a line of targets set along the far end near the brick perimeter wall. Osiris and Aurora emerged carrying crates containing all the weapons that had been laid out on the table inside. One by one, they set an assortment of firearms and bows at each station. Small leather pouches of ammunition and satchels of black powder followed. At their feet stood narrow barrels serving as quivers, each packed with arrows fletched in mismatched feathers. Bundles of packed hay shaped into crude hewn silhouettes sat across the courtyard. Each wore a battered leather vest and an old, rust-pitted iron helm that had seen better days. Aurora planted her hands on her hips. "Since you lot spent the last hour playing with Osiris toys," she said flatly, "we're starting over. Basic archery." She reached over her shoulder, drew the longbow from its harness, and plucked an arrow from the quiver at her waist in one smooth
Just had to fix that and then save it. And then play
basic
it.
archery. "Since you lot spent the last hour playing with Osiris toys," she said flatly, "we're starting over with basic archery." She reached over her shoulder, drew the longbow from its harness, and plucked an arrow from the quiver at her waist in one smooth motion. Without pausing to aim, she knocked, drew, and released. The arrow sliced downrange and punched clean through the eye slit of one of the helms. It's simple. Take an arrow. Knock it. Draw. Aim. Release. Adele studied the embedded arrow. "Right. And are we supposed to not look while doing it, or was that just you showing off?" A half-smile tugged at Aurora's mouth. "You don't have to look. But don't come crying to me when you plant one in Vlad's ass." Vlad snorted, already grabbing an arrow. "Sorry to disappoint, but nothing is entering my ass tonight." He drew and released. The arrow sailed beautifully, far too beautifully, clearing the target entirely and disappearing over the courtyard wall. They all froze. A beat later, a voice shouted from beyond the bricks, "What in the fuck are you doing over there?" Vlad didn't break his stance. He simply smiled. Aurora folded her arms. Let that be a lesson. Even when you look, you can still fuck it up. That, Vlad said calmly, grabbing another arrow, was a warm-up. He nocked it again, pulled back carefully this time, one eye closing as he squinted downrange. His tongue slipped against his bottom lip in concentration. A sharp crack split through his grip. The short bow fractured in his left hand. The snapped limb whipped forward and smacked him across the face with vicious force. He staggered back as the broken string lashed against his cheek. Silence followed. Vlad blinked, touched his face, then stared at the blood streaking across his fingers and dripping onto his shirt. Well, he said evenly, looks like I might be too strong for this one. Aurora frowned at the splintered bow at Vlad's feet. Must you destroy everything you touch? Vlad kicked the broken halves aside. That relic was older than Esmeralda. Maybe inspect your equipment before handing it to people who can actually draw it. Osiris' jaw tightened. That's enough, he snapped. Everyone pick up a bow. Knock an arrow. And send it downrange. We are wasting daylight and my patience is growing thin. Adele picked up an arrow and examined it with visible disappointment. Why aren't we slotting arcanics into the bows? It would be far more entertaining. No, Osiris growled. No enchanted bows. No arcanics. The entire purpose of this exercise is to function without magic. Adele pouted. You're dreadfully dull. Given her size, drawing the short bow was clearly a struggle. She wedged the arrow in place and pulled the string back with trembling arms. The line quivered violently as she fought to hold tension. She released. The bow leapt out of her grip and clattered to the ground, but the arrow flew straight and buried itself deep in a target's leather vest. Eifer clapped. Direct hit. Maybe, hold on to the bow next time, but that was clean. With a grin, Eifer used her tail to pluck an arrow from the quiver and knocked it smoothly. Say cheese, she called. She loosed. The arrow punched straight through the eye slit of a helm. She spun dramatically and took an exaggerated bow. Aurora clapped once. 2 for 3. Liz, Kitsune, Zara, Gwen, someone step up. Gwen shuffled forward, ears twitching. She loaded an arrow carefully, drew back the string, and inhaled deeply. The bowstring thudded. Her arrow dropped directly at her feet. She remained perfectly still. Did I hit it? She asked obliviously. Lizyra laughed. If the ground was your target, it was a direct hit. Gwen frowned. I suppose Vlad survives another day. Before the laughter settled, an arrow hissed across the yard and struck a target dead center. A second followed immediately, splitting the first shaft clean in half. Everyone turned. Kitsune lowered her bow and smiled innocently. What? In the capital, it was customary for my siblings and I to compete yearly. Archery tournaments were spirited. Aurora blinked. Remind me not to stand downrange of you. I didn't realize our little foxling had eagle eyes. Lizyra stepped forward next. She gripped the recurve bow tightly and drew the string back. Holding it felt like suspending herself over a precipice with one hand. Her arms trembled violently as she tried to steady her aim. She released. Her muscles spasmed at the worst possible moment. The arrow veered sharply and buried itself in Vlad's shoulder. He cried out. Damn it, Liz. Of all people I trusted you. Adele fell off her table laughing, slamming into the dirt hard enough to knock over the quiver barrel beside her. Arrows spilled everywhere as she wheezed. You can dodge a bullet, she gasped, but not an arrow. Vlad, I'm so fucking sorry. Lizyra said quickly, though she had already turned away to hide the grin tugging at her mouth. Vlad snapped the shaft near the fletching and pulled the arrow clean through his shoulder with a grimace. Blood ran warm down his arm as he tossed the broken wood aside. Maybe I should just find a tavern and retire for the day. Kitsune stepped behind him and kicked the back of one of his knees, dropping him to match her height. Oh, stop sulking, she said, placing a hand on his shoulder. It was only a matter of time before someone took an arrow to the knee. Or in this case, the deltoid and rotator's cuff. A soft green glow bloomed from her palm. The wound closed seamlessly, flesh knitting together without leaving a scar or mark. Vlad stood again as arrows continued to whistle downrange. He placed a heavy hand on Kitsune's head and ruffled her hair. "Hey," she snapped, swatting at him. "What are you doing?" Showing gratitude, Vlad replied. She recoiled in visible disgust. "I have no idea where your hands have been. For all I know, you've spent the morning with them inside your trousers while spying on Ifer." Vlad threw his hands up. "What is wrong with everyone lately? You're acting like I just walk around with my cock in hand every hour of the day." Osiris dragged a hand down his face. "Can we please move along? If everyone's satisfied, the next segment starts with the hand crossbow at your station." Without comment or ever realizing when her turn would be, Zara calmly removed another arrow from her barrel and knocked it into her bow instead. She drew, released, and sent it screaming downrange. The arrow struck one of the rusted iron helms with a metallic crack. The helm rattled violently as a cloud of fine orange rust burst outward and drifted into the air. Lowering her bow, Zara smiled faintly. "Say cheese," she said with a squeak mimicking Ifer. Vomiting into laughter, Ifer slammed her tail against her table and dramatically moaned, "Cheese." Osiris closed his eyes, letting out a heavy sigh as if he were going to teleport to another plane of existence against his will, before muttering, "If we could resume, please." Lizyra picked up the pistol-shaped crossbow resting at her station and flicked the small side lever. With a sharp mechanical snap, the limbs sprang outward from the concealed shaft. Beside the barrel of arrows sat a smaller wooden bucket filled with compact bolts, which she dipped into. Osiris stepped beside her. "Once extended, insert the crank here." He demonstrated, sliding the small winch into place and turning it until the string ratcheted back with tight, clicking tension. When the string locks, load the bolt into the groove. He handed it back. "Aim downrange. Squeeze the trigger." Lizyra leveled it casually. "Watch out, Vlad." She fired. The bolt launched with a vicious thwop, punching clean through a hay torso and burying itself deep into the trunk of the tree behind it. "Well done," Osiris said. "Now repeat that until you've run out of bolts and then we'll move on." Gwen stepped up confidently, cranking her own crossbow back with determination. "I've got this." She loaded a bolt, aimed, and squeezed. Nothing. She squeezed harder. A faint mechanical click answered her. "I think it's broken," she stated in confusion. Osiris walked over, holding out his hand and demanded, "Give it here." He inspected it briefly, then exhaled. "The safety is engaged. Push this lever." He handed it back. Gwen nudged the small switch beside the trigger. The instant it disengaged, the crossbow fired. The bolt shot downrange and slammed into a helm with a clean metallic crack. Osiris blinked. Unintentionally impressive. "Next time, keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready." Adele tipped her black powder satchel carefully into the reservoir of her long-barreled flintlock. "Let's see if this grows any hair on my chest." Amused, Kitsune asked, "Don't you already have a mane of black fur growing out of it?" Appalled by her statement, Adele refuted, "That is a blasphemous comment coming from a furball like you. It's not a mane and it's not growing out of my chest. It's growing around my shoulders." Lizyra tilted her head and said, "I always thought it was some sort of beautiful black scarf you always wore. I didn't know it was actually attached. Why doesn't Lumi have one?" Scrounging through the sack of ammunition, Adele answered, "That's because she spends all day loafing about like a magicless elf rather than embracing her imp ancestry." After priming her pistol, Adele climbed onto the table and laid flat on her stomach, the long-barreled weapon nearly half her length. She steadied herself, squinting down the iron sights. The hammer snapped against the pistol's firing plate, sending a burst of sparks inward. The firearm roared as waves rippled down Adele's skin, resulting in a swarm of forming goosebumps. One of the target's outstretched arms detonated in an explosion of splintered wood and shredded hay. Adele shot upright. "Fuck," she breathed reverently. "If I had a cock, it'd be hard right now. That was incredible." Grinning like a lunatic, Ifer shook black powder from her satchel into her pistol's reservoir using her tail. After it was full, she continued to shake the powder all over her firearm like she was peppering her next meal and exclaimed, "I'm next." Before Osiris could protest her haphazardous actions, she aimed quickly and fired without hesitation. The bullet smashed into the base of a target, obliterating the support. The entire figure toppled sideways in a collapse of hay and wood. Like a secondary chemical reaction, all the gunpowder sprinkled across her flintlock ignited in an unsafe sparkling blaze. Jumping in place, she triumphantly exclaimed, "Ha!" Osiris crossed his arms. Not the most precise shot, but it still landed. Also, please refrain from sprinkling gunpowder all over your firearm. It's not a steak that needs to be seasoned. She pointed downrange. Yeah? Well, that arsehole would be hopping around on one leg right about now. Snatching Ifer's gun away from her, Osiris added, and you'd be reloading your weapon with one hand if you would have seasoned it anymore. Turning toward Gwen, he instructed, "You're up again. And for the love of all the gods, try not to shoot Vlad." Vlad shrugged casually. Gwen lifted the flintlock, inhaled once, and fired in the same motion. The helmet of her target exploded clean off and rolled backward across the dirt. Osiris nodded. "Good shot." Gwen slung the flintlock over her shoulder. Rare praise from the ever-righteous Osiris. "I'll treasure it." Ignoring her comment, Osiris turned to Zara, nodding his head. "Zara, your turn." Wrapping her fingers around the grip of one of the heavier flintlocks resting on her table, Zara lifted it with measured calm. The wood was worn smooth from use, darker near the trigger where hands had gripped it over the years. She cocked the hammer back slowly, listening to the deliberate metallic clicks as it locked into place. Tilting the barrel slightly, she peered down into it. The pan was already primed with a generous dusting of black powder. Without comment, she retrieved a lead ball from the small pile beside her and dropped it into the muzzle. It struck the powder at the base with a dull metallic tap. She followed it with a tightly wrapped paper wad of shot, pressing it into the barrel with her thumb before reaching for the packing rod secured beneath the barrel. With steady pressure she drove the rod down, compressing everything firmly into place. Osiris nodded as he watched. That's an older model which takes longer to prepare, but the caliber is significantly larger than the others. When it hits, it isn't pleasurable to say the least. Zara slid the rod back into its cradle beneath the barrel, lifted the flintlock, and brought it to her shoulder. She exhaled once, then inhaled slowly. At the end of her breath, she squeezed the trigger. The hammer snapped forward. The powder ignited with a violent crack that echoed across the courtyard. The ball tore downrange and struck a target midway up its torso. For a split second nothing happened. Then the wooden spine split apart with a brutal snap. The upper half of the target exploded backward into a storm of hay and splintered wood, debris raining across the grass. Smoke curled lazily from the barrel as Zara lowered the weapon. "Eliminated," she said evenly. Ifer leapt into the air, her tail thrashing wildly. "Eliminated. The poor twat." A faint smile tugged at Zara's lips. "Poor twat," she repeated. Lizyra, meanwhile, lifted one of the smaller double-barreled pistols from her table. The weapon was compact but solid, its twin barrels fused together one underneath the other. With her thumb she flipped a small release lever. The barrels pivoted downward at the hinge near the grip, exposing the chambers. Osiris stepped forward and gently took it from her hands. "This is one of the newer models," he explained. "Unlike the others, it doesn't require loose powder or wadding." He reached into the pouch at her station and withdrew a small cartridge, a lead bullet seated into a brass cylindrical casing. "The powder is already sealed inside this." He held it up briefly for the others to see before inserting it into one chamber. He retrieved a second cartridge and seated it into the other. With a flick of his wrist, the barrels snapped back into place. The mechanism locked with a sharp, confident click. "The earlier prototypes had 2 triggers," he continued. "One for each barrel. This version uses a single trigger. The shim near your thumb lets you decide whether to fire one barrel at a time or both simultaneously." He handed it back to Lizyra. She took it carefully, testing its weight. Osiris stepped behind her. Without hesitation, he reached around her sides, guiding her stance. One arm adjusted the angle of her shoulder while the other gently moved her free hand beneath the grip. "Though it feels natural to use one hand," he said quietly near her ear, "you should secure it with both. It's smaller, but the recoil is sharper, especially if you discharge both barrels together." He released her and stepped aside. Heat crept up Lizyra's neck despite herself. She adjusted her grip, forcing her focus downrange. She flipped the firing shim with her thumb and squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened. A brief silence followed. Osiris chuckled softly. Right. The safety. He tapped the small mechanism along the frame. Most newer firearms include one. Unlike older pieces that can be fired as soon as they're primed, these must be toggled manually. And when you're finished, switch it back on. Considering how often Theodore tumbles out of the coachman's quarters half asleep sending the caravan into self-inflicted turbulence, I'd prefer not to test whether a firearm falling from its mount could effectively redecorate a wagon. A few quiet snickers rippled through the group. With her trigger finger, Lizyra pressed the safety inward until she felt it disengage. She raised the pistol again. This one felt different. Unlike the bows and crossbows, this had iron sights that felt appropriate to its frame, simple but precise. The grip fit naturally in her hand. The steel was cold against her palm where it met the wooden grip scales. Unlike the flintlocks, there was no need to cock the hammer back before firing. While most of the others had closed one eye while taking aim, she kept both open. She didn't consciously know why, it simply felt more balanced. More natural. She inhaled. Exhaled halfway. Then squeezed. The first shot cracked sharply. Almost instinctively, she squeezed again. The second shot followed so quickly it sounded almost like a single thunderclap. Downrange, the rusted iron helm perched atop her target jerked violently. A small puncture appeared just above where the neck would have been. A fraction of a second later, the second impact struck dead between the eye slits. The helm snapped backward and rolled into the grass behind the target, spinning before coming to rest. Damn, Osiris muttered, genuine surprise in his voice. Not every day a first-timer lands both shots. He looked downrange again, reassessing the damage. And both of those would have been fatal. Unlike when she cast spells, this hurt. Both of Lizyra's hands throbbed sharply. There was no visible injury, no smoke curling from her skin, just the lingering tremor in her bones. Lizyra exhaled, eyes still fixed on the distant target. Wow. That was exhilarating. Osiris smiled grimly. Wait until you are aiming at something that breathes, he said dryly. Everything changes once it can look back at you. Lizyra's expression faltered. I would never point this at a person. Osiris slapped his palm against his forehead. That is the entire reason we're doing this, Lizyra. If you cannot bring yourself to aim at someone who is actively trying to end your life, then this is all wasted effort. Re-engaging the safety, Lizyra set the pistol back on the table. I know a multitude of spells, she said evenly. Ensnarement. Immobilization. Disarmament. I don't need to kill someone to stop them. This is for when magic is unavailable, Osiris replied sharply. What happens the next time someone great levels a weapon at you and you are magicless? Isaac cannot intervene every time you overestimate yourself. I suspect he's already grown tired of doing so, hence why I'm standing here. Aurora cut in before the tension snapped further. That's enough. There's no need to speak to her like that. For someone who earns as much coin as you do to sit around playing with your toys, you could afford a little more grace. Osiris smirked faintly but didn't look at her. Our magic users have almost no experience fighting without magic. Kitsune is the exception. If Lizyra refuses to point a weapon at an enemy, then there is no purpose in this lesson. Irritation flared in Lizyra's eyes. Monster. Fine. I have no hesitation there. But a hume. A demi-hume. A beastman. She shook her head slightly. It feels wrong. Osiris folded his arms. In the eyes of most monsters, we are the monsters, he said. The distinction you draw exists only because it comforts you. If you can comfortably end a creature's life because it looks different, but hesitate when it resembles you, then your morality isn't mercy. It's preference. Silence pressed in. For all you know, he continued, voice lower now, that monster had a family. A mate. Offspring. The same desire not to die that you claim for yourself. Don't, Lizyra said quietly. Please don't say that. It's hard enough as it is. I don't need to imagine what I'm taking from them. Osiris watched her for a long moment. If something or someone is trying to kill you or anyone under your protection unjustly, he said finally, there can be no hesitation. None. Hoping to be revived by Kitsune after making the wrong choice is not strategy. It is delusion. I've never had to be revived, Lizyra replied coolly. That's not the point, Osiris snapped. Refusing to act means they kill you. And if you are brought back afterward, what does that teach you? That you can afford cowardice. That someone else will fix your failure. His eyes sharpened. I've watched you obliterate living things with your magic without blinking. Entire bodies reduced to ash. And yet the moment a firearm rests in your hand, you draw a line. Why? Before she could answer, a deafening crack split the courtyard. Not the sharp percussion of a flintlock. Something deeper. Heavier. The air itself seemed to tear. A violent surge of electric discharge erupted downrange in the same breath as the report. Blue-white arcs snapped and writhed around the final standing target. The impact was not immediate. It was catastrophic. The iron helm and the wooden spine beneath it did not merely shatter, they atomized. Steel burst outward in molten fragments. Hay ignited in a flash of superheated plasma. The entire structure disintegrated in a violent storm of shredded material and crackling light. The air smelled briefly of ozone and burnt metal. Smoke drifted lazily upward from the ruin. Zara lowered her rifle. Poor twat, she said calmly. Osiris stared at the smoking crater where the target had stood. How, he asked slowly, in the hells did you do that? Zara slung the rifle over her shoulder. A faint residual current crawled along the barrel before fading. She snapped her fingers, causing a tiny spark to dance between them. Magic.
The model is alive!
Chapter 22. Mana Burn. Tier D/Lizyra/21/Y997/6th Age, Dusk Tide. F. For a split second, Theodore's mind went white, as if thought itself had been scorched clean from his skull. His body lagged behind that absence, assembling around his returning consciousness in pieces, sensation first, then gravity, then breath. A thunderous crack of blue light split the air around him, the sound folding inward like collapsing steel, and when the brightness unraveled he found himself standing within one of the teleportation hubs of Valmosa, capital of Lizyra, nearly halfway across the continent from where he had been only moments ago. The scent of charged ozone filled his lungs before he could properly orient himself. His body had barely finished stabilizing when something drove hard into his abdomen. The impact folded him instantly. Air fled his lungs in a violent grunt as he dropped to his knees on polished stone. "What in the hells?" he rasped. He barely had time to look up before an open palm cracked across his cheek and tangled beard, snapping his head sideways. "And where in the fuck have you been?" a familiar voice demanded, sharp enough to cut. Theo blinked through the sting, vision swimming as he focused on the source. An angered teleportation technician stood over him. Though shorter than he was, fury made her seem to loom. Her crimson wide-brimmed wizard's hat and flowing cloak still billowed in the fading gusts left behind by her own spell work. Rose-gold threads stitched into the fabric caught the light from the chamber's sconces, glinting like embers in motion. At her hip hung a rapier nearly identical to his own, its guard polished and immaculate. On the opposite side rested an elegantly crafted flintlock pistol, its grip carved with fine filigree that suggested both wealth and lethal familiarity. "Almost 3 years," she continued, eyes blazing amber orange as though lit from within, "and not a single word. I saw in the registry you teleported in a few months ago and you didn't even come to see me." Her hands planted firmly on her hips as she leaned closer, inspecting him with visible disgust. "And why," she added, voice rising again, "do you look like a gutter-born nomad? Have you been sleeping in ditches? That cloak is shit brown." Theo coughed, rubbing his cheek as sensation slowly returned to it. "It's nice to see you too, Fran." His cloak, tunic, and hat were indeed a deep, weathered brown, once dignified, now dulled by travel and neglect. The cut of his attire still matched hers in design and structure, but where her colors screamed crimson, black, and gold authority, his had faded into something that suggested long roads and fewer mirrors. Fran's straight black hair framed her face in sharp lines, barely brushing her cheeks. Her expression twisted with theatrical disbelief. "For all that is holy," she said, "tell me that isn't your Crimson Mage's uniform. They've turned into something you'd only find a wraith wearing." Before he could answer, her boot drove into his face. The leather struck with enough force to flatten him backward, and she pressed down without hesitation, grinding her heel into his cheek as if testing the durability of stone. "Not even going to say sorry," she murmured, twisting slightly for emphasis. Theo squinted upwards, his gaze fixed firmly away from her, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge the awkwardness of the angle she'd forced his head into. The position left little to his dignity, but surrendering to it meant staring directly up her tunic, at the tight and smooth black and white panties she wore, molded to her form in a way that made it impossible not to notice the way they clung to her, each delicate stitch outlining the curves he had no intention of studying and wished he hadn't known about. "I was going to visit," he muttered. "Eventually." After a few more seconds of deliberate humiliation, Fran removed her boot and nudged him aside with the casual dismissal of someone kicking aside debris. She turned and strode back toward a raised podium positioned beside an intricate arcane tech apparatus. "Yeah. Whatever," she said, flipping a page in a thick registry book resting on the podium. Theo pushed himself to his feet, brushing dust from his sleeves as he took in the chamber more carefully. The teleportation hub was vast and circular, its domed ceiling inset with reinforced glass and narrow skylights that allowed thin shafts of daylight to lance downward. The floor's center was dominated by a massive teleportation circle inlaid with rose-gold filaments, each line etched with precise runic script that pulsed faintly beneath the stone's surface like veins beneath skin. "Do they have you running this place alone?" he asked, stepping toward her. "Pulling and sending by yourself?" Fran glanced up from the registry, her eyes narrowing. "What? You think I can't handle it?" "That isn't what I meant," Theo replied. It's unlike the Empire to have one person both receiving and dispatching travelers. They usually split the work across multiple technicians to reduce strain. Fran's lips curved into a self-satisfied smile as she patted the heavy coin purse hanging from her belt. That's because I can run the duties of at least 3 technicians without any help, she said. The Crimson Mages are technically on hiatus, and this position pays better than anything else available at the moment. Theo's expression shifted at the word. Hiatus, he repeated. What do you mean by that? Fran did not answer immediately. Instead, she drew her rapier in one smooth motion and leveled its tip toward the center of the chamber. Teleport air, she intoned. A circular emblem flared into existence before her blade. At the same instant, the inlaid circle on the floor ignited in a vibrant blue glow. The air pressure shifted. A bluish-green bolt of condensed mana tore downward through one of the narrow skylights, striking the heart of the circle with a concussive pulse that rippled outward like a stone dropped into luminous water. Wind spiraled outward from the impact point, whipping cloaks and papers alike. Within the vortex of light, a figure began to form. A man clad in refined noble attire coalesced from the swirling mana, boots touching stone mid-stride as though he had never paused in his movement. A thick book was tucked under one arm while sealed envelopes and paperwork were clutched neatly in the other. His hat dipped slightly as he stabilized, entirely unfazed by the violent spectacle of his arrival. Already walking, he tilted the brim of his hat toward Fran in acknowledgement before proceeding toward the chamber doors without missing a step. Residual mana crackled faintly along the inlaid gold before fading back into stillness. Hiatus, she said at last while sheathing her rapier, means we're not currently not being dispatched for assignments or making coin. As the nobleman crossed the threshold, Fran called after him, "Have a good day, Senator." He did not so much as glance back. The heavy door shut with deliberate restraint.
There is a gap in the sentence right there, so I gotta fix it now because you don't care. There it is right here. Save. Save. And play.
As hiatus, she said at last while sheathing her rapier, means we're not currently not being dispatched for assignments or making coin. As the nobleman crossed the threshold, Fran called after him, "Have a good day, Senator." He did not so much as glance back. The heavy door shut with deliberate restraint, sealing the chamber once more beneath its dome of etched stone and humming conduits. Fran turned toward Theo, the sharpness returning to her eyes as easily as drawing breath. "Ever since the commander and his party vanished," she said, resting one palm against the podium, "the Emperor ordered all operations suspended until they're found. No deployments. No contracts. Nothing." Her mouth twisted faintly. He also announced that, in the worst case, he'll appoint a new commander himself instead of leaving it to a vote. Theo felt something tighten in his chest at that. The Emperor bypassing a vote meant intention, not uncertainty. It meant control. If the throne had decided to choose rather than consult, then whoever wore that mantle next would not be chosen by merit alone. Or worse, he might try to drag Theo back into rank whether he wished it or not. Fran watched him carefully, as if gauging whether the thought had struck where she intended. "Ever since you left, Theo, people have been dying," she continued, her tone losing some of its bite. "Assignments go poorly. Leadership falters. It's been messy." She folded her arms. "Maybe it's time you came back." Theo cleared his throat, buying himself a second to bury the knot in it. "If this is your attempt at a guilt trip," he said, forcing a crooked half-smile, "I'm afraid I already have my hands full managing a band of ruffians." Fran snorted despite herself, then quickly tried to smother the sound. "Taking care of you, more like." Her gaze dragged slowly from the top of his battered hat down to the scuffed edges of his cloak. And by the look of it, they're failing miserably. Before Theo could muster a retort, the chamber doors burst inward with enough force to rattle the hinges. A large, dark-skinned human crimson mage attire strode in as though the room belonged to him, his voice booming ahead of his footsteps. "Theo, you bastard." A thick braid swung heavily behind him from beneath his wide-brimmed hat, thudding against his back with each step. He closed the distance in seconds and clapped Theo across the back hard enough to jolt his spine. "Where the fuck you've been, buddy?" the man barked, striking him again for emphasis. You're not slipping past us this time with Fran running the main hub. Each blow sent a wave of dread crawling down Theo's back, though he forced himself not to stagger. The man leaned in closer, his nose wrinkling. You smell worse than you look, he said bluntly. What in the hells has been happening to you? He looped an arm around Theo's shoulders in a grip that bordered on a chokehold. No letters. No psychic telecommunications. Not even a dimmed smoke signal. Fran's lips curved into something mischievous. I notified Nigel the second you arrived. Sometimes the pointless spells you taught us when we formed the party come in use. Nigel grinned wide, teeth flashing. The Crimson Knights have been laughing at us ever since you vanished, Theodore. Theo's expression hardened. The Crimson Knights are a pack of magicless hacks propped up by enchantments and arcanics. They charge headlong into danger without thinking and call it valor. If it weren't for the Kitsune family bringing them back from the brink after every assignment, most of them would be permanently dead from their own stupidity. Nigel's grin faded into something more measured. Maybe, he admitted. But they've been scooping up our assignments. Pulling in recruits who show too much promise in the regular ranks. And the Emperor gave them security detail for the Lunar Festival this year. His jaw tightened. That was always ours. Not that anything ever happens inside the capital walls, but still. It's the principle of it. That's how far we've fallen. Theo reached up and hooked his arm around Nigel's shoulders in return, giving him a rough shake that mirrored the earlier greeting. The Crimson Mages are still a force to be reckoned with, he said firmly. They stand equivalently among the prestigiousness of even the Emperor's elite guard. That hasn't changed. Fran tilted her head slightly. How is Kitsune? She asked, more casually than the question deserved. You stole her away before she could enlist. Nigel tightened his grip briefly, squeezing Theo's shoulder as if testing him. I never stole her away, Theo replied between the pressure of Nigel's arm and his own stubborn composure. Violin made that call, not me. And honestly, I'd rather she be where she is than running errands for the Emperor. Fran lifted her rapier again without ceremony. Teleport air. The sigil flared into being before her blade, the floor's inlaid circle responding in synchronized illumination. Mana surged downward through the skylight once more, striking the center with a crackling discharge that sent wind spiraling outward in a controlled vortex. Another traveler materialized mid-motion, blinking only once before adjusting their cloak and exiting the chamber as the glow dimmed behind them. Theo slipped free of Nigel's hold as the last sparks faded. I assume you've kept the party intact while I've been gone, he said. Who's your third now? Fran's face contorted immediately. Yuck. You don't want to know. Nigel flicked his braid back over his shoulder, rolling one shoulder from the earlier jostling. It's the ever-so-courteous Gestir. The name struck Theo harder than any of Nigel's blows. He went rigid, every muscle tightening as though bracing for an unseen impact. Fran's expression softened, the bitterness draining from it as something heavier took its place. Ever since Ari went missing, she said quietly, the Emperor personally assigned Gestir to our party and declared Ari dead. The words settled into Theo like iron filings drawn to a wound that had never fully closed. I ran into Lazarus a while back, Theo said, his voice lacking its usual casualness. He mentioned it. I always thought it was strange that no formal search team was dispatched. His jaw tightened slightly. But Gestir, huh? Nigel's broad features hardened. Her sorcery surpasses most structured wizardry, he admitted, but she is genuinely unhinged. I don't know how you survived growing up with her. Theo gave a humorless breath that might have passed for a laugh. Some days I'm not convinced I did, he replied. Sometimes I wonder if we're already in Infernalis and this is just what damnation looks like. Fran did not linger on that. She lifted her rapier once more, angling it toward the center of the chamber as mana began gathering instinctively around the blade's tip. I'd love to drag you somewhere for a drink and pry answers out of you properly, she said, eyes still on him, but I'm already falling behind and my shift just started. If I don't keep pace, they'll start deducting coin. Nigel turned toward the doors with sudden urgency, adjusting the brim of his hat. I've got to return to my missus, he added with a crooked grin. We were in the middle of something important. He glanced over his shoulder and winked. Very important. He pushed through the doors and let them slam shut behind him with a reverberating thud that echoed faintly through the chamber. Theo, he called from beyond, voice muffled but unmistakable, don't be a stranger. As Fran invoked another summoning incantation and the air began to thrum once more with controlled displacement, Theo took the opportunity to slip away. He exited with the next arrival, blending into the brief chaos of swirling mana and shifting air before disappearing into one of the branching passageways that spiraled downward toward ground level. He avoided the main streets, cutting instead through service corridors and narrow stone walkways until he emerged into a back alley pressed tightly between the teleportation hub and a row of adjacent buildings. The late evening light filtered down in narrow strips between rooftops, leaving most of the alley in muted shadow. Theo positioned himself behind a cluster of stacked crates and warped barrels, back to the wall, and packed his pipe with steady but hurried fingers. The match flared in the dimness, briefly illuminating the lines of fatigue etched into his face before he drew deeply, holding the smoke in his lungs as if it might anchor him. So far, he had managed to arrive, confront old ghosts, and remain unrecognized by anyone directly tied to the Emperor beyond those he could not avoid. That was the balance he intended to maintain. The one person he needed to see remained inconveniently out of the capital, and with the final teleport departures scheduled within hours, time pressed against him like a tightening vice. He could afford a room at the finest inn without hesitation, especially with the quiet privileges still attached to his prior service, but staying under his own name inside the capital walls felt reckless. Recognition would lead to questions. Questions would lead to summons. And summons would bind him back into a life he had walked away from deliberately. Passing a tall brick storefront with a polished glass door, he slowed long enough to confirm what he already suspected. The sign displayed on the other side of its glass still indicated absence. His contact had not returned. He continued on, weaving through narrow cobblestone streets and service alleys until he reached a tight passage half concealed by a crooked iron gate hanging from one hinge. It groaned faintly as he slipped past it. He paused just beyond, peering around stacked crates and discarded equipment, ensuring the space lay empty. Satisfied, he stepped into the partially enclosed barn beyond. The interior smelled of damp hay, animal musk, and old wood. Without breaking stride, Theo executed a quiet magical step, rising lightly into the rafters where dust and cobwebs thickened in undisturbed corners. He shifted aside a tarp-covered piece of rusted equipment and squeezed through a narrow, concealed opening in the wall. On the other side lay a cramped loft space carved between beams, little more than a hidden crawl space with a makeshift bed of hay, a small end table cluttered with dusty grimoires, loose parchment, and herb pouches tied with faded string. It was not comfortable, nor dignified, but it was invisible. The stable's constant stench masked the scent of his pipe, and the particular herbs he favored were not all sanctioned within the capital. Discretion was worth more than luxury. He collapsed backward onto the hay, exhaling a thick plume of smoke that drifted upward and tangled in the beams. A black spider worked patiently nearby, its legs precise as it spun a fresh web between two nails hammered long ago into the wood. Below, horses shifted in their stalls, snorting and stamping softly. Heavier breathing echoed from a dragon rhinoceros penned farther down, its weight creaking against reinforced boards. The layered sounds of animal life gradually blended with a deeper vibration as the distant atonal hum of mana engines roared overhead. Through the narrow slats of a gable vent, Theo watched as an envelope-less mana-driven airship glided into docking position atop a tall structure several blocks away. Unlike the usual traffic that loomed above the city, this vessel catered almost exclusively to nobles and elites, and they only made a few stops within the capital daily. Theo remained still for only a breath longer before rolling to his feet in a smooth, controlled motion that required no hands to steady him. He extinguished the ember in his pipe, tucked it away, and retraced his path through the hidden opening and down from the rafters. Airships arrived and departed at all hours, yet something about the timing pressed at him. The vessel's size, its limited schedule, the lateness of the hour, all of it coiled into positive suspicion. If Etrix were returning to the capital, this would be the kind of ship he would favor. Passing through the dilapidated iron gate, Theo angled toward the business establishment Etrix operated from, suspecting he'd stop there first before his office at the Mages College. The pipe was still warm within his grasp, so he pulled it from his pocket and struck another match before drawing the flame inward, coaxing the herb back to life. Smoke curled lazily around the brim of his hat as he exhaled through his nose. As he rounded the corner of a narrow stone corridor between buildings, two soldiers emerged into view, clad in light leather padding, and mid-conversation, their laughter low and unguarded. One of them glanced up as Theo passed. "Excuse me, mate, you have a light, perchance?" Theo kept the brim of his hat low, shadowing most of his face. Without hesitation, he slipped a hand into his pocket, retrieving the small pouch and match striker. "Yeah. Sure thing." He struck the match against the rough strip and held it steady. He leaned in first, drawing the flame into his pipe until it caught, then turned to his companion and did the same. The smell of burning leaf thickened between them for a moment before the match burned too closely between the soldier's fingers, causing him to shake it out. "Cheers," one of them muttered, already turning back to whatever idle complaint they had been dissecting. Theo took back his pouch while giving a short nod and moved on, slipping down the perpendicular alley that ran behind the row of buildings. The stone walls funneled him toward an opening that widened into a broad courtyard skirting one of the capital's military citadels. The space beyond was alive. Regiments dotted the courtyard in ordered clusters. Some stood in rigid formation, spears upright, eyes forward. Others sparred in controlled brutality, wooden blades cracking against shields, boots grinding into packed earth. In one section, summoned beasts strained against conjured bindings while recruits practiced coordinated spellfire against them. Elsewhere, officers barked sermons on discipline, sacrifice, and the moral architecture of war, their words rolling across the field like distant thunder. Theo did not slow. He kept walking at a pace just shy of hurried, shoulders squared but not tense, smoke trailing faintly behind him. His eyes flicked sideways, then over his shoulder. Once. Twice. No one appeared to be following. Still, the sensation crawled along his spine. He turned his head again. And collided with something solid. Someone. General Lazarus. Fuck. The impact jarred his pipe between his teeth, nearly knocking it free. Theo instinctively attempted to step around him, but Lazarus shifted only slightly, just enough to hold his ground without making it obvious. "Master Theo." Lazarus boomed, his grin broad and infuriatingly sincere. "What a surprise. Surely you didn't have a change of heart after our little run in the other week and are coming back to service, did ya?" There was no clean exit from this. Theo could already feel the courtyard's gravity pulling at him. "Ah, not this time," he replied, steadying his tone. "I was actually here to see Headmaster Etrix. I was told he'd be out until this time toady, so I've been patiently waiting for his return. Thought I'd discuss a bit of field research I've been conducting." Lazarus's smile did not waver. Master Etrix was summoned to the royal hall earlier than expected. Returned briefly, then was pulled into more business. He'll likely be tied up for a few hours yet. Theo's jaw tightened faintly beneath the shadow of his hat. "I see. Just my luck." Before he could pivot away, Lazarus gestured outward with a sweeping motion. "Here. Walk and talk with me." It wasn't phrased as an order, but it carried the weight of one. Theo fell into step beside him as they exited the alley and re-entered the courtyard's open expanse. The noise of clashing steel and roaring summons grew louder with every stride. "So," Lazarus continued, hands clasped behind his back as though they were strolling through a garden rather than a field of war, "we're meant to be in the middle of elemental affinity training for the new recruits. The commander of the Crimson Mages and his party were scheduled to run a demonstration against a captive chimera." He clicked his tongue. "But since they're apparently missing, we're left standing here with our thumbs up our arses." Theo's pulse quickened. Lazarus turned slightly, eyeing him with open amusement. "Now that you're here, though? Nothing sounds better than continuing that demonstration with the former leader of the Crimson Mages himself. We had 3 slated to take on the Chimera, but for a Grand Master Magus trained across multiple schools," he shrugged. "Should be a breeze as a solo performance." Theo felt his entire body betray him at once. The sphincter in his anus clenched, his scrotum retracted, and his muscles churned at each and every word escaping past General Lazarus' lips. An involuntary shockwave lanced through him, traveling across his bowels like a struck chord. This was exactly what he had been maneuvering to avoid since setting foot back in the capital. "Oh, I couldn't," Theo began quickly, forcing a thin smile. "Surely there's a better mage than me." Lazarus burst into laughter and slapped him hard between the shoulders, the blow heavy enough to jolt the air from his lungs. A better mage than you. Lazarus wheezed through the tail end of his laughter. You surpassed every documented mage in this continent's history. My uncle had to invent a new title just to avoid classifying you retired. His grin sharpened. Grand Masterul Indefinite Hiatus. That's what he called it. Theo adjusted his pipe with his thumb, buying himself a heartbeat to think. Aside from training a couple of young mages in our caravan, I've been out of practice. Lazarus punched him lightly in the side. Oh, shut the fuck up. If you're referring to the Anosian girl and Kitsune, they're already better than half the dem military, and they only have you to thank. They continued across the field, boots pressing into earth scarred by drills and spellfire. Even if you were rusty, Lazarus added, this will be over before you know it. Then you can catch up with Master Etrix for all of Dusktide. Theo exhaled slowly, smoke drifting from beneath the brim of his hat as the inevitability settled in. He had come to the capital to avoid attention. Instead, the attention had found him. When they stepped fully into the training field, the nearest regiment snapped to attention at the sight of General Lazarus. Armor creaked in unison as spines straightened and boots dug firmly into churned earth. Lazarus wasted no time. All right, ladies, he bellowed, voice rolling across the courtyard and silencing nearby chatter. Turns out our 3 crimson mages scheduled for Toadi's demonstration had other business to attend to, but the gods have seen fit to bless us with a surprise. He turned, extending his arm toward Theo with theatrical pride. This, he declared, is Grand Master Theodore Leoler, former commander and founder of the Crimson Mages themselves. This former commander, this, he declared, is Grand Master Theodore L. E. Montos, former commander and founder of the Crimson Mages themselves. Most of you know the name. Now you get the face to go with it. His grin sharpened. He'll be filling in for the demonstration and showing you how it's done. Theo stood beside him like a man who had accidentally wandered onto a stage mid-performance. He gave a stiff wave, the brim of his hat casting a shadow over his eyes. Lovely to meet you all, he said, and even he could hear the faint fracture in his voice. A ripple of murmurs swept through the ranks. Theo did not need to strain to imagine the commentary: his weathered cloak, the dust clinging to his boots, the faint scent of stable and smoke that trailed him. This was not the polished legend they had likely pictured when they heard his name spoken in barracks and mess halls. Lazarus raised a hand toward a summoner standing within the formation. The mage stepped forward immediately, staff planted firmly before them. Release Subject 334, Lazarus commanded, and remove its monocollar on my signal. The summoner bowed their head and began a low chant, hands clasped around the shaft of the staff as glyphs flickered faintly underneath him, forming into a magic circle. This was no conventional summoning. They were not conjuring something from Mana's ether. They were recalling a living creature imprisoned within a suspended temporal void. The sky above the courtyard darkened unnaturally as if a storm had been forced into existence. Green lightning cracked across gathering clouds, each strike carving jagged veins through the dimming sky. Sigils flared into existence overhead, layered circles of void script spinning slowly as the air grew thick and metallic. Fuck. Theo swallowed. What Lazarus did not know, what none of these recruits knew, was that for the past several years Theo had been tending animals, managing caravan logistics, and reclining beneath the dragon-hide canopy of the caravan's coach's quarters indulging in emberweed. The heroic feats whispered about in taverns after his retirement were rarely his own, more often they belonged to the other members of the caravan, but since half of them were demi-hume or beastmen, they did not receive the same recognition within military gossip. his name had become a convenient banner under which others' accomplishments were filed. A retired spectacle the executives kept polished in rumor if not in reality. Even though his stomach burned with a fiery heat that possibly screamed diarrhea, there would be no slipping out of this with fabricated stomach ailments. That trick worked on caravan members, not generals, and assembled regiments. Resigned, Theo crouched and began emptying his pockets, dropping unnecessary items into a small pile on the trampled grass. He tightened the drawstrings of the pouches at his belt to prevent anything from spilling during movement. With a slow exhale, he swept his cloak aside, revealing the rapier at his hip. Even dulled by neglect, it remained elegant. The guard curved with refined precision, and beneath the blade's hilt 4 arcanics insets circled the base like waiting eyes. 2 were filled. 2 were empty. His stomach dropped further when he truly registered it. He had given 1 crystal to Lizyra and another to Kitsune during their last spell session. The Wind Arcanix, his preferred enhancement for speed and flourish, was gone. The Soul Arcanix, which he usually siphoned mana from so he would not have to dip into his own reserves, was also absent. He felt naked without them. Above the training ground, reality tore. A jagged incision of green and black ripped across the sky as though something immense had dragged a blade through the fabric of existence. From that wound, a towering mass plummeted downward and struck the earth between Theo and the assembled soldiers with bone-rattling force. Dust erupted around its landing, and when it settled enough to see clearly, the Chimera stood revealed. Its body bore the muscular frame of both lion and bull, thick with cord sinew beneath coarse hide. From its shoulders rose a massive lion's head, mane bristling, jaws flexing as it tested the air. Beside it protruded a demonic goat's head, eyes slitted red and unnatural, curved horns sweeping backward like sickles. Coiled between those horns and slithering upward was a serpentine dragon head, green-scaled and restless, functioning as a living tail. Each neck bore a heavy mana-binding collar, sunk deep into flesh, to the point the surrounding hide was bulging behind their grasp. The creature exhaled, and the air around it shimmered. Lazarus raised his voice over the wind spiraling from the void's remnants. This is a Type 1 Chimera. An excellent choice for Toadi's display. It will shift elemental affinities depending on which head initiates the cast. I want you watching carefully. Observe how Master Theo calculates and coordinates his attacks, when to use magic, when to rely on steel. Theo's mind swelled harder than his gut. This was no ordinary Type 1 Chimera. This thing had likely bullied standard specimens for sport before being captured. Now he understood why 3 Crimson Mages had originally been scheduled. One of Theo's personal disciplines since achieving Grandmaster rank had been restraint: never draw the blade unless it was time to strike or serve as a conduit for teleportation. Efficiency over spectacle. Now he questioned whether the blade would even endure what was about to unfold. How did it come to this? Moments ago he had been savoring a long-forgotten batch of herbs fermenting quietly in the attic space above the stables he discreetly invested in. Now he stood in the center of a military courtyard, poised to either resurrect a legend or publicly dismantle it. The recruits' eyes bore into him, expectant of something other than the normal mediocrity of their everyday lives. Theo opened his mouth to call out to Lazarus, perhaps to negotiate, perhaps to stall. But Lazarus's voice cut across the field first. Release. The summoner's voice cut through the charged air as they issued the command through incantation, and the Chimera's mana collars dissolved into drifting motes of green light that were swallowed by the closing seam of the void. Before the sky had fully stitched itself shut, lightning speared down from the storm clouds and struck the place where Theo had been standing. The impact detonated in a concussive blast that split the earth and gouged a smoking crater into the training field. Theo was no longer there. He moved low to the ground, almost parallel with it, his boots striking in rapid succession as though he were skipping across the surface of a frozen lake about to crack. To the watching eye he became a distortion more than a man, a streak that shifted left and right in erratic angles while the Chimera tracked him with predatory patience. Its 3 throats began to weave in a tonal chorus, each head releasing spells in irregular rhythm, as if they were improvising a symphony designed purely for slaughter. Lightning crashed down in staggered intervals, each strike chasing the echo of Theo's last footfall. Jagged spears of earth erupted without warning, tearing upward with bone-splitting force. Shards of ice materialized overhead and fell like a glacial hailstorm, fracturing on impact and sending razored fragments skittering across the field. From the serpent head coiled above the others, a fireball gathered in a swelling, molten orb before tearing across the open space with a hiss that scorched the air in its wake. Theo's lungs burned with every breath, each inhale scraping raw against his ribs. There was no time for drawn-out incantations, no room in his chest for the measured cadence required to shape higher-tier spells. He kept his path wide and circular, deliberately rotating around the Chimera to draw its fire away from the assembled soldiers. Even as exhaustion began to set his muscles alight, he refused to let the monster's bombardment spill into the ranks behind him. Around the perimeter, soldiers abandoned their own drills and gathered at the edge of the field. Or replaced discipline. They watched a former legend move with impossible velocity, weaving through elemental ruin without faltering. General Lazarus's voice carried over the chaos, steady and instructive. Observe how he does not rush the strike. He studies the pattern. He lets the creature reveal itself before committing. The Chimera adjusted. Its serpentine tail lashed from Theo's blind side, jaws snapping as another fireball swelled in its throat. Theo felt the displacement in the air before he saw the movement. He drove off his back foot and vaulted upward, twisting midair as he unsheathed his rapier, swinging it down in a descending arc. The blade cut with such velocity that the air split around it, and the sound followed a heartbeat, later a thunderclap that rippled outward in a pressure wave. Steel met scaled flesh, and the serpent head was severed cleanly from the tail. The remaining heads screamed in shared agony, the tail recoiling as the severed neck began to writhe and reform. Sinew knitted together in slick strands. Bone pressed outward beneath half-grown scales. Theo did not allow it to finish. Ardiat. The word tore from his throat as he landed, and flame erupted along the stump in a violent bloom. The regenerating flesh blackened and shriveled under the sudden inferno. The wound sealed not with renewal, but with cauterized ruin, smoke coiling from charred muscle as the creature's attempt at restoration failed. He was already moving again when a massive spire of ice formed overhead and crashed down into the space he had just vacated. Unlike the earlier shards, this one pulsed with a deep blue glow after impact, and the air around it crystallized into a spreading frost that bit at his ankles. Another spike followed, then another, each descending in rapid succession. Theo bent and twisted through them in a relentless dance, boots striking earth in sharp pivots as jagged lances embedded themselves behind him. When the final spear struck, the Chimera leapt high into the air, and every shard of ice embedded in the ground began to thrum in unison. Blue light intensified within them, swelling to a blinding saturation before the entire field erupted in a storm of frozen shrapnel. Ignitio! Theo screamed. Heat burst outward from Theo's body in a widening sphere of flame. The fire expanded to the very edge of the soldier line, devouring the incoming ice and reducing it to hissing vapor before it could claim flesh. Steam rolled across the field in a blinding wave. Through that haze, the Chimera had leapt and was descending. Both remaining heads roared as it crashed down upon the place where Theo had stood, claws gouging trenches into the earth. Dirt and stone exploded outward under its weight. When the dust cleared around its talons, it found only emptiness. The beast scanned the field, bound by its command not to turn upon the watching soldiers. Above it, Theo fell. Electricity crawled over his skin, arcing between his shoulders and along the length of his blade. He drove downward like a falling star and, without a spoken word, slashed in a horizontal sweep before his boots touched ground. 3 compressed crescents of electrified wind erupted from the rapier's edge and tore across the distance between them. 2 carved deep fissures into the field as the Chimera twisted away, but the third caught its hind leg at the joint and sheared clean through it. The creature howled as it collapsed to one side. Green currents of regenerative energy surged across the stump, knitting bone and sinew together in frantic reconstruction. A malformed limb began to push outward, twitching as it grew. Theo landed atop the goat head before the process could complete. He drove his rapier down between the curved horns, piercing skull and plunging steel deep into the creature's brain. He felt resistance, then surrender. Exploder. The incantation was barely more than a rasp. A shockwave detonated from within the skull, and the goat head burst apart in a violent eruption of bone fragments and viscera. Theo wrenched his blade free and kicked off the collapsing body as gore rained down. The lion head screamed with such ferocity that several soldiers staggered and dropped to their knees, hands clamped over their ears. With 2 heads gone, the Chimera's regenerative aura faltered. The severed leg remained a ruin, twitching uselessly. Theo hit the ground running again, angling in for the kill, but something shifted. A vast magic circle ignited beneath the beast, intricate runes spiraling in layered rotation. The storm clouds overhead began to thin and peel back, as if drawn away by an unseen hand. In their place, a blinding radiance pierced downward, bathing a large radius around Theo in a column of increasingly searing, holy light. Theo recognized the casting. He would not be standing beneath that judgment. Blitz. What little voice he had left tore free with the word. Lightning engulfed him, not as an external strike but as a transformation. His body dissolved into a current of incandescent energy that bent space and time as it traveled, streaking across the battlefield in a jagged arc that carried him behind the Chimera in the span of a heartbeat. As the holy light reached its zenith, Theo began reforming mid-stride and drove his blade through the creature's torso in a crack of thunder and lightning, cleaving upward through rib and lung while its spell was still incomplete. The Chimera's roar fractured into a wet, choking gasp as its body separated along the path of his strike. The division did not occur gently, it split with catastrophic force. A seismic wave blasted outward from the point of severance, knocking every soldier flat and shattering the windows of nearby buildings. Bricks tore free from walls. Wooden panels ripped loose and hurled through the air, embedding into carts and structures like thrown spears. Above, the parted sky answered with a colossal bolt of plasma that descended directly into the sundered halves. The impact triggered a roaring explosion that consumed both pieces of the creature, flame spiraling upward in a plume thick with miasmic smoke. When the fire subsided, dust and ash rolled across the field in a suffocating haze. Soldiers rose unsteadily to their feet, coughing and shielding their eyes as they waited for the air to clear. At the center of a wide, ash-lined crater stood Theo. Residual arcs of electricity skittered over his shoulders and along the edge of his rapier before fading into nothing. His chest heaved as he forced breath into battered lungs. When he finally sheathed his blade, the silence broke into a thunderous eruption of cheers. Applause crashed across the training grounds in a deafening wave, a chorus of awe that rolled from one regiment to the next. Theo did not linger among the admiration. He retrieved the belongings he had discarded before the fight, offered a brief bow that concealed the tremor in his hands, and left the field through the same alleyway from which he had entered. Once he turned the corner and the sound of celebration dulled behind brick and stone, the strength drained from him with ruthless immediacy. His hands began to shake uncontrollably. A sharp pain knifed through his chest, stealing his breath. His vision narrowed until the alley blurred into shadow. Each step felt weighted, as though corpses had been shackled to his ankles. Dehydration clawed at his throat. He steadied himself against the nearest wall, fingers scraping along cold stone, and staggered forward before his legs betrayed him. He caught himself against a refuse bin and bent over it as bile and blood surged from his mouth in a violent heave. A sudden warmth flooded his face as a crimson geyser erupted from his nose, splattering across his cloak and boots. The world tilted. He fell forward into a pile of garbage sacks, and the impact sent stacked crates and boxes toppling down over him. Wood clattered against brick and collapsed into a crude barricade that swallowed his body from sight. Hidden beneath the wreckage, Theodore lay trembling in the dark, the echo of applause still ringing faintly in his ears while his body paid the price for the legend it had just renewed. Chapter 23. Deja Vu. SND/Lizyra/22/Y997/6th age, Midsol. Oh. NYX went flying backward and hit the ground hard, sliding several feet across the packed dirt before finally coming to a stop on his back. His warhammer landed flat side down beside him, the heavy head thudding into the ground only inches from his skull. The impact had cracked one of the lenses of his glasses, and as his body rolled slightly to the side they slipped off his face entirely. He exhaled a long, defeated sigh, his vision swimming as he drifted in and out of consciousness. A few meters away, Riley raised her shield just in time to catch Isaac's oncoming swing. His bastard sword struck the dragon steel face of her shield with a violent clang, the edge skidding across its surface as sparks scattered outward in a brief shower of light. Pivoting her stance, Riley lifted the shield higher and guided the heavy blade off its path, redirecting the momentum past her shoulder while her own long sword thrust forward in the same motion toward Isaac's chest. Isaac reacted quickly, turning his arm and batting the attack aside with the reinforced outer ridge of his gauntlet. The deflection forced Riley's blade downward, the point driving into the dirt with a dull stab that left it momentarily lodged in the ground. Rather than retreat, Riley used the situation instantly. Planting her foot on the hilt of her own sword as though it had been driven there intentionally, she stepped onto it and launched herself upward. The sudden burst of movement carried her above Isaac's guard as she slapped his sword arm away with her shield and wrapped her legs around his chest in the same motion. The collision drove both of them backward, and they crashed to the ground together in a tangle of limbs and armor. Isaac reached for her wrist, trying to prevent her from locking him into a chokehold, but Riley's tail snapped forward with startling speed and coiled around his arm before he could secure his grip. Using the leverage, she rolled her hips and straddled his chest, forcing him flat onto his back. Her knees pinned his arms against the ground while her tail slid higher, tightening around his neck. "Surrender, foul swine," Riley declared with an unrestrained laugh. Isaac grunted, his face flushing with a mix of irritation and embarrassment as he struggled beneath the warmth of Riley's crotch pressing him into the dirt. This was supposed to be an armed combat demonstration, he forced out between labored breaths. "Oh, is that what we're calling it now?" Riley replied dryly. She shifted her hips slightly, tightening her control as she pressed his arms harder into the ground with her knees. "Earlier you called it melee training, and last I checked, hand-to-hand combat still counts as melee." Isaac's breathing grew shorter as Riley adjusted her position to maintain the hold. The hem of her tunic shifted as she moved, brushing briefly across his face while she tightened her legs around his torso. Her tail swayed lazily in front of him, the tip flicking back and forth as the rest of it remained snug around his throat. While she continued talking, Isaac suddenly leaned forward and bit down on the tip. Riley froze with a sharp cry of pain and surprise, her muscles tightening involuntarily as her thighs squeezed around Isaac's chest. In that instant of distraction, Isaac bucked his hips upward and twisted his body, hooking one leg around her neck while rolling his weight beneath her. The maneuver dragged her backward off balance, sending her tumbling onto the ground behind him. Riley tried to recover immediately, allowing the momentum to carry her into a quick somersault as she attempted to regain her footing. Isaac had already anticipated the movement. By the time she finished the roll, he had stepped around behind her and seized her by the nape of her neck, forcing the upper half of her body back down into the dirt. With her face pressed against the ground, he grabbed her arm and wrenched it behind her back while she twisted and fought to break free. Kneeling behind her, Isaac drove his weight forward into her rear to keep her pinned, tightening his hold on her wrist and the back of her neck as he forced her harder into the ground, his stance shifting to keep her from slipping free while he fought to bring the struggle back under control. "It's time to give up," he said, though Riley's tail had already found its way back around his neck. As he adjusted his stance to keep her pinned, the motion dragged his belt across the hem of her skirt, catching just enough to pull it askew and reveal a flash of black and white lace beneath to the onlooking crowd. A brief breeze brushed against the bare skin of her backside, and Riley immediately realized what had happened. "You asshole," she shouted. Her tail loosened around Isaac's neck for a split second, the tip curling into a tight knot before whipping downward behind him. The blow landed squarely between his legs. Isaac jerked forward with a strangled gasp, every muscle seizing as the pain shot through his body. His grip broke instantly. He bent forward, clutching at Riley's waist in a desperate attempt to keep from collapsing entirely. Riley yelped in surprise as she felt something indecent press against her from behind, almost penetrating past her undergarments from the sudden movement. She scrambled away, planting a hand against the ground and springing to her feet in one fluid motion. Before Isaac could even straighten himself, she pivoted sharply and drove a roundhouse kick across his face. The impact lifted him off his knees and hurled him backward into a stacked row of barrels. Wood cracked and clattered as the pile collapsed under his weight, several more barrels tumbling down on top of him in a noisy avalanche. Isaac groaned somewhere beneath the wreckage. The crowd that had gathered around the demonstration burst into applause as Riley calmly walked over to where her sword still stuck in the dirt. She pulled the blade free and slid it back into its sheath. "And here I was thinking Vlad was the pervert," she muttered irritably. Stuck. The crowd that had gathered around the demonstration burst into applause as Riley calmly walked over to where her sword still remained stuck in the dirt. She pulled the blade free and slid it back into its sheath. "And here I was thinking Vlad was the pervert," she muttered irritably. After retrieving her shield, she turned and stormed through the stable doors leading into the tavern. Behind her, Isaac slowly emerged from the scattered barrels and began stacking them back into neatly aligned and stacked rows. "And there you have it," he said, brushing dust from his armor. "That's how you defend yourself when magic isn't an option." Sitting cross-legged nearby, Lizyra raised her hand and asked, "What if I don't have a cock to ram into their bum?" After adjusting the final fallen barrels back into place, Isaac brushed the dust from his gauntlets and walked over to retrieve his weapon. Resting the blade across his shoulder for a moment, he glanced toward the group and said, "If that's all you took away from that demonstration, then I fear for our future encounters." A low groan rose from the dirt where Onyx still lay sprawled. He rolled over in pain and fumbled at the pouches hanging from his belt until his fingers found a small potion vial. Popping the cork free with his thumb, he downed the contents in one long gulp before pushing himself up onto his hands and knees. "I didn't think you were gonna hit me that hard, man," he muttered hoarsely. Isaac slid his sword into the sheath on his back and shrugged. "It was 2 against 1. He replied. "I couldn't hold back completely, now could I?" Onyx gave a tired chuckle as he climbed to his feet, rubbing the back of his head as if the potion had only just begun to dull the ache. "You were the one who insisted on it," he said. From the edge of the small crowd, Osiris rose from where he had been leaning against a post and dusted off his cloak. "I don't know why I'm the one who feels embarrassed after witnessing that," he said uncomfortably, "but good job. If the next demonstration is how to have a threesome with your comrades, I'm afraid I'll have to sit that one out." Laughter rippled through the group. Isaac's expression darkened instantly. "All right then," he snapped. "How about we go around?" Osiris raised a hand in mock surrender, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Right. The only way I'd stand a chance is if you let me use my sword of double strike, but seeing as you've banned magic and magical items from this session, I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Disrespectfully, of course." Isaac exhaled sharply through his nose, forcing his irritation down before gesturing toward the others. "Fine. Then I'm putting you in pairs. You can spar with your partners." He pointed toward Lizyra first. "Liz and Kitsune," he instructed. His hand shifted toward Osiris. "Osiris and Aurora." From the side of the courtyard, Zaid folded her arms and frowned. "What about Esmeralda and me? Aren't you forgetting about us?" Isaac looked over at the two of them for a moment before answering. "You too," he said slowly, "I had something else in mind." Esmeralda immediately sprang up from the crate she had been lounging on, her wings buzzing irritably as she lifted into the air. "Hey, what do you mean something else?" she demanded. "We want to train too." Isaac reached into one of the pockets on his belt and pulled out a handful of metal rings, each one resized to fit comfortably around the waist of someone their size. Because swinging around human-sized weapons could end badly if one of you gets clipped, he explained, I figured you could show Zayd how to use these rings the way you do. The training statue is all set up at the other end of the stables. You can demonstrate what you're capable of with them there. Zayd tilted her head slightly. I thought you said no magic or magical items. Isaac frowned. You two are a special case. He gathered the rings into a small sack and handed it toward Esmeralda. She snatched the bag from his hand without ceremony and darted off toward the far end of the courtyard, the oversized sack swinging wildly behind her as she flew. Watching her go, Isaac added over his shoulder to Zayd, as you can see, she can carry that bag even though it's 5 times her size thanks to the strength ring she wears. Zayd lifted off the ground and began following after her. Yeah, she already told me a bunch about it, she called back. Time to try it out, I guess. Isaac folded his arms as they flew away. Don't hurt yourself, he muttered. At the far end of the courtyard, Esmeralda landed beside a wooden table with enough force to rattle its legs. She dropped the large dragonhide sack onto the surface, the heavy bundle slamming down with a thud as the drawstring loosened and several rings spilled out across the tabletop. They rolled in every direction while she immediately began digging through the pile, sorting them into small clusters as she worked. Zayd fluttered down beside her and peered curiously at the scattered collection. Wow, she said, I didn't think there were so many of them. Esmeralda slipped one arm through a handful of rings while gathering them together. Most of them have effects that are practically useless, she replied. So figuring out when they might actually be helpful takes a little creativity. But some of them are pretty straightforward. One ring rolled dangerously close to the edge of the table. Zayd reached out and stopped it with her foot. So what does this one do? Esmeralda glanced back over her shoulder briefly before returning her attention to the sack. That one lets you see what's in people's pockets. Zayd stepped into the ring and pulled it up around her waist like a pair of oversized trousers. Holding it in place, she looked toward Esmeralda, who was bent over the sack with her back turned while continuing to rummage through the pile. At first Zayd blinked in confusion. Then her eyes widened. Not only could she see what would normally be hidden inside someone's pockets, she realized the ring's magic was revealing far more than that. Esmeralda's clothing might as well have vanished entirely to her eyes. Zayd burst into laughter. Oh my, she exclaimed between giggles. This thing doesn't just let you see what's in someone's pockets, it lets you see them stark naked. Esmeralda rolled her eyes, though the faint blush tinting her cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. I might have summarized its ability a bit, she admitted. It allows you to see through cloth and armor. Still struggling to contain her laughter, Zayd released the ring around her waist and let it fall onto the tabletop with a soft clink. She nudged it away with the toe of her boot, pushing it to an empty spot next to her. Taking a step backward, she bumped lightly into a smaller crate resting on the table behind her, its lid sitting slightly ajar. Curiosity tugged at her immediately. Floating up to the opening, Zayd leaned forward and peered inside. A faint orange glow pulsed from within the crate, bathing its interior in a dim, ember-like light. Reaching carefully into the box, she lifted out a rectangular glass case containing a single smoldering feather. Setting it gently atop the crate's lid, Zayd stared in fascination. Whoa, what is this thing? Inside the glass case lay a long, slender feather streaked with crimson and molten gold. It smoldered softly along its spine, glowing like dying coals beneath velvet lining. The barbs shimmered faintly as though they were woven from threads of living flame, each filament carrying the slow, restless burn of something not entirely bound by the natural world. Zayd found herself momentarily transfixed. Before she could examine it any closer, Esmeralda suddenly dropped the rings she had been holding and darted forward. Scooping up the glass case in both hands, she shoved it quickly back into the crate. With a flick of her palm, a sharp burst of wind snapped the lid shut with a heavy clap. Her eyes darted around the courtyard. She scanned the nearby stables, the open garage bays, and the surrounding tables of the tavern patio to make sure no one was watching them too closely before leaning closer to Zayd. That, she said quietly, is something that shouldn't even be out here. Her gaze drifted across the courtyard where several small stone golems shuffled back and forth, hauling crates from inside the tavern and in toward a waiting caravan wagon. One of Adele's stupid golem summons must have dropped it here by accident, Esmeralda said, her voice tinged with irritation. She leaned even closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. That crate holds some unregistered revival items. Things we've recovered on expeditions that we'd rather not hand over to the Empire and don't exactly feel comfortable selling to the appraisers either. Anything tied to resurrection or revival magic or otherwise has to be registered with the Ministry of Life, Death, and Restoration within the capital. Some of it's outright forbidden unless you have a special license. Her eyes flicked briefly toward the closed crate. The thing you were holding, that's a feather of Umbrix. Zaid blinked in disbelief. Wait, Umbrix? Like, Umbrix is real? And that was one of his feathers. Esmeralda shrugged slightly. I don't know if the legendary entity itself is real, she said, but the last time we were in the Temple of Umbrix we had to fight a swarm of burning, winged things that looked exactly like what the old histories describe phoenixes as. When we killed one, it burst into ash and left that behind. Zaid grinned. That sounds wild. Esmeralda bent down to gather the rings she had dropped, scooping them back into her arms. Well, there's still a chance they were just some weird monsters and it's really just a stupidly cool feather, she said. But Theo was convinced it was some legendary relic, so he insisted we keep it and not tell anyone. Placing her hands on her hips, Zaid tilted her head. Do you know how to actually use it? Esmeralda hesitated before answering quietly. Kitsune said if it's real, she'd probably start by jabbing the quill into the heart of someone who'd recently died and see what happens. Zaid raised an eyebrow. Using the toe of her boot, she hooked another ring from the table and tossed it lightly into her hands. The last time Zara and I were near the Temple of Umbrix, she said, we couldn't even get inside. The main door was sealed tight. We couldn't figure out if it needed some puzzle solved or some trick to open it. Esmeralda dropped an armful of rings at Zaid's feet. Don't go telling strangers this, she said, lowering her voice again, but there's a fissure down in a ravine nearby that leads into the temple's lower levels after a short cavern dive. We might have helped create that opening while fighting a rock worm. Still handling the ring, Zaid held it above her head and slipped it down around her waist. Do you think it actually works? She asked. Like, could it really bring someone back from the dead without them being a zombified wretch afterward? Esmeralda shook her head. No clue. We've never needed to try it. Whenever things got bad, we had Kitsune around for arcane healing and divine miracles. Theo and Isaac just like having items like that tucked away, just in case. A wide grin spread across Zaid's face. She suddenly slapped Esmeralda across the back in friendly encouragement. It's all right. I'm sure we'll find out eventually, especially if Vlad's always dancing at death's door like everyone says. The moment Zaid's hand struck her back, a sharp electric jolt shot down Esmeralda's spine. She stiffened abruptly, a strange sound escaping her throat somewhere between a startled gasp and an involuntary moan. Knocking Zaid's hand away with her own, Esmeralda flinched as a sharp crackle of electricity danced across her skin. Tiny blue arcs snapped from her fingers and faded into the air while she shook the sting from her palm. That one, she said, eyeing Zaid sternly, lets you electrocute anything or anyone you touch. Zaid turned slowly in place, inspecting herself as if she were standing before a mirror. She raised her arms, twisting slightly at the waist while studying the ring still hanging around her hips. Well, she said with a casual shrug, that's neat, I guess. After a moment she released the ring and let it drop back onto the tabletop with a faint metallic clink. Pointing toward the handful of rings Esmeralda had been carrying earlier, she asked, and those? Weren't you going to show me them? Esmeralda nudged one of the rings across the table with the side of her boot until it rolled to Zaid's feet. This one lets you teleport, she explained. Only a short distance though, 3, maybe 4 feet in any direction. She kicked another ring forward. And this one condenses the moisture around you into ice and snow. Zaid crouched slightly to look over the small piles scattered across the table when something darker caught her eye. Half tucked beside Esmeralda and still resting partly within the hide purse sat a polished black ring streaked with delicate veins of gold inlay. What about that fancy-looking one? Zaid asked, pointing toward the obsidian-colored band. Esmeralda glanced over. That one, she said with a small shrug. That one just turns you into a rock. Zaid blinked. A rock. A flicker of amusement crossed Esmeralda's face as the memory resurfaced. When we first got it, she said, Lizyra slipped it on before Theo could even examine it properly. The moment it settled around the base of her finger, she turned into a giant boulder. Zaid stared at her. No one knew how to undo it at the time, Esmeralda continued, barely holding back a laugh. Theo and Kitsune spent nearly a week trying to figure out how to reverse the enchantment. I'm not sure how that would ever be useful, Zaid admitted. Esmeralda raised both hands and began acting out her explanation. Well, she said, you could hide from something by turning yourself into a rock. She lifted one hand higher, gesturing upward as if something were flying. Or maybe if you flew high enough into the air and put it on. She slammed her fist into the palm of her other hand. You could drop straight down and crush your enemy. That's devious, Zaid snorted. Esmeralda smirked and added, and if you trick someone else into putting it on without knowing what it does, you could always charge them a few coins to undo it. Esmeralda kicked one last ring toward her. This one, she said, is the one I actually wanted you to try. Zaid picked it up curiously. It converts any spell you cast into its fire variant. Cast a piercing wind spell, and suddenly it becomes a searing blast of flaming wind instead. Zaid's eyes lit up immediately. I don't know any fire spells, she said excitedly. That would actually be really useful. She paused for a moment, thinking. What would happen if I cast one of my arcane healing spells while wearing it? Esmeralda shrugged. No idea, she admitted. My best guess is the person you're trying to heal would probably burst into flames or something. Then she reached down to the sheath at her belt and pulled out a slender wand. Speaking of healing magic, she continued, when I cast arcane healing spells I usually use a wand as a focus to amplify them. I can cast without one, but Theo's always said a proper medium can make a big difference, especially with healing. Zaid scratched the back of her head absently. That's interesting, she said. I've never used a wand or a staff or anything like that before. With a flick of her foot she kicked the fire conversion ring into the air, caught it, and slipped it down around her waist. Then she pointed across the courtyard toward a statue standing several yards away. I'm guessing that's our target. Esmeralda followed her gaze. Yes, she said. The battered statue of Emperor Gareth Xander. Zaid squinted at it and burst into laughter. I was wondering why you had a human-sized statue of the Emperor sitting in the middle of your garden. Esmeralda smiled faintly, recalling the story almost as though she had lived the moment herself through Theo's retelling. When Theodore left the Empire, she said, the Emperor was so fond of him that he gifted Theo a statue of himself so he'd always remember him in case he never came back. She folded her arms and looked at the worn figure of stone. Getting rid of it would have drawn too much attention or pointed fingers back at him, so Theo just stuck it in the courtyard and let everyone use it for spell practice. She gestured toward the chipped stone surface. The rock it's carved from is similar to the crystals that naturally repel magic. The small damage you see on it now is from Lizyra, Adele, and Kitsune doing their worst. Esmeralda smirked slightly. And Theo's had that thing sitting there for almost 10 years. Raising one of her hands toward the statue, Zaid said, let's show him what we think of all the changes he brought with him from the northern continent. As the words left her mouth, a tight burst of air began gathering in the center of her palm. The pressure built rapidly until the forming zephyr ignited, flames licking outward before crawling up her arm and catching the sleeve of her tunic on fire. Esmeralda reacted immediately, striking Zaid's arm repeatedly with both hands to smother the flames before they could spread further. You can't cradle the spell or focus it in your hand like that, she instructed firmly. You have to prime it with everything you've got the moment you release it, before the enchantment from the ring takes hold, otherwise you'll end up setting yourself on fire. Thin coils of smoke drifted lazily upward from the scorched sleeve as Zaid brushed away the lingering embers and asked, what if I used your wand? Esmeralda considered the thought for a moment before replying, I think it's best if you get a feel for how the enchantment behaves first. Once you understand that, then we can start amplifying things. Taking a steady breath, Zaid raised her hand once more and aimed at the statue before closing her eyes, mentally walking herself through the process. Focus, conjure, cast while gathering the wind with greater control than before. By the time her eyes opened again, the spell had already left her hand. A razor-thin zephyr tore across the courtyard and ignited midway through its flight, the sudden burst of flame accelerating the current even further until the burning gust carved through the statue's neck with a sharp electrical snap that echoed across the stone courtyard, followed almost immediately by the violent crack of the sound barrier breaking. Esmeralda stared as the severed head of the statue tumbled from its pedestal and rolled across the courtyard cobblestones, disbelief plainly written across her face as she finally asked, "How in the fucking hells did you just do that?" The sudden violence of the spell pulled the attention of nearly everyone nearby, except for Lizyra, who stood behind Isaac with her arms crossed and an irritated scowl spreading across her face as she protested, "Why do we have to go through all this while Adele gets a free pass? She barely even uses melee weapons, so shouldn't she be out here suffering with the rest of us?" Turning around to face her, Isaac replied, "Because Adele already proved to me that she doesn't need one." Lizyra stared at him skeptically before asking, "Oh yeah? Without magic? How's that supposed to work?" "She claimed she could still open temporal voids even without mana," Isaac explained, "so I made her drink an anti-magic potion to prove it. She opened one, threw Vlad inside, and sealed it. Of course she let him out afterward, but if she had left him there long enough most creatures would eventually suffocate. I have no idea how she managed it, but I wasn't about to argue with her about it." Still trying to make sense of that explanation, Lizyra asked, "If she isn't using mana to open those, then what exactly is she using?" "I already told you I don't know," Isaac answered plainly. "That's a question for Theo when he gets back." Cutting into the conversation with a note of worry in her voice, Kitsune said, "I'm starting to get concerned about Master Theo. He said he wouldn't be gone longer than a day, but he still hasn't returned, and we're supposed to leave for the next expedition in just a few days." Isaac dismissed the concern with a casual confidence. Theo is a grown man and perfectly capable of taking care of himself. Besides, you know better than anyone that stepping into the capital has a way of attracting the sort of attention he'd rather avoid, so he probably got tangled up in something political and is trying to untangle it. If he hasn't returned by tomorrow, you and I can head to the capital ourselves and look for him." Leaning casually nearby, Osiris added with a grin, "I'm sure he's just enjoying himself in the brothels before we head out again. He's practically a celebrity whenever he shows up in the capital, so finding a willing companion is probably about as easy for him as pulling weeds." "Master Theo isn't like that." Kitsune shot back immediately. Osiris shrugged with a crooked smile. "You're right. Even street floozies have standards." Aurora smirked at that and chimed in teasingly, "Ah, you're just jealous because the only person who ever calls you handsome is your mother." "That's not true," Osiris protested. "She hasn't said that in over 41 years. Aurora's grin only widened. "So that explains why you've been angry for the entire time I've known you." Osiris responded with a sour-faced, exaggerated laugh that carried absolutely no amusement behind it. Before the banter could spiral any further, Isaac clapped his hands once and raised his voice authoritatively. "All right, that's enough. Everyone grab a weapon of your choice from the barrel or the rack. Lizyra, Kitsune, you're up first." Surveying the selection with clear annoyance, Lizyra frowned and asked, "What in the hells? Osiris had us shooting real firearms the other day, and now you want us practicing with wooden fakes." "Osiris didn't have you shooting at each other," Isaac replied calmly. "And these aren't toys. They're carefully balanced replicas with solid wooden blades, built to match the weight and handling of real weapons. They won't cut you open, but they can still hurt if you get careless, so don't treat them lightly." With a frustrated huff, Lizyra grabbed a bronze buckler and one of the practice swords before heading toward the sparring ground where Riley, Isaac, and Onyx had dueled earlier. Not far behind her, Kitsune followed with a pair of small, single-headed wooden battle axes gripped firmly in each hand as she took up position across from Lizyra. Standing off to the side where he could observe the match clearly, Isaac explained the rules to both of them. Unlike the match he watched earlier, this one ends when the first person lands 3 clean hits between the neck and the knee. If either of you lands a strike to the face, that counts as -1 point. Snuggling up against the base of a dogwood tree where he had taken a seat, Osiris leaned back and laced his fingers together behind his head, settling into the shade with obvious contentment before saying, "Wake me up when it's my turn, would you? Isaac approached and gave Osiris a firm nudge in the ribs with the toe of his boot. All right, change in plans. We're going to have you take on Lizyra and Kitsune in a 2-on-1. Without even bothering to open his eyes, Osiris replied lazily, most certainly not. If it were just Lizyra, sure. But not against the little fox runt. If she decides to go feral, the practice swords will be the least of our concerns. Lizyra spun toward him immediately, fury flashing across her face as she leveled her sword in his direction. Hey. What in the hells is that supposed to mean, you long-eared jerk? You think I wouldn't even be worth the challenge if it wasn't for my magic? Still reclining comfortably against the tree with his eyes closed, Osiris answered in the same relaxed tone. Not that I'm trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yes. Without your magic you're short, frail, and weak. Isn't that the entire reason Isaac and Vincent are putting us through this miserable exercise in the first place? Gritting her teeth hard enough to make her jaw ache, Lizyra began muttering the opening words of an incantation under her breath, though the spell never had the chance to take shape before Isaac stepped in. All right, he said firmly, raising a hand to stop the situation from escalating further. Kitsune, if you would sit this one out. Osiris will be sparring Lizyra instead. Osiris let out a tired sigh before finally pushing himself up from the tree. He strolled over to the rack of practice weapons and selected 2 short wooden swords, testing their weight briefly in each hand before making his way across the courtyard toward Lizyra. As Kitsune passed him on her way out of the sparring space, she muttered under her breath, you know, you don't have to act like an asshole all the time. Osiris didn't acknowledge the comment in the slightest as he stepped into position opposite Lizyra. Let's get this over with. At that moment a glowing magic circle suddenly flared to life beneath Lizyra's feet, its runic markings spilling pale light across the courtyard stones while a loose scatter of fallen leaves lifted into the air and began swirling around her boots. Hey! Osiris protested immediately. It's against the rules to use magic. Before anyone could accuse her of cheating, a series of low, distorted pulses began echoing outward from the circle like the muffled throb of a warped heartbeat. The runes flickered once, twice, and then the entire formation collapsed inward and vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Clearly irritated but making an effort not to snap, Lizyra replied, I was dispelling the enchantments I normally keep active at all times, so if you have a problem with that I'd be more than happy to restore them. Osiris answered with a crooked sneer. Let's just get on with it. Isaac stepped between them long enough to restate the terms. Same rules as before. First to land 3 clean hits to the body wins. After raising his hand briefly to signal the start, he added, on my mark. His hand dropped. Begin. The instant the word left Isaac's mouth, Lizyra hurled her shield without hesitation. The bronze buckler spun through the air and struck Osiris square in the mouth with a solid crack, knocking him flat on his back before he even had time to raise his swords. The shield bounced violently off his face and ricocheted across the courtyard in a tight arc before returning to Lizyra's hand without ever touching the ground. Osiris rolled onto his side and pushed himself upright while dragging the back of his sleeve across his mouth, smearing the blood that had begun running from his lip. You little shit. Isaac immediately cut in from the sidelines. Throwing shields isn't allowed in this demonstration, Liz. And you hit him in the mouth. -1 point. Lizyra clasped the buckler against her arm again while a wicked grin crept across her face. I'm sorry. It just jumped out of my hands on its own. Osiris had only just begun climbing back to his feet when he started to say, that was completely unnecessary. Before the sentence could leave his mouth, he suddenly dropped into a tight forward roll, sprang upward out of the motion, and drove one of the short swords straight into Lizyra's abdomen.
I just had to fix that up and
Before
go.
the rest of the sentence could leave his mouth, he suddenly dropped into a tight forward roll, sprang upward out of the motion, and drove one of the short swords straight into Lizyra's abdomen. The strike landed solidly against her midsection, and the momentum of the attack carried directly into a follow-up kick that slammed into her stomach and sent her stumbling backward before she lost her footing and crashed into the dirt. Osiris allowed himself a brief, satisfied smirk as Isaac called out. Osiris allowed himself a brief, satisfied smirk as Isaac called out his 2 points, though the expression began to fade the moment he saw Lizyra moving again. What he had expected to be a moment for her to catch her breath instead turned into something entirely different as she twisted out of the dirt and rolled smoothly back onto her feet. Mud clung to her cheek and brow, yet she wore it like war paint, a crooked smile spreading across her face as if the fall had only fueled her determination. Before he could fully read her intent, Lizyra lunged. The charge was raw and direct, stripped of the careful formations and clever footwork they had spent the entire morning studying. In that moment, none of the tactics lingered clearly in her mind. What did surface, however, was the countless times she had watched Avery throw himself headlong into battle without hesitation, always the first to meet. Herself. The charge was raw and direct, stripped of the careful formations and clever footwork they had spent the entire morning studying. In that moment, none of the tactics lingered clearly in her mind. What did surface, however, was the countless times she had watched Avery throw herself headlong into battle without hesitation, always the first to meet the enemy blade. That memory alone guided her forward. Osiris adjusted his stance and prepared himself, watching closely as Lizyra drew her sword arm back in preparation for a strike. The movement was exactly what he expected, and he began shifting his guard to intercept it. What he did not expect was the shield. Instead of swinging, Lizyra drove the bronze buckler forward like a battering ram. The impact slammed directly into Osiris's stomach, forcing the air from his lungs while knocking one of his sword arms sharply upward. In the same instant she thrust her blade into his side, the wooden edge striking hard enough to count before she stepped backward and shoved him again with the shield, sending him staggering several paces. Osiris recovered quickly, planting his foot and twisting his body to counter with a swift slash from the sword opposite her shield arm. The strike came fast and clean, yet Lizyra reacted even faster. She spun into a tight, dazzling twirl that turned her back toward him while her blade angled just enough to knock his strike aside. Before Osiris could adjust again, Lizyra's foot drove straight into his abdomen. The kick struck with surprising force and knocked him completely off balance, sending him crashing onto his backside in the dirt. Lizyra did not hesitate for even a breath. Using the momentum of her spin, she followed the kick by bringing her sword down in a heavy overhead strike. Osiris barely managed to roll out of the way before the blow landed where his chest had been moments earlier. Dirt scattered as he twisted back onto his feet and launched himself upward, vaulting over Lizyra's head just as she swung again in an attempt to catch him. As Osiris passed overhead, something inside Lizyra shifted. Her vision warped as though reality itself had been pulled taut and then snapped loose. The bright midsol sky dimmed abruptly, darkening into a depth of black that felt unnatural, and a thin streak of cyan light flickered across her sight. For an instant she was no longer standing in the courtyard surrounded by the others. She stood somewhere else. Her body felt strangely exposed, as if the armor of her senses had been stripped away, leaving only the faint sensation of damp cloth clinging loosely to her skin. In the warped darkness before her, the shape of Osiris seemed to flicker and distort, twisting and folding in on itself until another figure appeared within it. Her doppelganger. The reflection of herself shifted in and out of Osiris's form like a phantom trying to claw its way free. Fear surged through Lizyra's chest before she could stop it. Gravitas Liger. The words tore from her throat with desperate force as a magic circle erupted beneath her feet, its glowing runes carving themselves into existence with a violent flash of light. Midway through his landing, Osiris suddenly felt something seize hold of him. An immense, invisible pressure clamped down on his body and hurled him straight into the ground. The impact struck with crushing force, pinning him against the earth as though the weight of a mountain had been dropped on top of him. Lizyra's breathing came fast and ragged as the world twisted around her, the courtyard flickering between reality and the warped darkness that still haunted her vision. Gravitas Liger. The incantation burst from her lips again. The pressure intensified instantly. Osiris's body convulsed under the invisible weight as the air was driven violently from his lungs. Bones groaned and began to splinter beneath the crushing force while blood surged up his throat and filled his mouth, spilling outward as he tried to breathe. Yet Lizyra saw none of it. All she could see was the doppelganger struggling beneath the spell, writhing under the pressure as though the creature itself were trying to escape her grasp. Terror pounded through her veins while she fought to pull in another breath, the incantation forming on her lips once more as panic overtook reason. Gravitas Lig. The spell shattered before it could be finished. Isaac's open hand struck Lizyra across the face with a sharp crack that snapped her head to the side and tore her violently back into reality. The magic circle vanished instantly. Freed from the crushing force, Osiris erupted into a scream of agony as he rolled onto his side, choking violently while blood poured from his mouth and splattered the dirt beneath him. At the same moment the distortion vanished from Lizyra's vision, replaced by the horrified voices of everyone around her shouting for her to stop. As her sight finally cleared, the scene before her slammed into focus. Osiris lay twisted in the dirt, his body crushed so badly that several shattered bones had torn through the skin. Blood streamed from his mouth as he convulsed and retched, the sound of his screams echoing across the courtyard. Kitsune rushed to his side without hesitation and dropped to her knees beside him, pressing both hands against his chest as she began chanting healing spells in frantic succession. Isaac's voice thundered above the chaos. "What in the hells is the matter with you? You almost killed him." Lizyra stood frozen in place, her hands trembling as the weight of what she had done finally began to sink in. I. The words refused to form. Instead, she turned abruptly, letting the practice sword and shield fall from her hands as she broke into a run. Tears blurred her vision while she fled across the courtyard, darting past the stables before disappearing through the tavern doors as the sound of Osiris's ragged breathing and Kitsune's desperate incantations echoed behind her.
Alright, we've gotten through more chapters I thought we would without having to end stream and drastically start rewriting, so hopefully this isn't the chapter we have to start doing that on. So far, we're on page 405 out of 676. We've actually gained a page back. I guess that was on chapter 18's rewrite. But yeah, we're back up to 242,486 words. We got the next chapter set up. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick before the music ends, and I'll be right back.
Chapter 24. Metamorphosis. Vert D/Lizyra/23/Y997/6th age, Midsol. F. I've horses ploddingly strode down a narrow dirt trail winding through the heart of the Eldeen Wooge, the faint path barely clinging to existence as roots pushed up through the soil and moss crept over its edges. Low-hanging branches brushed against riders and tack alike, and the forest pressed inward from both sides as though intent on swallowing the road whole. The air carried the damp scent of pine and earth, and the canopy above filtered the morning light into fractured ribbons that shifted across armor, leather, and reins with each step forward. At the head of the group rode a man clad in dark-plated knight's armor, a deep red cape draped across his back and spilling over the flanks of his horse as it walked. He sat tall in the saddle, pale skin framed by curly brown hair that slipped through the gap of his raised visor. Ice-blue eyes scanned the road ahead with quiet vigilance, missing little as they moved between shadowed brush and the narrowing trail. A rough stubble lined his jaw, softening otherwise sharp features, while the posture he carried spoke of long campaigns and discipline hardened into habit. Strapped across his back rested a massive great sword, its length nearly rivaling his own height. The weapon's weight pulled subtly against the leather harness securing it, the kind of blade that demanded years of conditioning to wield effectively. Even at rest it carried a presence, heavy enough that an untrained fighter would struggle simply to stand upright beneath it, let alone bring it to bear in combat. Behind him rode an elven woman astride a darker horse, her posture straight and balanced, making her appear nearly equal in height to the armored man even while mounted. Her armor was slimmer, contoured for mobility rather than brute endurance, the plates overlapping in a way that favored speed and precision over sheer durability. Her helm hung loosely from the side of her saddle, swaying in a slow rhythm with each step of the horse. Short brown hair brushed just past her chin, barely shifting in the still air beneath the dense canopy. A long lance rested along her back, secured diagonally, its polished shaft catching faint glimmers of filtered sunlight whenever the trees parted just enough for light to slip through. Not far behind her traveled a wolf beastman whose thick brown fur carried streaks of black like charred bark. A heavy cloak draped over layered tunics concealed most of his frame, though the fabric shifted in subtle, unnatural ways as he rode. The rigid lines beneath the cloth betrayed the presence of concealed firearms resting against his torso, while heavier shapes along his sides suggested carefully placed explosives tucked within easy reach. Each movement produced a muted clink of hidden metal, and despite his relaxed posture, there was a coiled readiness about him, like a hunter carrying more teeth than he cared to show. At the rear of the formation rode Lillian, with the party leader Olivia beside her. Olivia was a shorter demi-elf with silky black hair that fell neatly to her shoulders, the strands catching faint light where they slipped from beneath her hood. Her eyes burned a vivid blood red that contrasted sharply against porcelain-white skin, and two small fangs rested just past her upper lip, subtle but unmistakable markers of her half-blood vampire heritage. She wore brown shorts that stopped just above her knees, long white stockings descending into large wool-insulated boots that softened the otherwise practical outfit. A dark brown cloak wrapped around her body, the hood drawn forward to shade most of her face as they rode. Resting across her lap lay a long staff of twisted vines spiraling upward into a softly glowing green orb, its faint light pulsing gently with each sway of the horse, while a small spellbook hung secured at her belt, bound tightly within a leather sheath that kept its pages from shifting as they traveled. As the trail veered away from the cobblestone road, the knight at the front raised a hand and motioned for the group to follow. The dirt path beyond was poorly maintained, overgrown brush bleeding into the roadway and forcing the horses to step carefully as roots and stones pressed unevenly beneath their hooves. Olivia turned slightly in her saddle and said, "Thanks for tagging along and filling in for Amanda. The syndicate's been overworking her, and she's been really suffering from mana sickness." Trying not to drop a ration of jerky, Lillian replied, "Oh, think nothing of it. I love getting to spend time with you and your crew. Cyrex has been out on assignment after assignment, and with my day off I needed to get out of Scarlet Hollow." "Did he ever find Roberto's killers?" Olivia asked. After devouring a slab of jerky, Lillian said, "I don't know. He had a few other assignments right as he left, so I haven't heard from him since he's been gone." She dug into her ration pouch, scraping up the bits at the bottom before adding, "He's only been out for about 2 weeks. I'm sure he'll be back around the end of the month and we'll hear all about it." Olivia gave a faint nod. "Maybe he'll be back before the lunar event and we can celebrate for once." Stuffing the empty ration pack away, Lillian said, "I already know something will come up. There'll be a hunt, or a bounty, or they'll send one of us to some remote island to pick 5,000 rare herbs again." Up ahead the woods began to thin into a small clearing, and Lillian leaned forward slightly in her saddle. "So what exactly are we doing again?" Adjusting her posture, Olivia replied, 3 crimson mages went missing a while ago, and one of them supposedly lives up ahead. The Emperor's been ever so kind as to bless us with the task of finding them and bringing them back. Don't you think the Imperial officers would have already checked his house?" Lillian asked. Reaching over her shoulder, Olivia slid her staff into a holster across her back. "Figured we'd start here and see if there's anything they missed, or maybe his wife's heard something by now. Something along those lines." As they approached the clearing, the path gradually smoothed, the undergrowth thinning until the road opened into a roundabout ahead. A large wooden cabin sat perpendicular to a set of stables, both weathered but well kept. Beyond them stretched an orchard that reached all the way to the far tree line, rows of Draken apple trees blending together in a canopy of yellow, red, and orange. Their branches intertwined overhead, leaves whispering softly as they shifted, the colors bleeding together like embers caught in the fading light. Parked in front of the cabin stood 2 single-story enclosed wagon cars, their harnesses still fastened to what remained of the beasts that had once pulled them. Dragon raptors and horses lay butchered in the dirt, their bodies torn open by deep lacerations that exposed bone, muscle, and glistening organs. Chunks of flesh were missing as though something had bitten straight through them, some carcass.
And I had to fix that. They're dragon rhinoceros, not dragon raptor. Dragon raptor's a monster that lives in the woods, and dragon rhinoceros are like type of rhino dragon hybrid that pulls carriages and they don't fly or anything like that.
Parked. As they approached the clearing, the path gradually smoothed, the undergrowth thinning until the road opened into a roundabout ahead. A large wooden cabin sat perpendicular to a set of stables, both weathered but well kept. Beyond them stretched an orchard that reached all the way to the far tree line, rows of Draken apple trees blending together in a canopy of yellow, red, and orange. Their branches intertwined overhead, leaves whispering softly as they shifted, the colors bleeding together like embers caught in the fading light. Parked in front of the cabin stood 2 single-story enclosed wagon cars, their harnesses still fastened to what remained of the beasts that had once pulled them. Dragon rhinoceros and horses lay butchered in the dirt, their bodies torn open by deep lacerations that exposed bone, muscle, and glistening organs. Chunks of flesh were missing as though something had bitten straight through them, some carcasses ended abruptly at the ribs, others were nothing but hindquarters with 2 rigid legs jutting skyward. One wagon had been knocked onto its side, its splintered frame half buried in gravel, while a wide smear of blood dragged from it across the ground and continued toward the house. The front door hung open in the most uninviting way possible, a dark mouth waiting as the party rode into the clearing. No fire burned. No smoke drifted. Only the gore of mangled corpses and the twisted wagons remained, the stillness pressing in around them like something holding its breath. Olivia swung down from her horse and raised a hand. "Somir, halt. The man at the front tightened his reins and lifted a fist, bringing the group to an immediate stop. Olivia stepped closer, her voice dropping as her eyes swept the clearing. Before we go any further, take everyone and backtrack 100 paces. Secure the perimeter. I'm going to check the house and stables. Somir nodded once and signaled the retreat, guiding his horse back the way they had come while the others followed. Olivia's mount moved with them, leaving her crouched near the edge of the brush where the clearing met the tree line. She slipped into the undergrowth, moving low, and as she passed between two thorn shrubs her body twisted with a faint puff of light, shrinking and reshaping until a small black field mouse darted forward in her place. Pine needles blanketed the earth beneath towering conifers whose roots clawed through the soil like exposed veins while the sweet, resinous, and sharp scent of the eldenwood flooded her senses. Keeping to those roots as cover, she scurried closer to the overturned wagons. The smell of gunpowder and wrought metal clung to the air, mingling with the heavy iron tang of blood. She paused beside a severed wheel lying half buried in the dirt. Another wheel clung to its hub, suspended off the ground by its axle, where it turned slowly, while thick red droplets crept down its spokes and fell in soft, wet taps into the blood-soaked mud beneath. Climbing the cabin wall, she peered through a shattered window. Inside, the upholstery had been torn apart, stuffing pulled free and soaked through with dark stains. Dropping silently within, she kept low and looked out through the open cabin door toward the house beyond. Bullet casings littered the walkway, scattered among gouges carved deep into stone. Sections of the path were cratered with blast marks still faintly smoldering, coated in an unnatural ethereal blue glaze that shimmered as if the air itself had burned. Whatever had happened here had not happened long ago. The warmth still clung to the damage, and the metallic scent hung thick and fresh. More unsettling still, the front door of the house had not simply been broken. A portion of the wall around it had been smashed inward, splintered beams jutting at odd angles as though something too large to fit had forced its way through. Moving from debris to debris, Olivia crossed the walkway and reached the porch, then scaled a lattice of creeping vines that had grown up the side of the house. She slipped along the gutter and onto a small balcony overlooking the clearing, then crept inside the adjoining room. The sight within froze her in place. A bed on the far side of the chamber was soaked in blood. A female human lay sprawled across it on her back, her abdomen and chest eaten away down to the spine. Fragments of ribcage arched upward like broken fingers, and the exposed pelvis gleamed wetly beneath torn flesh. Her face had been carved by 4 deep slashes that cut evenly through skull and features alike, leaving nothing recognizable behind. Steam rose faintly from the body, drifting into the cold air before dissolving. Olivia moved quietly past the bed and entered the hallway beyond. The walls were shredded with intersecting cuts, as though 2 swordsmen had fenced there with reckless abandon, blades chewing into wood and plaster alike. Near the banister, halfway down a spiral staircase, lay the body of a small child pressed face first into the wall, the torso flattened as if something immense had barreled through without slowing. A dark silhouette of blood stained both wall and floor, the outline stark against the polished wood. Crossing the soaked boards, Olivia slipped into a room across the hall and climbed onto a desk cluttered with textbooks and specialized grimoires. Her eyes scanned their spines until one title made her chest tighten, Symptoms and Treatments of Miasmic-Borne Illnesses. Empty potion bottles lay scattered beside it, some tipped over, others crushed, and a few whose necks were jagged and laced with blood. Scurrying from the desk, Olivia retraced her path, slipping back through the balcony doors and down the lattice of vines into the front yard. She darted along the web of roots that veined the soil, keeping low as she crossed the clearing toward the tree line. When she reached the brush, her body twisted again in a soft burst of white light, as she returned to her original form. The scent of pine and blood dulled as her senses shifted back, and she crouched low while pushing through the undergrowth until she spotted her party waiting deeper in the woods. Somir spoke first, his tone steady but grim. The outer perimeter is clear, but something horrible definitely transpired around the back of the house at the end of the orchard. Decapitated bodies of field workers, some of them look partially devoured. Olivia's expression tightened. It's about the same inside. Except upstairs there's a room with books on miasmic illness. Her words were cut short by a sudden explosion at the far end of the orchard. A plume of black smoke erupted among the Draken apple trees along the western edge, followed immediately by the sharp crack of gunfire echoing through the clearing. Olivia raised her fist and signaled, her finger making a quick motion as the group spread into formation. They moved carefully through the brush lining the orchard, using the tree lean as cover while advancing. Through the leaves she spotted a large storage shed with part of its roof blown open, splintered beams jutting skyward. A man knelt near its entrance, hunched on his hands and knees as if struggling to stay upright. Breaking formation, Olivia stepped closer to the tall elf in slender armor. I want you and Boris to take the flank on the east end. Hold unless something happens. Cynthia lowered her visor with a soft metallic click and nodded, backing through the woods. The wolf beastman followed her, pulling a long-barreled flintlock pistol from beneath his cloak. Olivia then turned to Lillian. Amanda wouldn't have known the spell, but how far can you tell? I want. Breaking form. Olivia raised her fist and signaled, her finger making a quick motion as the group spread into formation. They moved carefully through the brush lining the orchard, using the tree lean as cover while advancing. Through the leaves she spotted a large storage shed with part of its roof blown open, splintered beams jutting skyward. A man knelt near its entrance, hunched on his hands and knees as if struggling to stay upright. Breaking formation, Olivia stepped closer to the tall elf in slender armor. Cynthia, I want you and Boris to take the flank on the east end. Hold unless something happens. Cynthia lowered her visor with a soft metallic click and nodded, backing through the woods. The wolf beastman followed her, pulling a long-barreled flintlock pistol from beneath his cloak. Olivia then turned to Lillian. Amanda wouldn't have known the spell, but how far can you teleport us if something gets out of hand? Lillian thought for a moment. With a gate stone, I could send us anywhere on the continent that I've already linked to. Without one, I could probably get us back to the Imperial trading post a few miles down the trail, horses and all. She tilted her head slightly. Why? You see something in there that still has you spooked? I just don't like this, Olivia admitted quietly, her gaze still fixed on the kneeling figure in the distance. I don't want anyone else dying. I still haven't found a replacement for Iris since she passed. Even with you filling in for Amanda, we're still down a member. Lillian smiled, almost playfully. Oh come on, Olive. Even without Iris's spells, I still know the basic non-elemental attack ones outside of healing. Her grin sharpened. And I've got a few last resort spells I never get to use, in case something freaky happens. Olivia exhaled softly, unease lingering in her eyes. Let's go see what happened. Somir took the lead, pushing through the brush into the orchard with Lillian and Olivia close behind. The name Olive lingered in her thoughts as she walked. It had been years since she'd heard it spoken so casually. Before her promotion, most of her friends had called her that, but after rising to Claw of the Dragon, even those closest to her had grown accustomed to using her formal name. Hearing it again stirred something distant and almost fragile beneath the tension. Massive apple-like fruits hung heavy from the branches above them, their skins swirling with burning reds, golds, and deep oranges. None bore a single color, each looked dipped in layered paint that flowed and fused like oil across water. The Draken apples were prized for their sweet, spicy bite, commonly fermented into ale or distilled into reagents for potion making. Lillian's eyes lit up. Nearly foaming with excitement, she reached up and plucked several from the branches, stuffing them into a sack beneath her cloak. Olivia immediately snatched them away and tossed them into the grass. No. This entire area could be tainted by miasmic corruption. If you ate one, you could succumb to it. Lillian frowned, watching them roll in the dirt. Damn, they look so delicious though. I'm sure when we get back you can harass the cooks for a bushel, Olivia said, her attention returning to the kneeling man ahead. If you want them that badly. They drew closer, the smell of smoke and burnt wood thickening in the air. The shed loomed larger now, its roof torn open and charred beams still smoldering faintly. The man remained on his knees, unmoving except for a slight tremor in his shoulders. Somir stepped forward and cleared his throat, projecting his voice without sounding hostile. "We are here on behalf of the Royal Crown and are looking for Grandmaster Jakir of the Crimson Mages. Please tell us if you are in need of assistance, and what has transpired here." Somir's words seemed to drift past the kneeling man, who muttered shakily to himself, "I don't understand what went wrong. I read the text hundreds of times, thousands, even. She was well within the incubation period. I don't understand." Somir circled slowly, keeping distance while maintaining a firm grip on the hilt of his sheathed greatsword. "Can you tell me what happened?" His question faltered as he stepped far enough around the man to see what lay on the ground before him. A severed head rested in the dirt. It was Hume, its blonde hair soaked dark with blood, half the face still recognizable beneath the gore. The other half had warped into something violently inhuman. Bulbous growths pushed outward like malignant tumors bursting through skin, their swollen folds splitting into half-formed mouths lined with needle-like teeth. From the stump of the neck extended a lengthened spinal column, slick with blood, whipping and writhing across the ground. Chunks of flesh and viscera clung between vertebrae as it dragged itself in erratic coils. The human eye bulged near bursting, rolling wildly in its socket until it fixed suddenly on Somir. Its pupil expanded from a tiny speck to nearly swallowing the iris as it locked onto him. The spinal cord stiffened as Somir took a cautious step backward. "She was fine, for days," the man whispered, his voice breaking. "I don't understand what I did wrong. I tried to stop her, but before I could even draw my sword, his shoulders shook as tears struck the ground. She killed them." He choked on the words, then forced them out in a trembling breath. "She ate them." He lifted his head, eyes swollen and red, staring directly at Somir. Only then did Somir recognize him. Grandmaster Jakir. The same face from the wanted posters and warrant sketches, now drenched in blood and entrails. His long brown hair stuck out in clumped strands from beneath a soaked bicocket, the feather jutting from it matted with gore. A rapier hung loosely in one trembling hand as he struggled to hold himself upright. His beard, once neatly kept, was burned, and fused into a grotesque mass of melted hair and congealed viscera that clung to his chin. Somir's voice hardened. "Please back away from the miasmic aberration and let us take care of it." Jakir snapped upright, fury cutting through his grief. "Don't call her that. You address her as Sergeant Kindleson, you worm." Olivia stepped forward, her tone cold. "That isn't Tamara Kindleson anymore, Grandmaster. Please step back so we can put her to rest." "Don't you dare lay a finger on her," snapped Grandmaster Jakir as he began to level his rapier toward Olivia. Before anyone could move, the spinal column sprang upward. It pierced through Jakir's neck in a wet thrust, then slid downward along his spine like a serpent coiling around its prey. Tamara's severed head followed, dragging behind it until the head settled flush against his shoulders. In a single grotesque motion, the mutated half of her face expanded and clamped over Jakir's skull, swallowing it whole. The mass shuddered as his head disappeared, the remaining flesh shifting and readjusting atop its stolen body. Tendrils burst outward from the exposed spine, burrowing into Jakir's torso like parasitic roots. They threaded through muscle and bone, anchoring themselves as the two forms fused. His arms and legs jerked violently, bones snapping and reforming beneath the skin while the body collapsed to the ground in a writhing mass of flesh and pus, reshaping itself in spasmodic convulsions. Somir drew in one fluid motion, the great sword clearing his back as he stepped forward and brought it down with crushing force. The blade split the monstrosity diagonally from shoulder to hip, cleaving the fused body into two halves. Without hesitation, he dragged the embedded blade through the dirt and whipped the upper portion aside, hurling it into the entrance of the storage shed with the flat of the steel. Lillian surged forward, voice ringing with urgency. "Ignis Sanctus." A blazing bolt of lightning tore down from the sky and struck the lower half of the creature, erupting into roaring flames. The body writhed beneath the fire, flesh blackening and bursting, yet even as it burned the tissue knitted itself back together, tendrils reforming and new growths clawing upward, attempting to regenerate the severed upper half. "Flugsum!" Lillian shouted, thrusting her hand outward. A sickly green radiance engulfed the creature, the air around it warping as its regeneration faltered. The stitching flesh slowed, then stuttered, unable to keep pace with the consuming flames. Within moments the body collapsed inward, charred tissue crumbling into ash. A final surge of violet and black smoke puffed outward as the remains disintegrated completely, leaving nothing but scorched earth and the lingering stench of burned corruption. A long, mucus-slick tendril shot from the storage shed's doorway with violent speed, coiling around Somir's right ankle before anyone could react. The sudden force ripped his feet out from under him, and he slammed onto his back as the tendril dragged him across the churned earth toward the dark entrance. Somir grunted, scraping through dirt and shattered wood while flailing for his great sword, his fingers clawing at empty air as the weapon slid farther away with every violent jerk. Cynthia fell from above like a descending meteor, her lance driving downward in a brutal arc that severed the tendril just beneath Somir's foot. The coil spasmed wildly, whipping across the ground like a dying fish searching for water. Before it could reattach, the severed mass glowed with sickly green light, and a holy bolt of fire crashed down upon it, incinerating the writhing flesh into ash. The remaining length recoiled violently and snapped back into the shed. Somir rolled onto his side, forced himself upright, and snatched his sword from the ground while dragging in a breath that rattled in his chest. "Thanks, Cynthia, just about shit myself." Cynthia rotated her lance into a ready stance, eyes locked on the shed. "You can wipe your ass later. What's the next move? The longer we wait, the worse it's going to get while that thing regenerates." "We need to sever as much as we can and have Lillian burn it away," Olivia instructed, already bracing her staff. Before anyone moved, hundreds of tendrils erupted from the shed in every direction, slamming into nearby draken apples and coiling around entire branches. Some wrapped around full trees, wrenching them from the soil with tearing roots and spraying dirt. The tendrils dragged everything inward, whipping back through the shattered doorway as the sounds of grinding teeth echoed from within. Wood splintered and bark cracked under crushing bites while the creature devoured fruit and timber alike, the ravenous chewing reverberating across the orchard in wet, splintering crunches. Olivia's expression tightened. "Fuck, that's not good." A wide beam of pure blue magical energy suddenly tore outward from inside the shed, blasting through the structure and launching directly toward the party. The beam was too large to dodge, its path ripping up soil and carving a trench as it advanced. A heartbeat before impact, Lillian thrust her staff forward. "Lena." Their bodies dissolved into shimmering light, phasing out as the beam tore through the space they had occupied. They reappeared across the orchard near the log house, boots skidding across grass as the displaced air snapped back into place. Olivia shouted, "Everyone get ready, it won't take long." The warning cut short as trees began exploding across the orchard. The creature plowed forward, smashing through trunks and branches, uprooting everything between itself and the party. The ground shook with each impact, splintered wood flying outward as its massive form advanced. The nearest trees obscured Olivia's view, but she raised her staff and spoke sharply. "Vitibus implicare." The earth trembled as thorn-covered vines burst from the soil just as the monstrosity broke through the last line of trees. It towered nearly 5 humes tall, its lower body resembling a spider constructed from flesh, bone, and mismatched limbs. Its legs were twisted human appendages fused with jagged wood and splintered bone, bark stitched through the joints like crude ligaments. The upper torso remained vaguely humanoid, though swollen and distorted, with overextended muscular arms ending in elongated claws that curved like hooked blades. Its head remained half human and half aberration, now swollen to the size of a small boulder, looming grotesquely above its own body. Slime dripped from every seam, strands of viscous fluid stretching and snapping as it moved, steam rising where the ooze met the cold air. The vines lashed upward, wrapping around its limbs and torso, dragging the massive body downward against its will. The creature thrashed, but the thorns bit deep, tightening as more growth coiled around it. "Spinatary!" Olivia shouted. A jagged spire of bedrock erupted from the ground, spearing through the creature's chest. The impact lifted it slightly before the vines yanked it back down, pinning it in place as the stone jutted through its torso. The monstrosity shrieked, and tendrils burst outward from its body in every direction. Small beams of pure magical energy fired from their tips, slicing through nearby trees and even severing some of its own flailing appendages as the attack sprayed wildly. A luminous veil expanded outward from Lillian, forming a protective dome. Incoming beams struck the barrier and dissipated into rippling light as she shouted, "Divinum Velamen." Beneath the shimmering shield, Olivia assessed the creature. It doesn't seem intelligent, so we're likely dealing with a Category 3. I'm not sure if its head or spine is the core, but if we sever enough of its body to reach them and destroy it, we should slow its regeneration enough to obliterate it. Somir exhaled sharply. That's a lovely plan, but the second I get close to that thing it's going to overwhelm me with tentacles before I can chop them all. Cynthia stepped forward, steady and confident. If it's focused on you, I'll strike from above. That should give you the opening you need. Their bodies began to glow with soft white light as Lillian layered enchantments, her staff pulsing while she maintained the protective veil. The glow settled into their forms, the magic tightening around muscle and movement like invisible armor. I've enchanted both of you, Lillian said, breathing hard as she held the barrier. Your strength and agility should be increased for a few minutes. One by one, the monstrosity tore free of the vines anchoring it to the ground, ripping them loose and dragging the thorned lengths into its own flesh as they fused and vanished beneath pulsing layers of muscle and bark. It screamed as severing beams of magic lashed wildly from its body, carving through trees, soil, and anything unfortunate enough to lie within reach. For every vine it destroyed, 2 more burst from the earth and coiled around it, tightening like constrictors. 4 larger tentacles hammered into the ground, pounding violently as if trying to locate the source of the growth strangling it, while the chaotic beams continued shredding the orchard around them. Olivia forced the spell forward, her voice strained. I won't be able to hold it for long. Grass and weeds beneath their feet surged unnaturally, stretching upward in seconds as a random scatter of flowers burst through the soil. A warm, rejuvenating breeze swept beneath Lillian's veil, swirling around the party as Olivia shifted her focus to a new incantation. After a brief moment of concentration, she raised her staff and spoke, Florent Aura. The wind surged outward and passed through their bodies like liquid warmth. Instant regeneration should last about a minute or 2, so Lillian, if you could. The veil collapsed before she finished, and their bodies dissolved into light as Cynthia launched skyward. Tentacles and beams ripped through the space they had occupied, annihilating trees, brush, and even the ground that had been protected beneath the barrier. They materialized beside the pinned creature, and Olivia finished through clenched teeth, teleport us. Somir appeared mid-swing, his great sword already cutting into an exposed section of flesh between the constricting vines. The blade slid through the mass like heated steel through wax, and he flowed from one strike into the next without pause. Each swing fed the momentum of the next, carving deep channels through muscle, bark, and bone. Tentacles erupted in response, but as each one formed, a glowing ring of light snapped around it. Lizyra! Lillian shouted again and again, each binding locking a tendril in place before it could lash out. The captured appendages fell uselessly to the ground, thrashing without leverage. Somir pressed the assault, hacking through its torso and severing nearby legs pinned beneath its own weight. A tendril suddenly burst from the soil beneath him, coiling around his ankle. Thorns sprouted along its surface, crushing the armor of his greaves inward. Metal groaned as the spikes punched through, puncturing flesh. Viscous slime seeped from the thorns into the wound, and his ankle began swelling unnaturally. With a single decisive motion, Somir brought his sword down. Steel bit through armor, flesh, and bone at the knee. Pain tore from his throat as his lower leg fell away with the coiled tendril still attached. Freed, he pushed off with his remaining leg and rolled away across the ground while a new limb began forming from the stump, pale tissue sprouting and lengthening in rapid growth. The creature reacted instantly. A cluster of tentacles surged from the area he had been attacking, merging together into a single spiked mass that rose overhead and came crashing down. Cynthia dropped from above, spinning her lance like a rotary blade. The weapon tore through the descending tentacle, cleaving it in half before it could strike. The severed portion thrashed violently across the ground, spraying slime. Ignis Sanctus! Lillian called. A fiery bolt of lightning crashed down onto the writhing flesh. Flugsum! A sickly green aura enveloped it, slowing the regenerative movement as the flames consumed it. The severed mass twitched weaker and weaker before burning away completely, dissolving into ash that dispersed in a puff of black and violet smoke. At the same moment, the bedrock spire impelling the creature fractured as constricting tentacles wrapped around it and squeezed until the stone gave way. Freed from the pin, the monstrosity began burrowing downward through a hole it had already carved. Limbs still bound to the ground around it tore away from its body as it forced itself into the opening, flesh ripping and stretching while it crammed its bulk underground. Green and pink flames ignited across the discarded appendages as Olivia spoke, Somnium Ignis. Flugsum. Lillian followed, dampening the regenerative pull as the severed parts disintegrated beneath the twin effects. Somir pushed himself upright and retrieved his sword. His leg had fully regrown, the skin soft and pink like a newborn's, though each step sent a sharp, burning sting through the limb as nerves reformed and awakened. The ground ahead began to heave and split as the creature tunneled beneath the orchard, tearing through roots and soil toward the far edge where the battle had begun. The earth erupted as dagger-like claws punched upward, and the monstrosity clawed its way back to the surface with a shrieking howl. Lillian began another teleportation incantation, but the words caught in her throat as a distant explosion erupted. The creature squealed and lurched sideways, only to trigger another blast. It twisted and fled in a new direction, then another explosion tore into its body. Each detonation cracked through the orchard with a sharp report, purple sparks scattering across its slime-coated flesh. Tiny motes of violet light clung to its surface, dancing erratically before igniting. One after another they detonated, ripping chunks from its body as it thrashed in confusion, flames and fragments of flesh scattering while it struggled desperately to escape the unseen barrage. Each explosion drove the creature stumbling in the direction of the next, hurting it across the orchard until it collapsed back toward the shattered remains of the storage shed. Its body was charred and blistered, entire limbs missing, the remaining ones trembling beneath its weight. Between folds of swollen flesh, hidden mouths opened and closed in ragged breaths as it staggered through splintered beams and scattered debris. New tentacles tried to form to brace its fall, but they only grew a few feet before withering, twitching uselessly as the creature pitched forward. From behind a half-collapsed wall, Boris stepped into view, laughter rumbling from his chest as the beast slammed face first into the dirt before him. "You big dumb fuck." He raised a heavy rifle and squeezed the trigger. The shot detonated on impact, tearing into the abomination's skull in a violent burst. His hand snapped the charging lever back and forward in one smooth motion, chambering another round that he fired directly into the stump of its neck. The second impact exploded through the softened tissue, sending chunks of charred flesh outward. His wolfish tail wagged furiously as he cycled the lever again and again, firing as fast as the mechanism allowed, each shot blasting into the creature's body with thunderous force. When the rifle clicked empty, he let it hang from its strap and swept his cloak aside, drawing 2 revolver pistols. The hammers snapped back in rapid succession as the cylinders rotated, allowing him to fire continuously. Each shot punched into what remained of the monster's joints, targeting the points where limbs connected to its mass. "Fuck you," he howled, continuing to fire. Every entry wound festered immediately, blackened rot spreading outward from the impacts. Limbs slackened and collapsed as the corruption devoured the joints that held them together. Along the side of its torso, a small tumor-like bulge began to swell, pushing outward until the familiar female head started to reform, features splitting open as it emerged. A flash of light marked the party's arrival as Lillian teleported them in. Somir was already in motion, his sword descending in a brutal arc that severed the forming head the instant it appeared. Cynthia followed, her lance plunging down through the severed mass. "Ardiat," she shouted, and the scroll clutched in her hand wrapped around her weapon's shaft ignited and disintegrated into blue flame. Fire erupted from the lance's head upon impact, consuming the writhing head as it shriveled and burned. Somir drove his great sword into the exposed cavity where the creature's neck had once been. "Ferrum Ignis," he uttered through heavy breaths as a scroll trapped between his hands and the hilt burned away in blue light. Flames erupted along the blade deep inside the beast, and the surrounding flesh began to sizzle and cauterize. He twisted the sword violently, shredding tissue as the fire spread through its interior. "Step back," Lillian warned, her voice sharpening as she began focusing a new spell. Somir ripped the blade free, and everyone retreated as dark miasmic clouds churned overhead. Wind burst outward from Lillian, whipping her cloak and hair as her eyes burned red. She spoke an incantation in a language none of them recognized. "Shokyo," she muttered as the words escaped past her lips in a voice other than her own. Reality warped around the creature, bending inward as a neon-black beam laced with violet energy manifested around it. The column of power slammed downward, incinerating the monstrosity and carving deep into the earth beneath it. Raw energy roared as the beam burned through flesh, bone, and soil alike, erasing everything caught within its radius. A thunderclap split the air as the beam vanished and reality snapped back into place. The impact released a seismic shockwave that blasted outward, knocking everyone off their feet and flattening nearby orchard trees. When the dust settled, nothing remained but a smoldering crater nearly 30 feet across, faint wisps of divine and miasmic energy dissipating into the cold air.
right, we are now on page 421 out of 676. Chapter 25. Now, actually, this chapter I wrote last week and had to insert it into the story because I felt that its events were too important not to be there.
Chapter 25. Self-Destruct. Vert D/Lizyra/23/Y997/6th age, Dusk Tide. U. And like any other day, Kitsune was not dressed in her usual attire. Gone were her cloaked caravan tunic, her alchemist's apron, and the sterile scrubs she wore while tending the wounded. Toady, in what most would have considered the complete opposite of her fashion sense, she wore a short white linen robe trimmed along every seam and fold with crimson silk. A matching hood and short cape rested over her shoulders, the drawstring pulled so tightly only her mouth, nose, and the faint whiskers protruding from her cheeks remained visible beneath the shadow of the cowl. Standing atop a desk she had thoroughly reduced to disarray within Theo's Grandmaster Arcanist office on the 7th floor of the Imperial Mage College's Great Spire, Kitsune stared irritably at the drooping cola of an emberweed plant that hung low enough to nearly brush the desktop beneath her boots. The plant itself towered almost as tall as she did and had long since grown wild from neglect. Branches twisted over and beneath one another in a desperate snarl of leaves and heavy colas, each fighting for whatever pale light managed to spill through the nearby window. In Theo's prolonged absence, the only thing keeping the emberweed alive, alongside the dozen other plants scattered throughout the office, was a crude irrigation system assembled from hollow bamboo shoots. Several extended through a partially opened window just far enough to collect rainwater before funneling it back into the room and dripping life into the thirsty soil below. The contraption, worn down by time and neglect, had also been generous in its own decayed way, feeding the creeping patches of mold that spread across the wooden floorboards beneath it, especially where the bamboo framework had loosened and demanded repair. The office resembled less an academic workspace and more the abandoned greenhouse of a hermit scholar who had vanished mid-thought. Emberweed crowded nearly every corner, though other flora had managed to claim space among it. Small cacti rested beside stacks of books and scrolls while various flowers bloomed wherever sunlight reached. Several miniature bonsai trees sat arranged throughout the room, each shaped after larger mystical species found across the empire. The strangest among them all rested inside a pot nearly the size of a boulder, yet from its center sprouted only a tiny plant bearing a few delicate five-pointed leaves shaped almost like stars. Despite the obvious neglect surrounding it, the little plant appeared impossibly young and healthy, as though time itself refused to touch it. Military commendations and framed decrees lined portions of the walls between overflowing bookshelves. Some honored Theo's role in founding the Crimson Mages while others praised his achievements in arcane theory, magical engineering, and battlefield applications of elemental magic. A smaller collection of plagues commemorated the brief years he had taught his own magic theory and arcane applications courses within the college, though many had been carelessly shoved across shelves beneath loose papers and unopened packaging as if he had never cared enough to display them properly. Dominating the rear wall beneath layers of aging oil paint and varnish hung a portrait of a man who barely resembled the Theo Kitsune and Isaac knew now. The younger version of him stood proudly in a brilliant crimson mage uniform adorned with polished golden trim and an enormous feathered bicoquette tilted confidently atop neatly groomed brown hair. His beard had been trimmed with care instead of neglect, and a sharp, Almost arrogant smirk stretched across his face while the legendary rapier Inigo rested across his lap. Weapon racks flanked the portrait on both sides, displaying enchanted casting rapiers of varying make and rarity. Across from them rested collections of bucklers reinforced with dragon steel and layered dragon scales, each embedded with glowing arcanix slots radiating soft hues of blue, green, amber, and crimson throughout the dim office. Kitsune's expression soured further as she poked irritably at one of the dangling emberweed colas with the end of her finger. "I don't think anything in here is going to tell us where Theo went," she said through a frustrated sigh. "Besides his secret forest of emberweed and miniature trees, nothing even looks out of place." She hopped down from the desk and hurried toward the office door, brushing dust from the front of her robe as she added, "I think we should go see Master Etrix and find out what they discussed. If Theo told anyone where he intended to go, it would probably be him." Stuffing tomes and grimoires from Theo's shelves into an already overfilled satchel, Isaac glanced over at the devastation she had left behind and asked, "You aren't going to clean up the desk you massacred?" Glancing back at the desk before looking over at Isaac, Kitsune said, "Oh please, everything was already in shambles when we got here. If anything, I did Master Theo a favor and reorganized everything. But I insist we leave now." She looked down at the boots covering her feet and grimaced as she flexed her toes inside them. "I can feel my toenails growing every instant, and these wretched things are already becoming unbearable." Flipping through a random tome while stuffing others beneath his arm, Isaac replied, "Maybe if you shaved those hairy things, boots wouldn't be so unpleasant." Heat rushed into Kitsune's cheeks as one of her ears twitched sharply beneath the hood. "Hey," she protested, "my legs are not hairy. Besides a few faint streaks and patches of fur, they're practically hairless. It's these damn claws that make boots difficult." Her nose wrinkled with disgust before she added, "Unlike Morik's legs. You could weave an entire rug from his leg hair." Shoving the last tome that would fit into his satchel, Isaac stepped into the doorway beside her and said, "It's barely even past midsole, and I'd rather not spend the rest of it imagining Morik's hairy legs." A sly grin slowly tugged across Kitsune's lips as both ears perked beneath her hood. "But it's fine to think about mine though," she asked teasingly. Before Isaac could answer, Kitsune slipped out into the hall and produced a thin lockpick alongside a small bent strip of metal from somewhere beneath her robes. Kneeling beside Theo's office door, she slid both tools into the lock and began working them around until the mechanism clicked shut. Watching her in disbelief, Isaac finally asked, "I thought you said you had a key." After testing the handle and giving the door a firm shove to make certain it was secure, Kitsune glanced back over her shoulder and replied, "I do. It's a key that unlocks many doors throughout the capital, not just the ones in the college." Without another word, she pranced down the corridor as if lock-picking a Grandmaster Arcanist's office was the most ordinary thing imaginable and started descending the spiral staircase curling through the center of the spire. "Master Etrix's office is on the 4th floor of this tower," she called back casually. Isaac followed behind her, uncertain whether he should lecture her or simply accept the situation for what it was. Within the capital, members of the Kitsune clan existed beneath an entirely different set of expectations than ordinary citizens. Under any other circumstance, he would have scolded someone from the caravan for something as outrageous as breaking and entering, but today Kitsune had appointed herself the authority on all matters concerning Theo's disappearance. Despite the bright skies outside, the halls of the college felt dim and cold. Closed shutters still barred most of the windows from the recent storms, and rows of evenly spaced luminescent crystals cast a pale blue glow across the stone corridors. Hooded scholars carrying tomes, scroll cases, and satchels drifted past Kitsune and Isaac with curious glances before disappearing down adjoining stairwells. Continuing along the corridor, Kitsune eventually stopped before a tall wooden door fitted with a polished plaque that read, "Office of Etrix Lamy, Grand Master Archmagus." Without bothering to knock, she pushed the door open and stepped inside while declaring brightly, "A delightful tide of midsole has been blessed upon us. Is Master Etrix in?" Behind a desk drowning beneath stacks of paperwork sat a short dark-skinned elf who nearly spilled the entirety of her tea at the sudden intrusion. The steaming liquid sloshed from her mug and spread across several documents while she stared at Kitsune through thick magnified lenses mounted within narrow spectacles. Brushing a strand of long black hair away from her glasses, the elf asked bitterly, "Do you have an appointment to see Archmagus Etrix?" Kitsune lifted her chin slightly beneath the hood as a royal sneer crept into her expression. Being both a member of the Kitsune clan and a former student of Master Etrix, she replied, "I didn't think one was necessary." The shimmer of annoyance in the elf's eyes carried the exhausted patience of someone who had spent centuries enduring blatant nepotism, spoiled nobility, and every smug offspring born beneath royal bloodlines. For a moment, it looked as though her irritation nearly slipped free before she caught herself behind a sharp cough. "I don't care if you're the high apostate and grand resolver of the Helian congregation or the Emperor's own child," she replied coldly, shaking tea from several soaked documents before spreading them across her desk to dry. "Without a reservation, you will not be seeing the Archmagus." She adjusted her glasses higher along the bridge of her nose before adding, "Besides, he stepped out for a midsol brunch and will not be returning for several hours." Kitsune's jaw clenched as she visibly chewed back the first dozen insults clawing at her tongue, but before she could begin verbally gutting the woman across the desk, Isaac stepped through the doorway behind her and asked, "A midsol brunch? Wouldn't that just be lunch?" Without questioning who he was, why they were there, or why they had barged into the office uninvited, the elf answered as though the distinction were perfectly obvious. "No. Lunch implies the completion of breakfast and brunch. Afterward, one may then enjoy a light lunch." Isaac fell quiet for a moment while his fingers braced thoughtfully against his chin. "If you put it that way," he said slowly, "it sounds more like someone is just having two breakfasts." A small smile curled at the elf's lips. "Exactly. Brunch is essentially a second breakfast." Kitsune stared at her in complete disbelief before asking, "Then what is even the point of lunch if you've already had breakfast and a second breakfast?" Adjusting herself in her chair so she could cross both her arms and legs more comfortably, the elf replied, "That is why one skips pre-lunch after already having breakfast and brunch. Or as you put it, second breakfast." Isaac stared at her dumbfoundedly while trying to determine exactly where the conversation had derailed so catastrophically. What in the hells is pre-lunch? The elf looked almost pleased with herself now that she had completely hijacked the conversation, preventing them from their original endeavor. "Pre-lunch is exactly what it sounds like," she explained calmly. "It is the antecedent to lunch itself. Before one prepares or even conceives what is expected for lunch, pre-lunch serves as the precursor to the entire endeavor." Planting both hands atop the desk while leaning toward her, Isaac asked, "Right, and what exactly does this one eat for pre-lunch?" Leaning forward in return as though she were about to confess some deeply indecent secret, the elf answered in a hushed tone, "Usually tea and sliced cheese." Though in this particular case, she glanced down toward a small napkin housing something more of a snack than pre-lunch, sitting atop some papers soaking beneath her mug. "Tea-soaked cheese," she answered. Neither she nor Isaac broke eye contact afterward. They simply stared at one another across the desk while somewhere farther down the corridor a heavy door slammed shut, the echo rolling through the office between them. Clearing his throat after the silence dragged on too long, Isaac finally asked, "And what about second lunch?" Smiling casually, the elf waved the idea away with one hand. "There's no such thing. You are probably confusing it with preliminary supper, which naturally comes before dinner." By this point, frustration had nearly driven Kitsune feral. Her lower lip twitched beneath the strain of restraint as she bit down against it before blurting out, "So when exactly is Master Etrix returning from fucking eating? And can we schedule an appointment for Toady?" The elf leveled a smile at Kitsune that practically dripped with open hostility while making absolutely no effort whatsoever to check any records or schedules. "Oh, I do apologize," she replied sweetly, "but there are no remaining appointments for Toady. However, I can schedule you for tomorrow at first dawn tide." Still smiling bitterly, she slid a tea-stained document fastened to a clipboard across the desk and added, "Just write your name and reason for the visit." Grinding her teeth hard enough for Isaac to hear it, Kitsune snatched the pencil from the desk and began scribbling her name across the form when a familiar voice suddenly drifted in from the doorway behind them. "Oh, there's no need for that, Magenta," the voice said warmly. "I have a few minutes before my next appointment for one of my favorite students." Standing in the doorway was a tall elderly man wearing a massive floppy wizard's hat whose brim sagged low enough to cast shadows across his face. An armful of books rested against his chest while a large wooden staff remained tucked beneath one arm. His long white beard nearly brushed the floor, and the oversized bifocals perched upon his nose magnified his eyes to nearly 4 times their natural size through the thick lenses. "It's such a wonderful surprise to see you again," Etrix said brightly. "I never imagined you would return after leaving with Grandmaster Theodore. Whatever could have brought you back to such a splendid place?" Kitsune's irritation vanished almost instantly as her smile exploded across her face. She hurried across the office and wrapped both arms around Etrix's waist, since she was far too short to hug him properly anywhere else. "Funny enough, it's about Master Theo," she explained hurriedly while looking up at him. "He left the other day for the capital to come see you, but he never came back. I was hoping you might know where he went or whether he said anything about where he planned on going afterward." The hug lingered far longer than most would have considered normal before Etrix finally shuffled across the office with Kitsune still partially clinging to him. He carefully lowered the armful of books and texts onto an empty desk, the old wood creaking beneath their weight, before adjusting both his beard and the enormous bifocals magnifying his eyes. "Funny you mention Theodore," Etrix said thoughtfully. "He actually stopped by before I returned from Axiom and the former Valmosian capital." His expression tightened faintly beneath the memory as he continued, "Traveling to the northern continent is not exactly my preferred way to spend my vacation, but the Emperor insisted I accompany him to assist with a number of matters." He released a weary sigh before leaning his staff against the wall beside the desk. "When I finally returned, I noticed Theodore had scheduled an appointment with Magenta, but unfortunately he never came back for it." The old Archmagus brightened slightly as another thought crossed his mind. "I did hear he gave a rather magnificent performance during one of the elemental affinity demonstrations," Etrix added warmly. "Apparently the recruits have been flocking to enlist with the Crimson Mages ever since." The color slowly drained from Kitsune's expression while dread settled visibly behind her eyes. This had been the last place she could think to search, the final loose thread left dangling before she was forced to admit Theo had truly vanished. "I don't understand where he could have gone," she admitted quietly through a tired sigh. "We're leaving soon for our next expedition, and he was supposed to have returned by now." Still lounging behind her desk with one leg draped lazily over the other, Magenta took another sip from what remained of her tea before speaking up. "If you're referring to the stinking homeless man who wandered in here the other day reeking up the entire office," she said flatly, "then yes, I vaguely remember him." Kitsune's ears twitched sharply beneath her hood. Magenta continued without a shred of concern. "After I informed him Etrix was away, I heard him mumbling something about needing to attend to business in his office on the 7th floor. She glanced around dismissively before adding, "Naturally, I assumed he was delusional. No one looking like that would surely have an office here." She lifted the mug again and swallowed another drink before continuing almost conversationally. "I nearly summoned the city guard when he arrived. Honestly, it looked as though someone had beaten, robbed, and molested the poor man, but he insisted he was fine and far too busy to deal with guards or nurses." A crooked smile cracked at her lips while she added, "I assumed he eventually wandered off to the nearest brothel or whorehouse to relieve whatever ailed him." Kitsune's canines visibly lengthened beneath her lips as she snapped, "Master Theo is not like that." The instant Magenta noticed the reaction, her eyes sharpened with amusement. "Oh," she asked sweetly. "Now that I think about it, I do believe he mentioned something about returning to his harem of enslaved Kitsune foxlings before coming back." The nails at the tips of Kitsune's gloves slowly pierced through the fabric as her hands clenched into trembling fists. The softness in her predominantly human features began to sink into something visibly more predatory while her ears flattened beneath the hood. Baring the edges of her fangs, Kitsune growled, "You should learn when to remain quiet while adults are discussing important matters." Magenta immediately broke into loud, uncontrolled laughter. Bits of cheese sprayed from her mouth across the desk and even struck the front of Kitsune's robes while the dark elf nearly doubled over in her chair. "Please," Magenta scoffed between laughs, "you barely look old enough to have hair on your legs, let alone your twat." She wiped tea from the corner of her mouth before continuing with open elven arrogance. "I'm older than this entire college. When I was born, I was pink as a pig's pussy while your great-great-grandfather wasn't even a sperm rattling around inside his great-grandmother's testicles yet." The office fell into a stunned silence. Even Etrix looked completely blindsided by the sheer vulgarity pouring from his secretary while Kitsune stood frozen in open disbelief. Across the room, Isaac fought desperately to suppress the grin threatening to break across his face. The effort looked more painful than most of the wounds inflicted by the toughest monsters he had ever battled. Noticing him struggling, Magenta tilted her head toward him and asked, "What? Did I say something amusing?" Isaac turned his face slightly to hide the smile blossoming at the corners of his lips before replying, "I was merely wondering, if you were born pink, at what age did you become so incredibly dark?" The dark elf slowly rotated in her chair and looked him up and down with narrowed eyes. "Why?" she asked. Interested. Isaac's smile finally slipped through. "I'm not sure," he replied evenly. "I can't tell whether you simply possess a cock where your tongue should be or if you were raised so improperly that the bitterness eventually seeped into your skin." Magenta slammed both palms against the desk and shot to her feet. "I can't tell whether your manservant is partially or fully retarded," she barked toward Kitsune. Before either of them could continue, Etrix quickly raised one hand in surrender. All right," the old Archmagus sighed wearily. "Everyone calm down." He rubbed at the bridge of his nose beneath his oversized spectacles before continuing, "As for Theodore's whereabouts, I truly have no idea." His gaze shifted toward Magenta. "And Magenta, please try to restrain the vulgarity somewhat." Turning back toward Isaac, Etrix gave an apologetic smile. "Magenta is the daughter of the captain of the Elios, so please forgive her crudeness," he explained. "Dare I say she inherited every trait expected from a sky captain's child." Isaac bowed his head respectfully toward the old mage. "It was a pleasure seeing you again, Master Etrix," he said. "But we should be on our way. Time is becoming a concern, and if we fail to locate Theo before the final teleport departs tonight, we'll have no choice but to report him missing." His expression hardened slightly at the thought. "And once the Emperor hears about it, I imagine he'll have the entire northern half of the continent turned upside down searching for him." Grasping his staff once more from beside the wall, Etrix nodded sympathetically. "I'm on my way to the royal citadel myself," he explained. "Several of the Emperor's advisors wish to hire arcane engineers to assist with the reconstruction of Mistwood, and I would be a fool to pass up the opportunity to secure additional funding for the college." He motioned toward the books he had carried in. "I merely stopped in to deliver some literature and retrieve the proper documents from Magenta before heading back out." Stepping back into the corridor, Isaac offered the old mage a polite nod. "Well, it was good seeing you again," he said before glancing toward Magenta. "And despite everything, it was certainly an experience meeting you. Until next time." Magenta scoffed loudly before the sound melted into another laugh. "Let's hope next time you leave your foxling overlord with the babysitter," she replied smugly. Before Kitsune could bolt back into the office and demonstrate to Magenta every method she had devised for bending healing magic and its enchantments into something far less merciful, Isaac stepped in and pulled the doors shut. His hand settled at her shoulder, steering her away from the threshold and down the corridor as she went reluctantly along, tension still nipping at the tip of her tongue. She muttered under her breath as they walked, "There is something seriously wrong with that elf." The streets of the academic district were laid in fine cobblestone worn smooth beneath decades of traffic. Dragon rhinoceroses lumbered between crowded intersections, carrying heavy timber strapped upon their backs while dragon raptors and horses hauled wagons, merchant carts, and lacquered carriages through the restless flow of the capital. Far above the city, weaving between the tallest towers and spires, airships and smaller aeronautical constructs drifted through established skylanes in a constant pattern of motion, their shadows gliding across rooftops almost indifferent to the world below. Slamming the western doors of the Imperial Mages College shut behind her hard enough to rattle the iron hinges, Kitsune hurried down the front steps with her hood bouncing against her shoulders while she muttered curses beneath her breath. Isaac followed close behind as they crossed the sprawling campus grounds and passed beneath the college's outer gate, eventually falling into step along the sidewalk bordering the district. Interrupting her increasingly irritated grumbling, Isaac asked, "If we were wanting to head back to Wormspire, we should probably catch the next teleport back to Seos. Unless," he added as he adjusted the satchel hanging from his shoulder, "you were wanting to find an inn for the night so we could resume the search first thing at dawn tide." Kitsune recoiled at the suggestion as if he had proposed torture rather than lodging. "I'm appalled you'd even suggest such a punishment," she replied while quickening her pace. Pointing farther down the street, she added, This way is quicker to reach the teleport hub, though it's not exactly the most pleasant route. Without slowing long enough for Isaac to argue, she veered sharply onto a narrower road where the polished beauty of the academic district immediately began to rot away into neglect. The streets here were older and uneven, the once lustrous red brick and dragonwood structures weathered by time and neglect until many appeared half abandoned. Faded signs hung crooked above storefronts with lettering so worn it had become nearly unreadable, while shredded awnings sagged overhead. Market stalls lined portions of the street beneath rusted lantern hooks, though many stood empty aside from scattered crates and damp canvas canopies flapping weakly in the wind. Unsure whether he needed to walk faster or outright jog to keep pace with her, Isaac hurried after Kitsune and asked, "Is it necessary to move this fast? If you were trying to avoid attention, this isn't exactly the proper tactic." Before Kitsune could answer, a frail voice drifted toward them from somewhere ahead. "Acolyte of Helia." Kitsune stopped so abruptly her boots scraped against the stone. Her grip tightened around the shaft of her staff, though she kept her back turned toward the voice and said nothing. "Are you an acolyte of Helia, young Kitsune?" the voice called again, weaker this time. A gaunt-hewn woman slowly crawled out from between two stacked crates positioned beside a pair of abandoned market stalls. Her clothing hung from her thin frame in filthy, half-torn layers while tangled black hair concealed most of her face. Dragged behind her by the ankle was the limp body of a small child whose bare arm bounced lifelessly against the cobblestone with every movement she made. Kitsune bit the inside of her cheek before finally responding, "I am a servant of the goddess Helia, yes," she said stiffly before adding with quiet irritation, "though acolyte is a rank far beneath my current status." The woman, ignorant to her correction, pleaded, "Please, acolyte of Helia, please help me and my child. We've been sick and overcome with—" "Ma'am," Kitsune interrupted sharply as she half-turned toward her, "if you require healing or treatment, then you need to go to the nearest infirmary. There is literally one around the corner on the Mage's College campus." The woman dragged herself farther forward until she managed to rise shakily onto her knees, though even then she never released the child's ankle. "Every time I try, they throw us out before anyone even examines him," she cried. "Please, if you could at least heal my son and bless him with the warmth of the goddess, I would be forever grateful to you, young Kitsune." Kitsune barely glanced toward the child before her expression hardened. "Your child is dead," she replied coldly. "And he has been for some time. He is far beyond the point where normal arcane healing or even divine miracles could restore him." For several long moments the woman simply stared at her before anguish finally tore loose from her throat. "He's still alive," she screamed desperately while clutching the child closer. "Please just heal him. Why won't anyone help him? There's still time." Without hesitating, Kitsune turned away and resumed walking. "You need to surrender his body to one of the capital mortuaries so he can be properly buried," she said without looking back. "And if you cannot afford burial rites, they will cremate him instead to prevent necromantic molestation." The woman's cries echoed behind them through the narrow street while Kitsune and Isaac disappeared around the corner of another alleyway, leaving the sounds of her grief slowly swallowed beneath the noise of the district. Isaac opened his mouth several times as if searching for something to say, though the words never came before Kitsune spoke for him. "I know what you're thinking," she said quietly while keeping her eyes fixed ahead. "But I cannot heal or resurrect every unfortunate soul simply because they begged." Isaac remained silent, allowing her to continue. "Once upon a time, I would have tried," Kitsune admitted while tightening her grip around her staff. "But the only possible way to help that child now would involve blood magic or non-perverse necromancy, and those are the only fields of healing I was forbidden from studying because of imperial restrictions." Her voice faltered for a moment before she abruptly stopped walking altogether. The tension in her shoulders tightened beneath her robes as though some buried memory had suddenly seized hold of her. "And besides," she continued more quietly, "I've already suffered the consequences of being too generous before, ridiculous as that may sound." Another voice drifted out from the cluttered shadows of the alleyway, smooth and familiar enough to make Kitsune's stomach tighten before she even turned toward it. "Oh, I'm sure you could have at least blessed her with the goddess's warmth," the voice said calmly from behind a stack of crates, "or perhaps offered something as simple as a healing spell." Kitsune's entire body stiffened. A tall kitsune emerged from between the barrels and broken market debris with the slow confidence of someone who already knew he controlled the conversation before it had even begun. Dark robes and a heavy cloak concealed most of his frame until he lowered his hood, revealing tall fox-like ears lined with fur nearly identical in color to Kitsune's own. Crimson light burned behind his eyes with an almost unnatural intensity while long lavender-red hair spilled past his shoulders. Thorned green and brown vines coiled tightly around the shaft of the dragonwood staff in his hand, twisting around the polished wood as though they were still alive. Clicking the base of the staff against the cobblestone, he stepped directly into their path before continuing in a voice warm enough to sound gentle despite the poison hidden beneath it. "Does the death of the fourth prince still haunt you so deeply," he asked, "that you cannot even offer a desperate mother the comfort of a single blessing?" Though his tone carried the refinement and composure of a scholar, something deceptive lingered beneath every syllable he spoke. Kitsune found herself unable to meet his eyes for more than a moment at a time. "What do you want, Ziri?" she asked with a sharp breath through her nose. Ziri briefly glanced toward Isaac before his attention returned fully to Kitsune. "I merely wished to inquire," he replied smoothly, "why my dear little sister insists on sneaking through the capital during her rare visits without ever seeking out her beloved older brother." A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he added, "Do you truly loathe this family so much that you wouldn't even bristle a whisker to pay tribute to mother and father?" Kitsune kept her gaze turned aside while irritation flickered across her face. "Please," she muttered, "I barely even have whiskers to bristle, and don't pretend you're suddenly sentimental about our parents. They would hardly notice me standing directly in front of them unless some catastrophe had already unfolded." Her words managed to puncture his smile for only the briefest moment before he recovered. "Come now, Kiri," Ziri replied while loosely folding one arm behind his back. "Out of all our countless siblings and relatives, you are perhaps the only one they would notice immediately. You were the only one willing to abandon your hobbies, your comforts, and whatever friendships you once had so you could dedicate yourself to every healing and revival discipline available to you." His expression softened with something almost resembling pity as he continued, "You burdened yourself with impossible expectations after failing the young prince, all in hopes of making up for what happened. Surely mother and father would welcome such devotion with open arms." Kitsune snapped her head toward him. "I did not abandon my friends or my hobbies, you pest," she shot back. "It was my responsibility to improve myself and better serve the Empire." A low, malignant chuckle slipped past Ziri's composure. "Poor little Kiri," he said softly. "Still too young and naive to understand that politics killed that boy, not your overgenerous heart." He slowly circled the tip of his staff against the stone beneath him while his crimson eyes narrowed slightly. "The Empire pretends we are free while it cages us behind these walls and parades us as holy nobility, yet we both know our clan controls the flow of life and death itself. All this time you have tortured yourself over unanswered prayers and insufficient mana when none of that damned the prince in the first place." Kitsune stood motionless beneath his words, unable to answer. Noticing her surrender, Ziri continued, "Even now, mother, father, and even the circle of five would stop whatever they were doing simply to pat little Kiri on the head." Bitterness crept into his smile as he added, "The rest of us remain invisible no matter what we accomplish. Which is perhaps why I spend so much time wandering districts infested with brothels and whorehouses, since our parents scarcely acknowledge any romance I've ever cared for." Before the conversation could spiral further into sibling venom, Isaac finally stepped forward. "I'm sure the brothel wenches and street escorts would make wonderfully loyal brides," he remarked dryly. Ziri's attention shifted toward him instantly, clearly offended by his presence. "A hume such as yourself could never recognize the beauty within someone's soul," Ziri retorted. "Nor the loyalty capable of binding one person to another." His tone sharpened as he continued, "You speak of devotion while abandoning the emperor who forgave your nation's sins and knighted you despite your nation's treachery. Unlike your brother, who now serves faithfully within the higher senate and conducts himself with proper loyalty to our people." The bitterness in his voice outweighed any attempt at diplomacy. Isaac, however, remained entirely unfazed. "I'm sure my brother services the emperor exceptionally well," he replied with a faint smile. "He always did have a talent for licking the boots of whoever controlled wealth and influence." Isaac tilted his head slightly before adding, "Last I heard, He was also servicing your twin sister beneath the higher echelons notice, if I'm not mistaken. Ziri's grip tightened around his staff. Careful, Sire Leolur, he warned coldly. Accusations such as those invite criminal scrutiny, and these streets crawl with tabloids, scandalmongers, and idle gossipers. He stepped closer while lowering his voice. If such rumors were true, you would bring disgrace upon both our houses, though you seem to have already abandoned every remaining family member and responsibility waiting for you within this capital. Can you two stop? Kitsune snapped before either of them could continue. Her ears flattened slightly against her hood as frustration bled into her voice. What is it you actually want, Ziri? For the first time since appearing, Ziri's expression lost some of its smug amusement. Grandfather is dying, he said bluntly. The words struck hard enough to silence the alleyway around them. Even with Helia's blessings, Ziri continued, there is no certainty regarding how much longer he will survive. He hides the severity of it well, but the illness will eventually claim him. His eyes drifted briefly toward the distant skyline of the capital before returning to Kitsune. And when it does, Ziri and I will be the last members of our clan seated within the Circle of Five. You may very well be summoned back to endure the trials and take his place before rival clans seize the opportunity to overturn our majority. Dread settled visibly across Kitsune's face. The thought alone was enough to hollow the strength from her posture. Returning to the capital permanently, returning to serve an institution she despised, one that twisted Helia's grace into politics and control, was the very future she had spent years trying to escape. Ziri watched her carefully before speaking again. The time for wandering expeditions, odd jobs, tomb raiding, and monster hunting is coming to an end, he said. Sooner or later, you will have to return to your responsibilities and come home. Sibling rivalry and petty familial posturing were among the few things Isaac tolerated with absolutely no patience. Listening to brothers and sisters claw at each other's insecurities always reminded him of drunken nobles measuring the length of their egos while pretending it resembled wit. Before Ziri could continue sinking his hooks deeper into Kitsune's thoughts, Isaac stepped forward, planted both hands firmly upon her shoulders, and guided her past the foxkin mage with enough force that she nearly stumbled off balance. I'm sure Grandfather Kitsune still has many breaths left in him, Isaac said dryly as he continued ushering her farther down the alleyway. And like you implied, those creatures are not going to slay themselves. Contracts are not going to fulfill themselves, and those tombs, labyrinths, and ruins certainly are not going to plunder themselves while we stand around listening to family melodrama. Kitsune barely managed to keep pace as Isaac continued steering her through the winding street. Without even looking back toward Ziri, he added, "Good talk, Ziri. Give my brother a warm embrace and a kiss on the cheek for me the next time you see him, if you would be so kind." As they rounded the next corner and disappeared deeper into the maze of alleys, Ziri's amused voice echoed after them through the stone corridor. I'll make sure to keep your little visit a secret from Mother and Father, little Kiri. Isaac waited until they had placed what he assumed was safely beyond the average Kitsune's hearing range between themselves and Ziri before finally releasing a long irritated sigh. Reaching over, he gave Kitsune a light pat atop her head. For several moments she remained silent, her eyes lowered toward the street beneath her boots while thoughts visibly churned behind her expression. Finally, she spoke in a much smaller voice than before. I didn't abandon my friends, Kitsune muttered. Her words hesitated awkwardly before she forced herself to continue. I simply never really had any before joining the caravan. Everyone around me back then was fake. Most only kept close to me for social standing, or because they thought proximity to a healer would somehow save them when their time finally came. Isaac walked a few steps ahead before replying, Ziri is a prick who feeds upon weak moments the same way vultures feed upon corpses. His polished speech and charming smile do little to hide how malicious and instigative he truly is. He glanced back toward her and added, you of all people should know better than to let him claw beneath your skin for amusement. His brow narrowed slightly afterward. What concerns me more is how long he had been following us before deciding to reveal himself. Kitsune tightened her grip around her staff as they continued through the alleyways. All I ever wanted was to help people, she admitted quietly. I never asked to be born into the Kitsune clan, but since I was, I thought perhaps I could at least use it to make certain no one within the capital's walls suffered needlessly. Her ears lowered faintly beneath the hood. I still do not understand why the Canidae races possess such strong affinities toward healing and divinity. Everyone treats it like some sacred blessing, but most days it feels more like a curse. Her voice softened further as exhaustion crept into it. I just want to go home to Wormspire's watch. Another familiar voice suddenly bounced through the alleyway before either of them could continue. You two still looking for Theo? A frolicking shadow rounded the corner ahead of them before resolving into Fran, whose pointed crimson coquette bobbed wildly with each step while the oversized feather attached to it swayed behind her like a banner. The moment Fran noticed the tears beginning to well behind Kitsune's eyes, her expression shifted. Hey Squirt, Fran asked while slowing to a stop beside them, what's wrong? Isaac finally embracing his role as a ruthless tyrant or something. Kitsune quickly wiped at one eye beneath her sleeve before forcing composure back across her face. No, she answered stiffly. Just impudent older siblings discovering new ways to scrape at old wounds. Isaac inclined his head politely toward Fran and said, lovely seeing you again so soon, Ferneel. Fran barked out a laugh. Soon, she asked incredulously. I worked an entire shift since you two rolled into the capital around dawn tide. She adjusted the belt around her waist before adding, I take it we're still hunting for Master Theo. Isaac blinked once at her wording. We're. Driving her elbow sharply into his ribs, Fran grinned and said, yeah, you giant goof. What did you think I was going to do after getting off teleport duty? Go home and sleep peacefully while our former fearless leader is potentially stranded somewhere under a succub's glamour. She began rhythmically pounding one fist into her palm as increasingly absurd theories spilled from her mouth. For all we know, the Emperor came back early from his political escapades, kidnapped the poor bastard, and has him chained beneath the castle trying to tempt him into military service with some offer he absolutely shouldn't but probably will refuse. Isaac thought on her words for a moment before asking, wait. If you're already off shift, does that mean the teleport hub has closed for the day? Fran lazily rested one hand atop the hilt of her rapier while shifting her weight onto one leg. Yeah, she answered. I don't know what in the hells you two have been doing all afternoon, but it's almost dusk tide. If you were planning on leaving through the public hubs, you already missed the last departure until dawn tide tomorrow. She suddenly leaned forward conspiratorially while cupping the side of her mouth with her hand. But honestly, Fran whispered loudly, if you need a teleport out of the city later, I don't exactly require a crusty old building to send people where they need to go. Straightening proudly, she planted her free hand upon her hip and said, shit, I could probably launch the entire district into Axiom before half these people even realized what happened. I've been working hubs so long I practically breathe teleportation spells. Kitsune looked at her almost pleadingly and said, if that's truly the case, then surely if Master Theo is somewhere within the capital walls, you could simply teleport him directly to us this instant. Fran's confident posture immediately deflated several inches. Well, I kind of need to either see the person first or know their exact location, she admitted awkwardly. Bringing a hand to her chin, Fran began thinking aloud. Alright, if you already checked his offices and military quarters, and judging by the direction you're coming from, I assume you didn't find him wandering around the Velvet Noir district brothels either. Her grin slowly widened afterward. Unless, she continued while waggling her eyebrows shamelessly, you two were busy frequenting some little love hotel yourselves. Kitsune visibly seized with horror. I would never do anything that might sever my connection to my goddess, she blurted nervously. Fran gave Kitsune a long exaggerated look before shifting her gaze toward Isaac. Yeah, she said with a crooked smirk, I'm sure the big guy here would never corrupt some adorable little foxling priestess with all his terrible hidden fetishes. Isaac smiled faintly despite himself and replied, not everyone is as devious as you are, Fran. He folded his arms afterward before adding, and if you are still willing to teleport us later, I suggest we continue focusing on locating our missing Grand Master. Fran suddenly snapped her fingers as though rediscovering a lost thought. Right, she said. What I was originally trying to tell you is that if you already searched all his usual locations, then we should probably check Theo's secret smoking spot. Kitsune lingered on the words as they settled in her mind before she asked, secret smoking spot. Fran turned on her heel and strode down the alleyway, her attention already locked on the narrowing path ahead as she spoke, follow me. Her boots struck the worn street in a steady rhythm, kicking lightly off the grime-stained ground as she led them deeper between the buildings. Halfway down, she glanced back over her shoulder just enough to keep them in view, her voice carrying cleanly through the tight corridor as she continued, "If he isn't tending to his precious plants in his college office, then he's most likely passed out in a 3-day meditative trance inside that little hideout he pretends nobody knows about." Isaac and Kitsune followed without hesitation, their footsteps falling into rhythm behind her as Fran continued speaking without seeming to draw breath, her voice carrying through the narrow passage while she spoke about her day, the travelers moving through the teleportation hub, and fragments of past journeys she had shared with Theo that never quite seemed to end when she told them. They moved through a district of raised walkways and narrow bridges that stretched over dark water channels, where small canoes and longboats drifted beneath them carrying passengers through the arteries of the city. The stone paths beneath their boots were slick with age and decay, yet Fran moved across them without so much as a misstep, her presence almost weightless against the growing dusk. Crystal torches embedded in the outer walls of the buildings they passed began to awaken as the sunlight weakened behind the fortified skyline.
Just fixing that misspelled word. And continue.
Her presence They moved through a district of raised walkways and narrow bridges that stretched over dark water channels, where small canoes and longboats drifted beneath them carrying passengers through the arteries of the city. The stone paths beneath their boots were slick with age and decay, yet Fran moved across them without so much as a misstep, her presence almost weightless against the growing dusk. Crystal torches embedded in the outer walls of the buildings they passed began to awaken as the sunlight weakened behind the fortified skyline. One after another, soft luminescence bloomed along the architecture, turning stonework into veins of pale light. Without a gap in her yap, Fran lifted a hand as she walked and primed a small sphere of flame that hovered near her shoulder, its orange glow steady and controlled, pushing back the deepening dark. Fran continued speaking as the firelight followed her, her tone carrying a restless kind of longing as she said, "And that's why I wish I could go out there with you lot. Ever since the Empire started outsourcing real fieldwork to wandering groups like yours, there's nothing left here that feels alive. Aside from the occasional dispute between the Emperor's sons, you're the only interesting thing left in this entire capital." Her pace slowed just enough for her to glance back at them, her expression softening as she fidgeted with her fingers and added, "You don't think there's room for someone like me in your caravan, do you?" Isaac stepped closer behind her and placed a steadying hand against her back, guiding her forward again through the narrowing path as he spoke. "There are always open rooms at Wormspire and plenty of beds in the wagons," he said. "You are welcome with us whenever you want, Fran. After Avery's passing, Mai's, other obligations, and everyone who has come and gone over time, there's always space left behind. The pay is never impressive, but the road, the people, and the work tend to make up for what coins can't." Fran's gaze lingered forward as she listened. Travel had always been something just out of reach for her in any meaningful sense. Her only extended journeys beyond the city had been tied to teleportation hubs, where she attuned her magic for duty rather than discovery. Since Theo's departure from the military, fewer mages had pursued non-combat disciplines, and whether that shift came from declining morale or deliberate suppression of knowledge remained an unanswered question that hung over the Empire like dust. Fran exhaled softly as she continued walking and said, "I can only wish for something like that. Until the Emperor decides to properly fund more mages, I'm stuck here." A sudden disturbance shattered the rhythm of their walk as a violent commotion erupted down an adjacent alleyway. The sound of shoving crates and overturned trash echoed sharply as a group of men struggled in a tangled mass over something none of them seemed willing to release. One of them barked out through gritted teeth as he wrestled with the others and said, "Let go of it, you lecherous rat. I found it first on the poor bastard." Another man drove a clenched fist into the first's stomach, forcing a guttural breath from him as he snarled, "Hand it here," he said through the impact, voice thick with greed. "I'm the only one here qualified to appraise a relic like that. If you break it while you're pawing at it, It won't matter how much gold it's laced with, it'll be worth less than a platinum coin. Fran stopped abruptly, her attention locking onto the chaos ahead. In a single motion she drew her rapier and leveled it at the group. "Halt, street filth," she demanded, her voice cutting through the alley and forcing their attention toward her. "Surrender whatever item you have plundered from the depths of the alleyway. Refuse and step away from each other before this escalates further. There is no need for violence over discarded garbage treasure." One of the men turned his head toward her with a startled glare before scoffing and saying, "Shut your mouth, Crimson Moosh." He tightened his grip on the object before adding, "Finders keepers." From within the heap of trash, an oddly familiar gloved hand suddenly emerged, groping blindly for purchase. Another man struck it away immediately, laughing harshly as he said, "Keep your filthy mitts off it, ya smelly bitch. One more word and I'll finish ya off myself. Out of mercy, of course." Fran's expression tightened into something sharper as she began an incantation, her voice steady as she said, "Lux Catenis." Bands of light erupted into existence around the men's wrists, forming luminous restraints that began to lock into place. Before the spell could fully bind them, the man holding the object twisted his stance and answered with an incantation of his own, his voice rising as he said, "Ut subsisto." A crumpled scroll in his palm ignited with blue flame, unraveling into ash that scattered through the air as it disrupted the binding magic. He let out a short, bitter laugh as he said, "Counterspell, bitch." Without hesitation, he pulled another scroll from his pocket, wedged between scattered ingredients and crushed vials, and raised it as he said, "Stop me if you've seen this one before." His voice sharpened as he began an incantation, the words turning heavy in the air as he said, "Sui destructo." Light gathered beneath his skin, shifting from a faint glow to searing orange brilliance as his body began to destabilize. The brightness swelled until it became unbearable to look at, and in an instant his form collapsed into violent combustion. The blast tore through the alley with brutal force, hurling the remaining men apart as their bodies were shredded by the shockwave and painting the narrow walls in a violent smear of blood and chunks of meat. Stone and debris rattled through the air as Isaac, Kitsune, and Fran were thrown backward, crashing onto the ground beneath the force of the explosion. Isaac reacted instantly beneath the chaos, shifting his body to shield both Kitsune and Fran as they hit the ground. His arms braced over their breasts while dust and heat rolled across the alley. Fran blinked through the haze of the aftermath and said, almost with disbelief, "That man was completely insane," she said. "Was that teleportation or a suicide spell?" Isaac pushed himself up slightly, still shielding them as the dust began to settle, when Kitsune's head lifted sharply beside him. Her eyes locked onto something half buried at the edge of the blast zone, where a pair of legs protruded from a shifted mound of garbage, and she said, voice breaking with recognition, "Master Theo." She broke free from beneath Isaac and rushed forward without hesitation, pushing past the broken remnants of the alley where a pair of legs stood severed at the hip before collapsing in opposite directions. She dropped to her knees at the edge of the refuse and began tearing through the wreckage with frantic urgency. What she uncovered beneath the filth was a body barely holding together, burned and malnourished, soaked through with grime and the lingering ailment of mana burn, yet still unmistakably Theodore L.E. Monteur.
right, I gotta take a piss and we continue with chapter 26. So I'll be right back. I have returned with a granola bar and a drink and a cab. My phone died, so the model is charging. Ew, where you going?
Chapter 26. Beneath the Skin. Vert D/Nizera/23/Y997/6th Age, Dusk Tide. P. Airspiration slid down the sides of the glass pitcher as Lizyra poured herself another mug of ale. She nearly knocked the mug over before catching it at the last second, then set the pitcher down harder than intended and shoved it across the table toward Fiverr. Half drunk and already raising her voice, she spoke with a slurred reassurance. "He'll be all right. He's just being a big baby about it. After Kitsune fixed up all his injuries, he was well enough to go out drinking all night, pissing away his coin, so he'll be fine." Fiverr drained her mug in a single pull, foam clinging to her lip, then slammed it down with a heavy thud with the spade of her tail, rattling the table. "He's just mad that a girl beat his ass and put him in his place." A sudden burst of drunken energy seized Lizyra. She planted a foot on the bench, then vaulted onto the table, her boots thudding against the wood as it creaked beneath her weight, nearly stepping on Esmeralda in the process. "He may be my older brother," she declared, swaying where she stood, "but I've been kicking his ass most of my life." "Hey! Watch it!" Esmeralda shouted as she hopped backward. "You almost stepped on me." Lizyra squatted low, red-faced, and swaying, peering at her with unfocused fascination as if the near-crushing had never happened. "Isn't that cute?" she slurred. "They even had tiny mugs for you too." Gwen grabbed a fistful of Lizyra's cloak and yanked her backward off the table. The impact rattled the chairs as she dragged her down into her seat. "Get off the damned table," Gwen snapped. "You're going to get us kicked out." Lizyra crashed into the chair and slouched into it, waving a dismissive hand. "Loosen up. It's our last night before we leave tomorrow. And just like always, we'll probably be gone another month." Fiverr's expression soured into a wide frown as she leaned back, arms crossed. "I would much appreciate it if we received our food before getting kicked out." Esmeralda folded her arms, glancing around the tavern with mild confusion as her wings twitched with irritation. "Why did we even come here? We could have just drank and ate back at home." "Oh, come on," Lizyra pleaded, leaning forward with exaggerated sincerity. "Isn't it nice to get out and eat at a nice restaurant every once in a while?" Zaid laughed from across the table, legs dangling over the edge of the wood as she sat beside Esmeralda. "A nice restaurant. We literally went to the tavern across the street. I've only been here a week, and I can already tell your guy's place is a lot nicer." Zara lifted the set of chopsticks resting beside her plate, turning them over in her fingers as if inspecting some strange artifact. "Strange." Gwen reached over, took them gently, and snapped them apart before placing them back into Zara's hands, guiding her fingers into position. "See, you hold them like this, then you pick your food up with them. I know it's different than a fork or spoon, but this is the customary way you eat on this side of the continent." Zara tried to mimic her, squeezing the sticks together with careful concentration. They slipped immediately, falling apart and clattering onto the tabletop. "You'll get it," Gwen assured her, offering a small smile. "It took me a while to get the hang of it." Fiverr leaned over, flicked the chopsticks to the floor with her tail, and leaned back with a smirk. "Fuck those things. Just be a man and eat with your hands." Zara tilted her head. "Be a man." "Don't listen to them," Gwen said, bending down to retrieve the chopsticks and wiping them clean against her sleeve. "For some reason these brutes have no manners whatsoever, and quite frankly I'm embarrassed to be around them most of the time outside of the caravan." Fiverr snarled softly. "I do too have manners." "Wiping your ass and washing your hands doesn't count," Esmeralda cut in. Laughter erupted around the table, as Gwen sat stiffly in the middle of it, frowning, then kicked Fiverr beneath the table hard enough to make her grunt. A barmaiden moved down the narrow lane between tables, balancing a large tray heavy with plates. The scent of roasted meat and seared fat followed her as she stopped beside them and began setting dishes down one by one. She bowed politely. "If there is anything I can get for you, feel free to ask." Gwen nodded. "Thank you." The barmaiden departed, weaving back through the crowded room as Gwen looked around the table. "Can we please just be normal and eat our food?" Fiverr immediately picked up her steak with one hand and bit straight into it, grease running down her fingers. "I am being normal," she reassuringly said, chewing her food loudly. Zara studied her for a moment, then stabbed her own steak directly through the center with a single chopstick, lifted it awkwardly, and took a bite. Normal, she added. Ausyra leaned forward, peering down at Esmeralda and Zaid's tiny plates, her expression brightening with drunken amusement. I can't believe they even have tiny little plates for you guys, she yelped between hiccups. Why are you acting like we've never come here before? Esmeralda asked. It says right on the door they serve Fae. Usually you never get anything, so I wasn't expecting it, Ausyra replied, grinning lazily. It's like you're on a little date. Zaid took a bite of her food, then leaned closer to Esmeralda, lowering her voice just enough to keep it from carrying. What in the hells is wrong with this one? With a mouthful, Esmeralda muttered back, barely hiding her grin, this is how she acts when she gets drunk. Zaid leaned in even closer, whispering conspiratorially, her eyes flicking toward Ausyra. She's somehow giving me the same feeling Vlad gives me when he looks at me. Esmeralda immediately spat out her food, laughing as she wiped her mouth. She's a closet pervert, so you aren't far off. She also has no shame when out in public. Ausyra, having clearly overheard, leaned across the table with exaggerated offense. Hey. I'm not a closet pervert. I wear my degeneracy on my sleeve unlike Vlad. Across from them, tears began pooling in Ifer's eyes as she had been still chewing the first bite she had taken, her grip tightening slightly around the steak. She said nothing, just kept chewing, savoring the taste like she was afraid it might vanish. Gwen noticed first. Trying not to draw too much attention, she asked gently, "What's wrong?" Ifer spoke around the mouthful, her voice wavering. "This tastes so fucking good. What is this?" "It's steak," Gwen replied. Esmeralda leaned forward, correcting her. "It's actually beef steak. From bovine. It's expensive, and usually we only eat dragon raptor steak on the road." Zaid tilted her head, watching Ifer carefully. "I don't understand, does she usually cry when she eats steak?" "She was a slave for a long time," Esmeralda said quietly. "So anytime she tries something new, this is usually how it goes." Ifer continued chewing the same piece, holding the steak suspended above her plate as though afraid to let it go. She savored every second, eyes glassy, shoulders trembling slightly. Eventually she whispered, tears slipping down her cheeks, "I'm afraid to swallow it." Ausyra reached over, grabbed Ifer's mug, and drank from it before answering casually. "But that's the best part."
Sorry, the sound was
And
never
then you
playing.
take another bite.
Didn't realize.
Almost sobbing now, Ifer shook her head. "If I swallow it, then it's just one step closer to being over." "You can always order more," Gwen insisted softly. A chair scraped against the floor as someone pulled it out and slid into the empty seat beside them. Vald lowered himself into it, setting the mug he'd been carrying onto the table as he leaned back. "You are definitely the weirdest of all the women I've ever met." Zara, still holding her steak impaled on a single...
Vlad's name is spelled wrong. Hold on. And the name is fixed. A save. And another save. And play.
A chair scraped against the floor as someone pulled it out and slid into the empty seat beside them. Vlad lowered himself into it, setting the mug he'd been carrying onto the table as he leaned back. "You are definitely the weirdest of all the women I've ever met." Zara, still holding her steak impaled on a single chopstick, took another bite and immediately said, "Pervert." Vlad looked at her flatly. "It's nice to see you too." "Oh no," Esmeralda groaned. "He found us. You say his name once and he appears." "Shut up," Vlad replied. "I literally suggested this place to you guys like 30 minutes ago. When you asked where you should go." Ausyra leaned into him, resting her shoulder against his arm. "So what brings you here, Viladil?" He frowned immediately. "Please don't call me that." Zaid paused mid-bite. "Wait, is his name not Vladimir?" Esmeralda's grin turned devious. "Nope. his mommy thought he was so cute and weak that Vladimir or Vladislav just wasn't cute enough. Eifer choked on her steak, laughing through tears. You never met my mother, and that's not why she named me that, Vlad muttered, shifting uncomfortably as he shoved Lizyra gently off him. I thought you'd like to know that Vincent and Kitsune found Theo and brought him back safe and sound.
Finally, I was wondering that chapter that happened just before this one was never a chapter. It was just events mentioned in this chapter. And before, it was Vincent and Kitsune, but now it's Isaac and Kitsune had gone. That was like one of the main things lingering on my mind, and I just couldn't remember exactly where it was going to appear. There we go. I already fixed it on the right. Are these the same versions? Well, anyway,
Isaac
back.
and Kitsune, you never met my mother, and that's not why she named me that, Vlad muttered, shifting uncomfortably as he shoved Lizyra gently off him. I thought you'd like to know that Isaac and Kitsune found Theo and brought him back safe and sound. What was he doing for so long? Eifer asked, taking another careful bite. He wasn't even here to help pack up the caravan at all. Lizyra dropped forward, letting her forehead thud against the table. That was terrible, she groaned. I can't believe Morik is making us use the old caravan wagons.
I got like two different drafts. I must have saved one over the other one. They're just slightly different. I went 26 chapters for this that happened. I mean, that's a good thing, but damn. Okay, yeah, I found it. Actually, it wasn't different. I was just on the wrong page on the ebook. Of course. Of course. All right.
Morik is That was terrible, she groaned. I can't believe Morik is making us use the old caravan wagons for this expedition. Having to haul everything from one to the other was horrible. Zaid looked puzzled. What's so bad about it? All the wagons pretty much look the same to me. On the outside they do, Gwen said, but on the inside it's much older. The second-story floor in each one squeaks and makes a ton of noise when the caravan is in motion, the bathrooms and showers aren't as luxurious, the storage rooms are smaller so we have to keep most of our equipment in our rooms, and if anyone decides to fuck, it becomes the entertainment of everybody's night against their will. Zaid blinked. Wait, which one of us has been fucking? Lizyra's face flushed slightly. Well, actually Avery would get pretty loud, but she's gone. Sakura has been known to bring people into the caravan unannounced. So pretty much just Riley and Vincent right now. Finishing the last of her food, Zaid leaned back. Wow. I had no clue. I could have sworn Isaac was the one getting all the women around here. Lizyra burst into laughter. Isaac. Out of everyone in the caravan, Esmeralda added, Isaac is the one who needs to get laid the most. Half the time I'm afraid he's so wound up he's going to turn on us. Vlad shook his head, his tone softening. Isaac would never do that. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're all he has. Including you. Esmeralda shifted slightly, embarrassment flickering across her face as the laughter faded. Anyway, Vlad continued, they found Theo lying in the gutter suffering from mana burn. Apparently, he didn't even meet up with who he wanted to, and was passed out for days until they found him. On top of that, he said he lost the stone that Lizyra drammed up, then locked himself in his room and said he wasn't going on the expedition. Eifer chuckled, already halfway through another bite. Coach Driver is such a baby. One time I had two filthy noble cocks in my arse at once and... Pain shot up her shin as Gwen's boot connected under the table. Ow, what was that for? Eifer snapped, rubbing her leg. Vlad, now visibly blushing, hurried onward before the conversation derailed further. Okay, well anyway, Isaac isn't happy. Lizyra is still locked in her room. Osiris is also shut up in his room, and we leave in about 12 hours. He reached into the satchel at his waist and pulled out a stack of folded papers. Also, here's all of your first assignments once we leave. He passed them around the table one by one. Osira unfolded hers, scanned the page, then erupted. Why am I picking flowers and shit with onyx? Isaac wanted your first assignment since your accident to be an easy one, Vlad explained calmly. Something where you wouldn't go overboard. And it's not just flowers and shit, there's a whole list on there of things that need to be gathered. Some of which will have to come from monsters as well. She crossed her arms, pouting. At least Lumi will be there to keep me company. Zaid leaned over Zara's paper, reading aloud as she chewed. Look at that. Monster hunting with Vincent and Aurora. Something we're already good at. Gwen glanced up. Did they really accept the job from the delivery goblins? Vlad drained the rest of his ale before answering. Yep. He said they offered lifetime discounts if we could figure out who's been hitting the trade caravans and bring back some of the stolen goods. Esmeralda fluttered into the air, drifting around the table as she peered down at each paper. What about you and Sakura? I don't see your guys' names on any of these. Vlad scanned the table, clearly searching for someone's unattended mug. That's because me and Sakura have our own assignments. We're all moving out to Blue Wyvern together since Darkwell is no more, and once we get there, we'll split into our parties for our first assignments. Zara quietly repeated the name, her voice soft, almost distant. Darkwell. Vlad picked up the menu, flipping it open as if nothing had shifted. So, what's for dessert? Ifer leaned forward immediately, curiosity overtaking her. What's dessert? Vlad stared at her. You've been with us for like 2 or so years, right? How do you not know what dessert is? Well, if you don't remember, jerk, she shot back, I was too scared to go out at first. I spent a lot of time with Gwen and the coach driver when on expeditions, and just hung around Wormspire when we were home. His name is Theo, Vlad corrected. I know what his damn name is, Ifer snapped, but until he calls me by mine, I will never call him by his. Osira, now even more drunk, slumped sideways in her chair. I'm surprised Kitsune went with Vincent back to the capital to look for him.
Something doesn't feel right.
Isaac back to the... I'm surprised Kitsune went with Isaac back to the capital to look for him. She's always talking about how she hates it there. She was really concerned about him, Gwen said quietly. Vlad talked over the tail end of it, still holding the menu. Anyway, back to dessert. Desserts are usually dishes you eat at the end of your meal. They're sweet, and usually pretty good. Ifer leaned closer, narrowing her eyes. I hate that it's coming from you, but tell me more. Like all the donuts and cheesecake you eat are technically desserts, Vlad continued. You just eat them whenever you want because you have no discipline or shame. Usually, you're supposed to wait until after you've eaten your main course. Her expression fell. Wait. I've already been eating desserts? That's so lame. I was hoping for something new. Vlad frowned. And what do you mean you hate that it's coming from me? Is this because of the whole changing thing? I thought we already thought this. You know you were looking whether or not you thought she was intentional.
Should be talked through, not talked thought. Let me find it on the ebook side. Then I gotta change it to the right word. Talk thought this.
Though Vlad frowned. And what do you mean you hate that it's coming from me? Is this because of the whole changing thing? I thought we already talked though this.
Oh
You know
my
you were
God.
looking whether or
Ruined
not
the
you-
word with the R in it.
Through this. You know you were looking whether or not you thought she was intentionally teasing you, Esmeralda chimed in. You perv. Vlad threw his hands up slightly, exasperated. I'm really tired of everyone calling me a pervert. I can promise you every instance all of you refer to is clearly an accident or misunderstanding that I just keep finding myself in. For changing, Riley in the shower, Lizyra blasting out diarrhea by a tree, they were all accidents. He raised his hand and signaled to the nearest tavern maiden, leaning back with misplaced confidence. Whether you believe it or not, I'm actually a nice guy who could show any one of you a good time if you allowed it. Zayd and Esmeralda burst into laughter. Ifer didn't even look up from her plate. Sorry, she said flatly, but you'd have to have been alive for about 100 years to even know how to show me a good time. Vlad went quiet. The words seemed to hang in the air longer than expected, his expression tightening slightly as the table's laughter carried on without him. Zayd leaned forward, eyes glinting mischievously. All right, pervert, how about right here, right now? Shocked, Vlad blinked. What do you mean? Both of you are the size of my cock, what could you possibly do or expect? Before he could finish, Zayd extended her hand. Blue electricity snapped outward with a sharp crack, striking him square in the chest. In an instant the world lurched. Vlad shrank violently, collapsing onto his back as his body reduced to the same tiny size as Zayd and Esmeralda, his limbs flopping against the tabletop. Now lose those pants, lover boy, Zayd said with a devious smile. The world around him exploded into impossible scale. The grain of the wooden table stretched like rolling hills. The rim of a mug rose like a tower. He looked up and the ceiling felt distant, curved, as if he were staring across the horizon of a massive landscape. His breathing quickened, then broke into panicked gasps. Asira and Gwen loomed above him, their heads enormous, movements slow and titanic. Their voices warped and distorted, rumbling like distant thunder. The tavern's background chatter became an overwhelming roar, thousands of layered sounds crashing over each other until he couldn't separate a single word. He tried to stand. His legs trembled. The balance he relied on vanished, the surface beneath him feeling uneven and unstable. His heart pounded so violently it hurt. Ifer leaned forward, her hair draping past her horns as her face swallowed most of his vision. Her presence alone felt crushing. No way. He's so small, she boomed. How tiny do you think his penis is now? For the first time since she joined them, Zara let out a short, quick laugh as she leaned in to look. Vlad, sprawled on his back, began vomiting uncontrollably. Their laughter crashed over him like an earthquake. His eyes filled with tears as he rolled weakly, reaching towards Zayd and Esmeralda, both now frowning as they realized what they had done. I guess, we didn't take this part into consideration, Esmeralda muttered. They both lifted into the air. Zayd reached out again, electricity snapping across her fingertips. The second shock hit him, and his body surged back to full size. Still lying on his back and drenched in vomit, Vlad suddenly regained his full weight. The table cracked beneath him and collapsed, sending plates, mugs, and food crashing down as he slammed onto the floor. He continued puking as laughter erupted around him. The tavern maiden stormed over, hands on her hips. All right, I don't care if your Morix friends get the fuck out. I'm charging extra for the table and sending the bill to Vincent first thing in the morning. Ingrates. You can trash your own tavern for all I care, but not mine. Ifer's eyes locked onto her half-eaten steak lying across Vlad's crotch. A deep frown spread across her face. She snatched it quickly, stuffed it into a pocket beneath her cloak, and sighed. So much for dessert. Everyone began rising from their seats and heading toward the door. Hey, the tavern maiden called after them. Don't forget your pervert, he's puking all over the damn floor. Get him out of here before he starts excavating his bowels next. Lizyra and Gwen hauled Vlad up between them, draping his arms over their shoulders. His legs dragged as they tried to move him forward. Come on, asshole, Lizyra grunted. Use your legs. I'm 2 pitchers drunker than you. Practically foaming at the mouth, Vlad mumbled weakly, eyes still spinning. Everything's so big. Gwen glanced back at Zayd. Did you guys really have to do that? I'm sorry, Zayd replied. I didn't think he'd freak out like that. He talked such a big game, and getting laid as a fairy is hard. Esmeralda looked embarrassed. Did you really expect us to fuck right on the table? Why not? Zayd said shamelessly. It's not like anyone would really notice us. You're crazy, Esmeralda muttered, shaking her head. They exited the tavern, crossed the street, and passed through the gateway into Wormspire. Stumbling unevenly through the entrance of the tavern and in, Lizyra called out loudly. We're home. And we're drunk. No, Gwen corrected as she lowered Vlad onto a bench near the door. You're drunk. The rest of us are still sober. Adele sat atop the front desk, watching them enter. She pointed toward Vlad, noticing the vomit smeared across his tunic. If Lizyra's the only drunk one, what's up with him? She asked. Ifer pulled the steak from her pocket and took another bite. Esmeralda and Zayd shrunk him down so he could show them a good time. But instead of fucking them, he got fucked by the reality of being as small as his own cock. Adele rolled across the desk laughing just as Isaac entered the room. He looked at Vlad, then at Adele, then back again. You can go ahead and close down the tavern for the night, he said calmly. We're going to have Kitsune touch up everybody's tattoos and go over the assignments. The front doors slammed shut and locked with a sharp click as Adele waved her hand from across the room, still laughing. Things around the room began to lift into the air, books closed and drifted upward, the register flung open as different coin types and paper marks lifted into the air, sorting themselves into separate piles. Chairs on the other side of the walkway from the inn's office scooted themselves into their respective tables while the windows throughout the establishment began to shut themselves and their blinds one by one. I would have paid to see that, she said, still amused while casting spell after spell closing up shop. Vlad groaned softly as he slowly pushed himself upright, still pale, still unsteady. What would you know, he muttered. You're not much bigger than them, so you couldn't possibly understand going from the size of a human to a tiny fae. I'm much taller than Esmeralda and Zayd for one, Adele replied calmly, crossing her legs atop the desk, and in my other form I'm almost as tall as you. I don't think I've ever seen you in your other form, Ifer said, tilting her head. That's because I haven't needed to revert to it in a long time, Adele answered as a chair floated past her shoulder and settled into place. I only need to when I have to recharge my mana. And since my mana pool is so large, I can go weeks without having to. Lizyra leaned forward shamelessly, her drunken smile widening. You're so beautiful in that form. Adele's expression immediately tightened. Hey. I'm beautiful in this form too. In my other form I can't use magic, or fly, or do anything. Lizyra reached over and snatched her off the desk without warning, hugging her tightly against her chest like a stuffed toy. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, she said, swaying slightly. It's just you never show your elven side, and you're such a beautiful elf. I do not identify as an elf, Adele replied stiffly, still pinned in Lizyra's arms. Nor is that technically what I am. I am a NYX, and I hate that elf-like form. It makes me feel worthless and weak. It's more like a curse than anything else. Zayd leaned forward, curiosity lighting her expression. Wait, so how did that work? Was your dad an elf pervert or something and had sex with a tiny little fae? Adele's face softened slightly, though her tone remained distant. I don't know. I don't remember my parents. All I remember is being cursed like this. Isaac stepped forward, clearing his throat. Okay, if we could all move into the barracks and get this show on the road. The group began migrating through the corridors, boots echoing along stone as the hallway opened into a wide chamber everyone simply called the barracks. Beds occupied by various sized crates lined the walls, weapon racks gleamed under lantern light, and at the center of the room sat a chair beside a small work table. Kitsune stood there preparing a shallow bowl filled with dark shimmering ink. Fine needles rested neatly beside it, their tips glinting. She looked up as everyone entered. "Finally," she said. "I was beginning to lose my patience." "How's Theo?" Gwen asked. "He's a mess," Kitsune replied. 1. He didn't even meet with Master Etrix. 2. He got caught up in some demonstration trying to impress General Lazarus and really overdid it. And 3. He lost Lizyra's stone. Not that we know if it was really of any importance. Stone. He's a mess, Kitsune replied. 1. He didn't even meet with Master Etrix. 2. He got caught up in some demonstration trying to impress General Lazarus and really overdid it. And 3. He lost Lizyra's Dreamstone. Not that we know if it was really of any importance, but still, it wasn't his to take. What about Lizyra and Osiris? Gwen pressed. They've apologized to each other, Isaac answered, stepping further into the room. But Osiris being Osiris, he just has a way with words that pisses everyone off. Kitsune's hair was pulled back with a black headband, keeping her bangs from falling into her eyes. Instead of her usual arcane robe, she wore the new green and black tunic Isaac had prepared for everyone. Her tail brushed lazily behind her as she rolled the needle between her fingers. Who's going first? I haven't eaten yet today, and using the teleport twice in one day has me feeling cranky. I'll go. Ifer stood, pulled her shirt off without hesitation, and dropped into the chair beside Kitsune. Isaac immediately covered his face with his palm.
Rothschild.
You didn't have to take your shirt off.
Thank you.
Come on,
Hopefully
Ifer said as
the
Kitsune
stream.
began tracing over
And
the
having a
faded
good
tattoo
day.
across the back of her right shoulder. It's not like you haven't seen my flat tits
Hopefully the
before.
multi-chat's still working.
Plus,
in
I
case
thought
you
you
said
were giving
anything.
us our new uniforms.
It's good to
so
have
I
you
was
here.
hoping to try that on. Isaac turned away, blushing slightly as he moved to a crate against the wall. He pulled out stacks of folded uniforms and began laying them across a nearby bench. Because of recent events, I made leggings instead of stockings to go with all the uniforms. If you prefer the ones you already wear, you can keep those, but these ones have been enchanted to help in combat, so I'd prefer you use them from now on. I also made matching tunics, cloaks, capes, belts, everything. You can pick which kind of cape, cloak, or paludamentum you want. All of it's been enchanted, blessed, and color matched. He moved to an armory rack and began setting down weapons one by one. Morik and Torgan also went ahead and fixed up all your weapons and added Arcanix slots to the ones that didn't already have them. He glanced back toward Ifer. I'm assuming you wanted to stick with your glaive as your main weapon since you seem to have been favoring that one. I'd like if we started having beefsteak on our expeditions instead of raptor meat, Ifer interrupted, completely ignoring him. I'm willing to sacrifice my pay to make it happen. Isaac blinked, confused. Okay, he said slowly. I'll write that down. Finishing the last line of ink along Ifer's skin, Kitsune lifted the slender wand from the tray and began murmuring an incantation under her breath. The tattoo flared brightly with a crimson red shimmering across Ifer's lower shoulder before the glow dimmed, the color draining away until the mark settled once more into a deep, matte black as the spell sealed. Next, Kitsune called. Ifer rose without hesitation and crossed toward the bench where the uniforms had been laid out in careful rows. Already Ifer rose and crossed toward the bench where the uniforms had been laid out in careful rows. Already half undressed, she stripped the remaining fabric from her body in plain view of everyone, unconcerned, and began pulling on the fitted black leggings. The tunic followed, sliding over her shoulders, the fabric hugging close. She cinched belts around her waist, slung another diagonally across her chest, then swept a black cloak over her head. Turning in place, she planted her feet into the boots Isaac had arranged and flexed them into comfort. "I can't believe you made all this," she said in disbelief. "I actually made them from everyone's old uniforms," Isaac replied, watching her adjust the straps. "Didn't want the material going to waste." Ifer ran her hands along the seams, pressing and prodding until she found the hidden pockets stitched into the tunic and cloak. Her brows lifted with each discovery. "You even made a back harness for my glaive." She glanced over her shoulder at him with a grin. "You're too sweet." Across the room, Gwen lowered herself into the chair and tugged part of her shirt aside, exposing the faded lines of her tattoo. Kitsune stepped in close and began preparing the ink again. "Why are we taking the old caravan wagons?" Gwen asked. "Wasn't only like one or two of them down?" Isaac, lining weapons carefully along the bench, answered without looking up. "Morik and Torgan want to."
Of a double word, delete it.
Of the newer models down. Isaac, why are we taking the old caravan wagons?" Gwen asked. "Wasn't only like one or two of the newer models down?" Isaac, lining weapons carefully along the bench, answered without looking up. "Morik and Torgan want to upgrade them again while it's their turn on Wormspire duty." Lizyra folded her arms, visibly dissatisfied. "The rooms are so small compared to the newer wagons." Zaid floated in the air, watching Kitsune work and shrugged. "Hey, at least they aren't traditional horse and carriage wagons with no interiors. Zara and I are used to traveling with strangers in those canvas walls, rain leaking through, sleet freezing the blankets. Sometimes we didn't even have blankets. Slept on the ground more than once." Kitsune finished the incantation over Gwen's tattoo, the glow flashing briefly before fading. "Next." Gwen stood, pulling her shirt off completely, the fabric catching awkwardly in her antlers. She stumbled a step while untangling herself, muttering under her breath as she shuffled toward the bench to grab her uniform. Isaac exhaled and rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, if everyone's just going to keep getting naked without saying anything, I'm going to take my leave. I forgot something I wanted to bring down here anyway." Adele snorted. "Oh, be quiet, you prude. We've always been co-ed. You're just weirdly polite when people start undressing." Vlad pushed himself upright and staggered toward the chair, lifting his shirt as he dropped into it. Kitsune froze. Her eyes narrowed. "Where in the hells is your tattoo?" Vlad twisted, trying to look over his own shoulder. "What do you mean? It should be right there." He strained farther, then suddenly stiffened. The mark wasn't faded. It was gone. Completely. "What the fuck?" he said, blinking in disbelief. "Where's my tattoo?" Adele drifted up from the bench she'd been perched on, floating lazily into the air with exaggerated caution. "Careful," she said dryly. "He's probably been possessed this whole time. If you're not careful, he might puke on you." Laughter rippled through the room, though it carried a nervous edge. Vlad shook his head. Maybe it disappeared the last time you saved me from the brink of death. When that Yeti tore me in half. Kitsune began assembling a small ritual layout, her movements sharper now. That was 2 maybe 3 expeditions ago. I would have touched it up since then. Vlad glanced at the ingredients she was arranging. I thought you were touching up my tattoo. Well now, Kitsune muttered, frowning, I have to fucking perform an exorcism first. Can't give you a new tattoo if you're possessed or corrupted. I'm pretty sure I'd know if I were possessed. No you fucking wouldn't, she shot back. That's why we do this. She drew a long dagger from her belt, the blade dull and rich. I'm pretty sure I'd know if I were possessed, Vlad reassured her. No you fucking wouldn't, she shot back. That's why we do this. She drew a long dagger from her belt, the blade dull and ritualistic rather than polished for combat. Dipping her fingers into a vial, she smeared a thin layer of ointment along the metal, then set the vial beside the ink tray. The room quieted as she stepped forward. Without warning, she drove the dagger straight into Vlad's chest. The impact forced him backward into the chair, breath exploding from his lungs. In the same instant, Kitsune spoke a harsh phrase in a language none of them recognized. Light surged up the blade like liquid fire, racing into the crystal set in the dagger's hilt. Before the glow faded, she was already chanting again, her free hand pressing against his sternum. She pulled the dagger free. The wound closed as she spoke, flesh knitting, blood vanishing as if the strike had never happened. Vlad's eyes snapped open. Kitsune, what the fuck, he gasped. She only shrugged, turning the dagger to inspect the crystal. Looks like there's no curse or possession. Isaac had re-entered the doorway mid-stab and now stood frozen halfway inside, eyes wide. If you knew how to do that, why didn't you do that to Onyx when he was cursed? Kitsune's mouth curled into a faint, tainted smile. I didn't know this spell until you told me the priest from the capital performed it on him. Isaac blinked. Wait, that was your first time performing that? Yup. She wiped the blade clean and began redrawing the tattoo lines on Vlad's back. Once we got home, I went through Master Theo's room, found a grimoire on exorcisms, transcribed it, memorized it, and now I've performed it. Ifer leaned against the bench, eyes wide. Wow. That was fucking cool. Isaac shook his head slowly. That was reckless. You could have killed him. Kitsune's tone remained casual, almost bored. Even so, I would have just revived him and tried again until I got it right. Can't risk one of us being possessed now, can we? When she finished sealing the new tattoo, Vlad stood in silence. He didn't look at anyone. He didn't speak. He simply pulled his shirt back down, turned, and walked out of the room without a word. Concerned, Esmeralda finally broke the silence that lingered after Vlad's abrupt departure. Wow, you must have really rattled him. Kitsune pressed her tongue thoughtfully against one of her canines, the gesture subtle but sharp. I had to be sure he wasn't possessed. There are a few reasons a protection tattoo can fade, but a completed possession isn't something you gamble with. Not ever. Adele drifted forward, hovering lazily before lowering herself into the chair. The green digital pattern shimmering beneath her back right shoulder began to trickle away like dissolving light, revealing the same circular tattoo etched into her flesh that everyone else bore. Kitsune dipped her needle into the ink and began carefully touching up Adele's mark, her movements precise, while Isaac watched from the bench. You're going to have to transform, he said, so she can make sure your tattoo doesn't need touching up in that form too. Adele groaned. Do I really have to? Yes, Isaac answered without hesitation. The moment Kitsune finished the enchantment. The moment Kitsune finished the enchantment, Adele's body ignited in a burst of white light. The glow expanded outward, swallowing her small frame before collapsing back in on itself. When it cleared, she stood taller, her skin still a muted gray, her features sharpened into an elegant, elven form. Her horns curved slightly longer, her hair spilling farther down her back, and the digital camouflage across her body shifted into more intricate, revealing patterns that curled and traced along her limbs and waist like living circuitry. In the same spot beneath her shoulder, the tattoo remained, though it was barely faded compared to the one Kitsune had just restored. Kitsune leaned in and carefully traced over the lines, reinforcing the sigils with delicate strokes. When the enchantment was spoken again, another flash of white light burst outward, collapsing just as quickly. Adele shrank back into her shorter, horned imp form. "That was horrible," she muttered, visibly embarrassed. Eifer, already stuffing the half-eaten crotch steak into one of the hidden pockets of her new tunic, looked up with open admiration. "Don't get me wrong, you're cute as an imp, but you're gorgeous in your other form. Better not let any of the men see you like that or they might grow an extra cock." Adele wrapped a black cloak around herself, flipped the hood up, and grabbed a tunic she clearly had no intention of wearing. "Well, just like you said, if they haven't lived long enough to suffer through at least 100 years, they wouldn't even know what to do with one cock, let alone two." Gwen, clearly tired of the conversation drifting back to the same subject, cut in while tightening the laces of her boot. "I still have plenty to pack before we leave tomorrow, so if you'll excuse me." She stood, brushed past the others, and walked out through the entryway. Adele floated toward the exit as well, already adjusting her cloak. "I've got plenty to do myself. The rest of the establishment isn't going to close up on its own." "Next," Kitsune called. She glanced toward Lizyra, who had slumped against the wall while sitting on a bench, her head tilted awkwardly as she snored loudly, completely oblivious. Kitsune sighed and looked over at Zara instead. "Okay, your turn." Zara stepped forward and removed her cloak, folding it neatly before pulling down the right side of her tunic to expose her shoulder. Kitsune positioned herself beside her and began sketching the circular magic symbol. "I'm assuming Zaid would know if you were possessed," Kitsune said calmly, "so I don't think I need to perform the exorcism on you." Her needle moved steadily as she worked. "This will stop most demonic forces, necromancers, and liches from possessing you while you're alive. Unfortunately, it won't stop every curse, as we learned with Onyx. And if you were to die, it only protects your body for a few minutes. Still, it's standard procedure here. Half our assignments involve ethereal creatures." Zara nodded once. "Understood." Kitsune recited the enchantment, raising her hand slightly as the ink flared bright red before fading back into a deep black embedded in the skin. Zaid hovered nearby, watching with curiosity. "Do I get one too?" The last syllable of Kitsune's incantation faded as she answered, "Of course. I even made special tools for tattooing small fae. Any type of fae is the last thing we need getting possessed around here." Zara stepped away from the chair and moved toward the bench to pick out a uniform while Zaid fluttered forward and landed lightly on the armrest. Kitsune reached behind the chair and pulled forward an apparatus mounted to its back. A long mechanical arm unfolded with a series of clicking joints, extending outward as she guided it into position. She flipped through several magnifying lenses attached to one end until she found the correct one, adjusting the focus carefully over Zaid's lower shoulder. Then she swapped the standard needle on her device for one with a much finer tip. "Everyone gets a tattoo, a uniform, and rotates onto Wormspire duty," she said, steadying her hand. "No exceptions." Her tongue brushed her lips in concentration as she quickly traced the tiny magic circle, making sure every line was precise before whispering the enchantment over it. The mark glowed briefly, then settled into place. Moments later, Isaac peeked back through the doorway, the door barely cracked open as he checked to make sure no one was still undressed. Satisfied, he stepped in just enough to extend his hand. Resting on his palm was a tiny folded uniform. Still half hidden behind the door as he made sure no one else had decided to undress, Isaac extended his hand a little farther. It even has a little cloak and hood, she said, smiling. How cute. Still half hidden behind the door as he made sure no one else had decided to undress, Isaac extended his hand a little farther, careful not to step fully into the room. I designed it so it won't interfere with your wings or tail, but it'll still protect you from the elements. There are also a few clips around the waist so you can wear up to 2 enchanted rings like Esmeralda. Zaid turned the tiny uniform in her hands, studying the stitching and the miniature buckles with growing admiration. You guys really are living in style compared to how we were. Esmeralda grinned from her perch. Wait until Torgan crafts you your own little bunkhouse like mine. Since Morik and Torgan are on Wormspire duty this expedition, I'm guessing they'll build you one while we're gone. Kitsune, crouched on the bench where Asira slept slumped against the wall, tugged her cloak and tunic down just far enough to expose the back of her shoulder, revealing her own tattoo beneath the fabric. Yeah, wait until we're on the road tomorrow. You might not feel the same after seeing the old caravan wagons. When all the cars are linked together there's no interlinked plumbing for Ho and Kai to heat or cool. The second-story ceiling barely clears.
There it is. There it is. I don't know how to type an O with like a hyphen above it, so hold on.
High and Kitsune, crouched on the bench where Asira slept slumped against the wall, tugged her cloak and tunic down just far enough to expose the back of her shoulder, revealing her own tattoo beneath the fabric. Yeah, wait until we're on the road tomorrow. You heard. Kitsune, crouched on the bench where Asira slept slumped against the wall, tugged her cloak and tunic down just far enough to expose the back of her shoulder, revealing her tattoo beneath the fabric. Yeah, wait until we're on the road tomorrow. You might not feel the same after seeing the old caravan wagons. When all the cars are linked together there's no interlinked plumbing for Hai and Kori to heat or cool. The second-story ceiling barely clears my head, there's only one bathing and toiletry car, the rooms are smaller. Esmeralda flew over and landed on the wooden armrest of the tattoo chair, cutting her off with a raised hand. Okay, I think she gets it. It's not as luxurious as the newer caravan cars. Kitsune slid over, adjusting the mechanical arm and rotating the magnifying lenses into place. Leaning closer, she began tracing carefully around the perimeter of Esmeralda's tattoo, reinforcing the faded edges with slow, deliberate strokes. Kicking her legs back and forth over the side of the armrest, Esmeralda tilted her head. You didn't run into your family while you were in the capital. Nope, Kitsune replied without looking up, her hand steady. Got lucky. Fran was working the teleport hub. She said she'd keep it quiet. Esmeralda continued swinging her feet lightly. Good. I'd hate for our little foxling to have to go back home and serve the Empire. Kitsune smirked faintly as she finished the final line. Oh come on. You know you only keep me around to heal and resurrect everyone when they make bad decisions. Esmeralda stopped kicking her legs and made a sour face. That's not true. 1. Besides maybe Vlad, you've never actually had to revive anyone else yet. And 2. Who would keep everyone in line when they start straying from the path? Kitsune raised her hand and spoke the enchantment. The tattoo flared crimson beneath Esmeralda's skin, the glow pulsing once before fading back into black. As the last syllable left her lips, she leaned back slightly and exhaled. Finally, that's everyone. She began putting her tools away, wiping ink from the needle and folding the mechanical arm back behind the chair. Zara pointed at her from across the room. Next. Kitsune looked up with a small smile and lowered her tunic farther, revealing not just the protective circle on her shoulder but an intricate lattice of interlocking sigils that spread across her back and shoulders, layered markings that overlapped like a web of warding spells built over years. I had Lizyra touch mine up earlier when I did hers, she said casually. She's the only one besides Theo and me who knows the spell, and Theo wasn't much in a talking mood after we dragged him back. She finished packing away the last of her tools, slid the tray aside, and stood. Now that everyone's touched up, I'm going to go fucking eat.
So that concludes chapter 26, and we're now on page 466 out of 676. I don't know where my phone's at. Let me check. Oh, it's at 100%. We can get the model back. Let the phone turn on, grab a hit, which is completely legal in my state, so don't worry. And go take a piss or get a snack. I mean, if anyone's there, I'm just glad to have you.
Chapter 27. There was never a backup plan. Rosai/Nizara/24/Y997/6th age, a centide. L. Leaning back in his chair with his boots propped across a rickety, worn wooden table, an Imperial guard waited while another approached carrying 2 sloshing mugs of ale. The second guard slid one across the scarred surface before lowering himself into the opposite seat, setting his sword and shield carefully against the damp stone wall within arm's reach. Torchlight flickered in iron sconces along the prison corridor, and beyond the bars the moons bled pale silver through the narrow windows, their light drifting across the floor like shallow water stirred by shadows. The guard pulled his feet from the table and planted them on the ground, glancing around as if the walls themselves might be listening. "Are you sure it's okay to be drinking on duty?" The other guard leaned back with an easy smile, wrapping his fingers around the mug. "You've got a lot to learn, newbie. The Emperor barely leaves his throne, so when he's out of the kingdom, we take time to relax a little. Besides, we're on watch till morning. We'll be nice and sober before the next shift takes over." The first guard studied the foam sliding down the side of his mug before lifting it cautiously. "As long as they don't find out, I guess it's all right." He took a swig, and the moment the liquid touched his tongue a violent surge rippled through his body. His vision fractured into spiraling colors as his pulse thundered in his ears, and for a breathless instant he felt as though he were witnessing the birth of stars, the collapse of worlds, every atom splitting and reforming in an endless storm. When the sensation finally receded, he slumped back into reality, eyes unfocused and jaw slack. "What the fuck is this?" Foam clung to the other guard's beard as he burst into laughter. "That's an arcanist's mind bomb. Mages drink it to replenish mana and meditate. It's one of the strongest ales in the kingdom." The first guard blinked slowly, his eyes still drifting as if they had yet to settle. "I didn't even know stuff like this existed." "They don't usually serve it over the counter unless you're a mage," the other replied, taking a long pull from his mug. "I've got a thing with one of the tavern maidens. She sneaks me some from time to time." Far off in the distance, carried on the thin night air, a melody threaded its way through the stone corridors. It was faint enough that only sensitive ears might notice it, a drifting tune that seemed to slide between the cracks in the world itself. Now sipping more carefully, the first guard shifted in his seat. "So, Sergeant Norg, how long have you been a prison guard?" Norg's smile faded, and the lines around his eyes tightened as he stared into his drink. "Wasn't always a prison guard. I was second hand under the captain of the Tiamat for nearly 20 years. Then the Emperor's little whelp took command after the captain died. Tossed me aside and replaced me with the captain's pet brat who used to sneak aboard. He drained the rest of his ale in one brutal swallow, then winced as the arcane burn hit him all at once. After the wave passed, he exhaled through his teeth and continued, 'She barely had hair on her twat at the time, and they threw me down here after one of the guards took his own life.'" The other guard took a slower sip, though it still looked a bit too large. "Damn, that's rough." Norg pushed himself to his feet and wandered to a nearby counter, where a glass pitcher sat sweating in the torchlight. He filled another mug, returned, and dropped heavily back into his chair. "So, Private Elios, what made you or who made you come down here to guard the anuses of the shit-stained cages of despair?" Elios snorted a laugh. "I'm actually being punished for being too aggressive during a training session last week with my sparring partner." Norg leaned forward, laughing hard enough that his shoulders shook. "You? Aggressive? I'm sitting here watching you tongue your ale like a kitten and they said you were too aggressive." Elios looked down into the swirling liquid. "Turns out my sparring partner was one of the Emperor's nephews. Just started service. My commanding officer said I went too hard on him and sentenced me here." Norg's laughter faded into a dry chuckle. "Guess we both got the shit end of the stick." The melody from before slipped closer, no longer a whisper but a soft, deliberate tune drifting down the spiral staircase and spreading across the chamber like fog. Elios tilted his head, brow furrowing. "You hear that?" "Yeah," Norg replied, listening. "Some homeless bard's been playing outside the jailhouse the past few nights. Haven't seen him, but it sounds like the same song." A hint of malice crept into Elios's voice. "You think the prisoners deserve such a luxury? Hearing a bard's tune?" Norg shrugged, smiling faintly. "Doubt they can hear past their own moanin' and cryin'. Ain't much of a gift either way." The melody repeated, louder now, accompanied by measured footsteps spiraling downward. The music entered the room before the man did, and then Lou emerged from the stairwell, lute in hand, fingers still strumming as he stepped into the torchlight. He froze when he saw them, and both guards turned toward him at the same time, their gazes locking with his in the sudden stillness. Norg shoved his chair back as he surged to his feet, snatching his sword from where it leaned against the wall, steel rasping faintly as it cleared the scabbard. He leveled the blade toward Lou, eyes narrowing beneath the torchlight. What the fuck? You must have a death wish coming here, lizard man. Elios kicked his own chair aside as he rose, drawing his weapon in one smooth motion. The relaxed haze from moments earlier vanished from his face, replaced by a bitter, hard edge. You shouldn't have come here. Lou stiffened, clearly caught between embarrassment and nerves, and lifted both hands slightly as if he had walked into the wrong room by accident. Oh bother, pardon me. I must have simply used the wrong one. Honest mistake. He let his lute swing down at his side on its strap while reaching up to the lyre hanging from his neck, his fingers already finding the strings as he resumed the same drifting melody. Footsteps echoed behind him as Jinx pranced down the spiral staircase, cutlass already drawn, her boots landing lightly despite the speed. She slowed at the bottom, glancing between the guards. Did it not work? Norg's jaw tightened as recognition hit him. He pointed his sword at her, fury bubbling over. That's that little cum spat right there. What the fuck is going on here? Lou didn't hesitate. Potato, he wailed. Jinx instantly clamped her hands over her ears as Lou struck the final note. A sharp violet snap of light pulsed outward from the lyre, the sound ringing through the chamber like glass tension breaking. Norg and Elios stiffened mid-motion, their weapons dipping as their knees buckled, and then both collapsed heavily to the floor, breathing deep as loud, unrestrained snores filled the room. Jinx lowered her hands, eyes wide, a grin splitting across her face. That was fucking awesome. She skipped toward the counter where the pitcher sat, grabbed it with one hand, and took a long drink straight from the spout. Foam coated her bangs and smeared across her face as she swallowed, then she exhaled sharply, eyes lighting up. Oh man, that's the good shit. She tilted the pitcher again for another swig, wiping her mouth with the back of her wrist. Lou, you gotta try this. This is some high-quality shit. Lou let the lyre fall back against his chest. I'd prefer we stay focused on the task at hand so we can rescue your prince and my beloved. He pulled a long intricately carved wooden flute from underneath his cloak, pressed his lips against the mouthpiece, and let his fingers dance over the tone holes. The melody swam through the air and at the final note the nearest cell door jolted violently before swinging open. In a chain reaction of magical discharge, every door down the corridor followed, iron hinges groaning as the entire row flung wide in a cascading wave. Jinx stared down the hallway, eyes bright with amazement. That's so fucking cool. It never gets old. She sprinted down the corridor, peering into each cell as she passed, her boots scraping against stone before she slid to a stop. A lump lay on a blood-stained cot beneath a filthy blanket. Leaning into the doorway, she deepened her voice into the roughest growl she could manage. All right fucktard, wake up and spread em. She nudged the cot with her foot. Wakey wakey. Violin rolled over, blinking as he opened his eyes. Jinx loomed over him with a wide, sinister grin stretching across her face. Rise and shine. He exploded upward, tackling her without hesitation. They crashed across the cell floor, rolling in a tangled heap as he wrapped his arms around her. I can't believe you're alive, he sobbed, clutching her tightly. Jinx squirmed, trying to pry him off as she twisted her face away. You're covered in shit. Let go. Heavy boots thundered down the stairwell as a cluster of guards stormed into the corridor, weapons already drawn. One of them spotted Lou standing in Violin's doorway and pointed. There they are. Crashing over each other, they charged down the corridor while Lou grabbed his lyre and yelped, "Potato!" Jinx immediately clamped her hands over her ears again while Lou struck the tune. The purple pulse snapped outward, and the charging guards crumpled mid-stride, collapsing into a tangled pile of armor and limbs, their snores quickly filling the corridor. Jinx looked back at Violin only to find him slumped beside her, already asleep. Fuck, she muttered. I forgot to tell Violin the code word. At the far end of the hallway, a short dwarf with shaggy brown hair stumbled from his cell, rubbing his eyes through a long yawn. What in the hells is all that commotion? Some of us are trying to sleep in this shithole. Still half asleep, he glanced down the hall, then back at his own cell, noticing he was already standing outside of it. He blinked, looked again, and then noticed every door standing open and a heap of Imperial guards snoring at the end of the corridor. He stared into his empty cell, then back into the hallway once more before his face lit up. Raising a clenched fist above his head, he cried out, "Freedom!" He charged forward screaming, voice echoing wildly through the stone. Lou scooped Violin up with his tail, slinging him across his shoulders, then grabbed Jinx's hand and yanked her upright before bolting toward the staircase. The dwarf reached the pile of sleeping guards, snatched up a sword, and kept running, dragging the blade along the metal bars of each open cell. The screech of steel rang through the corridor as he shouted, "Come on lads, our king's escaping. You don't wanna be left behind now, do ya?" One by one, prisoners stirred. Seeing their doors open, they surged into the hallway, trampling over the unconscious guards and grabbing whatever weapons they could find. The growing mob thundered after the dwarf, their footsteps shaking the stone as they stormed up the stairwell behind Lou and Jinx, the prison erupting into chaos behind them. Emerging from the top of the staircase, Lou burst into motion, dragging Jinx behind him so fast her boots barely touched the ground. He tore across the barracks that connected to the jail, the smell of sweat and steel flashing past in a blur, before kicking through the outer door and spilling into the night streets of the capital. Moonlight washed the stone roads in pale silver as he scanned both directions, his tongue flicking instinctively while he measured the safest route. He dropped Jinx onto her feet. "This way," he said with a whisper. Without slowing, he bolted down the road with Violin still slung over his shoulder. Not far behind them, the swelling crowd of prisoners poured from the barracks, their uneven footsteps echoing between the buildings as they struggled to keep pace. Lou veered into narrow back alleys, weaving through shadowed passages and broken lantern light, carefully avoiding wandering civilians and distant patrols of the city guard. The sounds of pursuit faded as he cut through tighter corridors, the city closing in around them like a maze of damp stone. He skidded to a stop at a dead end above a heavy iron sewer lid. With his tail, he hooked beneath the rim and quietly slid it aside before dropping straight into the darkness below. He landed in knee-deep sewage with a splash, barely pausing as he scanned the branching tunnels and chose one immediately, charging down the foul-smelling passage. Jinx fell through moments later, landing hard on her ass in the filth. "Ah, fucking gross," she said with an exaggerated groan. Scrambling to her feet, she wiped away the sludge that clung to her hands, then quickly stepped aside as bodies began raining down into the muck behind her. The dwarf from earlier hauled himself upright, helping another prisoner to his feet before wiping grime from his beard. "So, what's the plan?" he asked impatiently awaiting orders. Jinx eyed him suspiciously. "Who exactly are you?" she inquired. "I'm Ralphius," he declared, puffing his chest. Jinx looked around at the gathered faces, recognizing several from the Tiamat. "Well, Ralphius, if you want to be of some help, get to the docking bay and wait for us. We still have to rescue Lizard Brain's so-called beloved before we make our grand escape." Ralphius lifted a stolen sword high. "You heard her, boys. To the air docks." He charged down the opposite tunnel, the gaggle of prisoners splashing after him as they disappeared into the darkness. Jinx hurried after Lou, clamping a hand over her mouth as the stench clawed its way down her throat. The air was thick with rot and stagnant water, every breath tasting like rust and decay. She followed the wet sloshing of his footsteps through the muck, splashing around tight corners and ducking beneath low-hanging stone as the tunnels twisted into a labyrinth of dripping brick and blackened mortar. Side passages branched endlessly into darkness, some choked with debris, others swallowing the sound of distant trickling water, and for a moment she worried she'd lose him entirely in the maze of filth. She pushed onward, boots sucking free from the sludge with each step, until the echo of his movement grew louder. Turning another corner, she finally spotted him ahead, already halfway up a rusted ladder bolted into the wall, Violin still slung over his shoulder as he climbed without hesitation. Climbing quickly, she followed and noticed the top was sealed with a grated cover instead of a sewer lid. Lou tore it loose with one hand and slipped through. The grate clanged past her as she reached the top and hauled herself into the room above. It was dark, thick with the scent of chemicals and mildew. As her eyes adjusted, she stumbled into something and knocked over a bucket, the contents sloshing across the floor before draining down the open shaft behind them. "Lou, where are we?" she whispered, pinching her nose. "Quiet," he urged, easing open a nearby door and peeking out. His eyes darted both directions while his tongue flickered briefly before retreating. Once satisfied, he whispered, "Come on." He slipped into the hallway, moving silently. Jinx followed, and the moment she stepped out she froze, recognition hitting her instantly. "Why are we in the motherfucking royal castle, Lou?" she hissed. "I thought you said your beloved was in a dark, dank cellar." Without stopping, Lou replied, "This is a dank and dark cellar." He paused, then added, "Of greed and corruption." "That makes no fucking sense," she snapped. "This is the worst place to be. This wasn't part of the plan." Turning the corner, Lou answered calmly, "This is going exactly according to plan." Jinx rounded the corner behind him and all color drained from her face. Her stomach dropped. Before them stood the massive doors to the Emperor's bedroom. "What in the fucking fuck are we doing here?" she whispered hoarsely. "Is your beloved the Emperor's sex slave or something?" Ignoring her, Lou slowly pushed the door open and looked inside. The chamber beyond lay dark and empty, not a soul stirring. A voice suddenly cut in from behind them. "What in the hells are you doing? And who let this wretched beastman inside the castle?" They turned to see two elite castle guards approaching with weapons drawn, polished armor catching the faint torchlight. Shaking her head, Jinx drew her sword. "Ah, confuzzle fuck, I knew we'd get caught in here." "No," Lou said quickly. With violin still slung over his shoulder, he handed her his lyre. "Just like I showed you earlier," he instructed. Jinx grabbed it and began strumming. The melody stumbled immediately, wrong notes clashing as she searched for the strings. "A flat," Lou whispered. One of the guards laughed as they advanced. "Come on. Whatever is going on, it stops here. Surrender peacefully and we won't have to stain the carpets with blood." Lou spoke louder. "A flat." Jinx fumbled through the melody again, then randomly plucked another string. "I don't know what a fucking a flat is, okay?" She restarted, fingers shaking as the guards closed in. "This is your last warning," one of them said. "Put down Prince Violin and drop the instrument, now." Jinx hesitated, then her expression shifted as the melody finally clicked in her mind. "Oh, this must be it." She struck another sour note. The guard sighed. "All right. Kill them and take back the prince." Restarting again, Jinx muttered, "Like this." Lou plugged one ear hole with his tail and the other with his free hand. Unmolested by foul sounds and wrong notes, the melody twisted through the air while a sharp purple snap burst from the instrument. Both guards stiffened, then collapsed instantly, armor clattering softly as they fell into deep, heavy sleep. "Fuck yeah!" Jinx exclaimed, sweeping into an exaggerated bow toward her unconscious audience. After a relieving long sigh, Lou leaned through the doorway and peered into the royal chamber, his eyes sweeping the darkness before suddenly lighting up. "There she is." He slipped inside, leaving the door slightly ajar behind him. Jinx followed cautiously, stepping onto the thick carpet as her gaze tracked him creeping toward the far side of the room. There, bathed in dim moonlight pouring through tall windows, sat a massive grand piano, its polished surface gleaming faintly like black water. The wood shimmered with a subtle grain that seemed almost alive. Jinx stared at it, then back at Lou, disbelief souring her voice. "You have to be fucking kidding me." Lou gently lowered Violin onto the carpet before stepping up to the instrument, placing one hand reverently along its polished body. Anger crept into Jinx's tone. "Your beloved is a fucking piano." Lou's face split into a wide, proud grin. "She is not just a fucking piano. She is the grandest of all fucking pianos. Handcrafted from the oldest dragon and magic wood trees, shaped by master artisans who no longer live. Keys carved from the finest ivory of ancient mammoth tusks born of the ember's pyre." Standing tall and with his hand over his heart, he paused before saying softly while his eyes welled up with tears, "Her sound can make even the most tyrannical of kings weep and the hellish of storms creep to a kneel." Jinx blinked at him. "You made it sound like your beloved was a person who'd been kidnapped." "She was kidnapped," Lou replied matter-of-factly. "When I returned to the music man to purchase her, he told me a royal advisor had arrived before me from the capital and demanded he sell it as a gift for the wretched emperor's birthday. Stole her from beneath me." Jinx looked the instrument up and down. How in the hells are we supposed to move this? Lou knelt beside it, pulling a small vial of ink from beneath his cloak. Just like this. He dipped his finger into the dark liquid and traced a small, intricate magic circle along the piano's frame, the ink faintly shimmering as it settled into the wood. After corking the vial and tucking it away, he produced a scroll and spoke, "Reformidant." The parchment ignited in a soft blue flame, dissolving into drifting sparks. The drawn circle flared brightly, and the entire piano began to shrink, folding inward without sound until it compressed into a tinier piano no bigger than a pebble resting on the carpet. Lou scooped it up, slipped it into a pocket beneath his cloak, and nodded with satisfaction and said, "Easy as flat pie." Jinx frowned as she moaned quietly, "Can we get the fuck out of here now?" Lou slung violin back over his shoulder and rushed out the door, stepping over the sleeping elite guards as he hurried down the corridor. He darted back into the custodial closet, dropped through the open shaft, and grabbed the ladder. Jinx followed, but her boot hit the slick puddle from the bucket she'd spilled earlier. Her foot slid out from under her and she tumbled straight through the opening, crashing back into the sewage below. Lou slid down the ladder after her, landing with a splash. "This is no time for a bath," he teased. Jinx shoved his lyre into his chest as she stood. "Come on." They pushed down the tunnel, wading through muck until the passage narrowed toward a drop where the sewage drained into a lower cistern. The flow spilled high above another tunnel below, leaving only a narrow brick path jutting from the wall. Jinx edged across carefully, boots slipping slightly on damp stone, while Lou followed with deliberate steps, balancing violin across his shoulder as he climbed over the far lip. Beyond the wall, a walkway stretched toward the grand hangar. Bloodied bodies of Imperial guards lay scattered along the stone path, forming a grim trail leading into the cavernous docking bay. Jinx crept forward, scanning the shadows, until the hangar opened fully before them. At the farthest dock sat the Tiamat, restored and gleaming, its hull catching the low lantern light. Prisoners rushed across its deck, hauling ropes and securing lines, preparing it for departure. Jinx and Lou moved toward it, then stopped. Aaron stepped out from behind a stack of crates, arms crossed, slowly shaking his head. "I knew a little rat would come scurrying about eventually. Now call your men down from the Tiamat and let's all have a little chat." Lou carefully lowered violin onto the dock. "Please move out of our way." Aaron uncrossed his arms, resting one hand on the hilt of his sword. "You were aware the Emperor was negotiating violin's freedom. He even ordered you revived, Jinx, as part of the deal." Jinx snarled. "Well, fucking surprise. I don't need no reviving. And by the looks of it, I don't think negotiations were going as planned." Aaron's expression hardened. "Before this goes any further, just return to the prison. You can all spend time catching up in Violin's cell while we wait for Father to return." Lou leaned slightly toward Jinx. "What was the backup plan again?" "There was never a backup plan, lizard brain," she snapped. Lou's voice tightened. "I thought you said you always had a backup plan." Jinx scoffed, then turned back to Aaron. "How about you take your fist," she raised her hand, clenching it slowly, "and shove it straight up your arse." Aaron smirked and drew his rapier. "You always had such a beautiful way with words." Before he could lunge, Lou pulled a flute from beneath his cloak and began playing. Aaron stopped, laughing softly as he tilted his head. "What, are you going to serenade me while I kill you?" Before striking the final note, Lou shouted, "Potato." Jinx clamped her hands over her ears as the last tone rang out. A sharp violet snap burst from the flute, rippling through the air like a silent shockwave. Aaron froze where he stood, rapier still poised in his hand. His body locked mid-motion, muscles rigid, eyes wide and unblinking. The feather atop his becoquette shifted gently in the night breeze while everything else about him remained perfectly still. Lou lifted violin and walked past him without resistance. Jinx strolled up and stopped directly in front of Aaron, mirroring his earlier smugness. "You shouldn't have stopped. Lou's music is wild, isn't it?" She slapped him across the face, then planted a quick mocking kiss against his cheek. "Thanks for letting us go. I'm sure Daddy will be real happy to hear all about it when he gets back." Aaron strained with everything he had, veins tightening along his neck as he tried to speak. Only a strained, wet gurgle escaped his throat, his body refusing to obey him. Jinx giggled at the sound, then stepped past him. After a moment, she paused and glanced back, her expression shifting as an idea formed. She adjusted his belt and deliberately pulled his trousers and undergarments down to his ankles, exposing his cock and testicles before turning toward the ship. "Well, see ya later," she said mockingly. She started up the ramp toward the Tiamat. Ralphius leaned over the rail, brow raised. "Are you really just going to leave him there?" Jinx looked back over the side at the frozen royal prince. "I mean, I can't kill him. That'd stir up more shit than necessary." She tapped her chin, thinking for a moment. "You know what?" She suddenly pointed down at Aaron. "Tie that scallywag up and slap the magic restraints on him. We're taking him prisoner." A chorus of cheers went up as several of the men rushed down the dock. They quickly bound Aaron, clamping enchanted restraints around his wrists before dragging him aboard by his cape. Jinx plucked the bee coquette from his head and dropped it onto her own, tilting it crookedly. She planted one boot firmly against his head as he lay helpless on the deck. "Looks like you're coming along for the ride, sweetheart." Aaron's eyes strained uselessly as he tried to look anywhere else, humiliation burning across his face while his body remained locked in place. Drool slipped from the corner of his mouth as he fought the paralysis, every muscle rigid and unresponsive as he was forced, staring up Jinx's legs. From the angle he was frozen in, denim, silk, and lace hardly covered the hairless folds and curvature of something he wished he had never glanced upon. The ship pulled silently away from the dock. The boarding platform snapped loose and tumbled into the city below as the Tiamat glided into open air. Under the pale glow of the moons, the vessel slipped southward, vanishing into the night as it made its escape toward the jagged peaks of the Emberspire Mountains.
Place we used to dream.
Chapter 28. The Sentinel's Call. Solis/Nizera/26/Y997/6th Age, Dawn Tide. T. Ripping over his own feet as he stumbled down the loading ramp, Onyx pitched forward and tried to break the fall by throwing himself into a bush off to the side. Dew from the dawn tide clung to the green, lustrous leaves of the Eldinwuj flora, soaking through his sleeves as branches snapped and bent beneath his weight. Beyond the brush, half hidden beneath the canopy of clustered conifers, two enclosed, two-story caravan wagons sat tucked into shadow. Clearly labeled crates and barrels were stacked in orderly rows beside them, invoices pinned firmly to their faces. Rising from the brush with a muttered groan, Onyx gathered the wooden slabs of the box he'd been carrying and dusted damp leaves from his coat, mumbling, "Damn ramp still needs to be fixed." Lizyra followed him down, struggling beneath a box nearly larger than her torso, her boots thudding softly against the wood. "Morik said the last time we pulled out the old caravan cars they had some upgrades," she replied, shifting her grip. "I have yet to see any." Out in the brush beyond the wagons, Ragnar and Ragnus were busy sniffing along the exposed roots of a nearby pine, a cluster of pale mushrooms sprouting from the damp bark. A few roots over, Lumi knelt on her hands and knees, carefully picking through the growth and sorting each find before placing it into one of two sacks hanging from her neck. Ragnus snuffled vigorously through the patch, then gently plucked a mushroom with her teeth and dropped it in front of Lumi. "Thanks, my little pretty girl," Lumi said, rewarding her with a scratch behind the ears. She slipped the mushroom into the larger sack, then paused as something caught the corner of her eye. Collapsed, weed-choked headstone half swallowed by creeping moss. Glancing around, she noticed another, then another, their shapes barely visible beneath the overgrowth. It dawned on her that the wagons had been parked beside what remained of an old, abandoned graveyard. Walking back toward the caravan, she called, "Hey, did you guys know you parked the wagons next to an old abandoned graveyard?" Stacking one of the storage boxes, Onyx glanced up. "Really?
Couldn't hear me because I was muted the whole time, so yeah. Returning your gray pants blue. I mean graveyard to cemetery. Cemetery, not cemetery. And a save here and a save there. We're gonna push play as soon as it's done saving.
Stacking one of the storage boxes, Onyx glanced up. "Really? I didn't see any signs or even a real road leading anywhere. I thought we'd be far enough from Gloomshade that nobody would have claim to this area. Figured it'd be good for foraging."
Of course, I didn't spell cemetery right. Yeah. Means I probably didn't spell it right on the ebook site either. Nope, of course, yeah. Cemetery is how I put it. It's a cemetery. Right, go.
Stacking one of the storage boxes, Onyx glanced up. "Really? I didn't see any signs or even a real road leading anywhere. I thought we'd be far enough from Gloomshade that nobody would have claim to this area. Figured it'd be good for foraging." Removing mushrooms from her sacks and placing them into their respective crates, Lumi said, "Doesn't seem like there's a gravekeeper or anything." She paused for a moment and thought, then added, "Looks like someone raised the dead or pillaged the coffins long ago. Most of the plots are dug up and seem like they've been that way for ages." While checking the number of mushrooms still needed on one of the invoices, she added, "I'm surprised you guys woke up this early to collect alchemy ingredients and spell components." Lizyra nearly collapsed onto a nearby crate, yawning hard enough to water her eyes. "It's not like I wanted to. All that stupid combat training Isaac had us doing has me still waking up early against my will. Feels like we barely got any damn time to ourselves before we left." The dark bags beneath her eyes told the story of an almost sleepless night. Adjusting his shaded glasses, Onyx shrugged. "Figured if we get everything collected before Midsol, we can head back to Blue Wyvern early and get some well-needed sleep at the nicest inn." Securing the lid onto one of the crates, Lumi frowned. Why would we waste coin on an inn when there's enough rooms in the first caravan car? Because, Onyx replied, every one of those beds looks like Gwen's antlers shredded them to pieces. Since we've been on the road the last 2 nights, the springs in my mattress have been poking through. Lumi softened, giving in to the logic. Well, I guess we can do a night or 2 until everyone meets back up after their first assignments. She reached down to pet Ragnar, who sat patiently beside her. Plus, without the stable car, there really isn't room for Ragnar and Ragnus to sleep comfortably. Osyra lifted her head from the crate, suddenly brightening. Then it's settled. We'll collect everything as fast as we can and head back to Blue Wyvern so we can snuggle up with Ragnar and Ragnus. Now what and how much of it do we need? Reading from the invoice clipped atop one of the crates, Lumi said, for the antidote order alone we need at least 416 lion's mane shrooms, 208 cordyceps, and we'll need to fill 108-ounce vials of extracted gloom snake venom. For the monster repel potion order, we'll need at least 10 gallons of fresh troll urine. Okay, you can stop, Osyra moaned, slamming her head back down onto the crate as if the numbers alone had drained what little strength she had left. Encouragingly, Lumi said, hey, it's not that bad. At least these new uniforms Isaac made everyone have been enchanted to grant increased stamina, so we should all have plenty of energy going forward. She ran her hand down the front of her tunic, feeling the fabric between her fingers as they brushed across her leggings. Though I feel the skirt might be a little too short and revealing. Osyra pushed off the crate into a spin, her cape billowing behind her. I love them. Just enough green to blend into bushes and just enough black to move like a shadow. She reached around her waist, patting along her sides. Also there's, like, so many hidden pockets to put things. From one of them she pulled a small, half-eaten pastry. Oh, yum, she said, popping it into her mouth in one bite. Disgusted, Lumi asked, you just had that unwrapped in your pocket. Still searching through more hidden seams, Osyra smiled. Yup. I think the rest of it is here somewhere if you want it. Shaking her head, Lumi said, I'm good, thanks. Osyra grinned. Are you sure? They're really good. Curiously, Lumi asked, where did you even get that? Finding the other half and tossing it into her mouth, Osyra replied around a mouthful, from my pocket, silly. Sighing, Lumi clarified, no, like did you bake those before we left or buy them? Osyra laughed. Oh. When we were in Blue Wyvern the other day, before we split into parties, I saw a new shop selling cream-filled pastries that wasn't there last time we passed through, so I bought a box. Or 2. Or 5. But they're really good, so I thought it was worth it. The demi-hume fox lady who ran it was so sweet and reminded me of our little kitsune except her fur was snow white. She tilted her head back and drank from the water skin fastened to her belt. When nothing came out, she frowned. Ah, shit. Gonna have to fill this before we start. Spinning around, she trudged up the ramp into the back of the caravan, only now realizing how tired she actually was. Passing rows of stacked crates and equipment, she slid open a narrow door and stepped into the hallway beyond. The wooden floor creaked beneath her boots as she climbed a tiny staircase to the 2nd story. Even for a short elf, the ceiling hovered just inches above her head, forcing her to duck slightly as she walked. Never realized how short the 2nd story on this old girl was, she muttered. Entering the 2nd door on the right, she crossed to a series of spigots fed by stainless steel pipes running along the ceiling. Holding her water skin beneath one, she pressed the lever with a finger and waited. Nothing came out. What the fuck, she said. I replaced the ale before we left Sios. A mischievous grin crept across her face. Well, I replaced the ale with wine, but it still should all be up there. With a huff, she stepped back into the hall, walked to the end, and climbed a small ladder built into the wall. Pushing open the hatch, she hauled herself onto the roof beneath the canvas canopy and crawled along a narrow central catwalk between neatly secured rows of barrels feeding the pipe network. The thick dragonhide canopy above blocked out the sun and sealed the space from the elements, while strategically placed frost wards etched along the supports kept the air unnaturally cold. It was dark enough that she had to feel more than see. Her breath crystallized in front of her as she ran her fingers along the nearest barrel, tracing its edges where it sat in its mount, searching for a crack. Her fingertips came away wet. She rubbed them together, then licked them clean. Damn it, she groaned defeatedly. The barrel must have a hole somewhere. She collapsed forward, face first onto the catwalk while still on her knees. Today's going to be a long day. Unable to turn around in the cramped darkness without risking her balance, she crawled backward toward the hatch, boots scraping softly against the wood. The moment she reached it, she slipped and fell ass first through the opening, landing squarely on Lumi below. Pinned beneath her, Lumi wheezed, was just checking in, seeing what was taking so long. Looking down between her legs at Lumi's face, Lizyra said, fighting back tears, all the wine ale leaked out through a crack in the barrel up top. Being nearly 2 feet shorter than Lizyra, Lumi tried to push her off while scolding, "You shouldn't be drinking ale this early in the morning." Her palms braced against Lizyra's shoulders as she struggled beneath her weight. Rolling off with a lazy shrug, Lizyra flopped onto her back and stretched. "You're no fun. When did you become so strict? We're just collecting mushrooms and digging up old smelly roots, so I thought we could relax a bit." Lumi pushed herself onto her knees, brushing dust from her tunic. "Look, I know this isn't really an assignment that needs a full party, but Isaac put me in charge and I don't want to mess it up. And letting you get drunk this early doesn't sound like a good start to our expedition." Lizyra's lip curled into a pout. "Well, the keg is dry, so you won't have to worry." She wandered back into the room and filled her water skin from a different nozzle labeled spring water, holding it there until it sloshed full. Standing in the doorway, Lumi brushed her short white hair behind her long, pointed ears. "When we get back to Blue Wyvern, we can fix the barrel and refill it. We'll just have to gather some extra ingredients to cover the cost of some more liquor and see if the local apothecary will buy it." "It's fine," Lizyra assured, tightening the cap. "Probably should be drinking more water and fruit juices anyway. Winter's coming soon. Been feeling kinda stuffy." Pulling the invoice from her pocket, Lumi glanced down and began, "That reminds me, we're going to need at least 240. Lizyra lunged forward and wrapped her in a crushing hug that was closer to a tackle, sending both of them stumbling out the doorway and down the steps to the first floor. Laughing, Lizyra squeezed tighter. "No more numbers, my little imply POO." Pinned underneath her again, Lumi stiffened and said sternly, "Adele might identify as an imp and want to fly around naked, but I do not. I am an elf, and that's why you never see me in my imp form." Lizyra immediately loosened her grip, her expression falling. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you." Lumi rose to her feet, dusting off her tunic and cloak, a faint flush touching her cheeks. "I didn't mean to have an outburst like that. I apologize. Adele just has a much larger mana pool, is better with spells and summons, and can fly around partially nude while doing it all in her sleep. Meanwhile I can't even fly for more than 5 minutes or..." Lizyra abruptly shoved another half-eaten pastry she'd discovered in one of her pockets straight into Lumi's mouth. "Stop talking like that," she said firmly. "I can't transform into anything other than me, and besides a stupid tree spell I can't do any magic without a pre-spelled wand or ingredients. Plus, whether it's your imp or elf form, you still have fatter tits and ass than me, so you should be happy." Swallowing the pastry before she even had time to taste it, Lumi coughed lightly and looked down at herself. "I don't even really have prominent breasts or rear," she said, her tone uncertain. Lizyra clutched her chest dramatically and sank to the floor. "Oof. If you can say that about yourself, then mine must be non-existent," she muttered. Lumi scratched the back of her head awkwardly. "I didn't mean it like that." From the end of the hall, Onyx leaned in the doorway with his arms folded. "Can you two measure your dicks later?" he called. "There are so many mushrooms in that graveyard we could be done within a few hours if we were all picking them." Lizyra shot him an annoyed look. "Just because Osiris isn't here doesn't mean you need to fill in for him by being an ass." Onyx turned slightly and slapped his own backside. "Well, someone's gotta be the ass around here since you two don't have." Before he could finish, Lizyra and Lumi both kicked him square in the rear at the same time. The impact launched him forward through the storage car, his boots skidding across the wood before he tumbled down the ramp and rolled into the brush. He crashed into a crooked headstone, knocking it loose from its mantle and sending it toppling into the vines and mud. "I wasn't going to let you finish that sentence," Lizyra said angrily as she stepped down the ramp. "Wasn't even a funny joke." Flat on his back, Onyx groaned. "I was going to say, A mean bone in your bodies, but okay. Walking past him, Lumi added, I don't know if that sounds any better, honestly. Onyx rolled onto his side, cupping his groin. I think Lumi kicked me in the balls since she's so short, he wheezed. Digging through her pockets in search of more pastry crumbs, Lizyra hopped off the loading ramp. Sorry, I thought you were going to say we didn't have an ass. The ground beneath her suddenly gave way. Dirt and mud collapsed inward, swallowing her footing as she dropped into sudden darkness. She felt herself free fall for a brief, weightless moment before landing atop something soft and incredibly warm. Onyx's ass. In a sharp burst of light, the darkness around them shattered as sparks from Lumi's striking rod sprayed across the stone floor. The brief glitter of orange embers danced along the dust before fading, then flared again as she struck a second time. On the third strike, the torch caught. A small flame licked upward, then steadied as she lifted it above her head, casting wavering light across the chamber. Onyx groaned as he shoved Lizyra off his chest, rolling onto his side and clutching his ribs. What have you done, Lizyra? He muttered, still wincing. Lumi tilted the torch upward, squinting toward the ceiling. That's odd, she said, her brows knitting together. There's no hole, no break in the stone. Nothing where we should have fallen through. Was that some kind of trapdoor? Onyx pushed himself upright, adjusting his cloak and brushing dirt from his shoulder. That'd be a pretty big trapdoor, he replied, glancing around. Seeing your torch reminds me I need to put mine back on my utility belt. If I would have fallen down here by myself, I'd be screwed. The torchlight stretched outward, revealing walls lined with stone coffins carved into symmetrical recesses. Each slab sat undisturbed, buried beneath thick blankets of dust and age. The air hung stale, heavy with the dry scent of stone and something faintly sour beneath it. Lizyra slowly turned in a circle, her voice lowering. Is this some sort of catacombs? Onyx studied the rows of coffins, unease creeping into his tone. I didn't see any mausoleums when we stopped here. And none of the maps said Gloomshade had anything like this. Well, Lizyra said, rubbing her arms as she peered down the dim corridor, it is called Gloomshade. Wouldn't be that far from gloomy for there to be some kind of labyrinth or tomb somewhere around. Lumi frowned faintly. I always thought it was just something stupid the goblins named it since their ancestors founded the town. Lizyra flailed her arms slightly in the dark, trying not to bump into anything as she shuffled closer to the light. I thought goblins usually came up with names like pork pie, burnt toast, or snuggle bean. Lumi stepped forward, scanning the walls for any sign of an exit. The Gloomshade goblins were different, she explained. They were said to mutate as they aged, some even began to resemble elves. More civil than most tribes. They used mana-derived magic too. One text I read said Gloomshade Temple once housed goblin monks and sages that were part of some order protecting a treasure of some kind. Plus I'm pretty sure the head delivery goblin is named Charles. Onyx glanced at her, raising a brow. That's cool and all, but how do you even know that? Lumi paused, then asked, what? That his name is Charles. It's because I've asked him. Slapping his palm to his forehead, Onyx clarified, no, about the Gloomshade goblins. Lumi leaned down, touching her torch to one that jutted from the floor. Because I've damn near read every book, tome, and grimoire Theo has lying around the shop, inn, and tavern, she answered. The old torch caught with a dry hiss, its flame spreading and pushing the darkness farther back. She stepped to another and lit it as well, the corridor slowly revealing more rows of silent stone coffins. I wouldn't have put it past them to have halls of the dead, Lumi added, lifting her torch again. They were more sophisticated than goblins today. Lizyra stared down a long hallway that stretched into shadow, lined endlessly with coffin recesses. She swallowed. I don't even have my bow on me if any of these things start popping off and spitting out goblin skellies. Onyx instinctively reached for his warhammer, only to grab a handful of his cape. He froze. Shit. I seem to have forgotten my hammer. Nothing's going to pop out, Lumi assured, though her voice carried a slight uncertainty. She looked through an archway between the torches and spotted a staircase climbing upward. Those crates aren't going to fill themselves if we're stuck down here. Let's find a way out. She moved toward the stairs. Lizyra and Onyx followed close behind, staying within the halo of light as shadows stretched and twisted along the walls. At the top, another hallway opened before them. One end had completely caved in, a wall of stone and rubble sealing the path. Across from it, another staircase descended into darkness, the steps vanishing beyond the reach of the torchlight. With little choice, they headed down. The second staircase led into yet another corridor, longer, narrower, and lined once again with silent rows of coffins. Lizyra exhaled in frustration. It seems like our only way out is back through that caved-in section. Onyx shook his head. Without my hammer or a pickaxe, I'm not breaking through that. Lizyra raised her fists playfully. "Aw, come on, can't you use your muscles in martial arts stuff? Smash the rocks all cool like."
Fixed.
Martial art. Lizyra raised her fists playfully. "Aw, come on, can't you use your muscles and do some martial arts stuff? Smash the rocks all cool like." "It doesn't work like that," Onyx replied, rubbing the back of his neck. "Besides, ever since Vincent handed me a warhammer, I haven't really practiced martial arts." Lizyra frowned, shadow boxing the air. "It was so cool when you first joined. You'd always
Fixed.
Martial. "It doesn't work like that," Onyx replied, rubbing the back of his neck. "Besides, ever since Vincent handed me a warhammer, I haven't really practiced any martial arts." Lizyra frowned, shadow boxing the air. "It was so cool when you first joined. You'd always punch and kick monsters." She carelessly launched a kick behind her, causing her boot to strike the wall. A section of the stone wall began to crack as she moved her foot away from it and said embarrassingly, "Oh, shit." Stones crumbled inward with a dry, grinding collapse as the wall gave away, vanishing behind a plume of dust and debris. After a small chorus of coughs and wheezing, the veil of dust slowly dissipated, revealing a jagged opening. All three of them jumped back, bracing for something to rush out. Nothing did. Lumi quickly raised her torch toward the hole. "Lizyra, you need to start keeping your hands and feet to yourself before you start triggering traps." Onyx crouched and leaned through the opening, peering into the narrow passage beyond. "For all we know, this could be our way out." He squeezed through first, pushing aside loose dirt and roots. Lizyra followed, ducking her head while crawling on her hands and knees, with Lumi bringing up the rear as the torchlight flickered against the cramped earthen walls. Trying not to crawl face first into Onyx's ass, Lizyra muttered, "Why are you in front?" Onyx grunted as he cleared away a clump of tangled roots blocking the path. "Would you rather have me looking up both your skirts?" Lumi twisted sideways, trying to keep the torch from brushing against Lizyra's backside as the cramped passage started a steep decline. "I'm getting the worst of both worlds back here," she complained, lifting the flame higher while ducking her head, "so if we could just keep going." Onyx shifted his footing and braced himself, then kicked at the stubborn cluster of rocks blocking the path. "Quit your bitching," he grunted, scraping loose dirt aside with his boot. "If you'd like, we can switch spots and you can try clearing this shit." Lizyra suddenly stiffened, then started flailing wildly in the cramped tunnel. "I think there's a fucking spider on me," she screamed, swatting at her shoulder while shoving forward in panic. Her sudden push sent Onyx lurching ahead just as the weakened roots and rocks finally gave way. A wall collapsed inward, and all three of them tumbled through the opening together, crashing down in a spray of loose bricks and dust. They landed hard on the floor of a large, brightly lit altar room. The chamber was starkly different from the catacombs. No coffins lined the walls. Instead, a wide circular platform dominated the center, its stone surface etched with intricate symbols. A raised altar stood at its heart, surrounded by 24 figures cloaked in dark purple robes. Masks partially covered their faces, their attention snapping toward the sudden intrusion. Behind the altar, a robed man brought down a jagged blade dagger, driving it into the chest of a gagged woman tied across the stone slab. Her body jerked once as the blade sank into her chest, causing streams of blood to pool underneath her that eventually ran down the altar's sides, then sloshing onto the stone floor. Onyx froze, dust still clinging to his cloak, while Lumi stared in stunned silence. Lizyra, lying half-buried in rubble, blinked at the scene and lifted a hand awkwardly. "Oh, hey," she said casually, brushing brick dust from her sleeve. "Like, we didn't mean to interrupt your cult sacrifice or whatever this is. So we're just going to see ourselves out." Her words cut off as the torches lining the chamber suddenly flared violently, their flames surging upward as if enraged and swelling into a fiery purple. The etched circle across the floor ignited with crimson light, glowing lines racing along its symbols. The woman's body lifted from the altar as her restraints snapped away, suspended in midair as a violent whirlwind spiraled through the room. The flames roared between colors as they finally settled on a crimson red. A portal tore open above the floating corpse, its interior churning like liquid shadow. The body vanished into the void, and a bolt of red lightning struck downward. A creature exploded from the rift and landed on the altar. Black. A portal tore open above the floating corpse, its interior churning furiously. The body vanished into the void, and a bolt of red lightning struck downward. A creature exploded from the rift and landed on the altar. Black, bat-like wings unfurled around its form before slowly peeling back, revealing dark, scaled skin stretched over a humanoid frame. Horns curved from its head. A long, slender black tail lashed behind it, the spade-shaped tip whipping through the air. As the man behind the altar stepped back in shock, the tail sliced cleanly through his neck. The creature inhaled sharply and roared in a deep, demonic voice, "What the fuck?" The robed cultists dropped to their knees and bowed as one stepped forward and began to speak, but the creature responded by lunging forward, its razor-sharp claws tearing through his head and body. Blood sprayed across the altar as bodies fell. It leapt into the air, swiping another man's head clean from his shoulders. The severed head rolled across the stone and came to rest in front of Lizyra. Lumi lay flat on her back, staring wide-eyed at the carnage. "Holy shit," she screamed, scrambling backward. One masked cultist drew a steel longsword and charged, thrusting the blade into the creature's chest. The weapon screeched as it skidded across the scaled hide, deflecting harmlessly before slipping free and stabbing a nearby cultist through the neck. Blood erupted in a geyser as the creature spread its wings and laughed. "It will take more than steel to wound me, mortal," it bellowed, grabbing the attacker and ripping him in half. With casual force, it snatched the longsword and hurled it across the room, decapitating multiple cultists at the waist before shattering against the wall. Onyx scrambled to his feet, dragging Lizyra and Lumi up with him as chunks of flesh and bone rained around them. The creature carved through the remaining cultists, advancing toward the trio. Its wings expanded fully, then beat once, lifting it into the air as it lunged straight at them. Onyx grabbed both Lizyra and Lumi around the waist and leapt sideways. They crashed onto a staircase that descended into the altar room, sliding down a few steps. The creature flipped midair and kicked off the wall, hurtling toward them again. Onyx threw himself in front of the two women just as the monster slammed into something unseen. The creature rebounded violently, snarling as it struck an invisible barrier separating the altar room from the staircase. All three of them stared as the beast clawed at the empty air, its talons screeching against the unseen force. It roared and slammed into it again, wings thrashing in fury. "Get back in here so I can fucking kill you," the creature demanded, baring its teeth. Onyx glanced up the staircase, then back at the monster. "No," he replied flatly. The creature blinked, its rage twisting into confusion. "What do you fucking mean, no?" it snarled. Lizyra pushed herself upright, still shaking but trying to sound confident. We don't have any weapons on us, she said, gesturing nervously. And you said it yourself. She lowered her voice in a rough imitation. It'll take more than steel to wound me. So, no. We don't know what the fuck was going on down here, and we don't plan on staying. Lumi started backing up the stairs, keeping her torch trained on the monster. Besides, she added, we aren't even the ones who summoned you. The creature snarled and slammed into the invisible wall again. I am not a creature that can just be summoned, it roared. Lizyra gestured toward the altar. Well, we saw the dagger go into that girl's chest, and her body float through the rift and everything, she argued. So you were definitely summoned. Lies, the creature screamed, its tail lashing violently. I killed everyone else, so it has to be you who brought me here, or else I wouldn't be damned to this ritual site. Onyx folded his arms, eyeing the creature through the invisible barrier. What do you mean you're not a being that can be summoned? He asked, narrowing his eyes. We just watched you get summoned. The beast snarled, its tail lashing irritably behind it. Then somebody must have fucked up those sniveling maggots' spell, it growled, pacing along the invisible boundary. The ritual dragged me here instead of whoever they intended. I am nothing more than a guardian of the eternal flames. No one would even know my name to summon me. Lizyra turned away and began climbing the steps again, waving a dismissive hand. That sounds like a you problem, she said, not even looking back. The creature grabbed its own horns, clutching them as if trying to tear them free. This is why I stopped fucking around with mortals centuries ago, it screamed, slashing wildly at the stone around it. Its claws scraped the floor, then raked the ceiling, but the stone remained untouched, as if protected by the same unseen force. As the three of them continued up the staircase, the beast's tone shifted, desperation creeping into its voice. Stop, it shouted, stepping closer to the barrier. One of us must perish before the ritual is broken, and I can return to Infernalis. Lizyra halted mid-step. Lumi and Onyx stopped beside her, and all three slowly turned back to face it. Lumi tilted her head slightly, studying the creature. Are you a demon? She asked cautiously. The beast threw its head back and laughed, the sound harsh and mocking. Fools, it snarled, baring its teeth. Only pathetic worms call us by such names. Lizyra turned back toward the staircase and resumed climbing. Nah, she said, shrugging as she ascended. No one's seen or heard from a demon in thousands of years, if ever, and we've got like 400 and something mushrooms to pick. The creature's wings twitched violently. You've got to be fucking kidding me, it wailed, slamming its claws against the invisible barrier. At the top of the steps, a large set of rusted iron double doors stood between two flickering torches. Onyx stepped forward and planted both hands against the metal, pushing hard. The doors groaned faintly but didn't budge. He tried again, then grabbed the handle and jiggled it, tilting his head slightly as frustration crept across his face. Fuck, he muttered. Lizyra stepped up beside him, peering at the hinges. What if we all try pushing, she suggested. This place is old. There's probably roots or something grown over it. Lumi shook her head, glancing back down the stairs. That wouldn't make any sense, she replied. Those cultists got in here just fine. They probably have a key or something we need to go get. I'm not going back down there without my hammer, Onyx said firmly, stepping away from the door. You forget that fucking thing is still down there. Lizyra crouched and examined the doorknob and keyhole, squinting closely before straightening again. There's nothing I can do without my lock picks, she admitted, brushing rust flakes from her fingers. Lumi slowly slid down against the wall and curled into a ball, resting her head on her knees. This was supposed to be an easy day of foraging, she muttered miserably. How did it end up like this? Lizyra's expression tightened with dread as she looked back down the staircase. After a moment, she sighed and started descending again. The door isn't going to open, she said reluctantly. So I guess we have to go talk to the thing. The creature's head snapped up as Lizyra approached. Combat it is then, it cried in sudden excitement, spreading its wings. Lizyra raised her hands nervously as she continued down the steps. Ah, no, she said quickly. Without our weapons you'd slaughter us, so who in their right mind would do that? Onyx followed her down cautiously. Was there, like, a key on one of those cultists by chance? He asked, scanning the blood-soaked floor. No, the beast hissed, baring its teeth. Only combat will end this. If you cannot leave this place, then I will see you starve. Lumi knelt near the base of the stairs, poking through scattered debris and dried roots. Actually, she said thoughtfully, there are plenty of mushrooms and edible roots down here, so that would take some time. Also, the rest of our party will eventually come looking for us, so I guess we'll just go wait by the door. No, the beast roared, slamming against the barrier again. Onyx scratched his chin, thinking. Look, he said slowly, if someone needs to die, and if you die you go back to Infernalis, why don't you just do it yourself? Fools, the creature screamed, wings flaring. If it were that easy, don't you think I'd do that? If I slay myself in the mortal realm, I'd cease to exist. Onyx gestured casually. Also, we didn't summon you, he added. So even if you killed us, according to your own words, you wouldn't be able to leave since we weren't the summoners. The creature's eyes narrowed. If you were in the room, then you were part of the ritual, it snapped. Lizyra shook her head. All we did was crash through the wall while it was happening, she argued. We didn't do any of the voodoo stuff. The creature's rage boiled over. It pointed a clawed finger at them, trembling with fury. You fucks are the reason I'm here, it ranted. If you hadn't interrupted their ritual, someone else would have been summoned instead of me. Now get in here and let me slit your throats and fuck your cunts to death. Lumi turned immediately and started heading back up the stairs, ignoring the outburst. As she climbed, the creature's tone shifted again, desperation overriding rage. We could make a pact, it shouted quickly. I'll break open the door for you, and then I'll get to go home. Lizyra slowed and glanced back over her shoulder. You were just wanting to kill us, she said skeptically, and now you want to make a pact. The creature clenched its fists, trembling. I will do what it takes to leave this fucking plane of existence, it growled, and never have to see another mortal again. Onyx rested his hand on the stairs rail, studying it carefully. Okay, he said after a moment, I'll humor you. Let's say we make a pact, what's stopping you from killing us the second we agree? The beast folded its wings tightly against its back, eyes burning as it glared at them through the unseen barrier. Because unlike you and your filthy false gods, it growled, once we agree to a contract, we are bound to its conditions. Lizyra crossed her arms and tilted her head, unimpressed. That sounds so made up, she taunted. You're probably just some wraith or gargoyle thing those cultists called from the void. The creature's expression twisted. Steam rose from the blood beating along its skin as it dug its claws into its own face, dragging them downward while it screamed in fury. Decide, it roared, the sound echoing violently across the chamber. Lizyra casually dug into her tunic and pulled out the last crushed bit of pastry. She smiled faintly as she brushed dust off it. I'm good, she said, taking a bite. I could probably sleep until the rest of the party comes looking for us. Onyx turned and followed her partway up the steps, shrugging. Yeah, I'm good too, he added. I don't think I should be making any kind of decisions like that without my warhammer present. I'll do it, Lumi said quietly. Both Onyx and Lizyra stopped and turned at the same time. What the fuck, they said in unison. Lumi straightened her posture, her expression tightening with determination. I'll do it, she repeated. We have a schedule to follow, and I can't let Isaac down. Onyx stared at her in disbelief. So you're going to contract a possible devil or demon, he asked. He never said he was a demon or devil, Lumi replied, glancing toward the creature. He said he was the guardian of the eternal flames. Lizyra shook her head quickly. He said he lives in Infernalis, she argued, gesturing nervously. Even if that's a made-up place, I'm sure only demons, devils, and ghosts live there. Onyx rubbed his temple. Did you not see the knife go into that person's chest and the flashing lights and shit, he said. Pretty confident that's how you summon a demon. Not to mention, why are we calling it a he? They never told us their name, and I don't think demons have genders. The creature chuckled darkly, baring its teeth. You mortals are so ignorant to reality, it said, its tail swaying slowly. And I'm a he. How else would I have this cock to rape you with? Lizyra frowned and gestured toward it dismissively. There he goes, she muttered. He's back to defiling us again. Lumi snarled sharply. Shut up, she snapped, glaring at the creature. Then she stepped forward and lifted her chin. So how do we do it? The beast's lips curled into a smirk. We shake on it, it replied, extending a clawed hand toward the barrier, and bind our mana with a drop of blood. Lumi hesitated, her confidence faltering. She sighed and rubbed the back of her neck. Oh, well then I guess we aren't doing it, she admitted. I'm not really in touch with my mana, and I don't want to have to transform. It'd be like a whole thing, and my clothes would fall off, so I guess never mind. The creature slammed its forehead into the invisible wall and groaned loudly. You're such a fucking liar, it shouted, wings twitching in frustration. Lumi clenched her fists, struggling with the decision. Fine, she snapped. A tuft of light erupted around her body. Her form shrank, losing nearly a foot in height as her clothes collapsed into a loose pile at her feet. Her body shifted into a small, imp-like shape with longer ears and pale gray skin. Black and blue patterns slowly crawled across her arms and legs, replacing the digital green and black markings Adele carried. The markings crept over her chest and down toward her hips as the glow faded. The beast stared in stunned amazement. How, and why are you walking among mortals, NYX? It asked, leaning closer. The gates that once bridged these planes were severed millennia ago. Lumi frowned, her voice smaller in this form. What are you talking about? She muttered impatiently. Just shut up and tell me what to do next. The creature tilted its head, still studying her, then extended its hand. Give me your hand, it instructed. Lumi hesitated, then slowly reached through the invisible barrier. The moment her fingers crossed, the creature grabbed her wrist and yanked her forward, dragging her halfway through the unseen force. Its claws dug into her skin, drawing blood. Splendid, the beast muttered. Its body suddenly collapsed into a burst of red light. The glow vanished, leaving behind a single rusty horn that clattered onto the stone floor at Lumi's feet. Another tuft of light enveloped Lumi as she reverted back to her elf form. She quickly grabbed her clothes and pulled them back on, still breathing hard. Onyx stared at the horn, completely dumbfounded. I really don't know what Isaac is going to say about you making a pact with a demon, he muttered, scratching his head. But I'm pretty sure the door still needs to be opened, and the dude just turned into a fucking horn. Lumi bent down and picked it up carefully. She examined the rusted mouthpiece, then lifted it and blew into it. The horn vanished. The creature reappeared instantly in a flash of red light, wings flaring in surprise. What the fuck, it shouted, whipping its head around. I thought we agreed to never see each other again. It's been only a few seconds. Lumi pointed calmly up the staircase. You never opened the door, she said. The beast froze, then shot upward in a burst of motion. It flew past Lizyra and Onyx, nearly knocking them aside as it rushed up the steps. When it reached the double doors, it grabbed the handles, then stopped. A moment later, its shoulders tensed. You motherfuckers, it growled, yanking the doors toward itself as they swung open easily. You were pushing doors that have to be pulled open. Chapter 29. Paid in full. Tier D/Lizyra/28/Y997/6th age, Dawntide. W. Isping through the Dawntide breeze, Vlad strolled casually down the main street of Blue Wyvern beside Sakura as they made their way toward the edge of town. Beams of early sunlight slipped through the strands of her long red hair, which she kept tied in a high ponytail that bounced lightly against her back, dipping in and out of the hood resting loose around her neck. Her black cloak wrapped around her body, concealing the black dragon steel bikini armor beneath it, and the fabric swayed with each step until it brushed the tops of her long leather boots that carried her forward with quiet confidence. Unlike the others in the caravan, who had taken to wearing their new uniforms, Sakura had refused anything beyond the cloak and cape, insisting that her armor already served as her uniform. Anything more would restrict her movement in combat, and she fought like someone who relied on freedom rather than defense. The exposed portions of her body were bound tightly with belts fitted with throwing knives, bombs, and small tools she could draw in an instant, all arranged with deliberate precision. She laughed as Vlad complained, "She doesn't have to keep throwing me in her temporal voids. Just because we have a kitsune in our group doesn't mean she can play with my life like that." Sakura smiled faintly and said, "It just shows how much everybody likes you." His face scrunched in disbelief as he replied, "That is the farthest thing from the truth. Everyone's always calling me a pervert and shit." Wrapping her arm around his neck, Sakura pulled him slightly off balance and said, "Well, that's because you are our little pervert." Standing a few inches shorter, Vlad knocked her arm away and straightened himself before saying, "Out of all the things everyone blames me for, maybe like 2 or 3 were based in actual perversion, and that's only because I thought Eifer was inviting me in or whatever." Sakura burst into laughter again and said, "That's because she was into you, idiot. You must not know how to take a hint if you stood there peeping through the door until Gwen caught you." With his face reddening, Vlad shook his head and said, "That's not at all what I was doing." "Oh, come on," Sakura replied, grinning. "You scared the poor little prude half to death when she saw you." Trying to recover, Vlad muttered, "I wasn't gooning or stroking myself. I was simply enjoying what I thought was a consensual striptease," and then he added, "How come you usually never join in when everyone's giving me shit?" Sakura's attention drifted toward a large wooden missive board near the town's entrance as she answered, "Maybe because you aren't trying to fuck or hit on me constantly, so I find it more fun to watch." Vlad's eyes followed the movement of her cloak as she walked, and he noticed the tip of her katana's sheath poking out beneath the fabric. His gaze shifted lower to the subtle bulges at her hips where he knew her dragon steel claws were mounted, hidden but always ready. He cleared his throat and said, "Honestly, I've always been scared you'd literally kill me, and given it's usually just me and you on assignments like this, Kitsune isn't here to save me." Chuckling as she stepped closer to the notice board, Sakura replied, "It's not like I haven't left my door cracked open every once in a while, expecting a prying eye or two while I'm changing." For the first time that morning, Vlad let out an uneasy chuckle and asked, "Change into what? You only wear like one thing, and it doesn't leave much to the imagination." Sakura jabbed her elbow into his side and said, "I don't have to be nice, you know." Clenching his ribs, Vlad turned his attention to the missive board, where 3 large wanted posters hung prominently among job notices and faded announcements. His eyes scanned them quickly. Violin stared back at him from the first poster. Jinx from the second. The third showed a lizard-like figure he didn't immediately recognize. Vlad glanced up and down the street to make sure no one was watching, then he tore all 3 posters down in one motion, folded them, and shoved them beneath his cloak. Sakura tilted her head and asked, "That's odd. Why would Violin be wanted as well as Jinx?" "Jinx, I could imagine a million reasons why," Vlad said quietly as he scanned the remaining notices. "Probably her mouth for one, but why would the Emperor have a bounty out on his own son?" He skimmed the rest of the board, reading over scattered job postings and local announcements before adding, "I don't see any mentions of uprisings or coup d'états anywhere, and the last time I spoke to Violin, he said he wasn't interested in leading any rebellions." Looking over the board herself, Sakura noticed a smaller wanted poster tucked into the corner where one of the 3 missing Crimson Mages had been displayed. 2 empty spaces beside it suggested that someone had already taken the other posters, most likely those of the remaining missing mages. She reached up, ripped the smaller notice free, folded it neatly, and slipped it into a hidden pocket sewn inside her cloak. Vlad frowned and protested, "Hey, when there's only one of the posters left, you're not supposed to tear those off until you're about to cash in on them." Sakura glanced at him in disbelief as she replied, "I just watched you tear 3 posters down and destroy them." Looking down the street again to make sure no one was paying attention, Vlad said, "That's because they're our friends, and I'm sure there's some kind of misunderstanding, so they don't deserve to have their faces plastered up like that." "What about the lizard?" Sakura asked. "I've never seen him before. For all we know, he could be a wanted murderer, and with a 10,000 coin reward, he must be somebody." Turning away from the board, Vlad began walking toward the town's exit and said, "As for the Crimson Mage, we haven't even found the guy yet." He passed beneath a large fortified stone archway where 2 armed guards stood posted on the far side. One of them paused halfway through biting into a large draken apple and watched them approach as Vlad nodded politely and said, "Pleasant dawntide to you, gentlemen." One of the guards nodded back and replied, "And may Farron's blessings be upon you. Make sure you're careful out there. There isn't an Imperial garrison in that direction for at least 20 miles, not until you reach Orelier." Sakura followed Vlad past them and said casually, "Have no worries. We aren't actually going that direction. We're just heading to our wagon that we parked out in the woods." One of the guards furrowed his brow and asked sternly, "Why didn't you park at the stables on the other side of the wall? Are you trying to avoid the Imperial stable tax for your horses and vehicles?" A wave of horror struck both Vlad and Sakura at the same time as they realized her mistake, since they had in fact, and most deliberately left their caravan outside to avoid paying any taxes or fees. Sakura turned back toward them, letting her cloak fall slightly open as she did so, revealing a narrow sliver of skin barely covered by her armor while she forced a playful smile and said, "Oh my, I must have forgotten. Surely you can let it slide this one time, couldn't you?" One of the guard's lips quivered as he blushed, but the other spoke sternly through the tusks jutting upward from his bottom jaw and said, "If you are trying to intimidate me, I'll have you arrested." Sakura glanced downward and realized that along with the exposed length of her leg, the hilt of her katana and one of her dragon claw gauntlets were also visible. She quickly pulled the cloak closed again and said, "Silly me. How did that get open?" Then, flushing slightly at the failed attempt, she stepped forward and pulled a small purse of gold coins from within her cloak. The orc snatched the entire coin purse from her hand and said in a raspy voice, "Unless you have an orc or troll with fat tits out there in the woods, your tiny human body doesn't interest me." Sakura turned away in irritation and stomped forward while the guard called after her, "Have a nice day." Vlad pushed through the brush ahead of her as they entered the
Fixed, and now we resume.
Vlad, Sakura turned away in irritation and stomped forward while the guard called after her, "Have a nice day." Vlad pushed through the brush ahead of her as they entered the woods, and Sakura caught up beside him and muttered, "Fucking orcs. I don't understand how the Empire can hate demi-races and beastmen so much, yet half their ground force is made up of orcs and shit." With a sigh, Vlad replied, "Unfortunately, the Empire recognizes their ability to be loyal and obedient, so they use them as tools rather than respecting them like living beings. Plus, when you keep endless monstrous pets like the Empire does, who better to watch over them?" Still grinding her teeth, Sakura said, "Fuck the Empire. And their taxes." Vlad stepped up to the door of a large double-story caravan wagon drawn by 4 massive Clydesdales and replied, "If you hadn't opened your big fat mouth, we wouldn't have had to pay any taxes, fees, or bribes." He unlocked the door and stepped inside, moving down the narrow hallway toward the room at the back of the wagon. Sakura followed close behind him, and he entered first before pulling the door shut and locking it once she stepped through. The faint hum of protective wards vibrated along the walls as Vlad crossed to a cabinet set into the corner and began checking rows of protection stones and trap wards nestled into padded slots. Sakura leaned lightly against the doorway and asked, "Everything good?" Vlad deactivated the interior traps one by one, each stone dimming as he brushed his fingers across them, and replied, "Everything's all good. I just don't want to set off a trap now that we're back." Sakura crossed her arms and said with mild annoyance, "I don't know why you have to set so many magic traps just for one wagon car." Closing the cabinet, Vlad shrugged and said, "Even though this is the old hunk of junk that Morik didn't even bother making tall enough for a normal person to walk around on the second floor, he'd have my ass if anything happened to it. He'd shed tears if he lost this early prototype caravan, and hells, he'd probably cry if Rue were ever exorcised. He loves that demmed wraith so much you'd think it was one of his children." At the mention of its name, a ghostly figure manifested in the center of the room, swirling into existence in a slow miasmic coil of purple and black. A hood draped over its face, revealing only two faintly glowing blue eyes that hovered in the darkness beneath. Its body shimmered in a semi-transparent cosmic haze, illuminated by the pale glow of the wagon's luminescent crystals mounted in their sconces, and it drifted toward Vlad while releasing a low, indistinguishable whisper. A little spooked, Vlad leaned back slightly and asked, "Everything all good while we were gone, Rue?" The wraith continued whispering softly, its voice impossible to decipher, and Vlad nodded as though he understood anyway. Sakura waved dismissively and said, "I'm sure everything was fine with Rue on watch," then she turned and headed down the hallway. She climbed halfway up the staircase at the end, pushed past the door that opened onto the coach deck, and stepped beneath the awning that shaded most of the platform. Sitting at the helm where the reins were secured, she adjusted several levers and mechanisms built into the dash plate, releasing the brake locks that held the wagon in place. The heavy frame shifted beneath her as the horses leaned forward, and the caravan began to move. The horses trampled through the brush, pulling the wagon from the woods until the wheels rolled back onto the cobblestone road, far out of sight from the guards posted at the town's entrance. The massive team took up nearly half the road as they settled into a steady trot, the caravan creaking softly behind them. Sakura leaned back in the helm seat, kicked her feet up carefully on the dash plate avoiding the controls, and pulled a small book from beneath her cloak. She flipped through its pages while the wind tugged gently at the edges. The door behind her opened and shut as Vlad stepped onto the deck and leaned against the railing. His stomach twisted and growled loudly, and he rubbed his gut before saying, "We probably should have gotten something to eat after we stopped by the apothecary. Most places weren't open yet, but I saw that new bakery getting ready for the day. We should have stopped and seen if they had anything from yesterday we could have bought." Turning another page, Sakura replied, "There's still a small cooler and freezer inside." The door behind her opened and shut as Vlad stepped onto the deck and leaned against the railing. His stomach twisted and growled loudly, and he rubbed his gut before saying, "We probably should have gotten something to eat after we stopped by the apothecary. Most places weren't open yet, but I saw that new bakery getting ready for the day. We should have stopped and seen if they had anything from yesterday we could have bought." Turning another page, Sakura replied, "There's still a small cooler and freezer inside. You could grab some ingredients and go prepare something upstairs in that tiny kitchen nook on your knees." Vlad grimaced and said, "I already checked them yesterday. Ifer must have been in charge of stocking all the caravan cars before we left, because it's just random stuff that doesn't even go together. There was a bunch of celery, fruit, and condiments. I kinda forgot about it until now." Sakura smirked faintly and said, "Sounds about right. I bet the next car down the line is stocked with all the meats, spices, and the rest of the vegetables." Cradling his stomach, Vlad muttered, "And that guard said there wouldn't be a town for the next 20 miles or so." Sakura shut her book and corrected him, "No, he pointed down the southern road and said there wouldn't be an imperial garrison until earlier, but we aren't going that way. We're heading southeast, and there are plenty of towns ahead." There's a specific trading post I wanted to stop at to see if we can find anything about our missing Crimson Mage. Vlad tilted his head and asked, "What's so special about the trading post?" Sakura pulled the wanted poster from inside her cloak, unfolded it carefully, and pointed to the bottom where the last known location was written. Then she held it up for him to see and said, "That's why." Moving away from the railing and leaning over Sakura's shoulder, Vlad read the text on the poster and asked, "Do you think they'll have some sort of food vendor or concession?" Sakura folded the poster carefully and slipped it back into its hidden pocket before answering, "Maybe." Before Vlad could reply, the horses suddenly slowed as a man stepped out from the brush ahead of the caravan, planting himself in the middle of the road. The wagon creaked as the team halted, and more bodies emerged from the undergrowth with weapons drawn. Vlad leaned over the railing and counted 6 or 7 men, with a few more shapes lingering in the brush along both sides of the road. The man who had stepped forward first spoke in a low, gravelly voice and said, "These roads belong to the Blood Dragon. To pass, you must pay a tax of protection." Sakura lowered her boots from the dash plate, rose to her feet, and replied, "So what happens if we don't pay your little troll toll? Is the big OL Blood Dragon going to come get us?" The man's expression hardened as he snapped, "Hold your tongue, bitch. If you don't pay up, we're going to come inside and take what we see fit as payment, and you'll be lucky if we even leave a horse for you to ride." Sakura reached for the coin purses tied to her belt, letting her voice soften as she said, "All right, we're coming down with your payment. How much is the troll toll again?" Another man stepped forward while sheathing his weapon and said, "Depends how much ya gots on ya." Vlad and Sakura jumped down from the deck together, landing a few meters from the lead man beside the horses. They removed the remaining coin purses from their belts and pockets and held them out in their hands. The original speaker gestured to one of his men and said, "Since you decided to cooperate, we won't take as much to compensate for your obvious lack in payment." The thug stepped forward and began taking Vlad's coin pouches, stuffing them into his pockets before reaching for Sakura's. As he did, the purses slipped from her fingers and dropped to the ground. Sakura shrugged slightly and said, "Oh, sorry. My hands are just a little shaky from being nervous." The man bent down, muttering, "Fucking bitch," as he reached for the coins. When he rose again, Sakura's hand moved with sudden precision, and the 4-blade fingerlets of her dragon steel claw gauntlet drove deep into his neck. The man gurgled as she dragged her hand sideways, slicing through flesh, muscle, and bone as though her blades moved through water. Blood erupted across her face, and she smirked while saying, "You lying fucks. These roads belong to my family clan, not the Blood Dragon. It's you who should be paying me for protection. You aren't even part of the syndicate, or you would have known that. You're just a bunch of low-life thugs." The man's body collapsed, and Sakura launched herself forward, equipping her other gauntlet mid-leap before landing on the leader. She wrapped her legs around his arms as he froze in horror, then tore into his face with rapid slashes until his head became a mangled stump spraying blood between his shoulders. One of the remaining men shouted, "Kill these fucks," but his words cut short when Vlad's blade slid across his throat before driving into his heart. The crystal set into the dagger flared with light, and the man's body went limp as he
There we go, it's fixed.
One of the remaining men shouted, "Kill these fucks," but his words cut short when Vlad's blade slid across his throat before driving into his heart. The arcanix set into the dagger's hilt flared with light, and the man's body went limp as he dropped to his knees. Gunfire erupted from both sides of the road as rifles fired wildly toward Vlad, but he darted into the brush and vanished from sight. Shots found their way toward the horses, yet the protection ward activated, and a steel ball ricocheted outward, tearing through one thug's skull and bursting it into a spray of bone and blood. The horses remained perfectly still, the ward blinding and deafening them while feeding them a false vision of calm. With his hood raised, Vlad's invisibility cloak concealed him as he moved silently behind the attackers, driving his blade upward along each spine and withdrawing it only once he reached the neck. One of the bandits bolted for the wagon, scrambling for the door as if seeking shelter inside would protect him from what he had just witnessed. The instant his hand wrapped around the handle, the ward flared. His arm swelled grotesquely, veins bulging black beneath the skin before the limb detonated at the elbow in a violent surge of magic. Bone and blood sprayed across the planks, his weapon clattering uselessly to the dirt as he dropped to his knees, howling. The scream cut short when the same energy surged through his torso, igniting him from within until his chest ruptured in a flash of burning light and collapsing flesh. Another man turned to flee, boots slipping in mud and blood, but the motion ended in a choking gasp as a burning pain tore through his abdomen. One of Sakura's claws hooked deep at the base of his spine where it met the pelvis, locking him upright like a puppet pinned in place. He trembled, unable to move or even cry out, while she calmly pulled her hand free from the gauntlet. In the same fluid motion she drew one of her katanas, the blade whispering through the air as she stepped past him. Steel flashed once, clean and effortless, before she sheathed it in the same breath. The bandit separated diagonally, his body sliding apart as she reclaimed her gauntlet without looking back. Behind the three remaining riflemen, a miasmic swirl of dim light gathered and folded inward as Rue manifested from nothing. The men raised their weapons toward Sakura, but their fingers faltered on the triggers as weakness flooded their arms. Confusion flickered across their faces, then horror, as they glanced toward one another and saw skin sagging, cheeks collapsing, and eyes sinking deeper into rapidly decaying sockets. They tried to scream, but their throats shriveled, voices dying as their vocal cords withered. Rifles slipped from their hands while their knees buckled, legs crumbling into powder and brittle bone. The rot spread upward in seconds, their bodies collapsing inward, flesh dissolving into dust that scattered in the cold dawn-tide breeze. Rue's form faded just as quietly as he had appeared, dissolving into the same miasmic shimmer, and Sakura walked forward without hesitation to gather the fallen coin purses from the ground. Gathering behind the three remaining riflemen, a miasmic swirl of dim light gathered and folded inward as Rue manifested from nothing. The men raised their weapons toward Sakura, but their fingers faltered on the triggers as weakness flooded their arms. Confusion flickered across their faces, then horror, as they glanced toward one another and saw skin sagging, cheeks collapsing, and eyes sinking deeper into rapidly decaying sockets. They tried to scream, but their throats shriveled, voices dying as their vocal cords withered. Rifles slipped from their hands while their knees buckled, legs crumbling into powder and brittle bone. The rot spread upward in seconds, their bodies collapsing inward, flesh dissolving into dust that scattered in the cold dawn-tide breeze. Rue's form faded just as quietly as he had appeared, dissolving into the same miasmic shimmer, and Sakura walked forward, gathering the fallen coin purses from the ground. The ward protecting the horses dimmed and vanished with Rue's disappearance. Vlad pulled back his hood as he reappeared beside the wagon, glancing over the carnage before looking toward Sakura. "That was crazy," he said, stepping around a corpse as he approached. "I've never seen Rue in action before." Wiping her claws clean against a dead man's tunic, Sakura glanced toward the drifting dust. "Even some of their clothes rotted away as he sucked them dry," she said, flexing her fingers before sliding the gauntlet back into place. Rifling through the corpses, Vlad unearthed extra coin purses, bits of jewelry, and a scroll bound tightly with red lace. He brushed grime from the parchment and walked toward the hull of the wagon car, loosening the thread before unrolling it. His eyes moved quickly across the text, brow tightening as he read. Looks like someone is looking for a dragon. Or were, he said, holding the parchment out to her. Sakura took the scroll and scanned the lines. Wyvern, Wyrm, Drake, Lindworm, Amphitheer, feral and of any age, she read aloud, her tone flattening as she continued. With the utmost confidentiality, these beasts must be turned in at the specified location with your advisor and not within the capital walls or anywhere anyone can see the beast to receive full payment. If these conditions are not met, you are not only subject to forfeiture of any payments and or owed restitution, you will be arrested and held for treason. Vlad frowned, stepping over a blood-soaked rifle. What the fuck? Why such secrecy, he said, glancing back at the parchment. Though rare these days, people hunt and kill all kinds of dragon types for resources, spell ingredients, and scales alone. She continued reading, eyes narrowing. Says right here they have to be alive, and they won't accept any dead ones, she said, lowering the scroll slightly. Using his foot, Vlad nudged the hidden lever beneath the deck of the caravan wagon's hull. Ladder rungs unfolded from the wagon's side with a metallic click. He climbed upward, still thinking aloud. Now that's even weirder, he said over his shoulder. If the Empire is looking to capture dragons for warfare, they wouldn't just accept any old dragon of any age and type. They'd want ones like Nox, and that other dragon I saw the big guy run after that night in Cyrus Village. Sakura climbed up behind him, still holding the scroll. It also didn't have the name of the group those bandits worked for, she said, stepping onto the deck. Just a stamp near the signature line that looked like some kind of griffin holding a snake next to the royal seal. She hopped over the railing and moved past Vlad, pushing the lever on the dash plate to retract the ladder rungs. The mechanism slid back into place as she reset the hidden foot lever beneath the hull. After pulling the brake release, the horses began to stride forward again, their hooves crushing through the aftermath. Bones snapped beneath iron shoes, severed limbs flattened into the mud, and broken armor plates crunched underfoot as the wagon rolled onward, leaving the ruined ambush scattered across the road behind them.
guess we're just going to go to the end of the book. We're on page 507 out of 676. There's only 7 chapters left after this one, so why not? Then I'll dress up the paperback and have the demo sent out so I can do another revision. But, you know, hopefully that one will be the final one. Checking for mistakes, making sure the binding's correct and the text fits on the page right, and that it's just not obtuse looking in the end. And then I'll publish the first edition on Amazon Kindle, and hopefully someday someone who's an actual editor will see it and want to get in on it, and we can go from there. Because I've been editing this myself, and I am not an editor, so I did the best that I could given what I know and what I continue to teach myself through using the internet about writing books.
Chapter 30. Stand and Deliver. SND/Lizyra/30/Y997/6th age, Dawn Tide. L. Leaning over the guardrail lining the deck of the caravan car, Riley watched the rain thicken from a light drizzle into a steady fall that slowly softened the road beneath them. The dirt and gravel darkened as puddles formed in shallow ruts, the wheels cutting deeper with every turn. Unlike most of the main highways that crossed Lizyra in long stretches of cobblestone, this road felt temporary, as though the land itself meant to reclaim it the moment travelers stopped passing through. The rain created a hollow, rhythmic medley as it struck the dragonhide canopy stretched above the deck, each drop drumming softly against the taut surface. Riley kept her eyes on the road ahead while she asked, "Why didn't you just tell him you were busy? You had no obligation to him or the Empire to do that." Depressed and nursing a mana restoration potion like it was a glass of whiskey, Theo leaned back slightly in the coach's throne and replied, "Lazarus just has a way of reeling you in before you even realize you've been caught." Almost scolding him, Riley turned her head and asked, "You couldn't have asked him to aid you in the demonstration? Did he even pay you?" "I was too focused on not expiring from mana burn. I just kinda walked off," Theo responded, staring down into the dull violet liquid sloshing in the bottle. "Right," Riley said,
Hey,
shifting her
meow.
weight against the rail. "And then passed the fuck out underneath some garbage and shit, pissed, and puked all over yourself for days." Frowning as he took another sip, Theo said, "I guess part of me wanted to prove to myself that I could still pull it off." Laughing softly at his comment, Riley said, "Come on, you can't spend 10 or 11 years sitting on your ass, smoking mind-altering herbs, and sleeping at the wheel, then just go full Grandmaster. If Isaac and Kitsune wouldn't have gone and found you, you'd be dead from mana sickness." Ashamed, Theo lowered the bottle and said, "I didn't even get to meet with Grandmaster Etrix, and I lost Lizyra's dreamstone thingy." Riley pushed herself away from the railing and walked over, sitting in a seat slightly behind and adjacent to the coach's throne. Brushing rainwater from the shoulders of her new tunic, she said, "Well, it's not like she really cared. She's so bent over almost killing Osiris that she'd hardly talk to anyone before we left." She flicked another droplet from her sleeve and continued, "Adele said she was actually proud of her because she found a way to abuse a spell that's usually only used to bind something, not kill it." Concerned, Theo straightened slightly and said, "It's not that it's a binding spell. It just manipulates gravity. And when I taught her it, I told her never to go past a certain point when increasing the gravity on a living being." Smirking faintly, Riley leaned back and replied, "Osiris does talk a lot of shit, so it's not like he didn't have it coming." Theo's expression hardened as he said, "Just because we have Kitsune around doesn't mean everyone should act like death is no big deal. If Kitsune is ever forced to return to the capital, or dies, death becomes permanent. Not to mention resurrection spells and miracles aren't guaranteed. Depending on how you die, there might not even be a way to bring you back. Riley shifted in her seat and said, I'm not saying she should have killed him, but he does have a stick up his ass most of the time. And we do have some magical items that can bring someone back that we've been holding onto forever. Wiping sweat from his brow despite the cool rain air, Theo said, those aren't guaranteed either. The last time I used Phoenix Tears and a Feather of Umbrix, they both didn't work. That's because you used them on a horse that died of old age, Riley moaned, tilting her head back against the seat. If it would have worked, the horse probably would have just immediately died again of old age. Theo gave her a condescending look and said, you clearly have no understanding of how magical revival items work. Kicking her feet up onto the back of Theo's chair, Riley said, all I need to know is if I'm about to die, just drink one of the holy elixirs and I'll be fine. Setting his half-drunk mana potion beside his feet, Theo said, I'm pretty sure Vlad ruined the last one after he crashed the Ragnarok too. Trying to think back, Riley frowned slightly and assured him, no, I'm positive we still have one left. Rising from his seat, Theo replied, whether we do or don't, we'd have to sell the entire manor, air dock, and all, to afford another one. He unbuckled his sheathed rapier, setting it carefully against the seat before asking, can you take over for a minute? I have to use the restroom. Again. Riley laughed, shifting forward to take the reins. I never knew mana sickness would give someone diarrhea. Theo pushed through the door leading off the deck and moved quickly down the narrow staircase, one hand trailing along the wall as the wagon rocked beneath him. He stepped into the dining area where Gwen sat slumped at the table with her head resting on folded arms, while Esmeralda perched on a nearby counter swinging her legs idly. As Theo passed through the room, Gwen lifted her head slightly and asked, how much longer are we going to have to do this back and forth routine? We've been doing this for days now and I can't take it anymore. At least it was much prettier when we went through the heart of the Eldeen Wooge all day. Theo paused in the doorway and glanced back over his shoulder before continuing down the hall, saying, until we can provoke whoever's been robbing the highway delivery caravans. I figured we've been running the same route every day, so we should switch it up. Gwen turned her head sideways against the table, her antlers knocking into a loose cup and sending it wobbling before it tipped over, and she groaned, this is so boring. Everyone else got fun and interesting assignments, and we're just riding around doing nothing. Making his way toward the hallway, Theo rested his hand briefly along the wall to steady himself as the wagon rocked and said, no news is good news, I've heard. So be happy we haven't seen anything yet. He opened the door leading into the central hallway and moved carefully toward the end of the wagon car while the wooden floor creaked beneath the shifting weight of the caravan. Reaching the junction that linked the cars together, he pulled open the narrow door and stepped across the swaying connection, gripping the handle as the wheels struck a rut in the road. Once inside the next car, he shut the door behind him and immediately heard the steady hiss of running water coming from one of the shower stalls nearby. Keeping quiet, he slipped past the door and entered one of the toilet stalls, closing it behind him before sitting down heavily with his pants lowered. He let out a long, hollow sigh that sounded more like someone surrendering their last breath than relieving themselves as the mana sickness ran its course through his body. From behind both the stall door and the shower room, Ifer's voice echoed, irritated and loud over the water, as she groaned, are you kidding me? Why is the drain backing up? I hate this old piece of junk. Theo closed his eyes and shook his head, thinking back to when he served the Empire, when showers and toilets inside a moving wagon were luxuries almost no one had ever seen, and how most of the caravan members now treated even the older models like inconveniences. Even if these were outdated caravan wagon cars, they were still leagues beyond what he had once traveled in. Across the hall, Ifer continued humming to herself while she kicked at the water pooling around the drain, splashing it into the opposite stall as she scrubbed her back with a loofah mounted to a long stick that she maneuvered with her tail. Foam built rapidly across her shoulders and down her sides as she lathered far more soap than necessary, then rotated the iron lever mounted in the wall, increasing the flow of hot water until steam began to rise. Unlike the newer caravan models with their combined bath and shower chambers, this older version had two narrow stalls facing each other with no tubs, leaving water to slosh freely whenever the drain clogged. As she adjusted the spout, her nose wrinkled as she caught a whiff of something far from pleasant, then shouted over the sound of the water, are you taking another fucking shit, coach driver? That smells horrible. She gagged and pushed open a small window near the top of the wall, leaning her head away from the steam while she tried not to vomit. This is your third shit since I started this shower. Across the hall, Theo braced both arms against the stall walls as another wave of nausea rolled through him, and he called back through clenched teeth, "The drain wouldn't be backing up if you hadn't forgotten to empty the waste reservoir underneath the wagon on our last stop through Gloomshade." Ifer burst into laughter loud enough to echo through the compartment and replied, "Good luck flushing the toilet." Sweat ran steadily from Theo's brow as he stared down at the bowl beneath him, the thought of the water rising higher creeping into his mind while the wagon rocked beneath the wheels. Up on the deck of the first wagon car, Riley spotted a small, weathered, two-horse-drawn covered carriage approaching from the opposite direction. She gathered the reins and guided the caravan slightly off the road, easing the wheels into the grass to make room since the dirt path wasn't wide enough for both vehicles to pass comfortably. As the caravan tilted with half its weight leaving the road, the lone roll of toilet paper perched loosely on the mount inside Theo's stall slid free and rolled across the floor. The final sheets fluttered wildly as the roll spun away, and Theo leaned forward in a hurry, reaching down to grab it before it escaped under the stall divider. As he stretched farther, the wagon lurched again, and he heard the sudden grinding of concealed mechanisms from the passing carriage as its outer walls collapsed outward to reveal two hidden cannons that fired at the same instant. An iron cannonball tore through the caravan wagon's outer hull, punching through the wall of Theo's stall and passing inches over his hunched back and head. The shot continued forward, obliterating the wooden stall door before crashing through the shower room across the hall. It ripped through the entryway, screamed between both shower stalls, and detonated against the wall where the small window Ifer had just opened was mounted. Still seated on the toilet, Theo jolted upright and shouted, "We're under attack. Man the battle stations." He lunged for the toilet paper as it rolled out into the hallway and added, "Fuck my life." Covered in soap foam and soot, Ifer blinked up at the sky through the massive hole torn through the wall. Cold rain splashed across her face as she pushed herself upright, dazed, water dripping from her hair and shoulders. She rubbed her head, her fingers catching on the jagged edge where part of one horn had been blown away, and screamed, "What the fuck did you eat, coach driver?" Pulling up his pants without having had the chance to wipe, Theo staggered into the doorway and saw Ifer rising unsteadily to her feet through drifting steam and soot. The sudden thunder of cannon fire sent the horses into a panicked sprint, and the violent lurch of the wagon knocked Theo off balance. He slipped forward into the shower room, barely avoiding colliding with Ifer as he stumbled into the opposite stall and caught himself against the slick wall. A second rhythm of galloping hooves rose alongside the wagon, louder and closer, and both of them turned toward the shattered opening just as a smaller carriage pulled even with their breach. Two goblins clad head to toe in crudely hammered dragon steel leaned outward, each bracing a hand cannon against the frame. They fired together, the recoil jerking their arms as twin cannonballs slammed into the caravan's hull. Theo launched himself from the stall and tackled Ifer to the floor as one of the iron shots tore through what remained of the wall, missing them by inches before detonating inside the toilet stall he had just abandoned. Up front, Riley tightened her grip on the reins and hauled the panicking horses back toward the road, fighting their momentum while the wheels skidded through wet grass. From the tree lean, a pack of wolves burst from the brush with goblins mounted on their backs, their lean bodies sprinting faster than the wagons. They surged alongside the breach, and two riders leapt cleanly from their mounts, landing inside the shattered shower room. Smoke and wet steam filled the compartment as one goblin squealed from beneath its helmet and lunged forward, stabbing wildly with a crude dragon steel shortsword while Theo and Ifer lay tangled on the floor. The blade cut through the haze and slammed into the wood beside Ifer's head, splintering the panel. Using her tail, she snapped it around the goblin's wrist and wrenched it tight, trapping the blade in place. In the same motion she surged up from the floor and drove her remaining horn upward beneath the creature's helmet, impaling it through the throat. Blood spilled down the length of her horn like a tipped mug of ale, running across her cheek and washing streaks through the soap clinging to her skin across her chest while the goblin gurgled. She planted a hand against its chest plate, shoved hard, and ripped herself free before kicking the corpse out through the gaping hole in the wall. As the steam thinned, the second goblin planted its feet across the room and raised a rifle, teeth bared beneath its visor as it aimed directly at Ifer. The trigger began to squeeze, but the barrel jerked sharply upward as Theo snapped a towel against the underside of the weapon, the wet cloth cracking against the metal and spoiling the shot into the ceiling. Still slick with soap, Ifer launched herself across the room and slammed into the goblin, driving both of them into the second shower stall. Straddling its chest, an arcane dagger flickered into existence in her hand, and without hesitation she plunged it into the goblin's neck as it thrashed beneath her. The dagger vanished as quickly as it appeared, and Ifer shouted, breath ragged, what the fuck is happening, and why in the hells are these goblins clad in dragon steel? A sharp, searing pain tore across Theo's body, nearly clouding his vision as he dropped to his knees from the strain of conjuring the blade. Between breaths he managed, I didn't think they'd come at us with siege equipment.
Just have to fix that real quick. And it's fixed. Let's resume.
A sharp, searing pain tore across Theo's body, nearly clouding his vision as he dropped to his knees from the strain of conjuring the arcane blade. Between breaths he managed, I didn't think they'd come at us with siege equipment. Ifer reached one hand to her broken horn, while the other stretched toward a neatly folded stack of clothes. Before her fingers could close around them, another blast ripped through the missing section of the wall, causing the garments to be sucked into the storm. At the same instant, a fresh barrage of cannon fire slammed into the first wagon car. She froze, watching her tunic, cloak, and undergarments vanish into the rain as another wave of goblin riders drew closer. Something soft, warm, and smelling faintly of feces wrapped around her shoulders as Theo draped his cloak over her and said, "We haven't time for you to dress. We need to check on the others." A tear slipped down her cheek despite the chaos, and she muttered, unfazed by her nudity, "That was the new uniform Isaac gave me." Urgency sharpened Theo's voice as he replied, "We haven't time. He can always make you another one." The floor shifted violently beneath him, cutting him off. The wagon jerked hard off the road and then snapped back, and Ifer was flung through the hole in the wall.
That probably should be its own paragraph. We'll split that. Hold on. And now it's fixed. And we continue.
The floor shifted violently beneath him, cutting him off. The wagon jerked hard off the road and then snapped back, and Ifer was flung through the hole in the wall. Theo lunged and caught her tail, gripping it with one hand while the other clamped onto the towel rod bolted to the stall. Muscles straining and almost excavating his bowels, he hauled her back inside as rain lashed through the opening. As Theo yanked Ifer to safety, he opened his mouth to speak but was met instead with the sharp collision of her head against his face. The explosion that had rocked the caravan was brief but violent, sending them both tumbling into the hall. They slid across the floorboards in a tangled heap, the hood of Ifer's cloak flipping up around her face. Beneath the cloak, she was still nude, and soapy water poured down her body, soaking into Theo's tunic as she landed heavily atop him, straddling his chest. Her breath hot against his ear, she leaned in close, her voice a low growl. "Don't you ever speak of this to anyone." Unsure whether arousal or fear should win, Theo replied, "I didn't see a thing." Ifer frowned, unsure if he was reassuring her or mocking her small chest when another violent jolt shifted her into a more indecent position closer to his face. The movement also slammed open the storage room door behind them, revealing the iron tip of a massive harpoon punching through the loading bay door at the far end of the wagon. The door suddenly tore free from its hinges, ripping loose from the floor where it had been bolted, and vanished beneath the wheels of a wagon charging behind them. The pursuing carriage, pulled by two frothing horses, thundered forward and crushed the fallen door into splinters as it drew nearer. Ifer's breath caught in her throat as she spotted two goblins standing in the coach's quarters of the trailing wagon, both bracing oversized hand cannons against the guardrail while taking aim at them. Overcome with panic, she glanced down at Theo, still pinned beneath her, and said, "Coach driver, you better do some fucking magic or something." Theo raised a trembling hand despite the burning pressure still tearing across his chest, and he began muttering the opening words of a spell only to be interrupted by the sound of the hand cannons firing. Flesh and muscle tore from bone, as shredded body parts and entrails were scattered in every direction as one of the hand cannons the goblins were holding malfunctioned and exploded in its hands, killing both of them instantaneously. A walnut-sized cannonball whistled across the loading bay as Theo jerked upright, wrapping his arms around Ifer and dragged her down against his chest. Soaring over them, the cannonball tore its way through the wooden walls of the shower room and detonated on the other side. Blushing, her arms trapped inside Theo's grip, Ifer stiffened and muttered, "I want to thank you, but at the same time I want to kill you." A horrid scream rose from the opposite end of the hallway near the junction connecting the wagon cars, pulling Theo's attention away as Ifer rolled off him and scrambled.
Yeah. Since I've written this, I've learned that it's called a gangway, not a junction. So now I can fix that. There we go. Don't have to ever call it a junction again. It's called the gangway.
A horrid scream rose from the opposite end of the hallway near the gangway connecting the wagon cars, pulling Theo's attention away as Ifer rolled off him and scrambled to her feet. She rushed to the door, slid it open, and crossed the swaying connection between cars. Throwing open the door to the second wagon, she found Gwen yanking her antlers free from the chest of a goblin clad in a studded leather vest while backing away from the collapsing body. Shaking her head to fling blood from her antlers, Gwen shouted, "Why in the hells are these goblins so well armed?" Before the corpse even hit the floor, a slicing gust of wind carved through another goblin's neck nearby. Its head separated cleanly and tumbled across the floor before rolling out through a shattered section of wall. Esmeralda lowered her hand and chuckled, "I still got it." Crossing into the wagon behind Ifer, Theo asked urgently, "Is everyone all right?" Gwen's eyes drifted to Ifer, who was still wrapped only in Theo's cloak, and she flushed before stammering, "WW, what were you two doing back there?" With goblin blood streaked across her face and exposed body, Ifer snapped, "Don't even start. We've been dealing with the same bullshit you have been, but without our weapons." Esmeralda smirked and added, "Without your clothes either, so it seems." Theo pushed past them and said, "This isn't the time for insinuations," as he sprinted up the steps and out onto the deck. Riley yanked her long sword free from the body of one of several goblins sprawled across the planks of the coach's quarters and said between breaths, "Oh, don't worry about me, everything's fine up here." Her tail tightened around the throat of another goblin, choking the last of the life from it before she released the limp body. She then pulled her kite shield loose from where it had been wedged between the head and torso of a goblin she had decapitated with the blow. Scooping up his sheathed rapier and grimoire scattered across the deck, Theo asked, "Why aren't the protection wards working?" Wiping blood from her blade onto a dead goblin's cape, Riley replied, "Oh, you know, maybe because someone was too busy jerking their ego off at the capital instead of re-imbuing them before we left." Fastening his sword back onto his belt, Theo muttered, "It's not like I wanted to." Riley glanced down the road and spotted the cannon wagon turning for another pass, then said, "You're supposed to be a grandmaster, Theo, but instead you let any troon with the royal seal on their chest walk all over you." Recoiling slightly, Theo hissed, "I don't think this is the time for a lecture." She tossed a mana potion at him and shot back, "No, this is the perfect time for a lecture. You need to man the fuck up. You outrank almost everyone in the Empire, even though you travel with us. Instead of letting you retire, the Emperor keeps you on his payroll so he can drag you back whenever something he can't handle happens, and you clean up his mess. There's no reason to let his goons have their way with you." "Riley," Theo urged as the attacking wagon closed the distance. "And on top of that," she continued, "instead of actually doing any work, you've taught Adele, Lizyra, and Kitsune enough low-tier one-word incantation spells hoping they can cover your ass for not being in the field." "Riley," Theo warned again. "And in any other situation," she went on, voice rising, "I'd be screaming about how much damage the caravan wagons have taken and saying Theo's gonna lose his mind over this, but instead here we are. And because of mana burn you can barely even utter a spell without shitting your pants. Riley! Theo screamed. Planting one hand on her hip while the other still cradled her sword, Riley continued, rain sliding off her hair and down the edge of her blade, and you know what? I'd go as far as to say you've been suffering from mana burn way before your incident at the Capitol the other day. Theo shoved past her.
Fixed it, and we continue.
Theo shoved, planting one hand on her hip while the other still cradled her sword. Riley continued, rain sliding off her hair and down the edge of her blade, and you know what? I'd go as far as to say you've been suffering from mana burn way before your incident at the Capitol the other day. Theo shoved past her, boots skidding slightly on the wet deck, and thrust his rapier toward the incoming wagon as he barked, Globus Ignis. A spark of red light flared at the tip of his blade, then burst forward through the rain as a roaring fireball closed the distance between them, tearing into the oncoming wagon. The blast ignited the gunpowder kegs and stacked cannonballs hidden underneath its hide canopy. In the same breath, his voice cracked as he forced out, Presidium. A bright blue sphere blossomed outward, surrounding the two horses pulling the enemy wagon just as the explosion ripped it apart, the barrier deflecting shards of metal and splintered wood as they ricocheted harmlessly away. Theo dropped to his knees, clutching his chest as the burning backlash rippled through him. Riley glanced from the fleeing steeds disappearing into the woods and asked, was it necessary to save the horses? Gasping, Theo forced the words out between breaths, they're innocent animals. His expression shifted suddenly, eyes widening with alarm as he asked, where's Samuel? He spun frantically, scanning the deck while Riley pointed upward into the scaffolding beneath the dragonhide awning and said, Samuel's fine. Theo followed her finger and spotted Samuel perched above them, calmly licking one paw while his tail dangled through the framework. Relief washed over him as he muttered, thank the gods. Leaning over the guardrail, Riley searched the tree-line where the remaining goblin riders were retreating and said, I wouldn't let your precious cat perish to a bunch of goblins on my watch. Catching a final glimpse of movement vanishing into the forest, she turned back toward the second wagon car and added, I think there's still a wagon following us. As the caravan rolled closer to where the riders had disappeared, Theo steadied himself and pulled on the reins, bringing the horses down from their panicked sprint. There were 2 goblins aboard it, he said, voice still strained, but luckily one of their weapons malfunctioned and killed them both. He guided the caravan off the road, and the trailing wagon drifted to a halt behind them. The door to the deck swung open as Ifer stepped out wearing only her boots, gloves, and Theo's cloak. Her glaive dragged behind her, its blade scraping across the planks as she asked, would anyone like to explain what in the actual fuck is going on? Theo turned his head respectfully away from her and asked, why are you still practically naked? Ifer glared and replied, 1, you said I didn't have time to get dressed. And 2, besides my leather boots and gloves, the rest of my clothes got sucked out of the hole in the wall. Riley looked her up and down with open curiosity and asked, and you didn't bring or pack anything else? No, Ifer answered, tightening the cloak around herself. I didn't. I thought our new uniform would be all I needed. Gwen climbed out onto the deck with Esmeralda balanced atop her head, holding onto her antlers. She slipped in the pooling blood left by the goblins and crashed into the guardrail, catching herself before she went over. Regaining her footing, she said, we're going to have to retract the awning and let the rain wash away all the blood before the storm ends. Theo vaulted over the guardrail, landing heavily on the ground. Weak and almost stumbling to his knees, he caught himself against the hull and moved slowly along the length of the wagon, inspecting the damage while the rain soaked through his clothes. That's the last of our worries, he called back. Both wagon cars had large sections of their hulls blown away, exposing the lower and upper levels alike. As he reached the rear, he examined the trailing wagon and saw the upper halves of the goblins missing, only their lower bodies still slumped across the driver's bench. Peering through a tear in the canvas roof, Theo spotted 2 more dead goblins inside, their bodies mangled from the explosion. The harpoon mechanism had been destroyed, its severed cable dangling loosely while one corpse slumped across the ruined frame. Ifer appeared on the opposite side, peering through another rip in the canvas, and said, "Not one of these goblins are wearing something I can salvage." Theo nodded and replied, "We're lucky one of their hand cannons exploded, or we'd be dead." Furrowing her brow, she looked at him through the tear and said, "You'd probably have been okay, but I'd be dead for sure if you wouldn't have." She hesitated, then added awkwardly, "You know, saved me." Theo turned and walked back toward the caravan, answering without looking at her, "I haven't the faintest clue what you're talking about, small fry." By the time he reached the front, Riley was already removing horses from their reins. Without looking up, she said, "If we don't go after them now, we'll lose their trail and all this was for nothing." Theo hesitated, glancing back at the damaged caravan before answering, "We really don't have a choice." After undoing the final restraint, Riley slapped the reins aside and said, "All right everyone, pick a horse. Time to chase these fuckers down."
Alrighty, that we're going on to chapter 31 now. There's only 6 chapters left after this one, and we're 520 pages in out of 676. We'll probably finish in the next hour, 2 or 3 hours. 2 or 3 hours. And that will be the end of the 6th edit, run through in every chapter. Again, please remember, I'm not an editor. I do not have one. I'm doing the best I can while teaching myself along the way and continuously learning. So I by no means am an author in any traditional sense. Just want to get my story out there. And then go back to playing DayZ. But I have the next chapter set up. Everything's good. Let's get the sound ready. Yeah, gotta have that background noise. So, of course, every time a chapter ends, I play this song followed by the intro to the next chapter. And if you got time to go get a drink, take a piss, take a shit, do whatever you gotta do, because I'm gonna go do the same real quick, and I'll be right back. Thank you. Love you. We'll be starting chapter 31 in less than 2 minutes. And this is the final act of the book, you can say, before it ends. I think my model, I'll get it back on the screen. Phone's charged now. See if I can do it before the chapter starts. No, I'm gonna have to do a few things before the model can come back. Since the phone died and I had to restart it. But let's get the chapter started real quick.
Chapter 31. Sleeping in Stone. Vert D/Nizera/30/Y997/6th age, Dawn Tide. F. Umbling her hands along a shallow indentation carved out of stone, Lizyra pressed the spherical, glowing jeweled orb I had given Isaac into the groove and said, I promise you, it goes something like this. When she removed her hand, the orb slipped free, dropping from the indentation and tumbling down the temple steps with a soft electric hum that echoed faintly against the surrounding pillars. Adele laughed as she hovered beside her and said, I'm telling you, we have to wait until the eclipse tonight before the doors will even be able to open. Osiris climbed the steps, stooping to pick up the orb, and said, and what I'm saying is you two imbeciles are going to break the damn thing before we can even get the door open. Lizyra snatched the glowing orb from his hand with a sharp motion and said, I appreciate the input, but I think we can handle it. Nearby, Kitsune lay on her back across a wide slab of weathered stone with her hands folded lazily behind her head. She kicked a small rock off the ledge, watching it tumble 10 or so meters down into the mist below, and said, You guys have been going at it for hours. Could you just give it a rest? The sun's already coming out. She rolled onto her side and looked up one of the long pillars bordering the temple entrance. At its top, Nox lay curled into a tight ball, asleep, his tail draping over the edge of the narrow ledge. The temple loomed over them, immense and silent. The staircase alone was wide enough to fit 10 men shoulder to shoulder, each step worn smooth by time and wind. The entrance itself was sealed by a massive slab of stone carved with chiseled magic symbols and lines of unreadable text. On either side stood statue fountains of Farron, the god of the hunt and feral beasts. Each statue held a large bowl in both hands, the basins funneling down into drains clogged with leaves, pine needles, and years of neglect. Osiris studied the door, tracing the carved lines with his eyes, and said, Have you tried using that spell you almost killed me with to try and malfunction any of the mechanisms hidden within the walls that control the door? Or perhaps using it to hold the stone in place while you search for a lever or mechanism? Lizyra fumbled with the stone again, her shoulders tightening slightly, and said, I already said I was sorry. Osiris tilted his head and said, If you think I was being malicious with what I said, you are mistaken. I was genuinely suggesting it. If it was that easy, Lizyra said, adjusting the orb against the groove again, someone would have gotten in long ago without needing a lunar eclipse. A voice called from the steps below as someone approached, I think it needs some silver mithril nitrate or mercury to fill the fountains. Everyone turned. Isaac climbed toward them while reading from a worn tome Theo had lent him about the temple and said, Says right here something about tears of mithril and silver will reveal the lock you seek. That's quite poetic, Osiris said dryly. Isaac snapped the book closed and said, Theo's handwriting is so shitty I can barely read what he translated. He reached into a satchel at his belt, pulled out a small vial of silver mithril nitrate, and said, Because of how much we used to coat our weapons with last expedition, this is all we have left. Definitely won't be enough for both fountains. Adele snapped her fingers on one hand. A temporal rift tore open beside her, blackish green lightning crackling along its jagged edges as she drifted inside. Moments later, a keg came crashing out of the opening and began rolling toward the edge of the steps until Osiris stopped it with the heel of his boot. Adele floated back out as the rift slammed shut behind her and said, I have an extra keg right here if you're thinking we need to fill the fountains. Lizyra looked between the keg and the statues and said, even if we fill them, how do we turn them on? We'd just be wasting silver mithril nitrate if we poured it in there and couldn't get it back out. From her stone, Kitsune chimed in and said, I agree with Adele, and nothing we do will even matter until tonight when the lunar eclipse starts. Isaac flipped the tome open again, squinting at Theo's cramped translation scrawled across the pages, and said, technically the eclipse started this morning at Ascentide, so theoretically it's already started. We just won't be able to witness it until dusktide. Even so, Kitsune said, curling into a ball and wrapping her large, fluffy tail around herself to shield against the bitter morning chill, I think we should all cuddle up and take a nap and worry about it later tonight. Adele reclined in the air as though stretched across an invisible hammock and drifted toward Kitsune, then said, I agree with the ball of fuss. We've only wasted about 3 or 4 hours fucking around with the door. We still have plenty of time. Osiris could maybe even be a gentleman and put some tea on the stove down in the caravan for us. Annoyed, Osiris dragged a hand down his face and said, why am I fetching the tea and not included in the cuddle orgy? From beneath the mound of her own tail, Kitsune barked, the fact you think of it as an orgy is why you weren't invited. Adele smirked as she drifted lazily in the air and said, I'd much rather have Nox knocking at the back door than have your needle dick poking at my backside. Cutting in with a tired exhale, Isaac said, enough. You can fantasize about your lustful interracial monster smut after we're back in Blue Wyvern sleeping in real beds. After clearing away pine needles and leaves from one of the statue bowls, Isaac lifted the keg and set it horizontally across its side, balancing it with one hand. He opened the tap, and silver mithril nitrate spilled out in shimmering metallic sheets, spiraling into the bowl before draining downward through the hidden channel. When the flow tapered, he shut the tap and carried the barrel to the second fountain. As he opened it again, Lizyra crossed her arms and said with a small pout, Nox isn't a monster. Isaac sighed heavily and said, I didn't mean it like that. Turning toward him, Lizyra's brows knitted together as she said, yes, you did. Adele said she'd rather fuck Nox than Osiris, and you said she can fantasize about her interracial monster smut later, implying he's a monster. Isaac winced slightly and said, it was a poor choice of words on my part, and I'm sorry. Lizyra turned back toward the door, her voice softening only slightly, and said, it isn't me you should be apologizing to. Adele gave a quick, blushing laugh and said, sounds like a good choice of words to me. From under her thick bundle of fur, Kitsune groaned and said, you guys are so crass and disgusting I forget why I ever left the capital to travel with you lot. Osiris didn't miss a beat as he leaned against the keg and said, you're probably a spy sent by the Emperor to keep tabs on Theodore. I don't see any other reason they'd let a Kitsune willingly leave the safety of the capital's fortified walls. Still floating idly, Adele tilted her head and said, I don't know why we don't call her by her first name instead of Kitsune. Isn't that your last name? Kitsune released a deep, guttural moan from beneath her tail and said, I hate my first name. Please don't say it. Lizyra forced down her lingering pout and said, I love your name. Every time I have to call you Kitsune I feel like I'm addressing the entire fox race and all its ancestors. Kitsune lifted her head slightly, her tone sharpening with a faintly aristocratic correction, and said, it would be the Canidae race that I'm only a part of, since it covers demi-human wolves, dogs, foxes, and other like species. Osiris returned an almost identical royal sneer and said, please enlighten us with your royal education, your highness. Isaac, growing increasingly irritated, shut off the tap and said, I don't know what's gotten into everyone the past few weeks, but fighting amongst yourselves does nobody any good. Adele drifted slowly in a lazy circle, her eyes narrowing with playful mischief, and said, though you seem to be impervious to astrological bullshit, it seems everyone else is suffering from the effects of Alberta going into hummus around the planet. Still buried beneath her haystack of fur, Kitsune responded with a muffled sigh and said, "It's retrograde, not hummus. And that stuff is all made up by astrologists to justify devious behavior under the false pretense that the moon made them fucking do it instead of taking responsibility for their actions." Isaac poured the last of the silver mithril nitrate into the second bowl and closed the tap as he said, "As much as I don't want to believe in it, I've seen mages utilize magic from the stars to heal people, let alone conjure attacks warping space and time." Lizyra looked up at him and asked, "What, when the moon retrogrades into hummus?" Isaac pushed against the bridge of his nose and said, "No, from the essence that resonates from the stars. I've seen astrological mages do things on the battlefield not even wizards, sorcerers, or component-based spellcasters could achieve. That spell you used to flatten Osiris's testicles into a pancake is actually derived of such essence." Adele leaned forward in the air, curiosity creeping into her expression, and asked, "How would a magicless pleb like you know something like that?" Isaac set the keg on the ground and said, "Just because I don't use magic doesn't mean I don't know the basics about it." Lizyra quickly cut in and said, "That's not true. Master Theo told me he was able to teach you one spell." Isaac looked away, a faint trace of embarrassment crossing his face, and said, "The one spell he taught me was how to counter your tree transfiguration bullshit, and without a wand, ingredients, and a full day's rest afterward there's no point in trying to cast it." Beneath their feet, the silver mithril nitrate drained into a hidden reservoir, its growing weight pressing down on a concealed plate at the bottom. The mechanism finally gave, and a series of gears hidden within the temple walls began to rotate with a deep mechanical grinding that vibrated through the stone. Isaac stopped mid-sentence as the floor trembled. Both statues tilted forward slightly, and silver mithril nitrate began flowing back from their eyes, streaming into the bowls they held. Exposed cogs along the outer edge of the massive doors started turning in slow, deliberate rotations, each tooth grinding against the next. A small spherical indentation revealed itself at the center of the door, its cover sliding inward and disappearing into the stone. The rumbling continued for several seconds before everything settled, the grinding fading into silence as the mechanism locked into place. Poking her head up from within the thick warmth of her tail, Kitsune's ears twitched as she squinted toward the door and said, "No way that fucking worked." Lizyra stepped forward, lifted the jeweled orb, and slid it carefully into the newly revealed slot. A soft click echoed from within the stone as it locked into place, and she slowly straightened, her eyes fixed on the door as she waited for something else to happen. Silence settled over the staircase as a faint breeze drifted through the vine-entangled pillars. After a few long moments, Adele tilted lazily in the air and asked, "What now?" Isaac flipped the tome open again, turning through Theo's cramped notes while scanning the margins, and said, "I think that was supposed to be it. The door should have opened by now." Kitsune pulled her head back into the shelter of her tail and muttered, "Well, that was fun. I'm going back to sleep." A deep electronic hum suddenly thudded from the other side of the door, vibrating through the stone beneath their feet. The chiseled magic circles and insignias carved across the slab flickered to life, filling with an ethereal blue glow that spread like liquid light seeping across the engraved channels. The door began retracting upward into the ceiling with a grinding rumble, the staircase shaking hard enough to nearly knock everyone but Adele and Kitsune off their feet. The vibration rolled through the stone until the slab disappeared entirely into the mechanism above, and a foul, stagnant smell poured outward from the dark passage beyond, drifting across them like something long sealed away. One by one, torches lining both sides of the hallway ignited, flames blooming into unnatural jade fire that leapt from sconce to sconce deeper into the temple. The walls were cut from massive, nearly flawless blocks of untouched stone, their surfaces reflecting the green light in shifting hues that made the corridor appear to breathe. Isaac glanced up toward the archway above them and called out, "Hey Nox, if anyone shows up other than Imperial soldiers, just go ahead and eat them." Lizyra immediately looked up and shouted, "No eating anyone. If someone shows up, just stay up and hide after letting out a big roar and we'll come running." Above them, Nox rolled over with
Just have to fix that. There was a missing word right there.
There, Lizyra immediately looked up and shouted, "No eating anyone. If someone shows up, just stay up there and hide after letting out a big roar and we'll come running." Above them, Nox rolled over with a low grunt, pulling his tail up from where it hung over the ledge and wrapping it around himself before settling back into sleep. Isaac stepped into the temple and said, "I recommend you grab everything you need now, like food, water, and even take a piss before we venture too deep." Kitsune hopped down from the stone she'd been lying on and said, "I've got the emergency satchel just in case. I also brought extra scrolls, potions, antidotes, and in the most extreme of emergencies I even brought a teleportation scroll that can teleport everyone out if the door shuts on us." Adele leaned forward with curiosity and asked, "Oh, where to?" Kitsune's expression shifted slightly as she said, "It's not ideal, but it will teleport us to the front hall of the Kitsune estate back at the capital. My dad gave it to me when I left with Theo and joined the caravan. He said if things ever got rough, feel free to abandon my friends and return home to safety." Osiris gave a dry smile and said, "Such a friendly guy." Kitsune shoved the items she'd pulled out back into the satchel around her neck and snapped, "Be quiet. The only reason you don't like him is because he wouldn't acknowledge your nobility." Osiris rummaged through the inner pockets of his trench coat and said, "I'd say it's a pretty good reason to detest the man. Just because he's never heard of my homeland doesn't mean he can discredit my heritage." Kitsune walked past him into the entrance and said, "Well, you couldn't even point to your home on a map, so could you blame him?" Osiris pulled out a long flintlock pistol, inspecting the barrel as he said, "I can't help it was raised to the ground when I was just a boy. That was hundreds of years ago. You expect me to remember where it was when it's been erased from every map on every continent?" Isaac pulled a torch from the loop at his back belt and lit it with a striking rod as he said, "Please, it hasn't been over 100 years. Last time I spoke with your mother she said worrying about you and Osira was going to be the death of her before either of you made it to 100. Adele tilted her head proudly and said, "I'm pretty sure I have everything we'll ever need in one of my temporal storages. In fact," she continued, thinking for a moment, "I actually have half the inventory of Wormspire in one of them. Fuck. Morik's going to be pissed." Osiris waved dismissively and said, "Morik and Torgan will be fine. They have plenty of toys and trinkets to play with while we're gone." Lizyra stepped 2 paces into the entrance hall, looking slowly around the illuminated stone, and said, "This looks really nice for how shabby the outside looks." Kitsune raised her staff as everyone began filtering inside and said, "Hold on everyone. Let's follow standard of procedure." In the same breath she lifted the staff higher and said, "Presidium. Testa. Benedicit. Claritate." Orbs of different colored light enveloped each of them in turn. The first shimmered like a translucent shield before fading. The next pulsed briefly across their bodies, followed by another that flickered like warm sunlight. Each glow vanished as the next appeared, until only a faint residual hum of magic lingered in the air. When Claritate washed over her, Lizyra felt an electric fire surge across her body. Her vision warped as her mind flooded with sensation, the entrance hall twisting into the interior of a towering spiral staircase rising into darkness. Flames burst violently through the walls, heat roaring toward her as she tried to evade them, and she dropped toward the floor in a sudden reflexive leap. Within the blink of an eye the vision collapsed, and Lizyra found herself sitting on the cold stone floor staring up at the others, the green firelight flickering across their confused expressions. Concern creased Kitsune's face as her ears twitched forward and she asked, "What in the hells was that all about, Lizyra?" Lizyra glanced around the room, making sure the walls weren't actually caving in, then pushed herself to her feet and said, "I think I just had a vision, or a memory, or something." Adele tilted in the air, her brows lifting with curiosity, and asked, "Strange. Of what exactly?" Lizyra took one last look around under the jade glow and said, "It was like a staircase caving in, or exploding." Isaac walked past her deeper into the temple, the torchlight stretching shadows across the stone, and asked, "What are you, like an oracle now or something?" Lizyra frowned, rubbing her tongue against her teeth as if trying to shake off a lingering taste, and said, "I don't know. Everything still kinda tastes like farts and feels weird ever since that potion I was forced to drink. Maybe one of the spells Kitsune just cast is somehow still messing with that." Kitsune uncorked a mana restoration potion, took a measured sip, and said, Not to keep touting my education, but there's no way that potion would have lasted this long. I mean, there are definitely potions out there that could, but given these were common street thugs that kidnapped Nox, I highly doubt they had such a relic. Lizyra tightened her grip on her staff, her expression sinking slightly, and said, "You're not the one whose favorite foods currently taste like someone's ass." Kitsune blinked, her tone almost innocent as she replied, "Ever since you've been saying that, I've been having a hard time with the analogy you keep using, since I've never tasted someone's ass or farts." Isaac exhaled in irritation and said, "Can we proceed before the spells and enchantments wear off?" He began walking down the corridor through the entrance hall, and the others fell in behind him. Raising his torch, he called back over his shoulder, "Osiris, take the rear." Osiris rummaged through his trench coat, pulled out a small crystal already shining with steady light, and clipped it into a holster at his belt, letting it illuminate the stone around him as he fell to the back of the group. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Lizyra said, "It's really warm in here, and it smells terrible." Adele floated beside her, reclining as if stretched across an invisible hammock, and said, "Maybe if you weren't wearing so much clothes, you'd be a little cooler. You are wearing your robe, a cloak, and the new uniform Isaac made, and we have yet to even make it to the first frostfall." "I like my old robe though," Lizyra protested. "And I also like my new uniform too." Kitsune walked just behind Isaac, her dragonwood staff tapping lightly against the floor as she said, "I'd ditch the robe. As traditional as it is, it's just going to get in the way during combat. And the new uniforms Isaac made everyone were enchanted with pretty much the same spells, so I'd say you are a bit overdressed, Liz." Her hood was pulled up over her black cloak, which had small indentations sewn into the fabric so her long fox-like ears could comfortably rest within. Beneath it she wore the new green and black tunic with its fitted black legging that crept down into brown leather boots she never usually wore due to the obsessive amount of nail trimming and filing she'd have to do if she wanted to wear them daily. The brown emergency satchel hung at her side under the cloak, and her bushy tail swayed lazily behind her, occasionally kicking up the hem of her cloak and skirt as she walked. Adele drifted alongside Lizyra on her back, one leg loosely draped over the other, her arms folded behind her head. Though she wasn't wearing the new tunic or leggings, she still wore the black cloak and boots Isaac had made part of the uniform. Isaac, instead of his usual plated vest and shoulder guards, wore studded dragon hide beneath his cloak, leaving room for the assortment of belts strapped across his chest, each holding gadgets, tools, and artifacts from previous expeditions. A coiled diamond wire whip hung at his waist, similar to the one Zara used in her hookshot gauntlets. His greatsword rested across his back in a fitted harness, two bright arcanix crystals set into its hilt glowing faintly beneath the cloak. Osiris's uniform was barely visible beneath his brown trench coat, which itself was mostly hidden by the same cloak everyone else wore. He carried his long-barreled flintlock resting across his shoulder as he walked, the crystal at his belt casting steady light behind them. Ahead, another door similar to the entrance began slowly ascending into the ceiling with a faint rumble as they approached. Isaac raised his fist, signaling everyone to halt, then extended his torch forward and waited for the door to finish opening. As the slab slid fully into the ceiling, another series of torches ignited along the walls beyond, their green flames crawling to life one after another. The next chamber was larger than the first and filled with neatly stacked crates and barrels arranged in orderly rows, as though a delivery had been left behind long ago. Near the back of the room, one crate sat pried open and tipped on its side, its position sharply contrasting the careful organization of everything else. Everyone entered the room and began fanning out, each taking a row of crates while staying close enough to the light cast by Isaac's torch or the steady glow at Osiris's belt. Lizyra pulled the grimoire from its cradle on her belt, tossed it into the air beside her, and said, "Sequi." Before the book could succumb to gravity, blue light swallowed it, and it hovered open to the first page at her side. The glow dimmed to a soft aura as it floated, then flared again into a steady white brilliance when she added, "Luciat." The hovering grimoire illuminated her path as she walked, and she tilted her head slightly, listening, before saying, "I think it sounds more like the woods in here than it does outside in the actual woods." "Must you always point out every obvious little thing?" Osiris complained from across the room, his voice echoing faintly between the stacked crates. Adele drifted slowly past a row of barrels, listening as well, and said, "I think Liz has a valid point. I'm also hearing cicadas and shit, but we haven't seen one plant, insect, or living thing yet. And Solari ended about 2 months ago, so we shouldn't even be hearing any of that. Isaac approached the pried open crate near the back of the room and noticed the floor around it littered with unspent torches. He knelt beside it and peered into the open side, seeing it half filled with more that were bundled together. As he glanced over his shoulder, he spotted another doorway beyond the storage chamber, faintly illuminated by additional mounted torches. He rose to his feet and said, "Nothing really of interest in here. Looks like some kind of storage, or maybe a delivery from a time long past. Best if we press on." Lizyra followed his gaze toward the doorway and asked, "Why would a place that only opens a few times a year, if you have the key and a bunch of silver mithril nitrate on hand, need supply deliveries? Especially since no one has lived here in eons." Kitsune walked her fingers along the edge of a nearby crate, examining its surface, and said, "I've also noticed the lack of dust or any sign of natural decay in here. If I didn't know better, I'd say these crates and barrels were dropped off recently." A green rift suddenly tore open beside Adele with a black electric hum, swallowing a nearby crate whole before snapping shut and vanishing. Isaac spun toward her and asked sharply, "What the hell are you doing, Adele? We aren't here to pillage the temple." Adele floated toward him, her cloak hanging loosely behind her, and said, "I'm not pillaging anything. It's for research and educational purposes. This seems like some kind of anomaly Maya would get a nerd boner over." Isaac bit his lower lip, glancing around the room, and said, "Tell me before you do something like that again. You could have accidentally triggered a trap." Adele rolled her eyes and said, "You think everything could be a trap?" She drifted past him, but the edge of her cloak caught on the corner of a crate, throwing her balance off. She stumbled midair, and Isaac instinctively tossed his torch aside and stepped forward, catching her in his arms. Embarrassed, she pushed off his chest and floated upward again, then said, "That was completely unnecessary." She pulled her hood up, covering her horns and most of her purple hair, the shadow hiding the blush creeping across her face. As she drifted toward the doorway, the green and black digital pattern across her arms and legs began creeping higher along her body, concealing more of her form as she moved away. Isaac picked up his torch, brushed ash from it, and followed her into the next room while the others trailed behind. As he entered, the first thing he noticed in the far corner was the remains of a campfire contained within a neatly arranged circle of stones. Around it sat 4 skeletons, still fully clothed, their postures frozen as though they had simply stopped moving. Adele approached slowly and said, "Looks like we found the research team." Kitsune knelt beside the campfire, placed her staff gently on the ground, and bowed her head in prayer. After a few quiet moments, a thin golden magic circle formed around the small campsite, shimmering faintly before fading as she finished. She picked up her staff and said, "Just in case they were to decide to try and come back to life later." Osiris crouched beside one of the bodies and began rummaging through its pockets. Kitsune's ears flattened as she looked over and said, "How disrespectful of you." "They're dead, and there's a chance they could have something useful," Osiris replied shamelessly as he moved to the next skeleton. He continued searching and added, "And there's always a chance they found the Ember Shard but didn't make it out in time." Lizyra watched quietly, her voice turning grim as she said, "I hope that doesn't become us." After finishing with the last body, Osiris straightened and said, "Don't worry. Even if we get locked in, Kitsune still has the teleport scroll that will take us all back to Daddy's warm embrace." Adele's face tightened beneath her hood as she said, "I'd rather die in here than ever go back to the capital." Kitsune tilted her head and said, "In your elf form nobody would ever know you were a halfling." Osiris let out an unempathetic chuckle and said, "Any Imperial soldier or guard in their right mind would take one look at her and have her arrested for indecent exposure." Adele looked down at one of the skeletons, her voice sharpening slightly as she said, "Nothing about my body right now is indecent. If I were to retract all my digital camouflage you see now, you'd never be the same afterward. You'd most likely even fall out of love with your sister." Osiris curled his lip in a morbid snarl and said, "Watch it, imp. If you further disgust me there will be consequences. Unlike Vlad, I won't easily fall victim to your predictable whims and trickery." Lizyra wandered along the perimeter of the room, lightly dragging the tip of her staff across the stone as she inspected the walls, then said, "I think I've figured it out." Everyone turned toward her, and Isaac asked, "What did you figure out?" She stopped walking, clasped her hands behind her back while still clutching her staff, and said, "Why Osiris is so cranky all the time and such an asshole." Amused despite himself, Osiris lifted a brow and asked, "Oh? And why is that?" She rocked slightly on her heels as she resumed pacing and said, "Probably because he's a big old dumb virgin and Osiris probably isn't." Laughter erupted from everyone except Osiris. His face flushed red as he straightened and said, "There's no way you could ever know that. And seeing that you are still a whelp with Isaac as your overlord, you yourself are a sexless brat." Isaac sighed heavily while inspecting a large set of closed double wooden doors leading into the next room and said, "It amuses me that as much as everyone bickers and cries about each other, all of you would still rather be in the same room at all times than be apart." He leaned down to inspect the door handles, then continued, "And in all my years as a squire before the collapse of Enos, and later as a mercenary running chores for the Empire before we started this little charade, not even the meanest non-feral troll or the most hateful Imperial Guard could conjure up the hurtful things you all casually say to each other." Adele drifted beside him, glancing over the doors, and said, "I still blame the moon becoming hummus. When Lizyra was little, she used to follow Osiris around attached at the hip, calling him Big O and Osiris Little O. There must have been a point everything changed when I was rotated out and watching over Wormspire's watch back when it was just a workshop." Across the room, Lizyra examined an old wooden filth-covered bucket she suspected had once been used as a makeshift toilet and said, "I think my defining moment into adulthood was taking a shit in the bushes for the first time in the field and not on some kind of toilet with toilet paper. After that, I knew life wasn't a bunch of Osiris but shit-stained Osirises instead." Osiris rubbed his temple and said, "I can only imagine getting locked in here, and these are the conversations we have until we starve to death." Adele folded her arms lazily behind her head and said, "I have enough supplies and food in one of my temporal storage rifts that even if we got locked in we could survive here without having to escape to Kitsune's mansion." Standing beside Isaac, Kitsune tilted her head and said, "It's not a mansion." Adele turned toward her and replied, "It's the biggest private estate outside the royal castle. I think calling it a mansion would be an understatement." Kitsune's expression softened into something more distant as she said, "Everyone acts like it's some grand castle I'd rather run back to, but I assure you I'd rather not go back. I'd rather shit in the bushes alongside Lizyra, wiping my ass with my hand, than live there with my siblings being a servant to the Empire. But if we are in danger, escaping back there and immediately leaving doesn't sound like a bad alternative compared to living here for a year waiting to open the door while surviving off Adele's secret stash of snacks and liquor." Adele tilted her head, studying her, and said, "I think the moons has been affecting Kitsune the most. She's usually so sweet and docile. Now she's starting to sound more like Lizyra." She leaned closer and whispered, "You didn't have some kind of crazy dream with an owl where you woke up holding a stone recently, did you? Like Lizyra?" Kitsune leaned closer in return and said quietly, "No. The last dream I had I was eating a delicious donut, and when I looked down at it, it turned out to be some kind of bug." Adele grimaced slightly and said, "How unfortunate." "Not really," Kitsune replied calmly. "It was probably the most delicious thing I've ever tasted." After finishing his inspection, Isaac pushed one of the wooden doors open. The hinges groaned as it swung inward, revealing a much larger chamber swallowed in complete darkness. He stepped inside, raising his torch, and said, "There isn't even one torch mounted on the wall." The others followed, their various light sources pushing back the darkness in uneven circles. Shadows stretched across the floor as the chamber slowly revealed itself. Adele floated toward the center of the room and spotted a massive statue carved in the shape of a tree. It towered upward, its stone leaves spreading wide beneath the ceiling. At the base of its canopy, 6 thick branches jutted outward symmetrically from the trunk, each holding an unlit torch cradled in carved grooves. She nudged one of the stone roots with her foot and said, "Well, ain't this an interesting old hunk of junk?" Osiris stepped beneath the towering statue, tilting his head back as he studied it, and said, "To think goblins built this place and took the time to carve something like this is bizarre." Kitsune knelt beside the statue and brushed her fingers along one of the roots that appeared to puncture through the stone floor, then said, "It appears to be more petrified than something carved by hand." She removed a small vial from a pouch on her belt, uncorked it, and carefully poured a few drops onto the root. She leaned closer, watching for any reaction, then after nothing happened, she recorked the vial and placed it back into the pouch and said, "Maybe not." Isaac raised his torch and reached toward the closest one that was unlit, cradled in one of the stone branches, holding the flame against it while he shifted the angle and said, "Okay, this isn't lighting even though it looks ready to go." He slowly circled the tree, trying each torch one by one, the fire licking at dry cloth that refused to catch. When he reached the final torch, it instantly ignited, burning as though it had already been alive for centuries. He leaned back slightly, watching the steady flame, and said, "Strange." Osiris stepped toward the first torch Isaac had tried and struck his flint against the steel rod of his striking pouch, sparks scattering across the cloth as he attempted to light it. After a few failed attempts he moved to the next and tried again, then said, "Odd indeed." The floor around the tree was littered with hundreds, perhaps thousands, of spent torches. Lizyra's boots crackled over the brittle remains as she turned and walked out of the room. Adele glanced toward the doorway and asked, "Where's she going?" Osiris watched her leave and laughed quietly as he said, "Probably to go shit in the bushes outside." After a moment Lizyra returned holding a green torch taken from the previous room. She stepped up to the statue and lifted it toward the first unlit branch and said, "I borrowed this from off the wall in the other room. Let's see if it lights any of them." She moved from torch to torch, holding the green flame against each one until a single branch suddenly caught, igniting in the same jade-colored fire as the torch she carried. Kitsune tilted her head slightly while studying the flames and said, "Okay, so it's some kind of pattern based on colored flames." Isaac walked along the outer edge of the chamber, his torchlight sliding across the walls until he spotted two additional doors, one along the western wall and another to the south. As Lizyra lit the green torch, the eastern door suddenly rumbled and began ascending into the ceiling. Everyone turned toward it as Lizyra raised a hand and exclaimed, "Hold on." She rushed out of the room and quickly returned without the green torch, her grimoire silently chasing after her as she ran. Osiris looked at her and asked, "You put it back?" "Yeah," Lizyra responded instantly. "I'm not going to keep holding it. Plus, I don't want to desecrate the temple by just leaving it on the ground." Isaac stepped into the newly opened chamber, and the bottom of his boots immediately sank into something wet. The liquid clung thickly to the leather, reflecting the torchlight with a metallic sheen. The floor was shallowly flooded with silver mithril nitrate that shined like mercury as the flame danced across its surface. Kitsune's tail brushed the top of a large puddle. She stiffened, grabbed her tail, and said, "Fuck." She tried wiping it off, but the silver stained her fur as she tucked part of her tail into her belt to keep it from dragging again. Lizyra looked down at the liquid and asked, "Is it toxic?" "Not generally," Kitsune responded while inspecting the stain. "But after prolonged exposure to bare skin, it can be." The chamber itself was empty, with no torches mounted along the walls. Isaac crossed the shallow pool, the liquid softly rippling with each step, and approached another set of doors. He examined them briefly, then pushed them open. The moment the door moved, a flurry of half-decayed rats came scurrying outward, startling him as they scrambled across the floor. One leapt and began climbing his pant leg. Isaac knocked it off and crushed it beneath a single stomp of his boot. Bone and decayed mush splattered across the wet stone as Kitsune raised her staff and said, "Sanctificare." A vibrant holy light burst outward from her in a spherical wave, and the zombified rats instantly sublimated when the radiance touched them. Isaac peered into the room, scanning for movement, then said, "Looks like some kind of dining room." Everyone entered as the wall torches suddenly ignited, burning with the same jade-colored light as before. The long wooden table stretched across the chamber, fully set as though awaiting a feast that never came. Each chair sat neatly tucked beneath it, except for one that had toppled over, its broken leg lying silently nearby. Adele floated slowly toward the center of the room. As she moved, a stone door to the north began rising into the ceiling. When it opened, a blood-red light flooded her vision as the slab vanished above like the others. She drifted closer and looked into the newly revealed chamber. It resembled the epitome of a dragon's treasure hoard. Chests and piles of gold filled the room, scattered like glistening dunes across a desert of crimson light. Before Isaac could speak, Adele lifted a hand dismissively and said, Yeah, I know. It's obviously a trap. No one would ever leave behind such wealth if it wasn't. Kitsune studied the room cautiously and said, Could be just that no one's ever made it out that's ever entered this place. Either or, Isaac said while watching the doorway carefully, I don't want to find out, so Adele, if you would. Adele reached up and snatched a red torch from the wall, then floated back toward the tree statue. She pressed the flame against the torch beside the already lit green one, and it instantly ignited, burning in the same deep blood-red hue as the torch in her hand. Easy peasy, she said as she drifted back toward the treasure room and remounted the torch in its sconce. Walking south from the dining room, Osiris noticed a wooden door ripped clean from its hinges lying across the floor. He leaned in and peeked through the opening, then said, Found the kitchen. Lizyra wandered in behind him and scanned the walls before saying, Only green torches in here. She moved farther inside, and in the corner beside a fireplace and stove she spotted another shallow flooding of silver mithril nitrate. A skeleton wrapped in a cloak rested partially submerged within the metallic sheen. She stepped up to the fireplace and craned her neck upward into the chimney, then said, I wonder if that goes all the way up to the roof outside and this is how those rats got in. She leaned closer and shouted up the shaft, Nox. Can you hear me? Her voice echoed upward and faded into silence with no reply. She lowered her head, shrugged faintly, and said, She began inspecting the counters, shelves, ovens, and stovetops, as she added, This place looks relatively modern for being thousands of years old. Everyone funneled back toward the statue room, and as they entered, a southern door slowly began opening. Osiris folded his arms and watched the slab rise while he said, I can't tell if it's because of us lighting those torches or if these doors are just randomly opening due to the eclipse. Whatever's doing it, Isaac replied while stepping forward, I have yet to see this ember shard I spoke of. And without it we will not receive the rest of the pay. Lizyra glanced back toward the previous chamber and said, I'd hate to think it's back in those puddles of silver mithril nitrate somewhere and we'd have to get on our hands and knees and search for it. Osiris tilted his head slightly and asked, If that were the case, couldn't you just use some wind magic and blow all the liquid away? Lizyra walked into a narrow hallway beyond the opened door, trailing her fingers along the wall, and said, I could, I guess. She stopped when she noticed an open winding staircase leading upward, then looked back as everyone gathered around her and suggested, Should we go up? No, Isaac said while passing her. Standard procedure is to clear the current floor before going to another one. He continued down the hallway and entered a room lined with bunk beds against the back wall. Finely carved dressers made of deep blue and purple magic wood sat in front of each double bunk, and a large vibrant otherworldly blue rug sprawled across the floor. Along the back wall, a series of blue torches burned radiantly against the darkness. To the west, a narrower stone door stood above a short staircase leading down to it. Isaac removed one of the blue torches from the wall with his free hand and said, Stay here. I have a feeling this door is going to open after lighting one of those torches. He walked out of the room while Lizyra wandered toward one of the bunks and said, This place is so fascinating. I see why Maya was so interested in it. She suddenly toppled across one of the bunks, her body landing in a damp, heavy flop. Sweat soaked her clothes from the neck down as though she had been standing in rain. She yawned and said, I'm already tired. Rolling onto her side, she noticed the shallow hollow eye sockets of a skeleton staring directly at her from the neighboring bunk, its bony hands gripping a blanket tight. She stared back at it with a gloomy expression while Adele floated closer and asked, Find yourself a boyfriend over there. Lizyra kept her eyes on the skeleton and said quietly, I'm pretty sure there isn't anyone who would ever be interested in me. Adele drifted beside her and replied, Come on, didn't your mama ever tell ya there's someone for everyone out there, you just gotta look. Lizyra frowned, then slowly sat up on the bunk and said, My mother and father died in a fire when Enos was sieged. If we hadn't been the lowest of the noble families maybe they would have survived and introduced me to a prince or something by now. She stretched, then stood, and added, But seeing as they died when I was itty bitty, I don't even remember them, so no, my mama never told me that. Adele looked over the skeleton in the neighboring bed and said, Yeah, I don't remember my mom either, so she never said that, but I've heard Morik and Torgan say it a bunch. The narrow stone door began opening as Isaac returned. He entered holding both his torch and the blue torch while the slab slowly rose. Beyond it was a cramped chamber barely large enough for everyone to stand. A low-hanging chandelier dangled from the ceiling in an otherwise unoccupied room. Isaac descended the small steps and lifted the blue torch toward one of the unlit candles. The moment the flame touched it, the candle ignited with blue fire. One by one, each candle lit on its own, spreading the same cold azure glow. In the same instant, a loud crash echoed from down the hallway as though something had been knocked from a shelf. "Oh," Lizyra said. Isaac stepped away from the chandelier, returned up the steps, and remounted the blue torch in its original sconce while saying, "That definitely wasn't the ember shard." Everyone abruptly laughed despite the temple's gloom. Isaac looked between them and asked, "What?" Adele smirked faintly and said, "It's unlike you to say something funny. Like, ever." Isaac drew his great sword from his back with one hand and said, "I can be funny." Lizyra strolled out of the room, down the hallway, and back into the central chamber with the tree statue, then said, "Sounded like it came from this way." She continued into the dining area before anyone could catch up. From the corner of her eye, she noticed it slouched near the farthest wall. A black-cloaked skeleton stood upright in the corner, partly coated in bright silver from the puddle it had been lying in earlier. It faced the wall silently, unmoving. The others gathered behind Lizyra as Isaac stepped up and said sternly, "You really need to learn how to wait for everyone else before frolicking off like that."
Sorry, there was an extra space.
Without saying a word,
enter paragraph break.
Without saying a word, Lizyra slowly raised her arm and pointed toward the thing in the corner, ignoring Isaac entirely. Isaac followed her finger, squinting into the dim jade glow as he studied the slouched figure, then whispered, "What the fuck is that?" Osiris stepped forward slightly and called out bluntly, "Hey fuck stick, what in the hells are you doing?" The figure did not move. It remained facing the wall, hunched and silent, its cloak hanging damp and heavy. Kitsune stepped forward and began muttering a spell under her breath, her staff lifting as faint light gathered at its tip. The instant the creature heard her voice, it snapped around with unnatural speed and released a wretched scream that tore across the chamber as it leapt directly toward her. Startled, Kitsune stumbled over the last words of her incantation, breaking the spell. Isaac surged forward and swung his sword in a wide arc, striking the creature midair and swatting it across the room. The skeletal body slammed against the wall and collapsed in a clatter of bone. It hissed and raised its hands. A violent purple light erupted between its palms and vaulted across the room. Adele threw both hands forward as a crack split the air and a void tore open in front of them, swallowing the blast. A second void opened beside the creature, and the attack launched back toward it. The skeleton collapsed instantly into a shadow on the ground, flattening and sliding away at impossible speed. The darkness streaked across the floor and pooled beneath Lizyra before anyone could react. Black flame spontaneously erupted upward, engulfing her. She cried out and tried to jump away, but stumbled and fell. Rolling across the floor, she tore off her cloak and robes, flinging them aside as the unnatural black fire consumed the sweat-soaked fabric. Her new cloak remained untouched while the robes burned away furiously within the black flames. The creature twisted upward from the shadow and reformed into its skeletal shape where she had been standing. It raised its hands again and fired another purple blast directly at Lizyra. Curling into a ball on the floor instead of evading, the attack struck an invisible barrier surrounding her body and ricocheted upward, dissipating against the ceiling. The creature howled as a ghostly black sword manifested in each of its hands. It leapt toward Lizyra, but suddenly vanished into smoke as a divine bolt of lightning crashed down from the ceiling, splitting the air with blinding light. It reappeared elsewhere in a swirl of shadow, only to vanish again as more lightning struck. Kitsune gripped her staff tightly and repeatedly chanted, Divina Fulgur. Each word summoned another divine bolt that shattered against the floor where the creature had been moments before. The monster flickered from smoke to shadow around the chamber, dodging each strike, until it suddenly slammed into the wall as a black, fiery bolt launched from Adele's hands crashed into its ribs. She laughed sharply and said, Stand still, you little shit. She snapped her fingers, and a black explosion rippled across the creature's chest. It bellowed in pain, but the sound was cut short as bullets began tearing through its bones. Osiris fired his long-barreled pistol in rapid succession, each shot punching through ribs and spine until the cylinder clicked empty. A vibrant purple magic circle flared beneath the creature as it began chanting, but its body suddenly ignited and exploded outward when Lizyra shouted from across the room, Explodera. Bone shattered into shrapnel as its torso exploded outward, but its head tore free from its spine as it leapt into the air. Bat-like wings burst from the skull as it ignited in black flames and began to ascend upward. Kitsune recoiled and shouted, What the fuck? Isaac stared at it in disbelief and said, I've never seen anything like that in my entire fucking life. The flaming skull clattered its jaw rapidly as it darted toward Lizyra, but a divine bolt struck it midair and knocked it to the floor. It skidded across the stone, still burning. Lizyra leaned back cautiously and asked, Is it dead? Adele floated slightly forward, watching it burn, and said uneasily, I think it was dead from the beginning. The skull lay unmoving while the black flames continued to curl around it. The group stood in silence for a moment before Osiris lowered his pistol and said, I think it's dead. Like dead, dead. Adele drifted closer and cautiously nudged it with the tip of her boot. The skull slid across the floor, rolled once, and came to rest while still burning. I'd hate to say it, Isaac said while watching the flames, but there's our fifth flame. Adele plucked a candle from the dining table's candelabra and held it to the burning skull until it caught. She floated back to the tree chamber and lit another branch torch, which ignited in a brilliant black flame. She tossed the candle aside and turned back toward them, then asked, What now? We've been in every room. We never went up the staircase, Lizyra said as she followed them back into the chamber. Isaac nodded slightly and said, I guess that's where we head
Miss
next.
Shadow, hello.
They began making
How
their
are
way
you
down the
doing?
hallway toward the stairs when a faint sound
Hopefully
drew
you're having
their
a good
attention
day,
back
evening,
toward
night,
the
or
room
morning,
with the
wherever
blue
you
torches.
reside.
Lizyra
We're
leaned
just
into the
listening
doorway
to one
and
of my
peered inside,
stories and doing
then
some
said,
edits as
Guys,
we go.
looks like the chandelier is burning
It's
purple
good
now.
to see you.
Everyone gathered near the entrance as Adele sighed and said, Let me go
We're
get that
actually
candle.
almost done.
No
We're on
need,
page
Isaac replied.
542 of the
He smothered his
676.
torch with the fire-resistant cloth from his pouch, then stepped forward and
Nice,
relit it from the
doing
purple
edits as
flames of
well.
the chandelier. He
I
turned
guess
back
it's that
toward the
kind
hallway
of
and
lazy
paused,
Sunday
scanning
night.
the group, before asking, Where is Lizyra?
It's
Everyone surveyed the
10:35, I didn't
surrounding area
realize.
while Adele crossed her arms and said, Isn't it obvious?
Gotta take my
She distracted you with the
meds.
purple light and bolted upstairs. Lizyra emerged at the top of the staircase and slowed, her anticipation fading as she took in the small chamber.
Yeah,
Two locked
me and
doors
my
faced each other
brother
along
are
the
working
western
on
and
the
eastern
St.
walls,
Louis map.
their surfaces bare
It's
and
just,
unmarked.
I'm at the
The
ass
room
end of
itself
about
was
to
far
get this
smaller
book
than the others,
published, so
with only a few worn
I've been
prayer
trying to
mats
get
arranged in a
that
circle
done
around
before
a
the
single
summer
one at the
started,
center.
and then we were going
Her
to go back
attention
to...
drifted to
We're
a
always
panel set
working
into
on
the
the
wall,
map, but we're
where a
actually trying to
single
get the
plate-like
second
button
playtest
protruded
out.
slightly from the stone.
That was our
She
goal
stepped
for
toward
the
it and
the
pressed her
beginning of
palm
the
against the
summer.
plate. It did not move.
We did
She
one
pushed
back
harder,
in
leaning her weight into
December
it,
all
but the
month.
surface remained rigid,
And
refusing
then
to
since
compress
then,
or
I kind
shift.
of went balls
She
deep into
pressed
this,
again with both
trying
hands,
to get this
then
all
frowned in
pushed
frustration.
out.
Footsteps echoed up the stairwell behind her. She turned just as Isaac reached the top, his
Oh, there it
expression
is.
already
I'm
hardening.
missing one.
What in the hells are you doing? Just wandering off like that, Isaac said. I didn't wander, Lizyra
You
replied,
might,
stepping away from the panel.
on Discord,
I knew exactly where I was going.
if you're in our
I figured
Discord,
that was the last flame we needed, so
you
I just
might.
thought I'd take a quick little looks up here before we hit the
If
grand
not,
event. Osiris moved past Isaac and scanned
you
the
can
room
jump in
before
there
asking,
real quick and
well,
add me, because
anything
I'll
up
be
here?
on the right
No,
side. in
Lizyra
the,
said
the,
with
the
visible
people list.
disappointment. She gestured toward the wall and
Yeah,
added,
anytime.
just this
Pick
stupid
the
button
brain.
thing that doesn't work. Walking over, Osiris pressed the plate himself. Nothing. He leaned
Just
into
tried
it,
to take my
then
meds,
tried
nothing to
pressing it
drink.
with both hands, but after a moment he stepped back and said, probably does absolutely nothing. Isaac turned toward the staircase and said, After we light the last torch we can come back and see if it did anything. He motioned downward, and everyone began heading back. They descended the stairs and returned to the chamber with the tree statue. The colored torches flickered quietly as Isaac stepped forward and lifted his flame to the final branch. The last torch ignited in a deep purple blaze and burned steadily. Nothing else happened.
Actually,
the group stood
I have
in
to
silence.
launch Discord real quick.
The flickering flames cast shifting color across their faces while the chamber remained still. Kitsune slipped a pocket watch from beneath her cloak and checked it absently. The quiet stretched on, broken only by the faint shuffle of boots and the soft hum of their flames. After a long pause, Osiris exhaled and said, "As much as we wanted it to do something, this was probably just a fantasy in our heads when in reality this was just some silly game the goblins constructed out of their obsession for shiny things and pretty colors." Adele tilted her head and replied, "That's a lot of work for any goblin, orc, or troll just to randomly go out of their way to create for no reason." Lizyra's eyes brightened slightly as she looked around the chamber and said, "Maybe there's like a magic word or a secret phrase you have to say for something to happen. Like open sesame. Or abracadabra." Adele grinned faintly and added, "Or alakazam." At that exact moment, every torch in the temple extinguished in the same breath. Darkness swallowed the chamber, leaving only the faint glow from their personal light sources. They stood in stunned silence. Adele broke it and said, "Seriously? Alakazam." In the same instant, every torch around the tree reignited. But instead of their individual colors, each flame burned in a shift.
Oh yeah, the last update definitely messed some shit up. Especially if you got a map that you're trying to do, you won't be able to use Mike Heroes at the moment. I don't know if you're in the DayZ Academy Discord. There was like some bullshit a while ago, and like the old one got closed down, but there's a new one that opened up too, and everyone's like working on a fix for a bunch of stuff. I know that a bunch of configs for like the world and the data folders and the map have to be updated for something. And there's a bunch of other stuff. I can message you later and send you the things that I know and like what I've done to help fix some stuff. But that was one of the problems we were still working on that was preventing the playtest, was the trying to get the actual map folders reconstructed with the 1.29 update. But I had talked to Nate Lapt recently, and he had like given me some information, and he directed me to the Discord, and I kind of sifted through there and saw some stuff that I thought would be helping out. But for sure, I'm always down to try to help and get more information out to people as well. Like I said, I was just trying to finish the last few edits on this book up and get it published, or at least the demo paperback printed out, and then go back to DayZ and start going balls deep into that. And it happens, like our map has been in development for like years, and like we've had like many play tests and then like one real play test, and I'm sure everyone's lost interest, but DayZ has this weird charm where no matter who says they hate it or they're done playing it, they always come back. They always come back around at some point, whether it's like a day, months, week, or years even. But they always do. I mean, I even have. Jumping back to RuneScape and Arena Breakout and stuff, always coming back to DayZ. We still got a bunch of stuff I have to port, and I still got plenty of things to learn, but solving all the issues, because until Mike Heroes comes back up and everything has like a tutorial. And also I saw in the DayZ Academy, one of the dudes who's like running it now said that they're coming out with a little mini series on YouTube around like June 11th or something, that they're going to be explaining like a bunch of the new changes after the update and the fixes for them. So I was kind of waiting on that to see what the video had, that if hopefully it comes out, and what the fixes could be. Yeah, my computer is from like 2012 to 2015-ish, and DayZ tools like bends it over the table and takes it to Browntown half the time. But I definitely feel you on that. My laptop actually runs DayZ Bet tools better than my desktop does. Yeah, but if you ever can't get any help for those kind of things, like if your dev never comes back, I mean, we'd always be down to help. We live and breathe DayZ, and the more maps, the better, in my opinion. Gives the actual DayZ devs more, you know, drive to keep pumping out maps before whenever DayZ 2 comes out, if ever. I know Arma 4 is coming out in like 2027 or something, or 2028. I saw that a while ago on Twitter. But yeah, I'm always down for DayZ. I saw at one point Maddie with a T had like left a Bitterroot in the hands of the community and has kind of disappeared since, which is kind of sad because he was one of the map guys that was pumping it out. Oh, come on, bro. I don't need no money. I'm living in poverty my whole life and I'm used to it. I would never offer help like with money in mind. Money is the devil's lettuce in real life, in all honesty, and that's what taints everybody. So I don't have enough of it to be tainted by it. So I do things for free. It's just the spare time that you have to find to actually do things. I mean, that's the whole point of making a map. I mean, a lot of maps are fun, but if you're not changing stuff and adding your own flair to it, I mean, look at Deer Isle. It's like playing a whole different game, especially when you get to the end game. So it's like everything everything you've ever seen in Deer Isle means it's very possible to do for any mechanics that don't exist in the vanilla game. Playing Deer Isle has also inspired me for a bunch of shit that I think is possible that I have yet to kind of toy with to see if it works. It's just one of the things is every update just breaks the game, and what happened for me was like back around November when we were about to do our playtest, I like knew that 1.29 would eventually release. So after our playtest, I was just kind of waiting for it to release because I didn't want to keep doing things and knowingly know that the update would break them and touch them inappropriately in ways that no one would know how to fix. Probably not even the devs themselves at the time. So it's just that, I think it was the 1.25 or 6 update. It was the one that broke the game when Sakal came out, and that was hard enough. We actually didn't have that many problems from that update, but there was a few. But I know a lot of people did, but this was the update that took probably us and everyone else down. At least they had told us this time that it would break everything. Back when Sakal came out, they didn't tell anyone. And like even John McClane was like, I might be done with DayZ. He's like, Deer Isle is completely broken. He got shit flying off the floor. And he's like, I have no clue how to fix this without spending hours going through like 2,000 or 4,000 rocks and concrete panels and manually adjusting them back down to the ground. Yeah, it was, I think what it was a lot of the old assets in the P3D didn't have in their geometry LOD, auto center 0, like auto center equals 0. So when the game eventually updated and all the newer ones, like models had that, I think all the other ones were rotated, like because of auto center 0 and like the new mechanic it implied into the game's engine. And that caused everything to be at a new center. So if you would have placed it in Terrain Builder, it wouldn't be in that exact spot. It'd be wherever the game's new engine mechanic wants to place it. It was like something like that, but all the things that were like adjusted by it were like floating off the ground. And I know a lot of people were like, I have like over 4,000 things floating in like different distances that if I were to like highlight them all and drag them back down, it wouldn't evenly do it because of, for whatever reason. We didn't have any of that problem, but I remember reading a tweet by John McClane saying something about it. And I don't know what they did to fix it, whether they went through every P3D that needed Auto Center 0 corrected or what the fix was, but I was glad not to have that problem. My brother was too, but eventually caught up with us through the new problem with the update. We have a lot of custom assets, so they weren't really affected because I spend a lot of time going back through. A lot of people probably build their P3Ds and then like never touch them again, but I'm constantly going back through them and adding things that I learned over the years that should be in certain mods and taking away things that shouldn't be in there. Yeah, I could definitely. I don't know if anyone will ever respond to me. I feel like I'm just a shadow living in my basement typing away these silly stories, but I'm definitely going to ask around. I plan on getting in contact with Nate Lapp again because he's the kind of guy that seems like, I don't want to say the smartest, but he definitely seems to have a better grasp on everything that's broken and going around out of anyone I've talked to. Matter of fact, every problem I've ever had that I couldn't solve, Nate was the one who said a simple sentence that was like, oh, that's how you fix it. And then going through and fixing certain things, because we had a problem with our nav mesh for a very long time after we switched to Mike Hero's tools and not using add-on builder. And like, we didn't know what was going on. No, we switched back to add-on builder from Mike Hero's tools on one of the updates when it like was between the time it was being fixed. And like that like destroyed our nav mesh and we couldn't remember how to fix it or like what we were supposed to do to fix it. And then Nate like just messaged me and gave us the knowledge needed to retrace our mistakes and fix them. And that was the whole reason we even got our first playtest. So he's definitely the guy that I like to talk to when there's a lot of problems going on. And he also streams a bunch. Sometimes it's his map too. So sometimes you can like sneak in there and ask a few questions and get a lot of better answers than I can provide without spending hours researching them and going to Russian forums and using Google Translator to translate what they say. Because I found there's like a DayZ-code.ru where if you translate all the forums, they seem to know a lot too about a lot of the stuff that's going on. It's just broken English from the Google Translator that becomes the problem. I actually learned something from one of those forums in the geometry lot. I think it's the geometry lot. I'll have to like open something up and take a look. But if you put frequent and then like equals 1 or like a variant of different numbers, it causes this is just, I don't know if this is actually what it does. This is just what the forum, like they said, things like trees and fences and things that repeat many times, like in a certain area, when you like link them together with frequent 1, it like causes them like the lot distances to render in at better intervals and like occlusion planes like come into effect and help the game render things better. So it's not like trying to render in like 300 trees all within like a 50-meter radius, like doing the same exact rendering where they all just like change instantly at once rather than a few changing their distance like LODs. It's just a bunch of dumb bullshit that I don't even know if it's actually true. I just read it and started doing it. And it seems like it boosts the performance a little bit in like condensed areas with like fences. Because we have a chain link fence that we have that looks like a normal fence that would be like in anyone else's backyard. And so I put it on that and it seems to like do good. Yeah, the horse mod by Hunter Z, I believe. There was an older horse mod, but I think it phased out when Hunter Z's mod like got big and had the better animations, if not was his older mod that he updated. I literally have gone through like the workshop and went through like every mod I possibly could, seeing which ones were repackable, which ones you were allowed to take apart to look inside of, and like saved half of them are probably broken now, but I've saved like every mod so I can deconstruct them eventually and learn how to make them myself for the ones that aren't repackable or the ones that we want the mechanics to integrate directly into the map. Oh, nice. New skins for the... Oh, that sounds awesome. we were actually going to use that mod. It's not a repackable mod, but we were going to use it for Grant's Farm and have horses there, because in St. Louis, that's where Grant's Farm, you know, there's a bunch of horses there. Clydesdales even, since it's owned by Budweiser. And I like that mod so much. It's so cool. So I'll definitely have to check out the skins that you guys did, because that'd be cool. I like the horses. And Hunter Z also did like the animal mod too, even before they added foxes and rabbits to the game. So I wanted to utilize his too, because you can't have a zoo without having a bunch of animals in it. Nice. I'll have to take a look. I haven't used the horse mod in a while. I've only seen it like on some maps while watching like Ben Fruit and other people play. But as soon as I get our personal like server back up and running for our map, so I can start testing things again, I'll have to start adding mods back to it and seeing which ones will work. Because sometimes I figure, I don't know what it is, but some mods just don't work with our map. And we don't really have that many custom scripts or anything yet. So I'm unsure of why some mods don't work and some do. I'm assuming I might be using class names that the other mods might be using that I might have to change over time. But I'm pretty sure that's like what most of it probably is. 30 new custom. Damn. I mean, that's good though. The more the merrier. I wish there was a way to make a bigger horse and make it a Clydesdale, because they're like massive. I'm gonna push play real quick.
Fusion of hues.
Down this
Blue's
bottle
blood
of
into
water
greens,
real quick.
Greens into crimson, violet into gold. The fire twisted and changed continuously, never holding a single color for more than a heartbeat. Kitsune leaned forward and tested it for herself by shouting, Alakazam.
Just like a VTuber.
Nothing happened. Isaac glanced at her and
creator,
said, what
artist,
are you doing?
whatever you want to call
Kitsune,
them. Sometimes
really
they'll like appear and then they'll disappear.
You're going to
months
turn
at a
it off or
time.
something. Kitsune smirked at him and replied, oh come on.
My
You think
guilty
Goblin
pleasure,
came up with a magic word?
besides
Next
writing
you are
every
going
day,
to say something like
has been
Hocus
playing
Pocus
Arena
is the next
Breakout.
magical phrase.
Because I had won money
The moment
last
she
summer.
finished speaking, a sudden
it was
burst
like
of movement rippled through the
$350 at one of
statue.
their tournaments.
The
and so
stone
I
gray
was like
surface began to soften and melt away.
addicted to trying to
Leaves
win more
burst
money
into
every
vibrant
time
color,
the tournaments
shifting into
arise.
luminous blues,
But with every
deep
update of
greens,
the
and
game, I
lustrous
just seem to
purples
keep
as they
getting
swayed
worse
in a
and
breeze that
worse.
had not existed before.
And I don't
The
even
bark
play
cracked
it
and
because
groaned, deep blue
I'm
and
shit.
brown tones spreading across it as the structure flexed like
I still
living
love
wood.
the game.
The roots thickened and pushed deeper into the fractured stone floor. A knot in the trunk slowly split open, revealing darkness within. The opening widened, forming a hollow passage where a spiral
always give them the
staircase of wood
benefit of
and
the
stone
doubt
wrapped
and
downward around the
assume
living roots.
some kind of emergency happened
Lizyra
or
watched in
some life
amazement,
thing
her
that
eyes wide
stole
as she
their
said,
attention.
Kitsune was right.
But once
It was alive
months
after all.
go by,
The group stood in
it's just
silent
a
awe,
hard
watching the
pill
tree
to
gently
swallow,
sway as
just
though
moving
breathing.
on, and
Isaac finally
maybe
stepped
someday
forward
they'll
slightly,
return.
studying the opening, and asked, well, shall we?
I've had that happen so much
Chapter
since playing
32.
DayZ. Oh no!
Where the wild things are. Vert D/.
Alright, well that chapter ended quicker than I thought. But yeah, people do it all the time. I've had streamers that I had events and stuff planned for, and they never showed up or got in contact again and completely ghosted me, and I just figured maybe it was something I did. So I only messaged them a few times, never to get a response, and then I just left it at that and moved on, because obviously I'm the loser. So that's how I look at it. But unfortunately, because I am such a pleb, I like only and exclusively know like DayZ tools. And outside of that, I know like recording programs for like recording music, because that was like my life before DayZ. And I know like Photoshop and Krita and like, you know, graphic design stuff. But unfortunately, I don't know Unreal Engine or like any of the like C++ coding yet. I was about to dive into Blender and start there and how to actually make my own assets instead of porting them over from like Sketchfab. But I was waiting to get like, I hate saying it like a broken record, but it's my, like the back of my soul, I just have to get this book published so I can get the first volume out. And then I can finally dive back into DayZ, hopefully in the next week. and then just like start slaying all this. I didn't expect the update to happen like a month or two ago. I thought we'd have a little bit more time before the summer started, but then they like were like, oh, we have an update coming in a few weeks, and then they dropped it like 3 days later, and it kind of disrupted everything. I know there's a lot of people on Fiverr that can like do stuff. I'm even on Fiverr for like making DayZ maps and stuff, but like I've only had like one person message me once. But yeah, it's just hard to find people. I believe Nate Lapp does know C++ and a little bit of Unreal. I just don't know if he works for free or anything. But I actually downloaded Unreal Engine. It was like Unreal Engine 4 or whatever, like years ago, the free version, when I started helping my brother make this map. And I was going to start learning it then, but then like trying to do DayZ tools, object builder, and terrain builder at the same time with Unreal was just way too much to handle. And when I started talking to the Anastara guy, the moon map guy, his map's about to come out hopefully soon, the second map, he was talking about how he like completely abandoned DayZ tools and does everything in Unreal Engine, and then just like transfers it over to DayZ tools through converting it like through, you know, different applications that can do it. I've never played on the map Camelot, but I have heard of it. I actually watched the OG Joshua with the just the title Joshua on Twitch. I think I watched him play it back like 6 months or so ago. Nice. You helped with some of the castle towns? That's cool. We actually have a map called Enos that I had made for one of my old events that didn't get enough signups for, but I built a very small map at the time that was for the Darker Than DayZ event that I made, which was the DayZ hybrid of Dark and Darker that I did, where I built just like a giant castle town where like these events were going to take place in. Then I eventually expanded the map's borders and was going to make it like a whole medieval map because of the Admirals. That guy has so many good like medieval mods and like magic mods and stuff that I all his mods I was using for the Darker Than DayZ event. But then another modder, the V++ guy, Larry's his real name, I think. He had made a thing that you can like copy and paste into your init C, and it allowed you to be able to spawn as different like classes and stuff with like different loadouts. But then after the Sakal update, it stopped working, and like you just spawn in naked, and no matter what I tried, I couldn't fix it. And then when I joined his Discord, I saw a bunch of people were like complaining that like it stopped working, but he didn't like believe anyone. He was like, if it didn't work, there'd be hordes of people coming here. And it's like, well, we're the hordes of people, and like we need that. And without it, I don't know any other method to spawn, like have people spawn in on death for, like from noob to wearing the armor with the magic shit. And I saw like Speed Scaler had like a video on a new method how to do it, but it involved like JSON files, and when he opened one, it looked like it was like 3,000 lines of code, and I was like, whoa, what the hell? I don't know if I'll be able to do this in time. But he I don't know if he ever fixed it. I stopped checking, but as soon as that gets fixed, or I find a new method to be able to spawn people without having to like individually do it and like put the gear on them with VPP admin tools, I want to redo that event and have the Darker Than DayZ come back. You want it to be full medieval? Yeah, I'm a sucker for medieval fantasy. It's just one of my favorite genres, whether it's magical or not. It's just one of the best things ever in my mind, besides like Star Wars space fantasy. The Tarja, is that like the person who made the medical mod or something? I think there's that name looks familiar with one of the medical mods that has like broken arms and a bunch of medicine in it and stuff. I'm not even sure. It's been a while since that event was like back in 2023 or 2024 when I had constructed it, because Dark and Darker had come out and like was such a such a vibe. I still love Dark and Darker, and I still play it all the time, but back when the playtest days, nothing beats it back from then. Damn, I know the Dark and Darker just wiped recently too, but I just haven't had the time. I played a little bit when the drops were going on, but just one of those things where there's just so many damn good games at once, and then DayZ decides to drop an update and get ready for their new map, which hopefully they do the thing on Lurk It again, where you can like try to get into the creator program, and they'll give you free keys to play it and give out to your community at the same time. That's how I got Sakal last time. But I mean, there's no shame, and I'm not embarrassed to say since then I guess my channel has completely died. Something must have happened because no one shows up anymore, and it's been like 2 years I've been streaming to 0 viewers. So it's good to see you here, and I'm really appreciative. But my I don't know what happened. It was like the second they implemented all these new rules, either that or just boring as fuck and no one stops in, or maybe it was playing Arena Breakout for 2 years straight that drove everyone away. But I probably won't get a free key this time for the new DayZ map when it comes out. I wasn't a big fan of Sakal, but it did give us a bunch of new trees and stuff that we could use, and a bunch of new assets, and it did butcher the fucking the heat mechanic for the temperature gauge and shit. I had it where food, if it was spicy that I had imported, it would give you the heat buff just from eating all of it. And like the script, I had ChatGPT actually make it, so I really didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I just kept like talking with ChatGPT until it finally fucking worked one day. And after the Sakal update, since like the heat mechanic is different, you get 3. I don't know what they did to change it because I don't understand what the scripting is for it. But now the server won't even start with that food, so I had to like go back through and delete everything and turn it just into regular food until I could figure out how to make it give you the heat buff again. Because I wanted all the spicy food. When you ate all of it, it would give you the heat buff. And with the new heat buff, the mechanic, how it works, you get like 3 plus signs. I should be able to make it where, depending on the tier of food that's spicy, you should get 1, 2, or 3 plus signs for whatever you eat. But again, ChatGPT doesn't know what the fuck it's talking about. And after the 1.29 update, ChatGPT hasn't been able to help me with one thing like it used to be able to in the past. A lot of people bitch about it. Like Nate always said, ChatGPT doesn't know shit about DayZ and usually doesn't work. But almost everything I've ever used it for up until the last update, it was able to get it working in some degree. But now it doesn't know. It needs DayZ needs to like give all the AI providers what they did for the update so they can help us, because if the devs aren't going to come out and have like videos and classes and update their wiki so like we actually know what the fuck to do and change, then they should just be giving it to the AI at least, so that the AI can learn and tell us. Because I hate AI, but if it's going to teach us how to fix shit in DayZ like it used to be able to, I'd very much go that route than waiting for a video to pop up on sometime in June. Hopefully it comes out, because so many things have broke that the devs, I truly believe they don't even know how to fix it. If they did, we wouldn't have zombies that circle the door entrances and just like scream at you while trying to figure out how to get in the damn doorway themselves. And then I even saw, it was someone like Saramore or something was saying that the devs like said in Discord or on Twitter that like partially the fault of like the 1.29 update is like on the players, because they didn't play experimental enough and like update to the bug tracker. But it's like, if we're not getting paid for that shit, why the fuck would we even care? Like, we're gonna play experimental to have fucking skywalking cheaters run around and like kill everybody. It's like, I can't even figure out that there's any bugs that need to be reported when I'm dying every 2 seconds to people who are cheating. So I hate fucking experimental and official servers. Like, the second you step in, some dude in India is like, "Ooh, new player, I'm gonna fuck this guy up." Yeah, we have a few servers for our maps, and because of tweaks on YouTube, I don't know if he does anything for DayZ anymore, he has a video on how to run like a fake real server that you can test everything on without having to like go to a real server that'll allow everyone else to join. Because we used to run like a standalone version, but it turned out that like in the standalone version, not everything you do that's like custom works right there. So you have to launch like a real server to see if it actually is going to work. So you probably know this, but if you don't, I can send you the video and you can set it up too. It's just, it's a lot easier than having to like launch an official server every time, like through Steam, and then have to like set up everything in the mods. You can do it without even having the keys, needing to be in the folder and let certain people in and whitelist. It's a whole thing. I've used Nitrado when we do like play tests and events. Usually I go through Nitrado or Kwanzaa. Usually Kwanzaa lately because it's way lower priced and actually provides better service than Nitrado does. I actually have a server computer, but when I upgraded my PC a little bit, I took a bunch of parts from it, and then it needs a new power supply, so it can't even turn on. If I had that up and going, I wouldn't even need any server hosting. I would just run it directly from that. But I do appreciate it. So if you send me any information, I'll be more than willing to take a look, especially if it's low priced and better than anything Nitrado ever offers. Kwanzaa is not as bad as Nitrado, but Nitrado, I feel bad for. I used them for years for my events, and then I realized I was getting ripped off by like $50 to $80, and I was like, oh damn, like man, I could have ran like 30 more events with the money that I spent on doing one through Nitrado just to have everyone drop out at the end and not be able to do it, because I just do not have the reach that Ariana has, and I mean I guess my events are shitty compared to hers. She's the real OG, and like her reach, she can fill an event like overnight, and then when half the people drop out, she's got reserves on hand. I was even in a reserve. I try to do every event she does. Right now, she's like on a hiatus while she moves, but yeah, I just can't get the reach out there. For Master Chev's event, I made a series of trailers and everything, and got the whole event filled. But then enough people backed out without having enough reserves to actually run it. And then around that time, my channel completely died. I don't know if it was like everyone think that I was making fake events or some shit or what was going on, but that's life. Nice. 12. See, that's how it should be. Nitrado makes you pay for like every aspect, even down to the player count. And when I went to Kwanzaa, it was like, we don't care about player count. We just like charge for RAM and CPU and stuff like that. And I was like, oh. And the only reason I know about Kwanzaa is because when I was doing one of Ari's events, her server had Kwanzaa in the name. And I was like, what the hell is that? And then on the server, one of the little messages that would pop up said like, this is a Kwanzaa like run server. And I was like, oh man, I'm such a noob. I didn't even think to look at other sites and like the hosting on them. I thought Nitrado was the best one because every time I watched the speed scaler video, he'd always talk about Nitrado in his videos at the end. So I was like, why not give him a little help with like the code? But then I found out at some point Nitrado took their like code thing away, where like I guess people aren't getting royalties or anything through like their promotional codes. Oh man, yeah, that sounds like it. I know Xenochrist had made him. I don't know if it works right now because the update, but he made a mod that allows you to link all your servers together. So as long as you have like a types list that shares all the same items, you can like link all your maps together. It's like a Hive mod that makes it like official servers, and that's actually part of the map we're making. We want to link it to Namalsk in one of our other maps that we're making, so our quest lines like traverse different maps, and you'll actually have to like log out and go to certain areas that will only take you to certain map locations and like log you back in. So hopefully that mod always stays functioning, Because I don't know what Xenochrist does. He has so much shit that comes out that's so far different from the last mod he made. The dude must be like a technical genius or something, because there's no way that I or anyone I know could sit down and write code and come up with so many different things that affect the game vanilla-wise. Everything down from like a leveling up system and skills down to being able to shove another player. The dude's a fucking genius, and literally almost every mod he makes, I've integrated into our map, and like half the credits on our mod page is to him, because it's almost like he should just be hired by DayZ, because almost everything he makes is like an immersive integration the game should already have to most degrees. And there's so many other modders out there that's like the case, that it's almost like embarrassing that DayZ still kind of looks at it like Skyrim, where they're hoping like half the community is actually running like the game by providing all the fixes, how like the unofficial Skyrim patch does for, you know, Skyrim LE and SE. But it is what it is. I mean, even though it's Bohemia, they just don't seem to care as much about DayZ, even when it's like the top dog over Arma, when Arma still exists. Yep, I wish I had Arma, but I don't have like $400 to sink into every expansion, and I don't know if I'd be able to play the game if I didn't own every expansion. But someday I will. Oh, that's cool. You guys are making like Medieval Z. There's a mobile game called Life After, and it's the game I played before I even knew DayZ existed. And it's pretty much just like mobile DayZ, except it's got a little bit more of a supernatural tone to it. But it had like a sister game, not Dark Souls. It was called Grim Soul. And it's literally like the medieval version of DayZ, but it's a mobile game, unfortunately. And it eventually got bought out by a different company, and they completely ruined it. But what you're talking about sounds like you guys are like building like not an adult, but like a better version of that into DayZ, which is fucking straight awesome. Because to my knowledge, there isn't really a medieval game like DayZ. I mean, there's Valheim, but that's more on like a Minecraft level than DayZ level. And there's a few other games too, like the one Sarah Moore was playing, Renown. I know there's 2 games now that go by that, but there's one just like DayZ where you're just like roaming just some random map and you just pick up random weapons like DayZ and just try to survive. I played it for a little bit while Sarah Moore was playing it, but it goes off of Steam every time there isn't a demo going, and it's just hard to keep track. On top of music, which is like the other half of my life, I have to like keep a track of all the bands I like and make sure that all my recording programs have all the updated VSTs and stupid shit. And then the medieval map I was making was actually for this story, because the event that I had made for DayZ was like a hybrid version of Dark and Darker in this book I was writing. Yeah. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom real quick, and I'm going to play this song, and I will be right back. All right, I just had to set everything up real quick, and now I'll be right back. I haven't published any books yet. I actually have 9 of them going right now on Banana, but this book I've exclusively only been working on like the past like 2 or 3 years, and the rest of the books I'm writing are just utter fucking trash slop now compared to what I've learned over the past few years and just the experience of writing almost 40 chapters and then revising them constantly, extending them by thousands of words and just all this bullshit. So if you were to go to the Banana and read anything else I wrote, which some of them do extend for like 50,000 to 60,000 words, everything's unfinished, but they're utter slop compared to this. Like, I really didn't, I was just like writing, essentially everything compared to this story that I've written, even if it had 4 or 5 drafts, is really just a first draft compared to the complexity of what this has grown into. Which I'm going to go back eventually and fix everything, all the other stories, and finish them. But this one just, I don't know, it's, I hate to say it's that I become obsessed with it, but this really is like the only thing I've been focusing on. It's just to get it out, finally be done with it. And then someday find a real editor who can go back through everything I wrote and actually fix it and make it sound good and better than I did. And one of the reviews I usually do is I go back and try to make sure paragraphs don't start with everybody's name, so it's not just this repetitive bullshit of names starting every paragraph, but it's just then I see other things that need fixing and go into that, and it just becomes a clusterfuck. And then I'm like I'm trying to stream games while doing all this too, and then watching Sarah Moore and Ben Fruit, like all my favorite streamers, and wondering why my channel died. It's almost like a maze of butt fucking that just never ends, and while dealing with like a plethora of medical problems like every other red-blooded American that lives in Missouri. Once I do, I also been spending a lot of time in the reading and writing section on Twitch, like getting to know other writers and streamers. I mean, every time I start my stream, I see I've lost like 5 or 6 followers every time. And I assume it's probably because I haven't played a video game the past few weeks. I've just been streaming all these edits I do, which is completely fine. I understand people don't want to see people writing books and shit these days. They'd rather watch John Wick stab people in the neck with a pencil, but yeah, it's just how it goes nowadays. But I just know that, you know, my grandma always told me that reading was more important than doing anything else, and so that kind of stuck with me later on in life. Nice. I have no clue even what I'm doing in Word, because it took so long just to get, well, first off, throughout high school and college, not one person ever told me what justified meant. So my whole life I've been writing things not justified. And even on papers in high school, my teachers would write justified ? And I thought they were talking about the context of my fucking paper and not the border and like margins of the actual like printed out, you know, report. So my whole life I was like, was it justified? I don't know. And then like after teaching myself things and watching YouTube videos and watching people on Twitter and Twitch and like, you know, just absorbing as much knowledge as I could, I realized, oh, that's what they meant when they said justification. Never had it ever pertained to what I was fucking talking about in my high school reports or papers or essays. It was literally they were taking points off because I never clicked the fucking justification button. And I was like, yeah, I wonder what I was like, I wonder what my context of my paper was like, not justified. I use that too. I actually used it for a long time. But because recently I applied to go back to school, I have a grace period where I get a free version of Microsoft Word. It like comes with like Merrimack. It's a community college that I used to go to. And I also used to go to UMSL, a university in Missouri, where I also got like a free copy of an older version of Microsoft Word. But for the longest time, it kept giving me errors and all this shit when I wasn't like a current student. And so I'd always like flip back and forth between LibreOffice. And what I really like about LibreOffice is there's a plugin that will tell you if what you're writing sounds like AI and shit. And it also, you can do things where it'll highlight every sentence that starts with somebody's name and just such cool shit that I don't even know why I'm using Microsoft Word. I guess the only reason I'm actually using it is because it'll read everything out loud without having to download a plugin or anything for the AI voice. And I used to have a subscription to Natural Readers. So because I know I should be reading it out loud, but when you read your own shit out loud, it is a good form of like getting to, hearing mistakes. But when someone else reads your story back to you, all you hear are the mistakes. So it's really nice that Microsoft Word has that built in to where I can just have it read that back to me. I wish I could change the voices though to like my own voice or like the voices from Natural Reader. And I know LibreOffice, because I knew this before I switched back over, you can download a reading plugin from their website on their plugin section, and it'll do the same thing this is doing, but it doesn't have the same voice when I tried it, so I just kind of switched over. Use Speechify. Yeah, I was going to, but then I was like going through like GitHub and all these like Reddit posts on like free versions of all these paid sites. And I actually just found a version of Natural Readers. It's like a GitHub repo that'll let you clone voices and do things. So I was going to do that and clone my own voice and hear myself read it back to me. But I got too engulfed in doing this. The past, pretty much every day besides like 2 days, a couple days ago, I've been trying to play 4 or 5 chapters on stream so I can edit it. And then I'm also multi-streaming on YouTube so I can have because, on Twitch, if you're not a partner, your shit like gets deleted within like 2 weeks, if not sooner, which seems like nowadays. But on YouTube, if you multi-stream there or just stream there, your videos are saved forever. So I save a copy of that to everything so I can even go back and listen to it again if I need to. Probably have OCD and undiagnosed autism because I never really went to the doctor most of my life, but it's fine. And if I do, then it helps get the story out, then I'll embrace it and keep going as planned. I've also I was going to use Speechify for someone recreated the AI VTuber that Vidal created, Neurosama and Evil, and they made a GitHub on repo where you can have your own version of that, but you have to like set up all the AI voices and like their intelligence and stuff. And like most of the sites that give good AI voices are like paid ones. And then the free ones, for some reason, I couldn't get working. So instead of my model, I was trying to have like an AI VTuber instead, like how Neurosama is, because in one of my books that I'm writing, which is like a space fantasy, there's actually like an AI that's a main character in that story that I wanted to replace with that character, but I couldn't ever get it working. Yeah, I wish I had beta readers. I can't even get my own family to read my books, even the one I live with. So that's why I just have to do it myself and have the AI read back. And on Panana, I always have people who offer to be beta readers, but I think they're bots because they never, ever respond after the first message they send. And then like weeks later, their page is gone. And I'm like, oh, all right. And I used to beta read for a lot of people on there, but then like I just kind of stopped and a bunch of the authors actually disappeared and never came back. So I figured if they don't have new stuff to put in like the folder, I guess I can't really read anything and beta read for them. Yeah, but if you ever got any books you want a beta reader free, I'd be glad to do it all for free. And because it also helped me in the end and expand my knowledge on actually how to write things and become a better writer myself while getting to help someone else sounds like a great thing. I just don't have any people who are really interested in books in my life that care about the stories I write. So I kind of take it as I'm probably writing horse dog shit, but because it's just, even though I wish I could publish this and people would read it and it'd be cool and make a little, money on the side, really it's just for me. Because like I wouldn't spend this much time doing it if it wasn't. And then I noticed a lot of the people that I follow on Twitch that like do their book stuff, they don't actually ever show their books on stream. They just have like a game in the background that they do between their like 20 to 40 minute sprint writes. and then they like, chat with their chat. But I figured like, no one will probably ever read this. So if I don't stream it, there'll be no way to cram it down people's throats who stop in before I get it published. So I just figured why not make some videos and have them forever so I can always go back. Nice. I only really know of like Wattpad and Banana. I used to have a Patreon and stuff, but I kind of abandoned it recently because I just wasn't doing anything. And I was like posting things in there for no reason. But I'd always be down to check some stuff out and read. It doesn't matter to me what genre, I'll read anything. As long as it's not about ICP, the band, Insane Clown Posse. If it's about that, I won't be able to read it. But if it's about anything else, it'll be good. Oh yeah, I don't usually try to give out spoilers of anyone's work, even my own. The biggest problem in writing I've actually ever found is because I'm actually working on the second volume of the story right now. I'm just still constantly going back to the first one and adding new lore that appears in the next volume and back and forth. But the hardest part of writing is what the fuck do you put on the back of the book? I've tried to have ChatGPT read my shit and spit out things, and it was no good. I don't know what to put on the back of the book because when I do, it's all spoilers. It's like you'll read the back of the book and then you'll know the whole fucking story. So it's like I don't know what to put back there, and without having like someone to read your story and go, here's a summarized version of what you should put on the back of the book to hook people in. All I can think about is like, what is the best scene in the whole story that I can put back here to draw people in? So it is just like the worst thing to me. Like after you start teaching yourself and learning from other people things, when you're like, wait, what should I put back on the book? Because right now, like the description that's on like the drafted cover for Kindle, it's like a total fucking spoiler for some things. And most people won't realize that until they start reading the story. But it's like, I just don't know I don't know who writes the back of the book, if the author does, or if they have like editors and friends that know what to put. But to me, it's like I feel just like so oblivious to like, I don't even know if I should put anything on the back of the book and just put a picture there and hopefully they open the cover and start reading. Yes, I'll take any tricks you got, any tricks or scolding of any sort, because I use ChatGPT and Grok to teach myself about like paragraphs and like, what goes in them, because American high school education only goes so far if you don't pursue it farther in college. And unfortunately I chose chemistry and not literary anything. So I just half the time if I show ChatGPT anything, it actually airs out and tells me my story is too lewd, violent, and full of gore that it actually can't give me any advice because it can't read through it without it airing out. So I have nothing. Oh man, that sounds so like common. I almost feel stupid for never thinking about that. Because I literally have notebooks of like, just like, they're actually like art notebooks that just got wet one day, and instead of throwing them away, I started writing in them, and every chapter has like an outline. And yeah, that's the best thing you could ever do. Like write the thing before you know anything so there aren't any spoilers. Because for me, it's like the back of the book cover that a lot of this story was drafted years before it ever was written down. So it's just like the whole time, it's like, do I put this in the back of the book? And then I read it and I'm like, well, that's a spoiler. And it's like every word in this paragraph besides, as, the, like everything's a spoiler. Now that sounds great. I'm actually writing that right down in a Notepad Plus so I can remember that, because I definitely will not remember it. I don't even know how to wipe my ass correctly as a 36-year-old adult. So, I mean, like, I got to write things down. It's like the simpler things in life always become the harder to catch on to. It's like part of life is just overthinking everything and then paying a therapist to tell you to stop overthinking when everything was sitting in front of your face the whole time. Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Oh shit, hold on. I have my multi-chat up and not Twitch's chat. Doesn't have the same features on clicking on people's names. All right, I follow you already, so I was just making sure I followed you as well. And while we're at it, throw one of those in there. Let me close the dock real quick. Nice. Nice white wolf. Something I like to see right when I click on someone's channel. Big old doggo. Nice. Even your Twitch page looks so professionally tailored. Makes me feel like a noob. Sorry, I'm just being nosy and looking over your page real quick. I didn't even know Kindle would like publish shit through Amazon like this. I just figured I'd be writing in my computer and Notepad forever, and I didn't know Amazon was actually cool like that and all their corruption and their corporate greed. Even though I get locked out of my Amazon account all the time because I made the unfortunate mistake of using my college emails from my the university I went to and the community college I went to as well. And after like 10 years, those emails like stop working and shit. And then you can't log into places. And one of the times I tried to re-enroll into Merrimack was just so I could get my email turned back on, so I could get back into my Amazon account. Because even though all the other books I don't really work on currently, I have all their like versions on Amazon drifted with their covers ready to go for the text to be put in. It's just the hardest thing to decide, and I don't know if you have any tips on this, but for me, I don't know what size to print my book in. It's like 700 pages, the first volume, but I've literally been using the Hitchhiker's Guide, all 5 stories, like in the big edition, Dexter, the third Dexter book, and then the Bakemonogatari books I had purchased years ago. So I've been using their margins and the size of them as the basis for my book. But at one point, ChatGPT told me if I print 700 pages at that like size, the book is going to be like, the spine will be way too big and the pages won't open evenly. And like, even the text will be like really skinny on the page to compensate for the gutter. And I was like, oh man, I was like, I didn't know that. I was blind in one eye for a while because I had a reoccurring hemorrhage behind my retina. And my eye doctor that I was going to that did the surgery said his wife was publishing a book. And he was like, I'll give you a tip that my wife told me. She said one of the hardest parts of writing a book is actually formatting it for the paperback or hardcover once you're like done writing it. And I was like, at the time, I was like, I haven't even started that. And he's like, well, he's like, good luck, because he's like, my wife bitches and moans all the time about like the things that are going on with that. And he's like, she says the hardest part is like trying to get everything to fit in on Amazon, the Kindle website. And I was just like, damn. And now I know, because that's been half the struggle, is every time you add a chapter, or like one of the chapters was a new chapter, I went back and rewrote, or, stuck in between a bunch of other ones and had to like up the chapter numbers and correct a bunch of lore. And I didn't realize that the bigger your book gets, like the margin needs to be compensated for. And then like my text wasn't formatted in so long that when I went to like the website and did like the publishing option to see like the preview of it, every page was past the margin. There was so many errors, and I was like, oh my God. So it's like every day now I have to, it's like just a compulsion I have to fulfill, even if I don't type anything that day. I always have to go to the Kindle website, launch that fucking cover thing, and make sure that the book still fits inside the margins until I figure out if I need to change the size. Because right now it's 5.25 wide by 8 inches tall. And that's the current formatting. And I know I'll probably have to adjust it to make it not look so behemothly small and fat. But it's just a habit I keep going back to do, because I'm afraid that if I add or lose a page while editing, like the margins won't fit. And I know it's like against any literary professor, English will tell you, never start a book with the word fuck. But that's what I did, and it's someone saying that word. So the drop lettering for like the beginning of the chapter, I have to include the apostrophe in it. And I had to learn this weird method where you're putting like a text box inside of a text box so I could drag it like between the margin. And every once in a while, when I like add or lose a page, that stupid fucking, the apostrophes or the quotation marks like bleed over that line, and I have to like redo the margins again, and it becomes like, I mean, I'm going to assume someone like you probably has this down to a science, but for me, it becomes like a whole day's endeavor trying to reformat and size everything, because like the way I have it, the last page of the book needs to be on the back of the page. That way, when they turn the last page, the spoiler isn't ruined just from them glancing down the page and seeing the last sentence of the book. So I have to make it where the last sentence will fall on the back of the last page, so they have to turn the page without ruining the surprise, unless they like purposely go and read the last page, which I did for all the Harry Potter books, which kind of ruined everything. But don't ever do that. I know not to do that now. Not with Amazon. I'm not, where do you publish your books through? Or how do you do them if it's not with Amazon? I would love to know more methods and more avenues. Oh, when you did your auto added 2 blank pages to the back. I had a demo book printed out last year before the story was like past its 15th chapter, and I realized that Amazon doesn't even put the copyright page and shit on the first. You have to like type it out yourself, and I noticed, I actually learned with this little button up at the top, it's not even showing, the little paragraph icon. Because like when I would go through like the preview, I'd see like there'd be like 5 blank pages between like pages within the same chapter. And I was like, I don't see this in the actual like document that I'm typing. But then I had learned that when you push that little paragraph button, it like shows you everywhere there's a space, everywhere there's like an indent, everywhere there's a paragraph break. And I had noticed that for some fucking reason, there was like weird symbols between words that were causing like page breaks, and I was like, what in the fuck have I done? That was actually the first part of formatting that I had learned when I was like done writing the story. Right now the book is at 242,587 words. It was at about 254,000 before this edit run that I've been doing, and I've been able to knock a bunch of unneeded things and sentences out to get it down about 8,000 words. Originally, I was trying to get to the 600 limit for Amazon so I could print the inside pages in color because I have like artwork I wanted to put in there, and anything over 600 pages through Amazon, it would only let you print in black and white at I guess the size I have the paperback at. I'm not really sure what the rules are there, but that's what I was trying to cut down to do that. But then I've already cut, like, before I even got to the formatting stage, I had to cut like 20,000 words out because my chapters were already 10,000 words long, already needing continuances beyond that. And I was like, well, this is the most unprofessional slop I've ever seen, and I'm the one that wrote it, so I'm gonna have to go through and start knocking things down, because originally this was all supposed to be one book, but in the end it'll be over 1 million words, and one book cannot be over. This isn't the Bible, so I have to split it into multiple volumes while already shortening and constantly losing parts of the precious story and fighting my urge to type it all back in, because it's like, I don't know how people write books. The Dexter books are like hardly even 300 pages long, and I read those like most of my life, and now I'm like realizing, how the fuck did they cram everything in there so effectively when I'm like, this chapter's chapter 32, and like we're not even halfway through the tutorial yet if this was a video game. So it's just, I don't know how people do it. Obviously my creativity and the skill is lacking right now until I can level up myself and teach myself and learn and expand, but it just won't stop me from doing it. But yes, I will always take advice. I will always write down the advice too. So don't forget what you told me, because if I ever quote you on it and you say you didn't say that, I have it written down. My first few drafts, though, I don't even care about punctuation really if I don't already know it. And I just make sure I write down every mind slop word that comes to like mind. That way I don't lose any of like the original thoughts and like the outlines I write down in my notebooks, make sure everything portrays what it's supposed to. And then every draft is kind of like taking a chisel to an unrefined boulder and like crafting it deeper. Honestly, I used to use ChatGPT back when like it first came out, but I've learned through hard mistakes that AI doesn't do any good. It ruins everything you write, censors everything you write, tells you what an ass you are while tugging on your nutsack and sucking you balls while praising you at the same time, and just doing utter slop. And I figured the slop I write, AI can never replicate anyway, so fuck it. Yeah, that's actually what ChatGPT told me, because when I was like asking about the length of books and what should be broken into volumes, because originally the story was supposed to be 3 books, but already like just the first book is going to be 4 or 5 alone. And then when ChatGPT told me, it was like it broke down the difference between like a novella, a novel, and an epic. It was like telling me that especially for like a new author, the worst thing you could ever do is publish a book at 300,000 words or like larger, especially without having an established audience that's willing to sit through and listen to it. But the whole way I wrote this was like drafted as if I was watching an anime and like kind of writing it down like adequately to that before shaping it into a novel. And it's just like, if I keep breaking the first book apart, eventually it's going to be like 20 books, and like it won't ever get through what I consider like the tutorial intro, because it's just so massive. Yeah, no, I've watched, because like Amazon tells you the projected price every time you update the dialogue, the text, which I do pretty much daily as I write and edit. I've watched the price creep up. I've watched the printing cost creep up from $4, and now we're sitting at $9, and that's not even including like after printing costs and stuff. But again, I really don't think anyone would ever write anything I wrote, even if it was like 90,000 words. But for my other stories that will never touch the length like this, that's definitely advice I'm going to utilize for them. It's just, there's just no way for me to get the story to be entertaining and keep cutting more and more out or divining it up. It's just this Plus, this I love this story actually more than any of the other ones I'm writing, but this is almost like my demo for even writing in general, just so I can not butcher the rest of the stories further than they already are with their low IQ slop. But I know 90,000 to 100 is like the sweet spot and stuff. I don't know. Some nights I'll start writing a new chapter and I'll look down and I'm 20,000 words in a one chapter. And I'm like, great, now I have to split this one chapter into like 5 other chapters and work them through the timeline, because this whole story, this whole book, just this volume takes place exactly over a month. That's why I include the date line in there. So, because a bunch of the chapters are actually happening exactly at the same time as like other ones. So with like out this date up here with like the date, the time, the month, the year, and the age, and like the time of day, it would be really hard to track what's actually happening without it. And it's like this book takes place over 1 month, and then the next one is like halfway through the next month. And it's just so hard trying to keep track of everything. And then I look at the rules that other authors have, and like, you know, just not the rules, but the basic guidelines of what other people do. And I'm just like, yeah, this story will never sell, but I'll never stop writing it, and I will never stop editing it. Even if one person bought it and read it, I'd still be going back and changing the first volume and updating things. So it's like people probably wouldn't even want to come back and read it eventually, because by the time they did, people's names might be spelled differently, or just some of the basic lore, like the names of the days and like the seasons and stuff. Well, I'm definitely going to check it out and see what you have available for free, if anything, and then if not, see what it costs and stuff, because honestly, you're actually the first person I've actually talked to this long that's came in and talked books with me. That was, I mean, I know we talk DayZ too, but usually no one comes in here during these streams and says anything other than like, besides like the few regulars that casually come in. So it's like, I'm always down to read people's, I don't want to call your thing slop, because I refer to everything I write as slop until someone says otherwise, but I'm just always interested. Especially if it's fantasy of any sort, especially if it's like a medieval high fantasy or dark fantasy. If it's anything like Game of Thrones, Final Fantasy, Skyrim, RuneScape, any of the above or in between, that's always my kind of shit. I try to do my best not to use like modern words in like this book, but sometimes it's just really hard not to, and I do my best to refrain from using AI to even shape one of my sentences, because I just don't ever want to have to fuck with anyone being like, is this AI? You use AI to write this? And it's like, well, if you go through some of my chapters, you'll notice like fucking sex, lewd, gore, things that AI will literally shut down and ban you from ever using again if you try to send it to it for evaluation. So, and plus I have countless notebooks and drawings and shit, all of that dates back to 2009, when this was literally just a RPG Maker video game I was attempting in my first year of college. So I have plenty of things to go back and show people, and even for my other stories as well. I never was able to, as a kid I could draw, but as I got older, the drawing never increased and I just like stopped it. But because of AI and like all the things people bitched about with art and everything, I actually used AI to teach myself to draw better, and I'm still in the process. So someday I can just eliminate needing AI from anything, from the artwork or just everything, and do it all myself. Because I know I'm not that bad at drawing, but compared to where I want to be, I can't draw my characters in the way that I want them to look. So for now, I showed the AI, I showed a version of Stable Web Diffusion from GitHub, all my terrible drawings of all my characters and all the newer ones throughout the years as I got a little better. So I have personally tailored an AI on my hard drive to my art style of shit that I have been generating my characters until I can do it myself. And then that way I'll be able to never look at it and deal with it. And then everyone talks about AI and go, AI, never heard of her. Here, let me take a look. Let me click on the link. Oh yeah, I like that. I'm a big fan of nature on covers, so when I see like forests and shit in the background, I instantly like that. My book cover is no good. I need to redo it. Yours obviously puts mine to shame. You have the words are the right size and take up just amount of. Also, I noticed a lot of authors will put their name bigger than the title of the book, and I noticed you didn't do that. So that's fucking cool. And yeah, I'm a nerd when it comes to this shit. I like the arrow thing you have going down at the bottom too. It's very nice. And I'm a sucker for wolves too. That's why the story I'm writing right now, the main caravan drives around with 2 dire wolves, because wolves are just the best, right? You know, you gotta have a doggo in your story. I like cats too. I don't even have a dog right now. I have a cat instead, but I don't know. I like the cover. Yeah, and then halfway down Amazon's page, I can see the book covers of other artists, and I can tell you I already like yours better. Also, the color scheme is cool. Dark blues and whites, and you know the gray scale of blue and green. It's nice. And you got the back of the book. So let me just take a look and give it a little read real quick. I got to delete what's on my banana right now in the back of the book. I don't want anyone reading what I wrote now. I also couldn't get the back of my book to be justified like yours is to the edge. The version of Krita I used to make the book cover in the back, for some reason, didn't have the justification option. And then the newest version of Krita completely decimated the text formatting and turned the window that pops up into a docker on the side. And it has the justification option, but I can't even figure out how to work it compared to how it was before, so I had to downgrade back to the older version of Krita, which doesn't let you justify it. And I actually don't know any other way to justify text and then like put it over a picture without like heading to YouTube and watching a video of someone's like trick they did. Unless there's the way to do it right here in Word or the Libra and post, like turn it to a PNG with a transparent background and just lay it over it. Yeah, I like the back of your book. Mine's shit. I wish I could write like that without giving away all the spoilers. Well, I gotta go back. I need to see the price of it. And so I haven't been looking at chat in the minute. I have Amazon pulled up over everything. Nice. You got a $9 Kindle and a $25 paperback. Well, I'll definitely check it out. I might actually buy the Kindle and give it a read over and then cry myself to sleep, realizing I'll never be a true author. All right, let me shrink the window and get back to the thing. Let me go back up. Borderline dark fantasy. More fantasy, but more medieval era. Yeah, the shifting genres of like fantasy. A lot of people hear medieval fantasy and they think it's more like Game of Thrones with very less magic, and or it could be like high fantasy where they don't understand that there isn't the actual high fantasy element to it. Oh yeah, I do. I said that. I do like the cover. I did not see the one you DM'd me. Let me check Discord real quick. Oh, damn. I see your horses now. So I'm real bad at Discord. Like, it used to lag my computer real bad before I got a new CPU. And even the CPU I have is still like before Ryzen CPUs even existed. But I'm not used to it not lagging my computer, so I just have a bad habit of never looking at Discord. Like, I didn't even tell people that the event was canceled this weekend until the day before, because I had forgot that I should do that because I'm so bad at looking at Discord. But yeah, I definitely like the horses. Imperium hosting, nice. Oh, okay. These were the book covers you were talking about. Yeah, these are fucking, I mean, the other book cover is great too, but these are great as well. It's fucking sick. I definitely like the color schemes and the tones you got going on per cover. It's actually making me sick to my stomach in a way, thinking that everything I'm doing looks so amateur that I probably should stop. Nice. I'm such a nerd that I'll spend like 3 weeks just deciding on a font. The only right now I'm going with Garamond just because that was the font of the Harry Potter books I read when I was like 14. And for some reason, it looks like a better fantasy style than most of the other books I've read, like growing up. Everything else looks like it's printed in Times New Roman or Arial. But I thought, you know, a fantasy book should have a little flair to it, even if it's just the type of font it's using. See, that's probably what I need to do. I probably need to take some of the content out and cut it down by creating some of these chapters into side stories. Probably would make a lot more sense to be able to cut it down more without losing the story and just having a separate thing people can look at. Yeah, I've looked into that. That's actually one of the harder things is like you see a nice font and you're like, oh, it's like $1. And then you read it and it's like, oh, you can't use it for like publishing or any commercial use. You're like, oh, just for fun. And I'm pretty sure when I printed out the original demo, it printed everything in Times New Roman. So I think that's what it used by default because I don't think it liked my font. I have a bunch of fonts though. Like when I was making my band's, the logo for my band, the few bands that I used to be in and they're kind of on hiatus, I used to go through and look at fonts all day. And back then I would never have thought I'd be looking through fonts for an actual book I'd be writing. Noto Serif. I'm not sure off the top of my head if that's a familiar one. For a while, when I was using Libra, the one that you were talking about, like the free Microsoft Word, I think Liberation Sans, what it was in default when I first downloaded it. So for the longest time, everything I typed in was in Liberation Sans. But then I changed it, and I'll probably change it 1,000 more times before. And hopefully heart failure doesn't kill me before I finish all this. That's what scares me the most. I'm just a figure one day I'm not going to wake up and the story will remain unfinished and then no one will know, like Berserk. Even though I saw, if you know Berserk in the manga, his team, even though he died, they're going to continue it. They're going to finish it. They said they're going to do it in honor of him and they're going to follow the best they can to what he had written, even though the ending wasn't finished, and they're going to continue going. So that was actually a big inspiration for me, like seeing that the other day. Because I like Berserk. It's one of my favorites, even though there hasn't been one anime adaptation of it that has justified it without CGI in copious amounts, visually ruining the whole point of watching an anime. Yeah, I'm just a big old nerd. I like drag, of course I like this. This story is pretty much about a girl and her dragon. mainly about a whole nation that was dragon aligned got destroyed and the remnants of what became. But one of the, I hate that these have become volumes because now they have to like share the same name with volume when the third book is actually titled Dragon's Requiem, which is supposed to be like the climax of the first part of the actual story. Oh, I'll always be down. You can show me whatever and I won't steal anything and I'll do my best to always be grateful, and I'm always open to reading other people's work. Because a lot of Wattpad just doesn't have the same community that Banana has when you find it. And a lot of the people on Banana are Chinese and don't speak English, so it's a Chinese website, so it's just hard to find people who actually write things that aren't like completely translated by Google Translator, that are almost like reading somebody's meme who didn't know how to speak English. Nice. I'll definitely take a look at it later. I don't even know how long I've been streaming 10 hours. Doesn't even feel like it. It's these chapters, even the standard chapters are around 3,500 words to a normal author. But my chapters are more around 5,000 to 8,000, some of them extending into 10,000. And I know that is like forbidden and like unethical and frowned upon, but there's just no way. And sometimes when you read it, they fly by so quick because there's like action that happens and there's just things that, I don't know, just flows in a way that I find that 8,000 words ain't so bad. And I just feel like half the time, I don't know, writing shapes you in a way you don't really realize when you never did it, but never did it. Now I'm like talking words that I type. The tiredness is creeping in. It's just, but like, I mean, I wrote song lyrics for all the songs I've written over the years, but it's not the same as like writing a universe that never existed until you brought it forth. Nice. I wanted to write music for my stories, but then I just feel like I'd be really bad at it because I'm like all the bands I've been in and like currently I'm in, like my side projects and shit, they're all like heavy metal bands and stuff. So I just don't feel that I could ever pull off something like Tolkien could and have people read it and go, what was he thinking? Like, why would he put that? Yeah, just like DayZ modders and devs that do things that just disappear into the horizon, never to be seen again. For streaming, even though it's a totally different subject, one of the hardest things of streaming and watching my channel die is watching all the other streamers that inspired me no longer that stream. And you're like, oh, they'll come back someday. And then you're like, no. And then you don't even see them in anyone else's chats. You're like, oh, the end of an era, like everyone's disappearing and then only few people remain. It just reminds me how people you meet through DayZ will just vanish. Like a few of the best runs I ever had in DayZ were with two separate dudes that I've never seen again. And I don't know if they streamed or not. So I spent a lot of time going through new DayZ streamers trying to see if like any of them were the people I ever ran with, or just, you know, trying to find new people to watch. And it's just like, they just come and go. And I know that's life and shit, but, you know, when people inspire you, it's kind of hard. Unlike Phasmophobia, where you meet so many people in like an hour, you know, dying over and over again in one game. You meet so many people, you forget who you meet. Because I used to play Phasmophobia all the time with my brothers, and then one of the updates completely killed it when they got rid of I think they got rid of the asylum. I think they brought it back last I looked, but I just remember like it was something like that killed it. I really don't have any friends anymore IRL. They all like grew up and moved away and chose to move to California and the East Coast while I stayed behind in Missouri. And besides people throughout the jobs I've held in the past, I don't know. Everyone online seems more engaged in people's actual lives than the people I see IRL besides my direct family and brothers and shit. I don't know, maybe I've become the antisocial person over the years, but it's just hard to find people with similar interests who just don't look at you as some competition or ingrate of low intelligence and brush you off as like some viewer that is just trying to stream while frequenting their channel. So it's like the struggle is real when it comes between, you know, trying to meet people and not look, you know, have people look at you as a threat, even though you suck. Me, of course, I'm not talking about you. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. I am going to start this just real quick because we're nearing the end and I just want to get this finished, but we can keep talking while it plays. I don't even know what time it is. I haven't even eaten. It's midnight and I haven't even eaten. I had a granola bar 9 hours ago. So it's fine. I actually haven't beat Deer Isle's endgame, so I literally still have to do that. I watched Sarah Moore, Ben Fruit, Holly Rex, and Killa all do it like on their own terms and shit, but I just need to get that because watching anything on Deer Isle always inspires me to like do things for our map and just DayZ in general. All the custom assets and the mods I've made for our map, I plan on releasing as standalone things that people can download and freely use and dissect and steal for themselves. Because I just figure that there's no way to get this. I mean, besides things that you paid money for and like sank like excessive amounts of time in, like not saying that I haven't, but it's just, in my mind, there's no reason to gatekeep the things I've done or any knowledge that I've picked up that maybe someone else doesn't when they can simply look inside my P3D and see directly what I did and like replicate that if that's what it takes, because there's a few people on the workshop who've actually granted access in their comments and say, yeah, I didn't binarize it. If you want to take a look and learn some shit, go ahead. And I would go as far to say that half the stuff I've learned through DayZ modding is literally opening people's shit and looking inside of it, because there's just nowhere else to find this shit. And Bohemia is never going to update their DayZ wiki. Like, I think it's still on like update like 1.1 or something. And it's like half that shit is like, if you followed it, your server won't even launch. So yeah. Depending on what you have and what I can take a look at and fix, if you have like a Google Drive or something up, you can send me a bunch of your stuff and I can take a look at them. I won't steal them. I mean, obviously, if I tried, you would obviously know, and like it wouldn't look good on me. So I can always take a look and see, like, you know, through config files and like actual P3Ds. Because I think when I was like, I have a program I shouldn't that lets you open up binarized P3Ds, but after the Sakal update, it doesn't work anymore for most things. But like you can still open older Arma 2 assets with it and download some even from the wiki without having to worry about legal problems and binarization and look inside. But one of the things I've noticed is it looks like through Mike Hero's program Eliteness, which allows you to somewhat legally look into some P3Ds. It looks like they've added a whole new LOD that I've never seen before and a bunch of P3Ds that was never there before. And it looks like there's a pathway mod put on a lot of the buildings and shit that I have no clue what that is. I'm assuming they were fucking around with the zombies AI, trying to like update it, I guess, or maybe it has something to do with the destructible buildings or the destructible and rebuildable wells that I know people like John McClane will turn into destructible buildings through modding once the new map comes out. But I don't know what they're doing anymore halfway in there. Some of the things I was able to fix, but the only way to know is to open up configs and the mod itself and look through P3Ds and start trying to diagnose things that maybe need to, or I know Nate said something about for map side wise that the world config folder changed a little bit, and unless you change it to like update it, some things will be broken, if not letting your server launch at all, if even. So there's things like that I still have to look at, but I'm always, like I said, I'm always just getting them to me and finding a medium, whether it's Google Drive or Dropbox or however people send shit nowadays, or a USB through the mail. I don't even know. I have a hard time trying to get things between me and my brother, and his computer's upstairs. And half the time, the USB, the thumb drives I have aren't even big enough anymore to like carry half the shit we're doing. Yeah, I always feel bad messaging people. I had a friend in college who one day decided after 3 years of taking classes together that she didn't know me and had her she didn't have her boyfriend. It was over a thing her boyfriend started, and told the school that she didn't know who I was. And like, they like, for some reason believed her and fucking like made this fucking thing about it. And I had a police officer tell me back in like 2009 or 10 that if someone doesn't want to talk to you, any form of communication, I mean, this is pretty fucking obvious, but she was like, any form of communication is considered as harassment if they don't want it. So whether they told you or not, or she was like, whatever's going on between you two, she's like, this is what she told us. And since that's the fact, like, you can't communicate with her. And ever since then, I've kind of like avoided everyone. Like, there's no point in making new friends when years later they can lie and say they don't know who you are. So fuck that shit. So messaging people in general is kind of like a trauma for me when it comes to like, especially when people say they're going to be at an event or they're going to help me record shit for a trailer and then never show up with their community. And I'm like sitting here like, should I message them? Any form of communication, if they didn't want it, it's a form of harassment. So do I risk my freedom? Like, do I, over a DayZ event or a video that needs to be recorded? Yeah, that's why writing books essentially became the crutch of not needing anyone else, because like, why try to spend 30 years of your life getting to know people who are going to lie to you behind your back when the people you haven't met yet, don't know, could do the same thing in a shorter amount of time, when you can just write your friends in books and they'll never betray you unless you write it in there. So why not? The Sailor Moon, the chick who wrote Sailor Moon had the same ideology as what she said when she wrote the story for Sailor Moon. But here, let me get this playing real quick. Felt like I've just spent the past 2 or 3 hours yapping about myself and not even playing the story. I fed the cat though, so at least some things got done in the meantime. It's just what usually happens. Even when I stream like DayZ or Arena Breakout, I just get caught in a tangent and then the yap attack starts. And then when I look over, I'm dead and like respawn back at the coast. Hold on, I gotta take a hit real quick, secure a drink, and oh no. I usually have a tablet open watching my streams so I can have more than one viewer to coax people to coming back, but it looks like my tablet died. Also, I can check the volume and shit through the tablet and make sure that I'm not muted and OBS isn't fucking up, because sometimes, I don't know if it ever happens to you when you stream, but OBS will crash and it won't close out of the window. It'll be a box behind the OBS window that's like, oh shit, OBS has crashed. Do you want to send a report? And I was streaming for like the past 5 hours to nobody because OBS crashed and like the connection had been severed. But within that time, I bought some, I got a cool microphone. I took my SM57 that I used to mic my drum set with when I had one and threw a foam windshield over it. And I was using that for a while. And then because of the money I won during playing ABI, I actually brought a pretty cool headset. It was only like $50, but it's the same brand as my mouse and keyboard, RedDragon. And because our Discord is the RedDragonSyndicate, RedDragon is almost RedDragon minus a D, so I thought it was appropriate. Why not have everything in RedDragon software? It's Chinese slop and it hardly works half the time. But, it's appropriate, especially with Essence of Lizyra being, a fantasy story involving dragons. I thought it was cool. And Cowboy Bebop being one of my favorite animes in the RedDragonSyndicate, literally stemming from that. So I just thought it was appropriate. But because of Arena Breakout, I was able to buy the headset. Now I have a much better microphone than what I was using before. I really don't know what it sounds like right now. I can turn it on, but it'll hearing yourself talk is like a cancel spell being placed upon you, where you hear your own voice a millisecond behind itself and you just can't speak. You're paralyzed. I'm sure you could do it in a form of war that would be like psychological warfare against people. Hello. All right, sounds fine. That's all I needed to hear. I like with OBS's 32 version, they put the volume or the audio mixer back to normal how it was before it, and they even added some options that are clickable now without having to go into the drop-down menu where you can hear yourself. You can turn it to mute, or you can turn it to output and listen or whatever the fuck it is in OBS. I don't even remember what it's called. Yeah, I think what's it's fucking me up is the birds in the background I have. I don't know how loud it is on stream, but it's putting me in a trance. I'm sitting out in Forest Park or something, or at Grant's Trail, and it's coaxing me into a yap attack I can't recover from. I even clicked off the review tab. Okay, here we go.
Chapter 32. Where the Wild Things Are. Vert D/Nizera/30/Y997.
I also hate that the AI can't actually say words that it doesn't know how to pronounce, and
Napped out of the air by the throat and driven into the ground, Sarah lay there for a moment, her body stunned as the breath struggled to return to her lungs. Her vision swam through the trickles of morning light that snuck through the gaps of the towering forest canopy above. Looming over her, the forest yeti beat its chest in a thunderous rhythm, its roar shaking loose moss and leaves from the surrounding trees. Her diamond grappling wire hissed as it retracted into her gauntlet, metal clicking into place while she grimaced and muttered through clenched teeth, "Fuck, ass." Before the creature could bring its weight down upon her again, an arrow tore through the back of its skull mid-roar. The impact detonated with violent force, and a burst of bone, blood, and gray matter sprayed outward, painting Zera's face in a wet, burning heat.
Every once in a while, the Microsoft Word AI will switch to the worst version, and it'll be words are unrecognized, and we're switching to an AI that can read it. It's oh.
Wiping at her face as she steadied her stance. Aurora emerged from the brush in a fluid leap, landing lightly on both feet as she lowered her bow and slung it across her back. Zaid hovered in close above Zera, her hands already glowing with a green shimmer as she began casting a healing spell. "I think that was the last of them," Aurora said while securing her bow. From between the trees, Vincent approached, his boots crushing twigs beneath him as he stepped into view.
My VTuber model is just
along his armor,
an app on my phone that I'm using through Wi-Fi, a GitHub command prompt that lets me sync it to my computer, so I don't have to use my own CPU to do it. So it's running through my phone, and it's using the phone's
"You guys can fish through their bodies."
The tracking on it, and it doesn't know what it's doing. You'll see my model's mouth open and shut when I'm not talking, and one eye. Also, because of when I was blind in one eye, I used to keep it shut all the time. And I think for some reason the model has a curse on it now, where one eye will just shut, and I'll have to take my glasses off IRL to get it to reopen.
Satisfied smile and said, I didn't want
It's
it to
also like
hurt
a
our
free
new friend,
avatar from
so I did what was
the
necessary.
Reality app. That's what I was
Dragging a
using,
forearm
Reality.
across his face and
It's a
smearing
free
blood
app,
away
and you can
from
make
his
free
eyes,
models
Vincent
with
said, Yeti
a
weren't on the
GitHub
docket
repo
today,
called
but making
Screen
some extra
Copy.
coin couldn't hurt.
As long as your phone is on your
A controlled
Wi-Fi,
gust
you
of
can
wind
like
flowed from Zaid's hands, sweeping
shoot it to
across
your
Sarah
computer.
and stripping away the clinging remains
You can
of
even
blood and
control your
entrails
phone
from her
from your
face and
computer,
tunic.
which is
The
pretty
filth
cool, which
scattered
I do
across
often.
the forest floor as Zaid finished the spell and said, "We still have yet to see any ferocious elder worm." Crouching beside another corpse,
You keep
Aurora
your
drew
left
her
one
dagger
shut
from
when you're
its sheath
outside.
secured to one of her boots as she began
Yeah,
methodically
I mean,
severing the
you gotta
fingers
do
from
what
its
you gotta
hands.
do.
As she worked, she said, "From what
Ocular
I
problems
understand,
are always the
elder worms
worst.
tend to appear more in
And
open
just-
areas
and,
of the
you know,
forest."
When I
This
was
place
younger,
is
I
too
used to
dense
walk
with roots and
inside from
trees.
outside.
Vincent
And I didn't
nodded
know I
slightly
had
and
high
said,
blood pressure
as
at that
disgusting as they
time.
sound, their
But,
meat sells for a hefty
I get
price.
so dizzy that
Just
I have to like
killing one would
cock
be
my
enough to
head to
fill
the
both
side
caravan cars
and
and then
close
some.
my left eye just so I
Sarah's
could like
stomach
walk
gave a low,
straight,
audible groan
just
as
from
she
like the
muttered,
shifting
"Delicious."
of the light from outside to inside.
Drifting back in the direction of the
And
caravan
then,
wagons,
like years later,
Zaid
people
adjusted
told
the ring
me, like
secured around
doctors,
her
that
waist
my
as
blood
she
pressure
said,
was so
"We
high, it
aren't
most
going
likely
to find
affected
one
me
in
as a
here."
child, and like that stuff is
Rummaging
probably,
through a satchel at
my
his waist,
equilibrium being
Vincent
thrown
removed a
off
large cloth
due
and
to
fastened it
varying
into a
factors,
makeshift
but
pouch. He
it
gathered
just
the severed
sucks.
Yeti heads and dropped them inside
Oh
before
yeah,
tying it shut
snow's
with
the
a firm knot.
worst.
Flinging
Snow
it
can
over
like
his free
reflect
shoulder,
light
he said,
so
"I
bright
agree.
that even at night,
Let's head back
like it doesn't even look
and
at
move
night.
to a better
the snow
location."
is just so bright.
Aurora finished cutting through the last finger and stood, wiping her blade clean against the fur of the corpse before sheathing it. As she fell in step behind the others, she said, "I wonder how everyone else is doing. I know it's only been like a week, but it already feels like I haven't seen them in forever." Vincent pushed through the brush, branches scraping along his armor as he followed after Zaid, and said, "I'm sure they're fine. We'll meet back up in Blue Wyvern in a day or two, take a day off, then switch up the parties and hand out the next assignments." Zaid glanced back over her shoulder as she floated ahead and asked, "How long do these expeditions usually last again?" "Hard to say," Vincent replied. "We try to keep them under a month and take a week off back at Wormspire's watch, but sometimes they run longer. Sometimes shorter. 1 month out of the year, though, we take for ourselves, and we haven't done that yet this year." They broke through the last of the brush and stepped back onto the worn road where the caravan waited. Vincent moved toward the first caravan car and stepped inside through the side door, disappearing briefly from view. Behind him, Zara emerged from the trees dragging the massive, headless Yeti corpse, its weight carving a shallow trail through dirt and leaves as she hauled it forward with relentless determination. Zaid frowned as she watched and asked, "What exactly are we going to do with that, Zara?" Zara didn't slow as she dragged it toward the wagon and said, "Worm, food." Aurora tilted her head slightly and said, "I guess we could use it
This
as bait."
multi-chat bullshit.
The
just
loading bay
fucking
door of the
never
second caravan
works with
slammed down with a
commands.
heavy crash as Vincent reappeared, striding down the ramp. He stepped towards Zara and grabbed hold of the corpse to help lift it, then said, "That's actually a good idea. I'll help load it into the storage bay." Together they dragged the massive body
It
up
looks
the
like
ramp
it
and into the
tried,
wagon,
but
its bulk leaving a bloody trail that followed it
wasn't
as they hauled
quite
it inside.
there.
At the front of the first caravan wagon, Aurora reached beneath the hull and triggered a hidden lever. With a series of mechanical clicks, the ladder rungs along the side of the caravan extended outward. She climbed quickly to the top deck, swinging herself over the railing before turning back and calling, "All aboard." She pulled another lever near the dash plate, and the rungs retracted smoothly back into place. Behind her, at the end of the last wagon car of the caravan, the loading bay door slammed shut as a zephyr burst forth from Zaid's hands. After hearing someone latch the lock on the other side, Zaid drifted alongside the caravan cars towards the deck and said, "All ready." Though the caravan was an older model, the levers and dash plate at its helm were identical to its successor. Aurora reached forward and pulled the brake lever. The mechanisms around each wheel released with a heavy clunk, and the harnessed horses strained forward alongside the massive dragon rhinoceros. The caravan lurched into motion, wheels grinding against the cobblestone as they began their journey down the road once more. Floating past the door and drifting down the steps into the cabin, Zaid struggled to keep the ring Esmeralda had given her secured around her waist. It slipped constantly, forcing her to tug it upward like a loose pair of trousers as she made her way toward the table where Vincent sat. Glancing up at her, Vincent asked, "Having some trouble there?" Zaid grunted as she shifted her hips, trying to keep the ring from sliding down again, and said, "I think my ass isn't as fat as I thought." Leaning forward slightly, Vincent reached out, gently unsnapping one of the belt loops on her tunic. As the small button popped free beneath his finger, he said, "You know you can undo your belt loops and fit them around it." Pausing briefly to examine the belt loops around her waist, Zayd realized what he had meant and quickly began undoing them. As she worked the ring into place and secured it snugly like a belt, she said, "No fucking way." She gave it a firm tug to test it, then added, "I've never had anyone make me custom clothing before, so I had no clue." After a brief moment of thought, she frowned slightly and continued, "Actually, maybe Esmeralda did say something about it before we left, but it's such a foreign idea I must have misunderstood what she meant." Leaning back in his chair, Vincent folded his arms loosely and said, "Isaac's pretty crafty when he wants to be." Zayd rested her hands on her hips, pondered something, then said, "Why doesn't he make tiny necklaces and bracelets? Not only would that be more practical, but if you enchanted them, you could probably sell them for good money to different types of fae." Vincent tilted his head slightly, thinking it over, and said, "Usually he just resizes the extra rings we find, but that's actually a good idea. With Kitsune's magnifying glass apparatus, he could probably pull something like that off." His eyes shifted toward her waist as he added, "What's the ring you have on right now?" Zayd grabbed the ring lightly and said, "It's the one that lets you teleport a few feet in any direction. Until I can get the hang of the fire one, I figured I'd try this instead." Across the cabin, Zara stood near one of the windows, her gaze fixed outward. Her voice came low and deliberate as she said, "Open." Vincent followed her line of sight and moved to another window, peering out as the forest began to thin slightly around them. He pushed himself up from the table and motioned for Zayd and Zara to follow. He moved through the narrow passage connecting the two caravan cars and continued into the storage area. At the rear, he reached up and slid a latch through one of the chain rings that typically held the door secure. With a firm pull on the nearby lever, the loading bay door released and began to open. It stopped just short of the ground, leveling out with the floor instead of dropping fully. Vincent studied the opening for a moment, then said, "Now how do we do this?" "Easy," Zara replied. She fired a grappling hook into the Yeti's corpse lying across the storage floor. The hook embedded deep into the flesh with a dull, wet impact. With a swift kick, she shoved the body out through the open bay. It tumbled violently across the road before the line went taut, dragging behind the moving caravan as she adjusted the mechanism on her gauntlet. Zayd watched the corpse bounce and grind against the cobblestone and began to say, "So you're just going to stand there holding onto that thing while you wait for a worm?" The ground beneath them erupted in a violent tremor that cut her off mid-sentence. The force knocked both Zara and Vincent off their feet and onto their backs as a massive elder worm burst from beneath the road. Its jaws engulfed the Yeti's body in a single, crushing bite. The creature vanished again just as quickly, diving back into the earth. The grappling line snapped tight and dragged Zara across the wooden floor toward the open bay. Before she could be dragged out, she drove her gauntlet into the floor and triggered its release, letting it slip from her hand as it tumbled out the wagon after the worm down its hole. Chunks of shattered cobblestone scattered across the storage floor from the impact outside. Zayd steadied herself and stared wide-eyed at the destruction as she said, "That is way fucking bigger than you said it would be." Vincent pushed himself upright, brushing fragments of stone from his armor as he said, "We're going to need to go a hell of a lot faster." He broke into a run, moving halfway up the caravan before shouting toward the front, "Aurora! We need to move way faster than this." The caravan lurched forward as the horses strained and the dragon rhinoceros surged with renewed force. Speed built rapidly beneath them. From the open loading bay, Vincent caught a glimpse of the road behind. The cobblestones began to buckle and collapse in a rippling line as something massive tore through the earth beneath them, closing the distance. Before he could react, a diamond grappling wire shot past his head and embedded itself into the stair frame ahead. In the same motion, Zara came hurtling through the second car, grabbing Zayd midair with her free hand. The storage car behind them suddenly lifted from the road as the elder worm exploded upward beneath it. The impact tore the entire rear wagon free from its coupling. The creature dragged the car into the air before slamming it down, splintering wood and metal as it crushed the structure and swallowed it whole in a single, violent bite. Zara slammed into Vincent, and the force sent all three of them tumbling backward through the first wagon. They crashed up the steps and spilled onto the deck above in a heap of limbs and armor. Behind them, The loss of the second car shifted the caravan's weight. The remaining wagon jerked forward as the horses pulled harder, suddenly freed from the burden, the entire structure surging ahead while the ground behind them continued to writhe with the pursuit below. Gasping as he dragged air back into his lungs, Vincent braced a hand against the railing and said, "I don't think there's any way we can fight that without the other wagon or a bigger party." The storage wagon had the rotating ballista on top. Dread tightened across Aurora's face as she leaned over the side and shouted, "That thing is at least the size of the entire caravan when it's all put together." Peering past the guardrail into the trembling earth below, Zaid narrowed her eyes and said, "Then get ready, because it's coming back." Before any plan could take shape, Aurora moved. She vaulted from her seat in a clean arc, clearing the guardrail and disappearing into the forest canopy above as leaves shuddered in her wake. At the same moment, Zara seized Vincent's hand and fired her grappling line into the trees, the wire singing as it went taut and yanked them both from the deck. The world lurched. The elder worm erupted from the earth with a deafening roar, its massive body slamming into the wagon's side. Wood splintered under the force as it swallowed the wagon car, the horses, and even a stretch of road in a single, monstrous bite before crashing back down in a storm of dirt and stone. Branches snapped and scraped as Vincent slammed into the canopy. He caught himself against a thick limb, boots grinding into bark as he steadied his weight. Only then did he glance down and realize what he was holding. Zaid. His grip was tight with his thumb draped awkwardly across her chest as he instinctively held her in place. Looking up at him, struggling slightly against his grip, Zaid forced out a breath and said, "I appreciate not dying, big guy, but you're squeezing what little life my tits have left." Vincent blinked, immediately loosening his hold as she pried herself free and floated back a few feet, adjusting herself with an irritated huff. "I don't even know what to say to that," he muttered, still catching his breath. Not far off, Aurora and Zara balanced along separate branches, bodies tense, eyes scanning the clearing below for any sign of movement. Zaid drifted beside him, her expression settling into something more serious as she said, "I hate to say it, but I don't think we're getting those wagons back." Across from them, Zara let out a low, amused chuckle as she stared into the open clearing, watching the ground as if daring it to move. "It's not funny," Aurora snapped, her voice tight as she brushed a hand through her short green hair, one of her long rabbit-like ears bending back. "Those poor horses and the dragon rhino didn't deserve that. Theo is going to be furious." "Well," Zaid said, folding her arms as she hovered, "if we kill it, we'll make more than the wagon was worth. He can just buy another one." Vincent shook his head, his grip tightening around the haft of his axe. "Morik and Torgan built that from the ground up," he said. "And how exactly do you plan on killing that thing without the siege equipment it just ate?" Aurora's voice wavered as she looked down into the clearing. "I say we go back to Blue Wyvern, regroup with everyone, and come back with the other caravan wagons." Zara didn't answer. She simply shifted her stance, eyes fixed ahead. Then she moved. Dropping from the canopy without hesitation, she fell toward the cobblestone road below and landed in a heavy crouch. Rising slowly, she stepped into the clearing, her gaze locked forward. Zaid darted down after her, irritation flaring as she hovered at her side. "Hey. Listen. Don't just go on ahead leaving without me." Zara didn't look at her. She bent down, pressing a hand to the ground as if feeling the pulse beneath it, and said, "Keep up." She then suddenly took off in a full sprint. Her great sword dragged behind her, its edge grinding sparks from the stones that randomly littered the clearing as she charged across it. Zaid struggled to match her pace, wind whipping past as the ground ahead began to tremble and split. The earth bulged. Then it erupted. The elder worm burst forward in a violent surge, tearing through the ground as it roared, its massive form carving a path toward her. At the last possible moment, Zara leapt. She soared just above its snapping mandibular lobes, body twisting midair as she brought her great sword around in a brutal arc. Her dragon steel pierced through scale and flesh with a deep, tearing resistance as the blade carved into the creature's side all the way to the hilt. As the worm rocketed beneath her, she ripped the blade free in a spray of blood, the creature's roar shaking the clearing as it plunged back into the earth. Zara landed into a somersault, flipping through the motion and regaining her footing in a single breath. Without slowing, she surged forward again, cloak snapping violently behind her as she dragged her sword across the ground. She pivoted sharply without losing momentum as the earth beneath her began to quake once more. Above, Vincent grinned despite himself. "Can't let her have all the fun," he said as he dropped from the tree, dragging his axe down the trunk to break his fall before hitting the ground at a run. Across the clearing, the worm erupted again, launching its massive body into the air. Lizyra didn't hesitate. She stepped into it,
You need to take a
spinning
break
with
from
precision
writing.
and driving her blade
Yeah,
into
the
its
eyes
flesh once
hurt.
more.
Yeah,
Blood burst outward, coating her as
I
she wrenched
had
the
to
sword
turn all
free.
my programs to black
creature twisted
backgrounds
midair,
because
its
staring
head
at
snapping
white
back
with
toward
black
her in a
text is
violent
actually
arc
like
as
the
it lunged
worst thing
again.
for your eyes.
A sudden
So
gust of
staring
wind
at
slammed into Zera's
black
side, throwing her
backgrounds with
clear
white
just as the worm
text
tore through the
is a lot
space she had
easier.
occupied.
But even when
It
you spend
plunged back
hours
into the earth,
writing, it just
its massive
takes
body
its toll.
vanishing beneath
I
the
actually had
surface
to
in a
buy
rolling
some
collapse
Roto
of
eye
dirt and
drops
stone.
the other day
Zera
because I've been
turned,
getting like
breathing hard,
floaters from
and
like
looked across the clearing
I
at
mean,
Zera.
I don't want to call them floaters, it's more like an
"Thanks,"
optical
she said.
illusion from staring at
Without
like the
waiting,
black and
she
white
fired
so
her
long.
grappling line into a
But
nearby
it's the
tree
only
and
thing
launched
that like
herself back into the
helps
canopy.
the eyes when your eyes start
Vincent
going
charged
into a
into the
frenzy
clearing,
like that.
dragging his axe behind him in a mirror of Zera's earlier
And going
movement.
outside when the sun's out.
Mid-stride,
For some
the
reason,
ground
going
beneath his
outside and
feet
sitting in
began
the
to shudder.
sunlight, for some
He felt
reason,
it
helps
before he
clear the
saw it.
eyes up. I don't know if it's just
Turning
me
his
or
head, he
if it's
caught
the
sight of
vitamin
the earth
D and
rising
E
behind
and
him,
like
swelling
the
upward as something massive
sunlight
surged
or what it
beneath the
is, but
surface. Every muscle in his legs burned as he pushed harder, fear clawing its way into his chest. He knew exactly what was coming. Knew how big it was. Knew what it could do. But none of that mattered. Because there was no way he was letting one of his own face it alone. Behind him, the churned mound of earth surged faster than his legs could carry him, the ground rippling with a violent, living intent that clawed at his heels. Vincent risked a glance over his shoulder and saw the beast break through the upheaved soil, but what emerged wasn't the head he expected. It was the tail. For a single, disorienting heartbeat, his mind failed to reconcile it. The massive, armored length of it lashed upward from the broken ground behind him, tearing stone and dirt apart in a deceptive display of pursuit. Then it clicked. His head snapped forward. The ground in front of him exploded. The worm's head burst upward in a violent eruption of earth and stone, having lain coiled beneath him the entire time. The shifting terrain behind him had been nothing more than bait, driving him straight into its waiting maw. The creature reared up, its massive head unfolding in front of him as four grotesque lobes peeled apart. Rows of jagged, rotating teeth churned within its maw, grinding over one another like the inner workings of some monstrous machine. There was no time to dodge. No time to leap. Not like Zera could. As the beast surged toward him, a single thought cut through the panic flooding his mind. Where was she? Looking around for Zera in what he felt was his final breath, a brutal gust of wind slammed into Vincent's side, knocking the breath from his lungs and hurling him clear of the creature's path. He hit the ground hard, tumbling across dirt and stone as the world blurred and spun around him. Before the worm could retreat once more, a diamond grappling wire speared down from above, punching into its scaled back with a sharp crack. Zera followed. She tore through the air along the line and landed atop the creature with a heavy, crackling thud. Beneath her, its scales splintered upon impact, seemingly weaker than they had any right to be. Weak enough. Without hesitation, she brought her blade down. Once. Twice. Then again. Before the worm could dive, she drove herself forward along its spine, hacking and carving with relentless precision. Each strike cracked through scale and bit into flesh beneath, her massive sword cleaving into the creature as if it were little more than wood. The weapon itself was monstrous. Nearly 6 inches wide and forged of black dragon steel that bled into a burning crimson red along its edges. Yet in her hands it moved with impossible speed, her strikes fluid and controlled as though she wielded something far lighter. Scales burst and snapped beneath her assault. The creature writhed in pain with every blow, spinning its body as it traveled, trying to shake Zera off before her next attack. Behind them, Vincent forced himself upright, bracing against his axe as a green aura wrapped around his body, seeping into his limbs and dulling the pain. Zayd hovered beside him, her magic flowing steadily as she worked. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" she shouted, her voice sharp with anger. "What are you doing running out there like that?" Vincent sucked in a breath, steadying himself as he gripped his weapon. "We're a party," he said. "I'm not letting two of us go in alone." That's nice in theory, Zaid snapped, her eyes flashing, but the reason Zara pulled back was because the worm stopped moving. She couldn't track it. She was waiting for it to move again so she could feel where it was underground. Vincent's jaw tightened. Then she should have said something. Zaid's expression hardened, frustration bleeding through her voice. I don't know if you've noticed, but she doesn't communicate like we do. We've been doing this for a long time, long before you were most likely born, and I know how she thinks. The moment that Wagon got eaten, this stopped being a job. Her gaze flicked toward the battlefield, where the ground still trembled beneath the worm's movement. This is survival, she continued. We're over 50 miles deep in the Eldinwuj with no transport, and that thing will hunt anything that walks on the ground until it eats it. Retreat isn't an option. When Aurora suggested going back, Zara already knew it couldn't happen. To her, hesitation like that just gets people killed. Her voice lowered slightly, but the edge remained. If you can't clear it, or strafe fast enough to avoid it, then it's a tier above what you can handle. I'm not trying to be cruel, she said, the green aura beginning to fade from around him, but that's the reality. As the last traces of her magic dissipated, she turned, and began to drift back toward the fight. Vincent took a step forward, his grip tightening. Maybe you're right, he called after her, his voice steady despite the fear coiling in his chest. I might rely on our siege equipment or the others' magic prowess too often, but you're still part of this party. And I'd rather die in the maw of that beast than sit in a tree doing nothing. He drew in a breath, eyes locking onto the shifting earth ahead. That thing terrifies me, he admitted, but that just makes me want to kill it more. The ground split again as the worm retreated beneath the surface, its massive body vanishing into the darkness below. Zara launched herself free from its back just before it disappeared, but the creature wasn't finished. Its tail whipped around the edge of the collapsing hole with violent force. It struck her midair. The impact slammed her into the earth, sending her skidding across dirt and grass. She drove her blade into the ground to slow herself, carving a deep line through the soil as she dropped to one knee. The world trembled. The ground around her began to fracture, thin cracks splitting open and widening into jagged fissures that tore across the clearing. Zara forced herself up, lifting her arm to fire her grappling line toward the trees. But a harsh metallic clank echoed from the mechanism as the wire refused to deploy, the housing bent from the last impact. For the first time in a very long time, she hesitated. The earth beneath her gave way. What had been solid ground moments before collapsed into a yawning, pitch-black void, swallowing her footing before she could leap clear. She dropped into the darkness as the grinding roar of shifting stone grew deafening around her. Then something moved within it. The worm surged upward from the abyss, its massive form coiling through the collapsing earth as its mandibular lobes spread wide, devouring everything in its path as it rose to meet her fall. As Zara fell into the widening maw, the sky above her narrowed to a shrinking circle of light, devoured inch by rows of grinding teeth. The world dimmed into a suffocating twilight as the creature's jaws closed around her. Then Zaid appeared. She blinked into existence a few feet in front of Zara, her form and wings flickering within a vibrant yellow glow for only an instant before vanishing again. A heartbeat later, she reappeared within arm's reach, both hands locking around Zara's as the last sliver of sky disappeared into darkness. The world snapped. They rematerialized just beyond the creature's mouth as it burst upward from the earth, its momentum carrying it skyward in a violent surge. Zaid and Zara were thrown free, tumbling across the grass and torn soil as the ground shuddered beneath them. The worm reared into the air, then something changed. A deep, thunderous vibration rolled through the clearing. It wasn't from the ground. It came from Vincent. He stood with his feet planted, his entire body tensed as he drew in a breath that seemed too large for his lungs to contain. Then he released it. The sound that followed was not just a scream. It was an unrelenting force. A seismic shockwave of sound tore outward from him in a spherical radius, distorting the air itself as it crashed into the worm. The creature froze mid-motion, its massive body locking in place as if seized by an unseen hand. For a fleeting moment, everything stood still. The worm's bulk tipped. It began to fall. Zaid and Zara remained frozen as well, their bodies refusing to respond, caught in the same overwhelming force. As they struggled against it, something cut through the air. Vincent's axe. Spinning end over end, it tore past them with brutal precision and slammed into the worm's head. Its dragon steel bit deep, shearing through one of its mandibles in a violent spray of blood that erupted outward in a geyser. The moment shattered. The worm convulsed back to life, its body writhing as pain ripped through it. It thrashed wildly, its massive tail crashing down where Zayd and Zara had stood only a breath before. They moved as one. Zara rolled across the ground, reclaiming her sword in the motion as she forced herself upright. "Big, scream," she said, her voice low and strained. Floating beside her, Zayd steadied herself, her breathing uneven as she watched the creature's convulsions. "Yeah," she said, shaking her head slightly. "I didn't know Vincent had something like that in him." Zara turned toward her, her expression softening as her eyes welled faintly. "Thanks. Rescue," she said. Zayd grasped the ring at her waist, her fingers tightening around it as she exhaled. "If it wasn't for Esmeralda's ring, you'd be a gunner," she said. "So thank her next time you see her." Before either could say more, the sky above them erupted with motion. Arrows rained down through the canopy in a relentless volley, each one striking the worm's body before detonating in sharp bursts of force. Explosions rippled across its length, tearing scales free and scattering chunks of flesh across the clearing. High in the branches, Aurora tore 3 arrows at a time from her quiver and cast them into the sky, their flight a hiss against the cool morning breeze. Across the field, Vincent ran. He pushed himself beyond anything he had felt before, his legs driving him forward with reckless speed. He knew he wouldn't be able to slow in time, not without losing everything he had built in momentum, so he didn't try. Instead, he dropped. He let himself fall just as he reached his weapon, his body crashing into the ground as he slid forward. His hand found the haft of his axe in the chaos, fingers locking around it as the force of his movement carried him through a tumbling roll. He came up on his feet, still moving. Still charging. The worm twisted, trying to burrow back beneath the surface, but it never made it. Vincent's axe met it first. The blade tore into the creature's body in a brutal, sweeping arc, carving through its flesh parallel to the ground. The force of the strike carried through its length, ripping from tail toward its head as Vincent ran along it, before tearing his weapon free in a spray of thick, dark blood. The axe skidded away across the dirt, slick with gore. The worm screamed and Zara answered. She surged forward, leaping high onto its head, and drove her great sword deep into the wound Vincent had created, burying the blade beneath the torn remains of its mandible. "Enough," she said, her voice steady as she twisted the weapon. Lightning answered her call. It crawled from her hands and down the length of her blade, then exploded outward, arcing across the worm's skull in blinding flashes. The electricity surged deeper with every passing moment, tearing through muscle and bone as the creature convulsed beneath her. She drove the sword deeper. The pressure built until the rest of its head gave away. It burst apart in a violent explosion of flesh, bone, and shattered scale, sending fragments raining across the clearing and into the surrounding woods. The worm's body collapsed, its massive form coiling weakly before going still as blood pooled heavily around it, rising nearly to Zara's ankles. A thick and heavy silence rolled in. Zara stood there for only a moment, drenched head to toe in dark, almost black blood. Then she moved. She began carving. Driving her blade into the corpse beneath its neck, she hacked her way into its body with methodical precision until she disappeared entirely within it. Nearby, Vincent staggered to a stop, dragging in ragged breaths as he slung his axe over his shoulder. Zayd hovered beside him, both of them staring at the opening Zara had made. Zayd glanced at him, a faint note of disbelief still lingering in her expression. "I didn't think a human could pull off a scream like that," she said. Vincent exhaled slowly, shaking his head as he tried to steady himself. "Honestly," he said between breaths, "I didn't know if it would work on something that big." His gaze shifted back to the corpse, brow furrowing. "What in the hells is she doing? It's not like she's going to be able to pull the caravan out of there." Something moved within the opening. Zara emerged, stepping out from the gore-soaked cavity with her missing gauntlet clutched in her hand. "Found," she said simply. Despite everything, Vincent let out a short, breathless laugh. "Well," he said, "at least something survived." Zara took a few slow steps away from the corpse, her movements heavier now, her posture sagging slightly. Sorry, she said. Zaid immediately slapped her palm against her own forehead. Oh no, she muttered. Zara, not right now. Vincent blinked, confused as he looked between them. Sorry? For what? He asked. We just killed that thing. Yeah, we lost the caravan, but still what we just did, Aurora's arrows, your lightning spell, you don't need to be sorry. Zara didn't answer right away. The dark circles beneath her eyes spoke louder than anything she could say. Nap, she murmured. Then she dropped. Her body went limp as she fell flat onto her back, arms splayed at her sides, her great sword still clutched loosely in one hand and her bloody gauntlet in the other. Before she even settled against the ground, the sound of her snoring broke the silence. Vincent stared. Aurora came jogging up from the tree-line, slowing as she took in the sight. Nap. Vincent said, still catching his breath. Now? We're in the middle of the Demeldine Wooge. Zaid winced slightly, her expression shifting into something far more sheepish than before. There's something I may have forgotten to tell you.
There's an extra space right there. Wait, what the fuck's the problem with that? Ugh. I don't know, random blue underline.
She said nervously. A faint, amused look tugged at his expression as he asked, and that is, he asked. Zaid avoided his eyes, her posture tightening with a hint of embarrassment before she answered, so, like, every once in a while, Zara just decides to take these insanely long naps, she said, her voice picking up speed as she went on. You've probably never really seen her actually sleep. Most of the time it's just her resting off injuries or after being healed from a fight, but every now and then, like every 8 or 9 months, she just drops. Completely. Like a really long sleep. Kind of like hibernation. A hand came up to the back of his neck as he tried to make sense of that, fingers dragging slowly as he said, hibernation and nap don't really belong in the same sentence, do they? Still, if she's only going to be out for a few hours, we can set up camp nearby with what little we have. It's not going to be a few hours, Zaid said, cutting in without hesitation. His brow creased as he pressed a little further, then all night, he said. She paused, letting out a long, tired sigh before answering, I don't know. A few days, maybe a week. One time she slept for a whole month. A short laugh slipped out as Aurora placed her bow in a harness across her back, the motion casual even as her eyes stayed fixed on Zaid. That's definitely longer than a nap, she said. Are you serious right now, or is this some kind of joke? I'm being as serious as Zara is, Zaid said, glancing away again before turning back to them. I've built little huts around her before while she slept. Just something to keep her covered. I'd spend the time practicing spells or teaching myself new ones while I waited. A slow breath left him as he absorbed that, disbelief edging into his tone. So you waited until now to tell us this, he said. She hasn't done it in so long.
Alright, well, there's no tag, so who knows who's speaking right now? I have to scroll down and find it on the ebook side. Where are you? All right, where is it? Well, again, you spell his name right, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I need to go to bed, but I can't, so yeah.
Vincent as he, a slow breath left Vincent as he absorbed that, disbelief edging into his tone. So you waited until now to tell us this, he said. She hasn't done it in so long I kind of forgot, Zaid admitted, her voice quieter now. The space between them stretched, uneasy and uncertain, filled only by the steady, almost ridiculous sound of Zara's snoring drifting across the field as she lay completely unaware of everything around her. Then a voice carried from the tree lean, flat and stripped of warmth, familiar in a way that set something on edge the moment it reached them. "Traitor," it said. All of them turned. Across the field stood a lone figure wrapped in dark brown cloth, the hood hanging low enough to bury most of their face in shadow. Two curved horns pushed up beneath the fabric, warping the silhouette into something unnatural, and a faint tuft of brown hair lined the edge where the hood dipped. In their hand rested a sword that mirrored Zara's in both shape and presence, as though it had been forged from the same origin. The blade lifted slowly, deliberately, until it leveled toward them. "Traitor," he repeated. His gaze flicked from the stranger to Zaid, confusion sharpening into something harder as he asked, "And who the fuck is that?" he said. Zaid let out another sigh, heavier this time. "I guess I forgot about him," she said. Aurora's posture shifted, tension creeping into her stance as she asked, "Okay, so who is he? He doesn't seem like the type you'd just forget about." "You know how Zara always jokes around and calls Vlad a stalker," Zaid said, her tone almost too casual for what stood in front of them. "I don't know if I can really decipher when she's joking about," Vincent said, letting out a small breath, "but sure." "That's not a joke," Zaid said. "That out there is her actual stalker. I don't know who he is or where he's from, but he just shows up every now and then, points that sword, and starts shouting traitor." Aurora frowned slightly as she tried to piece it together. "Is he family? A brother, a father, or maybe an old boyfriend?" she asked. "I don't know," Zaid replied, her shoulders lifting in a loose shrug. "He shows up, Zara gets pissed, they fight, it gets brutal, she eventually beats him, and then we leave. She never talks about it afterward, so I've always just gone along with it. It's been a while since the last time he appeared, though, and this is the first time she's been asleep when he showed up." Vincent's attention drifted back to Zara. For the first time since meeting her, there was something off about the way she looked at rest. Her body lay heavy against the ground, completely unguarded, and across her face stretched a wide, almost childlike smile that didn't belong to the version of her he knew, a calm that felt out of place, like she had slipped somewhere far beyond their reach. His grip tightened around the haft of his axe as his focus returned to the figure across the field. "If he's anything like Zara, then maybe he can be reasoned with," he said. "We might be able to figure out what this is before it turns into a fight." Zaid shook her head immediately, dismissing that hope before it could settle. "He's not the kind of stalker who brings flowers or moans love songs from the heart," she said. "He's going to walk over here swinging that sword like he means to tear her apart, and if you're standing in the way, you're part of the problem." He shifted his footing, planting himself more firmly as he squared up toward the cloaked man, shoulders settling as the weight of what was coming began to press in. "Well," he said, eyes fixed forward, "if it's a fight he wants, then it's 3 against 1. How hard could it be?" Chapter 33. If Looks Could Kill. Vert D/Nizera/30/Y997/6th age, Midsol. S. Till wrapped tightly in Theo's cloak, Ifer crouched near the mouth of a half-collapsed mineshaft, idly prodding at the slack face of a dead goblin sprawled on its back. One arm looped loosely around her knees as she balanced there, the hem of the cloak darkened with mud where it dragged and soaked against the ground. Around her, the entrance had been reduced to ruin as splintered wood, shattered crates, and the gutted remains of wagons lay scattered as if the road itself had been torn open and vomited up all who traversed it. Deep cart tracks and a mess of overlapping footprints sank into the wet earth, all of them leading inward beneath a weathered, half-hanging sign where the words Gloom Shade Mithril Mines clung faintly to the wood, barely legible through age and decay. Rain fell in a thin, steady drizzle, tapping softly against her hood and slipping along the curve of her remaining horn where it pierced through the cloth. It ran in thin streams down her face, washing away the last of the dried blood and revealing her pale white but blood-stained skin beneath. Her gaze lingered on the goblin a moment longer as she searched for anything worth taking, anything that could pass for clothing, before she gave up on it entirely. Rising from her crouch, she reached for the glaive resting against a nearby tree, fingers closing around the haft as she let out a long, tired breath. "Nothing salvageable on this one," she said. Behind her, Riley shifted slightly, her breath fogging faintly in the cold air as she replied, "You should have just taken the clothes I offered you before we left the wagons." "They were way too big," Ifer said, tightening the cloak instinctively around herself as if to prove the point. "I'm not trying to fight goblins while wrapped in something that feels like a blanket or a tent." Riley's expression sharpened, a flicker of offense slipping through as she said, "Just because I've got tits and an ass doesn't mean you get to imply that I'm fat, because I'm far from it." "I didn't say that," Ifer said, glancing back at her. "You're almost a foot taller than me. That's what I meant." From the side of a battered wagon, Theo emerged with an armful of scavenged clothing which was slightly damp and sagging under its own weight as he approached. "Must you drag my belongings through the mud?" he asked, dropping the pile in front of Ifer with a soft, wet thud before his attention shifted upward. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the clean hole torn through the hood of his cloak where her horn protruded. "Why did you cut a hole into the hood?"
What's funny is her name is actually Afira.
"Do you have any idea how long I've had that
AI
cloak?"
just refuses to say
Crouched again
correctly,
without
so.
looking up, Ifer sifted through the pile of cloth with a single finger while her expression soured. "Judging by the smell," she said, her tone dry, "I'd say since the day your mother pushed you out her hairy twat." Theo's jaw tightened as he exhaled through his nose. "Just pick something and put it on," he said. "I don't understand why you couldn't have worn something of Gwen's. You're practically the same size." From the opposite side of the entrance, Gwen's voice carried over as she crawled out from beneath the broken frame of a wagon, brushing dirt and splinters from her arms. "That's because the last time I let her wear something of mine, she cut holes in the back for her tail and ruined it," she said. "Even after Isaac stitched it up, it never looked right again." Floating lazily beside the curve of Gwen's antlers, Esmeralda tilted slightly as she added, "Aren't you the one who's always going on about how being naked is better? You've said more than once that most of your time enslaved, you didn't have a choice in the matter anyway." Ifer's hands slowed for just a moment as she sorted through the garments, something quieter slipping into her voice as she said, "I like wearing nice things sometimes." Riley let out a short laugh. "You mean your uniform?" she said. "It is nice," Ifer said, lifting a torn strip of leggings before discarding it and reaching for something less ruined. "Isaac made it for me." Her expression shifted, just slightly, as something older surfaced beneath the words. "I don't remember anyone ever giving me anything before that. At least that didn't come with strings attached." She picked up a pair of pants that had survived in better condition than the rest, holding them up for a closer look. "That belonged to a goblin," Theo said, watching her. "One that was actually wearing some sort of undergarments." She turned the fabric slightly, eyes catching on the dark, dried stain smeared across the front and back within, and her mouth twisted faintly. "Lovely," she said. Without another word, she lowered them and instead drew one of her glaive's blades along a different set of cloth, slicing it cleanly into long strips. Piece by piece, she worked through the pile, tying the lengths together until they formed a crude rope. Each knot was pulled tight, tested, then reinforced before she began wrapping it around herself beneath the cloak. The fabric wound across her chest first, binding snugly before trailing downward around her waist and legs. She adjusted each layer as she went, covering what needed covering, and tying it off where needed. By the time she finished, the result looked more like something mummified than fashionable. Looking away as Ifer dressed herself, Gwen raised one of her sickles and shaved down the uneven length of one antler to better match the other before glancing back over. "You couldn't have just worn them like a normal person?" she asked. Ifer gave a small twirl in place, letting the cloak shift slightly as if to present the result of her work. "I'm not rubbing my bare crotch against the inside of a dead goblin's blood and shit-stained trousers," she said. "Especially not when it looks as if every disease imaginable is festering within them. All goblins do is shit, rape, and take. Until we meet back up with the others back in Blue Wyvern, this will have to do." Riley's gaze lingered on the dark mouth of the cave, the rain catching faintly along the edge of her shield as she said, "Everything around the perimeter is already dead. There's nothing left to pick through if you're still looking for something to wear. If you want, you can stay here and keep watch while we head inside." A sharp look crossed Ifer's face as she turned toward her. "What, so you can have all the fun?" she said. "Because of those bastards, I even lost my socks. Slitting their throats is the least I can do to repay them." She shifted her weight, her bare toes pressing uncomfortably against the inside of her boots before she reached back and secured her glaive into its harness beneath the cloak. Wrapping the cloak around her, she pulled it closed against the oncoming cold breeze escaping the mineshaft and said, "For something that smells this bad, it's ridiculously warm." "It's not just any old cloak," Theo replied, his tone carrying a quiet edge of pride despite its current condition. "It's part of the Crimson Mage's royal uniform. Every thread in it was enchanted and blessed by the Kitsune family. One of those enchantments is called Hearthfire's Warmth, and was meant to let the wearer walk the Icelands without needing fur clothing." Ifer wrinkled her nose slightly, tugging the edge of it closer around her shoulders. "Then something's broken," she said. "Because it's warm, but it's not that warm." "The enchantments have faded a bit," Theo replied, tightening one of the straps along his belt. "They're still there, just worn down over the last few years." A quiet snort escaped Riley as she adjusted her grip on her shield. "Last few years," she said. "You mean over a decade. Next time you wander back to the capital, when you're looking for Lizyra's dream stone you lost, you could just ask the Kitsune family to re-imbue it with all the necessary enchantments. It's not like they'd refuse. Out of everyone in the caravan, you're probably the only one they actually respect." Theo moved methodically as he checked each pouch and vial along his belts, ensuring nothing had cracked during the earlier fight. "Maybe," he said. "Though I doubt they're thrilled one of their daughters decided to abandon her duties just to follow me around." Esmeralda drifted slightly closer, her voice slipping in with quiet curiosity. "Didn't you say Violin supported her decision?" she asked. At the name, something in Theo's expression tightened. "Violin," he muttered, irritation bleeding into the word. "He started trailing me through the streets like a stray puppy the moment he recognized me, and when things escalated with Kitsune and her parents, he spun some story about a pilgrimage. Before I could shut it down, she was already packing and boarding the caravan." Esmeralda tilted slightly, arms folding loosely as she studied him. "So, after all this time, you didn't want her with us?" she asked. A hand came up to his forehead as he exhaled, the tension easing just slightly. "That's not what I said," he replied. "She's one of the most capable healers we have, and I'm grateful for that. But if anything happens to her," he let the thought trail off, his jaw tightening faintly. "Her family wouldn't hesitate to turn the entire empire against me." A low, drawn-out hiss slipped from somewhere deeper within the cave, faint but wrong enough to settle uneasily in the air as the rain above softened into a lighter drizzle. Gwen had already stepped past the broken threshold, standing just beneath the sagging sign as she glanced back at them. "We should move," she said. "No point standing out here guessing what's waiting inside." Riley slid her shield into position and drew her long sword in one smooth motion. "Those goblins outside were better armed than they should have been," she said. "There's no way they looted that much dragon steel without the Empire noticing and sending airships to wipe this place off the map. Someone's supplying them, or at least giving them access to the ore. Even with the ore, they shouldn't be able to refine it properly," Theo said. "Their furnaces wouldn't burn hot enough without the right knowledge and equipment. and even if they could, his eyes narrowed slightly. What would anyone gain from arming Gloomshade goblins with dragon steel and siege equipment? I don't know, and I don't care, Ifer cut in, her patience already thinning as she turned toward the cave. I just want to go in there, kill every last one of them, head back to Sios, get paid, and eat a beefsteak instead of raptor meat. Without waiting for a response, she stepped past Gwen and disappeared into the darkness beyond. The others followed close behind, weapons drawn as they crossed through the broken stone and into the mine's interior. Rotting wooden scaffolds clung to the walls, beams bowed and splintered with age, while rusted iron tracks stretched forward into a long, suffocating corridor that swallowed what little light reached inside. Theo raised his rapier, angling it forward like a torch as he muttered, "Ignire." Flame bloomed from the guard, curling along the length of the blade until it burned steadily without fuel, casting a restless glow that pushed back the dark just enough to move. He stepped ahead of the group, taking the lead without hesitation. "Riley, take the rear," he instructed. She slowed just enough to fall back, blade angled outward as her eyes adjusted to the shifting shadows. "Got it, boss," she said teasingly. They moved in a single file, boots and steps falling into a quiet rhythm against the damp stone while Esmeralda drifted weightlessly beside Gwen.
Word. They stepped into a single file. They stepped into a single file line. Let's go down and find it. God, I'm so tired. I shouldn't be looking at all this. I should be going to bed. There it is. There it is. Single file line.
They moved in a single file line, boots and steps falling into a quiet rhythm against the damp stone while Esmeralda drifted weightlessly beside Gwen, her faint glow slipping along the edges of the walls. Firelight from Theo's blade wavered with each step, casting long, shifting shadows that bent and stretched across the uneven rock until the passage split ahead. The tracks carved into the ground told their own story. To the right, the iron rails continued deeper into the mine, worn but intact beneath layers of mud and traffic. To the left, they ended abruptly, metal twisted upward and peeled back like something had gripped them and torn them free from the earth. "I don't like that way," Esmeralda said, her gaze lingering on the warped trails before she drifted slightly closer to the group. Theo studied the ground instead of the damage, following the trail of prints pressed deep into the mud. "Most of them went right," he said, nodding toward the continuing tracks before stepping in that direction. Ifer fell into step beside him, her nose wrinkling as she drew in a slow breath. "It smells worse than you in here," she said. He glanced at her, uncertain whether to take that as a compliment or as an insult. "Must you always be sniffing about?" he asked. "If I truly smelled that unpleasant, I doubt you'd keep clinging to me like you do every expedition. I bathe regularly, wipe my ass an ample number of times, and wash my clothing with the same soap and lye as everyone else." He adjusted his belt as he pulled up his trousers with his free hand, knowing full well that his ass was still unwiped since the attack earlier and causing him much discomfort. Ifer's arms swung loosely at her sides as she walked, a smile pulling across her face for once. She felt intelligent, finally getting to explain something. "Not that kind of smell," she said. "More like a sad smell." "A sad smell," Theo repeated, his brow knitting slightly. "I wasn't aware emotions carried a scent." "They do," she said, as if it were obvious. "All the customers my masters made me bed with, they always made sure we were clean and presentable first. Pampered with perfume, bed chambers permeated with expensive incense, you know, all the fake necessities. But it didn't usually matter. Underneath all the smells in the room, I could still tell they still smelled sad." Her voice didn't rise or fall, just settled into the words as they came. "Sad and heavy. like they're rotting from the inside out but emotionally. The fire along Theo's blade flickered as he adjusted his grip. "Unless you're somehow picking up on hormones or pheromones," he said, "I don't think that's how it works." "Maybe it is for me," she said, not bothering to argue it further. His hand lifted suddenly, fist tightening in a silent command as he halted them mid-step. Two goblins rounded the bend, their movements heavy and uneven beneath full suits of crudely forged dragon steel armor. Each step rang against the stone as they advanced, unaware of what waited in the shadows ahead. Before they could utter a word, Ifer acted. The cloak snapped behind her as she lunged forward, her body twisting into the motion as she vaulted into the air. In the same breath, her glaive was already in her hands, the blade catching the firelight as it carved a clean arc through the space between them. Her dragon steel met flesh at the narrow gap beneath their helmets, and both heads separated from their bodies in a single motion before she landed lightly on her feet. The bodies staggered where they stood before collapsing with a hollow crash, their heads rolling briefly along the stone before coming to rest. She was already kneeling by the time they hit the ground, dropping her weapon beside her as her hands began working through the armor, stripping pieces away in search of anything usable. "This isn't the time to ignore orders," Theo said as he stepped up beside her, his voice low but edged. "I stopped them before they could warn anyone or anything else that we were here," she replied without looking up. A piece of armor clattered aside as she continued searching. "And with you suffering from mana dysfunction or whatever, it made more sense for me to handle it." Riley crouched nearby, prying at one of the loosened plates before pausing. "They're not wearing anything under this," she said. "No padding, no chainmail, nothing." "Feral goblins are so gross," Gwen said, her tone carrying mild disgust. "Unlike the ones running gobby goods, who are clean, dressed well, and polite." Theo stepped past the bodies, glancing around the bend as he spoke. "Civility isn't beyond them," he said. "Given time and the right conditions, most creatures can shed the label of being a monster. Charles and his workers are few of the many that prove that." Without waiting, he continued forward. The tunnel widened quickly, opening into a vast cavern where the ceiling vanished into shadow. Layers of wooden scaffolding climbed upward in all directions, connected by narrow catwalks that stretched between uneven platforms stacked high above. What remained of the lower structures lay broken and scattered across the ground, while collapsed stairways that led nowhere, ladders missing half their rungs, and debris occupied the cavern. The walls bore the scars of years of excavation, blackened and caked with soot where explosives had torn through the stone. Dust-choked crates and abandoned tools littered the floor, untouched and silent. Esmeralda drifted upward through the structure, weaving between beams and platforms as she surveyed each level. After a few moments, she descended again, settling back near Gwen. "Nothing but empty crates and tools," she said. "No signs of movement up there." "No access to deeper sections of mine shafts?" Theo asked. "None that I could find," she replied. "Then we keep moving," Riley said, her tone carrying a sharp eagerness as she rose. Theo had already started crossing the cavern, his footsteps quickening as the flame from his rapier cast the narrow path ahead of him as the others followed. An unusual noise swallowed his curiosity as he neared the end of the cavernous room. A series of small, rapid clicks, scattered and uneven, tapping against the stone in a pattern just coherent enough to make the hair on the nape of his neck stand on its own. His steps slowed as the noise crept closer. Something shifted behind a stack of crates before surging forward. A massive black centipede burst from the shadows, its body rippling underneath the firelight as it lunged straight toward him. Instinct drove his arm forward, his flaming rapier thrusting toward its head, but the blade skidded across its hardened chitin with a sharp scrape as the creature slammed into him and drove him backward onto the ground. Before the creature could sink its pincers into Theo's neck, Riley crashed into its side with full force, her kite shield slamming against its body and hurling it across the cavern floor. The strike rang out in a sharp echo as she planted herself between it and Theo. She raised her shield, sword striking against it with a metallic crack as she drew its attention. "Come on, you slimy fuck," she shouted. "Leave the old man alone." Stone scraped beneath his boots as Theo pushed himself upright, breath still uneven from the impact. "Old man my ass," he snapped, wiping at his nose. "I'm hardly older than you." Riley didn't spare him a glance, her stance set as she tracked the centipede's erratic movements across the cavern floor. You might not look it, she said, voice steady, but that body's falling apart from all that meditation and herb you habitually smoke. Before either of them could say more, Gwen was already moving. She vaulted clean over them, cloak snapping behind her as she twisted midair and came down into a controlled somersault. Both sickles dragged in a sharp arc along the creature's underside, carving through chitin and shearing off several of its legs. The centipede reared with a violent hiss, its body convulsing as thick, acidic blood spilled out in sticky strands. Gwen rolled through the motion and came up on her feet, avoiding the splatter before it could touch her. A streak of blue tore through the dimness a heartbeat later, hissing as it cut past her shoulder and slammed into the creature's side. The impact burst outward in a flash, fragments of blackened chitin scattering across the stone as the centipede recoiled and fled, its long body dragging itself through a side passage and leaving behind a glistening trail of reddish-green blood. Theo bent forward slightly, drawing in a sharp breath as he pressed the back of his hand to his nose, wiping away a small stream of blood. "That thing nearly scared the life out of me," he muttered. Above him, Esmeralda hovered into view, her expression tightening as she folded her arms. "Unless we're about to die, you need to stop using offensive magic," she said. "It's still draining you, and I'm not wasting my mana patching you up every time you decide to prove a point. You shouldn't even be out here until you've fully recovered. Isaac should have had you on Wormspire duty with Morik and Torgan." "It was mana bolt," he shot back, straightening slightly despite the blood still escaping his nose. As if a basic spell could be taxing. Her tiny hand came down against the back of his head with a sharp swat, knocking his head askew. "And the fact that something basic is doing this to you should be concerning," she said. Without waiting for another argument, she settled onto his shoulder and placed both hands against his neck. A soft, green glow spread outward from her touch, wrapping around him in a steady pulse as the bleeding slowed, then stopped.
Good night, Miss Shadow. Have a good night. It was great talking and seeing you.
Reluctant warmth
I hope
that
you have
crept through his
sweet
limbs.
dreams and hope
Watching
everything
the light
goes
fade,
good with your
Ivor
editing.
tilted
And
her head slightly,
we shall
eyes
talk.
drifting
I'll go
toward
over the
still
stuff
burning
you had
blade in his
sent in
hand. "So why didn't your nose start pouring blood when you lit your
Discord
sword?"
and
she asked.
DayZ to
He
the
lifted
books
the
and
rapier
everything, and I'll
slightly,
get back to
angling
you.
it so the glow caught along the hilt.
Have a good night. It was
"Because
good
I
seeing
didn't cast
you.
anything with my own mana,"
I
he
really
said,
appreciate you
tapping
being
one
here.
of the embedded Arcanix gems. "I redirected the mana already stored in the Arcanix. Not only does it burn longer this way, but it saves me from having to recast a spell with my own mana every 10 to 20 minutes just to light the way." Esmeralda pushed off his shoulder and drifted around in front of him, her wings flaring faintly as a cool blue light illuminated brighter than the rapier's fiery glow. "Or," she said, voice edged with impatience, "you could stop using magic altogether and rely on your actual fencing skills. I can light the way just fine." The glow from Esmeralda's wings stretched ahead as she took the lead, drifting just above their heads until she slowed near a torch fixed to the wall. The flickering flame cast an uneven light across the stone, its presence feeling out of place this deep in the tunnels when there were none before it. Gwen reached up and pulled it free from its sconce, testing its weight before giving a small shrug. "I don't think they'll mind if I borrow this," she said. The path bent sharply soon after, turning at a hard angle where two open doorways faced each other across the corridor. As Esmeralda drifted past one, her movement stalled, her gaze locking onto what lay inside. Crates lay cracked and overturned, chests split open with their contents spilling freely across the floor. Copper, silver, and gold coins lay spread out in uneven piles that caught and reflected the shifting light in dull, scattered glints. There were even some that had centers that appeared to be made from carved and inserted gemstones of varying colors that glistened between the cavern's shadows. Esmeralda blinked once, then rubbed at her eyes as if expecting it to vanish. "Either I'm seeing things," she said slowly, "or we just found a fortune." Theo stepped into the doorway beside her, taking in the sight with a measured look. "Stolen goods," he said. "Missing coin and gemstone currency was some of the items listed in the job description. It stays here. Once we're done, we'll report its location and it'll be recovered by the proper authorities and redispersed to its rightful owners." Gwen's mouth twisted slightly. "Redispersed," she echoed. "Right. Because the Empire would definitely track down every rightful owner and return it." Twisting the scruff at his chin, Theo said, "It would actually be Charles and the delivery goblins that would recover it since they were the ones who posted this job." Looking over the hoard of treasure, he added, "I wouldn't put it past them to do the right thing." From across the hall, Riley leaned into the opposite room, scanning its contents. Same thing over here, she said. Expensive dishware, silk, and furniture all just thrown around like garbage. Gwen lingered near her, glancing between the rooms before randomly saying, "You know centipedes aren't actually slimy." Riley blinked, caught off guard. "What?" she asked. "Back there," Gwen said, gesturing faintly, "you called it slimy. They're usually dry. They actually struggle with dehydration." A small breath escaped Riley as she shook her head. "I don't think I care enough to remember that," she said. "They're all just disgusting bugs to me." Eifer didn't slow as she passed them, her focus already further down the corridor. "If we can't take any of it, there's no point standing around gawking at it," she said. Theo followed, moving ahead of the group again, though his steps slowed as something new caught his attention. A thin layer of purplish fog clung low to the ground, drifting in faint, curling wisps that seemed to move with a will of their own. He frowned slightly. "That's not right," he said. "There's no mention of miasma anywhere in the Imperial reports for these mines or any of Gloomshade." Reaching to his belt, he pulled free a small vial filled with a swirling mixture of purple and silver liquid and took a quick drink before handing it to Eifer. "Drink this," he instructed, gesturing toward the fog. "I don't know if it is miasma, or if it's strong enough to matter, but I'm not taking chances." Eifer took it without hesitation, downing a portion before passing it along to Gwen. "If it were miasma," she said, "wouldn't the goblins already be twisted up from it?" "They should be," he replied. "Miasma affects everything differently, but you'd expect signs. And there were too many of them outside that looked normal, aside from the armor." His gaze lingered on the drifting haze as they moved forward. "Still, I'd rather be cautious." Riley took the flask from Gwen the moment it was offered, not hesitating as she tipped her head back and drank deep. "I'm not taking any chances," she said between swallows, lowering it only when she'd left just enough to share. Tilting it carefully toward Esmeralda, she held it steady while the small fairy leaned in and took a drink. "If that really is miasma," Esmeralda said as she pulled back, "then I don't like the thought of what might be living down here with it." The empty flask passed back into Theo's hand as Riley gave a small shrug. "Where's your sense of adventure?" she said. "Whatever's down here, we can handle it even without Theo's magic." Gwen turned one of her sickles in her grip, thumb brushing lightly over the arcanics embedded in the handle as she glanced toward Theology. "Even without formal training, do you think I could manipulate my arcanics the way you do?" she asked. "Anyone can learn it," he replied, his tone leveling into something more instructive. "Striking with it as it is will trigger whatever effect it carries, but drawing on its magic yourself, guiding it with your own mana, that just takes practice. It's not limited to mages." His attention drifted as they passed another open room, the light from his blade catching on something inside. A single chest sat alone in a dusty rubble-littered corner, polished wood framed and gleaming rose gold that reflected the flicker of flame in warm, shifting tones. At its center, a dragon emblem spread wide across the surface, wreathed in carefully etched flames. A quiet breath slipped from Eifer as she stepped into the doorway. "That might be the most beautiful chest I've ever seen," she said. Riley barely slowed as she walked past, giving it only the briefest glance. "And I don't need to waste any of my 9 lives to tell you it's a trap," she said. "Or worse." "How can you tell?" Eifer asked, her eyes still fixed on it. "Because goblins don't leave something like that sitting alone in an empty room," Riley said, turning back just enough to gesture behind them. "Not when they've got entire rooms full of stolen treasure down the hall." Walking back toward the doorway, her gaze shifted deeper into the room, narrowing slightly as she noticed a second chest tucked into an opposite corner. Its surface darkened and smeared, surrounded by dried blood and scattered remains that had long since lost any recognizable shape. "That one's not even trying to hide it," she added, pointing. "Look at it." Eifer's expression tightened as she looked between the two. "So, it's not even worth checking?" she asked. "For all we know," Theo said, his voice dipping just enough to carry an edge of unease, "you open something like that and it might not just stay a chest. Or, it unleashes something epically strange." Eifer glanced at him, skepticism lingering. "Like what?" she asked. "I've heard enough from other mages to take such tales seriously," he replied. Stories of people opening chests like that only to be devoured or simply disappearing. No trace, no body. Just gone. Only leaving behind a plume of fog or smoke. Gwen shifted her weight slightly, her attention lingering on the darker corner. "I mentioned something similar once," she said. "Creatures that take the form of what they've consumed." She mentioned there were cases where entire towns didn't realize what was living among them until it was too late. Riley squinted at the ornate chest again, something about it not sitting right. "You know what's strange?" she asked. "That design, it almost looks like the Royal Enosian seal. But the emblem's slightly off." Theo turned away from it, letting the thought fall behind them as he moved on. "Tracks continue this way," he said, following the faint smear of blood along the ground. "I don't think the goblins or centipedes stopped to admire chests surrounded by gore." The corridor curved again, tightening before opening onto a set of heavy wooden double doors. Torches burned steadily on either side, their light far steadier than anything they'd seen previously in the mine. He stepped closer, examining the latch and frame, testing it lightly with a careful touch. "I don't see any traps," he said. Riley folded her arms loosely as she looked from the door to the blood trail that led straight toward it. "So, the centipede just politely walked through and shut these massive doors behind itself," she said. "Because I'm not seeing another way it could have gone." "It wouldn't be the strangest thing I've come across," he replied, though the answer lacked conviction. The torchlight danced across everyone's face as Ifer suggested.
Excuse me.
Theo replied, though the answer lacked conviction. The torchlight danced across everyone's face as Ifer suggested, "Maybe the goblins let it in and shut the doors behind it." Impatience crept into Esmeralda's demeanor as she hovered just above them. "We're wasting time," she said. "Every second we stand here, the caravan wagons are sitting unguarded." Without waiting, she raised her hand. A sudden gust tore forward from her palm, slamming into the doors hard enough to fling them open against the walls with a violent crack before they swung back in on their hinges, shutting themselves from the force. Theo's hand settled on the handle as he muttered, "If anything's inside, it knows we're here now," he said, pushing the doors open again, but properly this time as he stepped through. The chamber stretched wide, its ceiling rising high into darkness where long, jagged stalactites hung like teeth ready to fall. Torches lined the walls at regular intervals, their flames maintained with far more care than anything within the previous corridors. Along the far right side, large shapes loomed beneath heavy hide tarps, their outlines unmistakably siege engines, built and hidden away. Beyond them, rows of stacked crates rose in neat, controlled order. Opposite that, the left side of the room was dominated by something far more intricate. A sprawling construct of wood and metal sprawled outward, pipes twisting and feeding into one another, steam hissing faintly through valves and joints as the entire thing pulsed with mechanical life. Thick conduits climbed the walls and vanished through an opening beyond, carrying whatever process it housed deeper into the mine. At the far end, another set of massive double doors stood, large enough to allow the siege equipment through without obstruction. At the other end of the cavern a figure stood, immersed in conversation. Taller than the others they had seen, this goblin wore layered robes trimmed in green and white, the fabric draping in ceremonial fashion rather than crudely. A headpiece rose from its brow, framing a face that carried far more awareness than the feral ones outside. In one hand, it held a long wooden staff capped with a rough, unrefined emerald that pulsed faintly in the torchlight. Two armored goblins flanked it, their black dragon steel plates catching his staff's glow as they stood at his side. The robed goblin's attention snapped toward them the moment they crossed the threshold, his expression lifting with an almost eager recognition that didn't belong in a place like this. It's about time you all got here, he called out, his voice shrill yet unsettlingly cordial as it carried across the cavern. We've been waiting nearly a week for this month's delivery. Leaning into his staff as though it were a cane, he began making his way toward them, each measured tap against the stone echoing faintly beneath the torchlight. And I've told Roberto more times than I can count, he went on, irritation slipping into his voice, you need to stop roughing up my pets every time one of them comes to greet whoever's at the door. Rather than meeting him halfway, Theo held his ground and watched the approach in silence, his gaze steady and unreadable as the distance between them slowly closed. Excuse me, he said at last, the words calm but edged with confusion. That faint friendliness faltered as the goblin came to a stop, his eyes sweeping across the group again, this time slower, more deliberate, as though something about them no longer fit the expectation he had already settled on. You're here with this month's delivery, aren't you? He asked, tilting his head slightly. From Roberto? We've got all the miasmic stimulant prepared. Crates and barrels are stacked and waiting in the loading area out back. Some of it might be close to spoiling though, he added with a thin, annoyed smile, considering how long you've taken this time. Roberto. Riley echoed, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Yes, the goblin replied, his tone sharpening into something more rigid. Roberto Alvarez. Your boss. Theo didn't hesitate. Roberto Alvarez is dead, he said plainly. He attacked us not long ago, poisoned one of our mages, and our dragon saw to it that he met a fitting, yet splattering end. The goblin recoiled as though struck, his grip tightening around his staff hard enough for the knuckles beneath his green skin to pale as the last trace of that manufactured composure drained from his face. When he spoke again, the friendliness was gone entirely, replaced by something colder, more dangerous. Then who the fuck are you? He demanded. Theo's gaze drifted briefly toward the sprawling contraption lining.
Sorry, I gotta take a piss real quick.